right? It's mainstream certified, but there's no real answers. And it also indicates that maybe consciousness has an effect on reality, which is kind of woo. And even
Right.
multi-worlds is woo, I mean, it opens up a lot of, doors that could be,
It makes
threatening to the
everyone
things
worry that their thoughts are going to have an effect on reality. Like
yeah, I think they
everyone's
do though.
thoughts are changing.
We all kind of know that they do. Like if I made the statement that our thoughts and our intentions have no effect on reality and that it's all just happening no matter what we think or what we intend or what we put our minds to or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like if I declared that, you'd probably say, "Oh, that's not true." There's no way that there's no effect, right? So we know there's some effect that our thoughts have on reality, but to what degree is the question, right?
This is the big question, though. And again, I've said this so many times. It's like bridging that gap of metaphysical to the physical. Because if your mind has an effect on the matter, that's the metaphysical over the physical. That's
Yeah, it could drive you crazy. Like you would be
right.
like constant, like if you thought that what you thought was going to come true to some degree, you'd be constantly trying not to think certain thoughts.
Exactly.
You drive yourself
Uh,
nuts,
It will. It will.
you know?
Trying to
And then
alter
if
your
you and
thoughts.
then if you knew it did, you'd also go crazy, I mean, if you thought something happened just because you intended it to happen, then that would also drive you nuts. The power of that, right? Or, but it's not to that degree,
But
obviously. You
how do
can't
you
just,
judge? How do you test these things? How do you test how much your intent is having an effect on the
well,
sorry.
that's what a lot of people
Sorry,
think
I
that the
must have
whole
cut out.
conspiracy is about. Like, if we ever got ourselves on the same, like, the reason that maybe they want us to think that everything's separate, like, we're all separate from each other. Like, we all have our own lives and we're all worried about our own afterlife. And it's all about what you do in this life that's going to either save you or not save you, rather than it being a holistic mindset. And maybe that's the whole idea of a lot of these things with religion and some of the atomism concepts and stuff, is we're supposed to see everything as individual rather than seeing us all as one organism and one consciousness. And that's, like if people were able to get together as groups and have a power of intention to make things happen and focus on things through a chant or music or some kind of, I mean, there's claims that they could move buildings or lift stones with people surrounding it in a certain, frequency of their tones and their chanting and stuff. I mean, that's
Yeah,
possible, I guess.
yeah, I've seen that with the
You know,
monks of ancient time.
but if there was any truth to that, that would be a force to reckon with, huh? If everybody was on the same page.
This is the thing, though. Like that's why divide and conquer is such a big thing in this day and age because they're so scared of us being one unit,
Yeah.
and they're so scared of that. They're so in fear of that.
Bless you.
I don't know what you guys have done to me, but I've gone through 8 beers like they were nothing.
F are you doing here, Rig?
Speak up.
So what's the conversation tonight, guys? Entertain me. Hey, Rig, you're on mic?
Oh, I was muted. Sorry. We're talking about quantum double slit experiment. What's your take on that?
I don't know shit about it. I know as layman explanation and understanding of it as you possibly can while still not knowing much about it. Pretty much like most of us.
Do you accept it? Do you accept the results? Like that there's something happening when the observer, do you think the observer affects the photon?
No.
What do you think it is? What do you think the cause is?
I have no clue. Like I said, I don't really know much about it to give you a explanation for my opinion of it.
When you say cause of, do you mean the collapse?
Yeah, the collapse. What collapses the wave function? Why is that? There was an interesting thing about magnets I heard, or something. I was making food, but I didn't really get that part of the conversation.
When you were asking a minute ago, if you asked me if the observer changes it, were you saying that the observer makes the photon react in a certain way by just observing it?
Well, the claim is that the observer collapses the wave function, or that
By
the
observing it.
photon decides to do whatever. It's like it indicates that there's some kind of effect that the consciousness or the observance of the photon collapses the wave.
They're trying to like really prop up that position of, you know, your intent and everything has an effect on reality.
Yeah. You can bring it right back into that too. Like, what if an animal observes it? Does an animal's consciousness have the same effect? Are we being arrogant?
Well, here's the thing: they've already admitted that you don't even need a human; they just need a camera.
Yeah.
I have an opinion on it. I do not believe any observer changes anything or makes anything happen. Kind of the same way, no one needs to be near a tree. When it falls, it still does fall. No one needs to cut the tree down; it still can fall. The idea of thinking that an observer or just an
please don't bring up that analogy. Please don't go there, Sean.
This happened.
Oh, let it slide.
Into a whole thing about the tree in the forest that we don't want to revisit. Please don't get Jim started on that.
You think no
Jim's
one
like,
else?
No, it's the arrogance of the humans thinking they're the only ones that know what sound is.
Exactly. Like,
okay, well then I will say this. I'll make it clear and say this. I believe that whether an observer is there or not, whether an observer is interact or just observing, has no factor on what's happening. What's happening will happen regardless.
this guy is talking sense, right? Okay. Because whether there's a human there to witness whether it makes a sound or not is fucking stupid. If it's gonna fall in the forest, right? If you're there to witness it, you know it's gonna make a sound. So if you're not there to witness it, but you know it's falling, you know it's gonna fucking make a sound, right?
Yeah, the sound doesn't happen because you're there.
Right. This is the arrogance that I was talking about, that these things only exist if there's a human there to witness it. I hate that shit. That arrogance. Get rid of it.
Kind of like an ego-driven, we drive what happens mentality. When in reality, we're
in a sense,
just
I can
here,
understand
just like
where
everything
that
else.
might take effect, because there's the placebo effect, right? And this does happen. Okay. right?
Sean's
So
got the same interpretation. This is hilarious. Sean, don't encourage him. Don't encourage him, Sean. Please bring up another analogy. Please don't agree with him about the
don't give
arrogance of
me
humans.
any
We're not going
fuel.
to go there again. We
Fucking
just got over it.
I'll jump
I'm
on
not
it
talking
and
about
I'll
that.
jump on your face and I'll be kicking your face
Talk about
in.
the placebo part. Not sure what I'm about. I just got it.
Someone's got some
placebo
weird
is-
mic stuff going on. I think it's you, Sean. You got some weird feedback going on or something. Hey, Beer Man, what's up?
Yeah.
What's up, man?
Come on, bro. What's the latest, bro?
So
Oh,
hold on. Why did everyone just bypass this placebo effect? Everyone just let's avoid this topic quickly.
Yeah, we
Quickly,
are avoiding the topic,
quickly
Jim.
bury
Please
it.
don't go there.
Quickly bury it
Please, Beer
quickly.
Man, save
We
us.
can't have the
Save us from this
metaphysical affecting the
disaster,
physical.
arrogance.
This is beyond our quantification. We cannot quantify the metaphysical affecting the physical. This is not in our concept. We cannot handle this. Is this why you avoided the concept? Is this why you all
it's
avoided the question?
Hey, now you're gonna call me a gatekeeper for the tree in the forest
No,
analogy.
not at all. It's just curious to me that these things that we know happen in the real world, right? That just from belief that people.
See what I'm saying, Sean? It's all your fault, Sean. He's gonna start going off on the diatribe about the tree and the arrogance. Please don't do it, Jim. Please.
No.
Pure man.
Yo.
I'm talking about.
Jim.
I'm
Let
talking
Pure Man.
about
Let
here.
Pure Man get in.
Hold on. I'm talking about here the power of belief and the fact that placebo effect with the fact that you think that this is going to make you better, it makes you better, and how your mind. Yeah.
Okay.
Go on.
How do you justify that you wouldn't have gotten better anyway?
Right, exactly. That is a good question because how do you go back in time and go, right, let's change it and make him not think that he was believing that this was going to help him? How do we test that?
Yeah, you
Well,
can't.
that's also why. Yeah, you can't. That's why the placebo effect will always be the placebo effect. It will never be a treatment. It will never be a cure, and it will only be an assumption of what do you call it? Theoretical science, like or medicine.
What do you mean an
It's not
assumption?
going to.
It's not an assumption. It's like it works on people that are susceptible. Is that what you're
right? But you can't isolate it. You can't say that was for sure the reason because there was no. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why. That's why I asked you. How do you know they wouldn't have gotten better anyway? And just that question alone.
Is it our lack of?
Alone, that's what you're saying. That's exactly that's what it is.
Sorry, no, I misheard because I spoke over. Go on, say again.
Regardless of what you're saying, if it's the fact of you not knowing if they would have gotten better without it, you can't say that a placebo effect works like you're making it seem. To work.
Because here's the problem that you're trying to. It's the mindset and it's the intent of the person. If they have a belief of this that it's going to help them, right? You can't change that. You can't undo that. You can't unless you test someone that doesn't believe it, right?
Yeah, but you can't. But even if it did, even if the placebo was just if it was them thinking it was going to help, even if it was them thinking that it was going to help, is what helped. You would never be able to know for sure it's that because there's other reasons they could have gotten better.
Right
because
now,
you can't isolate it. That's the reason that
this is the thing. But this brings a bigger question: is our lack of substance is the lack of our ability of substantiating the reality which in with what we live, is that the main crux of the matter here, or is it something else?
Yeah, kind of like I was saying, like if maybe that's part of the reason that where the divide and conquer tactics are used, like and maybe the hiding our,
True
sixth sense,
history.
or our true history, and maybe the powers that magic. People probably were using ways of making things happen, possibly with their mind or their
Ritual.
rituals and all these things. That was all brushed away and hidden for the people that were of the mystery schools, or the people that were responsible with or irresponsible with it, or whatever. They didn't want the regular people to think that was even possible. So a lot of this pseudoscience, quote unquote, might be real science, but a lot of what they call real science now is pseudoscience. Everything's reversed.
Okay.
In a
I
way,
can give
you're
you an
saying like
example.
half
Give
truths.
you an example of how that
They're
works.
kind of
How science to show whether or not. So you were saying, rituals and things that like they did in the past. I'll give you an example of Native Americans. We all know Native Americans of a lot of different tribes do rain dances, correct?
Right.
Well,
But they did it because
so
they knew it was going to rain, not because they wanted to make it rain.
no, and I'll explain to you exactly how they know this and how exactly what is going on. When you watch these rituals go on, typically there is what? An insanely large bonfire, correct? Well, if you accumulate enough, if you build a big enough bonfire, and this has been done, tested, and I can even give you paperwork and show you
Here we
everything
go.
about
A
it.
bonfire is going to create rain, apparently.
Yes, actually, it does. What happens is the carbon that builds up in that area, enough moisture in the air will actually accumulate clouds, and it can start raining. I can
It's
show
been
you the
called out by
science
the
on it.
stupidest person in the
I
chat,
can,
by the way.
That
I
could be
can show
part of it.
you.
Sure, that's a good interpretation. Let's not argue whether that's possible or not. That's a good thought. But the other interpretation I heard of it is that this is what I heard, or that one of the videos I watched was talking about the lost island of Mu, the Lumerians, and that the Lumerians were aware of things beyond regular humans at the time, and they were trying to warn people about the flood that was coming, and they burrowed into the ground and went under and made places to protect themselves from the disaster, and they tried to warn everybody else, but everybody else was almost wiped out pretty much. And those are the ancestors of the Native Americans. And those Native Americans aren't doing a rain dance because they want to make it rain, but they knew it was gonna rain, and they
It
had
was
that
the
same
time.
sense that their ancestors had.
Well, that's just
So
kind
it
of like
depends on your
a farmer
interpretation.
knowing. Yeah, you're right, and that's like a farmer knowing when to grow corn. He knows the corn will grow best then. So down the line, his lineages, his grandchildren, they'll
Yeah, it could be
instinctively
right.
know.
Right, it's more in
the
touch with nature.
It could be something like that. Yeah.
But
What's up, Don?
at the same time, I don't think it's a spiritual awakening that some entity is making something happen.
I don't think anyone's
I
claiming. We're just saying that it's just tells. Like
a Native American
yeah,
doing
it's
these
just tells.
rituals. They'll-
They can tell by the movement of other animals in the wildlife. That it's not nothing spiritual or anything. None of us. Well, I don't believe that.
But what we were talking about,
They were just very good
spiritual.
observers, and they could understand that if an animal's movement does this, it's because of this, right?
Yeah, it's interesting how instincts could be actually passed down generationally. Yeah, that makes sense.
Like the boogeyman, like the boogeyman and the all those type of monsters that kids are scared of when they're young.
Your mic's a little weird tonight, Sean.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's wrong. Let me try to fix it.
What's up, Don? We got Don Beerman. What's up, brother?
Not much on yourself. No,
Beerman?
it's just I'm just surprised that he's not understanding the conversation in the sense of the sound in the forest. He keeps going to humans. So yeah, I don't know if you saw what I posted to you early on, or I tagged you in it.
Let me see.
Oh no, I tagged Jim, and then I also DM'd you personally because I didn't feel like actually hopping into the live stream. But yeah, basically, Jim, if you back to that tree sound in the forest, think of it like your ear. or think of your body as a piece of equipment that is receiving that vibration.
I
Your
thought it
brain.
had nothing to do with humans.
What's up?
I thought it had nothing to do with humans.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be human. It's also got ears. It's also got a brain. A donkey's got ears. It's got a brain. Anything that can receive a vibration,
Yeah,
it
many
receives
points that I
vibration,
brought up.
and it interprets it. We interpret it. A dog interprets it, possibly, as a sound.
Right.
So if there's no equipment there, be it a human, be it a microphone, be whatever it is that's designed to receive a vibration, what happens when that tree falls? If there's nothing there, is it just a vibration, or is there an actual sound that you have to that you can hear?
What are you inclining that? Are you implying that if no physical, no no life force there to witness it, that it doesn't make a sound? So if a tree falls and there's a life force there to witness it, it makes a sound. But yet, if there's no life force there to witness it, it doesn't make a sound. Is that what you're trying to say?
No. I'm saying any equipment that's designed to interpret vibration to sound, if that's not there, what is actually happening? Is it just a vibration?
Are you trying to say that if a tree falls and there's no one there, it doesn't make a sound?
That's the question. Does it make a sound? I'm not saying it.
Well, whether there's no one there to receive it or not, if there's someone there to receive it, they know that a tree would make a sound. So when they're not there, they surely would know that it would make a sound, whether they're there or not.
Yeah, but it's still got to do with the way
with the arrogance of there has to be a human there to witness it.
No, you're still stuck on human. You're still stuck on human.
That's right. Yeah, it has to be.
Why can't you go past have to be a human or have to be a living thing? Why?
This is the whole statement, though. Because
you keep saying that.
No. Because if the squirrel hears it, we can't say that that's a sound because it was a squirrel that heard it. It wasn't a person that heard it. It was a squirrel, right?
Don't worry. No, I don't think you're gonna get it. I don't think you can get past the human part. It's fine.
Well, then move on. Move on then.
Yeah.
Let's move on. Please. Beerman. I was going to say, proceed at your own risk.
I apologize to everyone. Is
we
my mic any better?
Don, what do you think, brother? What's up? Don's here. We got everybody in the house. We got Lightwater. I always like to hear what Lightwater has to say.
Oh, I thought there was another Don in here, man.
How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. How are you, man?
I'm all right. Just chilling. We're talking about double slit experiment. What's your take on double slit?
It's funny. I don't know how we can call it an experiment if we can't call Martin Guznick's interferometer not an experiment. I don't know.
I don't know if you answered the question.
I mean, you call it an experiment, is it?
No, I don't think so. Right. Well, unless you can isolate the cause, right? You can't.
Right.
There you go. But it's more of a quandary, I guess. What if there is a supposed collapse of this wave function? Then, I guess it's more about the philosophical idea of it. We do know that our consciousness affects things to some degree.
Sure.
We all know that.
Has anybody pointed out elevation? Like, have they done it at mean sea level versus like 1,000 feet in elevation? And any difference was?
It's a good question.
I think that would be a great observation to change the elevation.
Right. Yeah. There's lots of lots of variables that they're playing with on this. It seems like the mainstream's convinced, like, yeah, like it's accepted science, which is kind of surprising because it gets into the whole metaphysical thing. The whole quantum field, dabbles in the metaphysics, and it's interesting that it's so across the board accepted science.
Yeah, I'd agree. It's quite
And
interesting.
they try to use it, for sure, as part of the psyop or part of the propaganda to some degree. Quantum this, quantum that. Multiple timelines with the fucking Mandela effect psyop and all kinds of stuff. What do you think
Yeah,
about the Mandela effect?
a Mandela effect? Yeah, I don't buy into the Mandela effect. I really
Neither
don't.
do I. No.
No.
There's an interesting thing I sent somebody that I won't name, but I was hearing them talk about it. Someone that you respect their intelligence of, and then you hear them say, "Oh, I did this Mandela effect," and they're going off like people. You're like, "Oh man, I got to send you this thing by Miles Mathis talks about Dolly's braces," and he was talking about how the powers that be are actually changing VHS copies. He's like, am I saying that they changed VHS copies and had them sold at garage sales? Yes, that's what I'm saying. They went to that degree to try to pull this off, and they are changing things. They are changing some of these things, literally. I'm not saying they go back and change every Bible to say something, but I'm saying to some degree they're fucking with us on this one for sure.
Yeah, it's not that hard to go back and swap things out. It's not,
Yeah.
change words, change certain things.
Yeah. It's all
But
about controlling information, really.
yeah,
And it's so stupid the things they would change, like, a word and a title. Like if you could actually, if there was a separate timeline, why would those things change, right?
right.
There'd be so many things that would change. And there's another, good point that I've heard about it being one choice of this or that. Why wouldn't there be like 100 different things that it would change to then, right? Yeah, it makes no sense. But what's interesting about it is they are probably doing this on purpose. And I think part of it, back to the quantum, is if they embrace it, for the wrong reasons. Even if it's a psyop from the start, maybe it's a pseudoscience started for some particular agenda, then that one of the things that comes to mind is they want us to, detach from reality and accept, multiverses and lead us to the idea that nothing's real, so that we can go to this, virtual universe where everything's just as real as the reality, because reality is not even real. And same with like some of the ways people might criticize flat earth, or some of the things that flat earth gets attached to, like the Mandela effect. Or there was a conference in California that said it all to me, because the title of it was Question Everything, and it was like quote unquote flat earth / whatever else conference. But it seems like if there's a network of people that are pushing something, it's basically question everything, to get you to detach from this reality and the importance of things become obscured and pushed aside in place of whatever they offer you, and the virtual worlds and the metaverse and all that kind of stuff. Did I cut out? Can you guys hear me?
We got you.
What do you think, Beerman?
To be honest, I was busy reading an email here. I wasn't listening, but I could hear you. I'm busy here with work as well in between.
What's your take on the Mandela effect?
There's something there, but I'm not convinced. I think it's almost like misspelled information that was seen in the past. For instance, I've spelled things wrong before, and for instance, post a pic or make a meme or something with a spelling error, and it goes viral. Not myself, but I've seen it before, and it's just that's the way you remember seeing something. I think that's what's got to do with it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big one. They replace it with a parody or some other, news report. They misinterprets it, and so that gets remembered more than the original.
Yeah. So that's why I think that's happened. For instance, the Mandela thing, that made zero sense to me because I live here in South Africa. So I knew he was alive. So that doesn't make sense. But Fruit Loops, for instance, that's something that I could say is quite interesting. When I see it, I'm in both worlds. Which one could it be? Could it just be that I saw an incorrect spelling before and that's why it looks familiar? That's what I think it's got to do with it.
So there's an answer to that one. There's
Here's
a
a
real
weird
answer.
thing. Here's a weird
They
thing.
had to change. They had to change Fruit Loops because there was no real fruit in Fruit Loops, so they had to change it to OOT and take out the fruit. So
Oh,
it literally was changed.
Here's a weird one though. My friend is adamant that he has experienced this Mandela effect, that when he was at school and he was dealing with he answered a question about whoever dealt with some sort of disease, and he was adamant it was Mary Curie, right? But where did you hear? Because I don't know where my button clicked out.
You said
Mary
Mary
Curie?
Curie.
Excellent. So he was adamant that it was Mary Curie, but it was actually someone else, and he was adamant that this was proof of the Mandela effect.
Huh.
That he was
that-
told in his
heard
text that it was Mary Curie, yet
somebody else was responsible for the cure instead of her.
yeah, some flamenco.
I've heard that her name being interpreted as Mercury rather than Mary Curie might have been intentional. Like she was a made up figure, and that Mercury was really the thing that they were putting out for the people to pay attention to. But
Well,
I don't know.
my explanation for it was just that times change. When I was at school, Pluto was a planet, yet now it's not.
Right. Yeah, they could have changed the person they attributed it to. Yeah. Right. There's lots of things that were physically changed, literally changed for good reason, like Fruit Loops. But what's interesting, or not interesting, but what's so telling about the people that push the Mandela effect is when some of these things actually have good answers for them, they don't mark them off the list. They just push it all as, oh, it's all Mandela effect, keep it on the list. They don't. It's not like they're trying to come to get to the bottom of what the actual reason for some of these things are. They just want to push the whole thing as it's all a separate timeline or whatever. Like the Ed McMahon. He worked for a different place, not Publishers Clearinghouse. It was a different place. It was some other similar place that gave out money, but because he never worked for Publishers Clearinghouse, then it must be a Mandela effect because everyone remembers him as handing out these big checks.
Well, one of the ones I remember is because when I was working in this restaurant, I was a flat earther at the time, and I was keeping quiet about it. And there was people bringing up this Mandela effect, and I was like, yeah. And someone said about the heart, like we're all told the heart was left of center of the body, of the center of the body. Whereas actually, you really find that it is actually in the center. Yeah. Most of the time I was taught that it was left of center.
Right.
So that was the one thing that got me. But it was nice to know that the people at my work were looking into things that weren't mainstream.
Yeah. It's an interesting list because a lot of them you go down and you definitely seem to have the answer that's not the right one for a lot of them. Shared misremembering.
For me, whether they were kind of being not not sort of deluded or anything, but they were questioning the mainstream, and that was the most important thing to me.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah,
Me
so
too.
yeah,
That's funny.
I just
That's
thought that was
funny.
great.
I also heard people state that they noticed that the kidneys were higher than they thought they were.
Yeah, and
And this might have something to do with what is causing the awakening.
Why would the kidneys be causing that, or have something to do with it?
Because I am thinking our kidneys will get their own magnetic center.
And kidneys filter out all the bullshit.
I have a fun story about it. One time I was listening to Dave Wise and Jaron, and they had Sophia Smallstorm on.
Mm-hmm.
And she was telling a story that if you go walking and you say, kidneys manage will and fear, and you try to do it on the rhythm of your walking, that it would benefit you. And I tried it, and I had 2 days of enormous bliss. And I think it helped, but the bliss died down. And of what I think it's all about, I understand that it died down again. But there is definitely something, and if you can relate it, for instance, with the organ in a church, that is not a coincidence that is called an organ. They produce all kinds of different tones and all.
I get that, but I feel that this draws back to what I was saying about the mind over matter.
Jim, don't cut him off. He's still saying something. Hold on. Go ahead, Lightwater.
And I find it interesting also because we today we had the collapsing light wave, light particles wave, or light wave. Let's call it light, and the sound, and the sound, and but that the light was possibly changed in the particle kind of expression because of will, and the kidneys are supposedly also about will, at least as Sophia Smallstorm spoke about it in this exercise, and well, I tried it and it had some effect.
These are the amazing things that I want to hear about, is where the power of the mind sort of has an effect on the physical reality.
Yep, that's the topic of the night. Bandsaw, you were trying to get in earlier. What's up, Bandsaw?
Oh no, I was just going to ask a question, but it had nothing to do with
I'm waiting for that
conversation you guys are having at the moment, so I don't want to derail it, buddy.
We're talking placebo effect, double slit, and the power of intention. And we're not talking about trees and forests any longer, just to let you know. Don't bring that up.
Well, I was going to ask you, Dave. I was going to ask you, Dave, actually, that if a bear shits in the forest and there's no one around to smell it, does it smell?
The arrogance.
You got to ask the bear,
thinking that only humans can smell shit.
You got to ask the bear, really, like, to be honest on that.
You opening up the can of Jim of earthworm gems.
Don't get me started, man. Don't get me started.
I like the paradox. I came up with this one. What does your nose smell like?
How would you know?
It smells like my skin.
How would you know?
That's your skin, not your nose.
Because it smells like the body odor that I admit, which is what I consume, which is weed. So I smell like weed.
Your nose, though. That's not
your
your nose.
My nose sweats just the same as my armpits, and it sweats. It sweats weed. That's it. All I can smell is weed
and beer.
On the occasion. Like, you guys might think this is the weird thing. Like, you guys think that I'm a drinker because the only time you hear me speak is when I drink.
The placebo
That's the
effect
problem.
is
That's
interesting,
the
though,
problem.
isn't it,
The
Dave?
only time you hear me speak
Mhm.
is
They do
because
that
I
sort of
drink,
stuff.
right?
It really
Yeah.
is.
When I don't drink and I'm sitting here smoking all night, I'm
I believe you.
sat there in the corner like, don't smoke.
You don't come off as
Let
a
everyone
drunk.
else speak. But when I have a drink, it's like, fuck it. Like, I give
Yeah.
a shit.
That's You're at least you're amiable. You're not aggro. At least you're able to take criticism still, which is good.
Oh yeah, man. You got to be realist. You know, I'm a realist.
Yeah, that's good.
And I think I'm even more honest when I drink. So
Yeah.
So
That's
talking about the placebo effect there, Dave, it is interesting, isn't it, that when they do these trials and stuff, and they do get some results. Is that
right.
is that actual evidence that the mind has more power than what we actually think? Like, if you think
I
you're
would
doing
say
something
there's
positive, if you
yeah.
think you're doing
Say
something
there's enough
positive,
evidence to say there's something there. We just can't
yeah,
isolate it and know what it is. That's for sure.
exactly. And it's also too, when you see those sorts of tests done with water crystals and stuff.
Right.
memory.
Well, the water memory, but that's all done through the mind, isn't it?
The
And
intention. Yeah.
And
yeah,
Exactly.
intention is
yeah,
very
yeah. It suggests a connection, communication, positive, loving, let's say loving, intention connection with another source. If it's crystal or a doctor that is really caring, or
Yeah.
the stories that they tell about when you go to your doctor and just talking about it already relieves you.
But is there something physical happening? Like when you try to give negative emotions toward, say, like you're trying to do this subject of negative, neutral, and love and positivity, right? When you're given the negativity, like, I don't know, it's like, I can't even remember what I was going to say now.
Well, the metaphysical being physical, we have, and that's the theme of the night, basically. When does the metaphysical and the powers of the intention or the observation of the photon,
Right, it's
how
like
is it
when
that we could ever
the
isolate?
metaphysical and the actual physical meet.
Yeah. And you could say the same about astrology and some of these other things. How could the stars positioning have effect on your whole life? I mean, it could go to those.
Right,
Seems
and
like there's
influence
something
your
there for sure.
emotions or whatever.
Right. That does seem like that's what that we may have gotten a lot further. In fact, even when you think about it, we had astrology was. I mean, think of how long it would have taken to figure out the different signs and the different characteristics of these people that are born a certain day or a certain place and time and all that. Think
Yeah,
about what it would have taken to comprise all of that information,
right.
all the studies, all the
Yeah,
observations.
exactly. All of the commitment gone into documenting that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then we went to the, astronomy, which takes us away from they chalk astrology up as a pseudoscience now, and that's kind of the epitome of what they've done to us with this heliocentric model. In my mind, they've taken your individual importance out of it in a way, or your effect or your significance out of it in so many ways, and put it out in infinite distance away, literally with the stars being that far away. How could they have an effect on you? It seems so much more feasible if you think about the stars as being much closer, that they might have an actual effect, and the frequency might actually, in your early development, have a physical effect on your personality to a certain degree that would affect possibly the rest of your life.
Yeah,
Again,
that is
everything is
why
connected.
astrology is sold as like, garbage. But obviously there's a lot of, charlatans in that area. So
I think everything is connected, Dave, in some way,
Mhm.
shape or form. Like when you were talking, or when I mentioned, like the water crystal thing, how we potentially have the power to transform that. But I think everything is connected somehow.
Intrinsically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And you only have to put yourself in a certain situation. Like, if you go wander out into the middle of a paddock, right, and as soon as you get those smells and that sunlight on you, like instantaneously, it just changes your whole emotional being. It is crazy that and so I think everything is connected. Like when I go down for a walk to the beach all the time, and we're walking along there, and the difference in energy, whether it's the energy field or whatever is happening to you, it seems to transform you.
Right.
Whatever you are around, like you go for a walk in the forest, right, and a heavily wooded forest, and it's all dark and dreary, and that gives you a certain sort of feeling as well. Like you just connected some way, both mentally, emotionally, physically, spiritually. It definitely
For sure.
definitely,
Yeah. The
yeah,
vibes of the forest. Not to get back into
yeah.
forest talk, but yeah, the vibes of the forest.
Exactly. But yeah, but I think it's like it's all one living organism almost, and we're part of it. We are part
Right.
of it. And just
That's
we're just like one cell of this massive living organism.
right. And
Yeah.
that's why this internet, the fact that we can all talk to each other from across the plane like this
Hmm.
is so amazing because,
Hmm.
it definitely leads us to that, power of intention amongst a group of people, you
Yeah.
know, that has a, potential that we may not even be tapping into.
Mm.
I like what
I
Banso said. I'm also heading towards that path of being part of something way bigger. We could be a thought of something else, or we could be a brain part of a brain cell in something else. I like that.
Mhm.
Yeah, that is something that sometimes disturbs me a little about Roger Mudfossil. That in all he finds, he must create a different life form, and it might be all that the Earth is so much shaped like us, that we are built from the Earth, and that's why we find DNA in the ground and things like that. And he totally overlooks that. For instance, I'm starting to get back to believing in a little bit in giants again.
Hmm.
But as an illustrator, to get from pictures that somebody is a giant is if he is depicted bigger. It
Yep.
could be that the one who made the depiction depicted them bigger, larger, because they had more ability and they more care or more love or whatever. Bigger. Just we are all different, and sometimes people have more capability that we now translate that in power. But if it's love, then it can also be a giant, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Larger than life.
And
Absolutely.
for instance, I saw Bro Sanchez, who does wonderful work, but is also still interpreting it in a lot of anger about power. An Egyptian depiction of two males with erections, but erection can be a symbol for male force, male strength, not explicitly power.
Okay.
So
Yeah, not necessarily sexual, but just a symbol of dominance.
strength, ability, and you can express that in different ways. A potent man can also be caring and loving. I think that's
Right.
that.
I see. Right.
That is the strongest potency that there is.
Right. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
And just to make sure there's a distinction between the man and the woman, that's the best way to do it. But yeah, for sure, there's just the symbolic, the phallic symbol for sure is. And there's that video I just sent you, Beer Man, with the rock, the phallic rock and the vagina rocks and the giant.
It's good stuff.
Some of that could be just artistic, impressions that people wanted to make, or it could be some chance. Some of the bigger heads in the rocks could be, basically they chiseled it, to think that there was just one giant that was somehow petrified, you would think you'd see a lot more of that, maybe, rather than just one big mound that this animal died. Maybe it was the people that made it look like that, or maybe it was an animal, who knows. But
I don't know, man.
You'd think you'd see a lot more.
If you think about it in the sense of their size and the size of land that we currently living on, it doesn't mean that we're going to have a whole bunch of. It's not like they were in a classroom having class and they have to be 30 giants next to each other or titans next to each other. It's just maybe this is a less populated area where they were. Maybe they're just passing through and they died here. I don't know. It's all speculation, but
yeah.
And
a lot of times you would use those big giant heads as a way of like warding off, any oncomers, right? To scare them, thinking that they must have big people here. We're not going to go in there.
Yeah, or the actual ground could have been softer. It could have been clay, and they sculpted it, like you say. Could be that, right. Because there's
or just paranoia.
Yeah, and there's a lot of footprints and tracks. Just what you see in the rock, and it's like, how the fuck did it get that? Had to have been soft. So that's another possibility.
Right. But you're all about the Titans, though, in general, right?
Yeah, I do generally love to research about it. What got me mainly into it was when I found out about the Quran that speaks of Adam that's 90 foot tall, and there's a lot of information. Information in the Quran that's also in the Bible, for instance, but there's more details in the Quran. I'm not religious in that sense, but I read the scriptures to hear what people have actually written about or wrote about and what they saw. And it doesn't mean that there's, this imaginary thing up in the sky, but there's something to their scriptures and the legends. They all tie in with each other.
And they changed that then. The Adam was just a regular human size instead of 90 foot.
Yeah, so why did they remove that? And it's just a lot of stuff. Why would they write that someone's 90 foot tall? It doesn't make sense why you would just make up something like that. So there's some truth to it, because there are stories and legends about very gigantic beings and animals and things.
Right. Seems like a lot of people are convinced that there's overwhelming evidence of it.
Yeah. So there's something to it, and that's why it resonates with me.
Yeah. It seems like there's a lot. I posted a video. I don't know if anyone else saw it at the time, but it was we were talking about giants. I think last time you were in here. I think I sent it to you. Did you see that one where it was all about like the guy was just reading articles? He was just article after article of giants, giant bones being found, like newspapers and publications.
I must actually check. You send a lot of stuff that I have watched before, so it could be because that does ring a bell. But yeah, like that. What's that? That ship guy, what's the captain that wrote a diary when he went and had the different lands. Let me get that one for you. Hold on.
Oh yeah, I was actually going to ask about that one. Oh yeah, the Tree of Life one, geological record. Or no,
let me get a field up.
I'll repost it. I found the one that I sent you. Yeah, it's just article after article. This guy's reading off of, giant bones found. Supposedly, there was the Smithsonian took these bones and hid them away, and that's the conspiracy behind it, at least.
Yeah,
But Bandsaw's dug a lot of holes, and Bandsaw's never come upon giant bones. And that, there's all these different things you could think we would find, maybe not.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find this in my history. I did add this to a playlist, and it's fucking gone.
There was another one I was going to ask about. It was about a family that went somewhere, and there was other lands. It was about other lands, and it was a family that reported that there was like advanced technological people in these other areas.
Oh, that's that guy that went on that left for tyranny. Fuck, that's also a diary. And then they see like all the lights in the cars and the like plasma screens and things like that. Is it that one?
Something like that. Yeah, it was actually Gio was mentioning it. And I forgot to ask him about it.
I have that as well. I'll see if I can find that for you.
I think Don left. Don was going to try to say something, but he gave up. Yeah, Bandsaw, your point about giant tools, that's another thing. Did you watch the EWAR thing I sent you, by the way? Oh, Bandsaw left. See these? Bandsaw's gone. I'm like the host of the show tonight here. What's up? Jim's still here. We got Man of Concessions here. What's up? Rakia, what's up, Rakia?
Yeah, my phone died, man. Sorry, guys.
No worries, Jim. I'm probably gonna have to get off soon myself, but it's been a good night of talk.
Hold on, I found the video. I just want to got on my phone here, so I just want to try and send it to you before you leave.
Yeah, totally send it. And
it's quite a popular video. So I think you have seen it. It is quite popular.
Did you see there's a new EWAR video out?
No, you can send that to me.
All right.
A new one?
Yeah. It's weird. I had something come up on my feed, and it was from this channel called Wooden Nickels. And
yeah.
And he was talking about EWAR, AWAR. There's actually a channel, AEWAR, instead of just EWAR, and that's where AWAR's channel is. And I forgot.
Here's a question that I want to ask. Though. Here's a question I want to ask to other flat earthers. That do you not find it suspicious with this whole EWAR on history of flat Earth that apparently he was just like, where did he go? Like what happened to him? He got kicked off of YouTube or something, and then all these other channels started putting up his stuff.
Right, that's what I was just about to say. There's an actual channel now, I'll send it to you, that has his videos on it, but it's spelled with an A, and it's AEWAR. And I don't know how long he's had that one, but that's where you can find all the videos. And so it's his channel.
Yeah, the skeptic in me though wonders: is this put here for me to watch, or
right? And
do you know
there's
what I mean?
A lot of skepticism that's gone on about him and around his content because of or at least I'm automatically suspicious because of the claim that he made the videos for his family to explain the information to his family. And that doesn't sound right because he's presenting it with the dramatic voice and the theatric stuff. Like
he really tries to sell it. He makes it like a film, doesn't he?
But the interesting thing about these last two videos, and one of them, I guess it's the last two because one of them says the end. So, and the video that I found was about these other two channels talking about his latest two videos as like him abandoning the quote unquote Tartarian movement or whatever, because he was correcting himself on some of these things, some of the claims that he made. I guess he's going back on and saying, I haven't watched them all yet myself, but
almost
I guess
giving
he's saying
the
that,
outside view on what his
well,
present.
he went and visited some of these places that he was making claims about and changed his mind or something like that. And the guy was making a point that he used to think that this cathedral that he visited was beyond our ability to recreate and stuff. But then he went back and visited the same cathedral and was finding that the marble walls were actually just this like deco kind of like plaster that wasn't really marble, and it was like a fake marble. But I don't know. It's interesting. I'm actually gonna probably watch those when I try to fall asleep, because if he's going back and changing his mind about some of these things, that's an interesting thing, because people are seeing him as a psyop or maybe a controlled opposition. I know that
Right, but if he's
what's
changing
his,
his mind, then
well, if he's but he and he's saying that he, I guess at least from what I got so far, is that, changing your mind is a good thing. If you find yourself wrong, well, then change your mind. Don't just go with what you said because that's what you said, right? I don't know what it is exactly to
right,
change his mind.
it shows genuinity, in that sort of sense. I don't know what the actual
Yeah.
term is, but it shows being genuine, that he,
Right.
yeah,
Exactly. Yeah.
yeah.
And so
But
there's
chuck
debate
in the
about
chat
whether
though.
he's
I would definitely, I'll definitely have a look.
Yeah, for sure.
Because
Yeah, I got a chance to
I
talk
don't
with
know about any other flat
FTP.
earthers, but I don't know. I felt a bit suspicious that everything in that whole documentary, it was all good, yeah. But it felt like they were trying to lead you, by giving you all these quite acceptable ideas, and then hitting you with this: the moon is the actual reflection of the earth. This is the map we have of the earth. It was like they were trying to build you up to believe this one thing.
Right. And it's interesting that you say that, because since that first encounter with that information, I've heard many people say that it's pretty mind blowing the way it lines up. Like even somebody in here, Brian, Flat Earth Test, was saying he lined it up. He said it's pretty amazing. Like there's the people that look into it. Even that other channel, Divergent, he talks about them a lot. The one I sent you, Beer Man.
Yeah.
I'll watch a lot of his stuff. I'll enjoy his content.
Yeah. But he said that he thinks that guy's, Ewar is brilliant, as well as the Vibes of the Cosmos guy, and that their work is beyond belief. Like as far as the accuracy of those maps lining up, the world map lining up with that part of the moon. If that is the case, that it lines up so detailed that it's hard to believe that it's just coincidence, then it makes it all very intriguing, because then we're seeing the rest of the land.
I already came across it when I translated the Dutch Flat Earth book from 1963. The man that wrote that already discovered that with his telescope.
Really?
So, yeah.
What was his name? Do you remember?
For me, the whole
Klaas Dijkstra. A plea for a flat Earth. Plea for a flat Earth.
See, for me,
what's
the whole
his name?
Klaas Dijkstra.
Glass, Glass.
Klaas. Klaas. Dijkstra is D-I-J. What do you call it?
Okay.
K-S-E-R-A. Dijkstra.
Okay. That's interesting. And he saw it as just the part of the map as well, or did he see the whole moon?
He said it was amazing, and you could see all the land shapes, and I don't know if in the meantime something has changed. It's not what Vibes of Cosmos shows 100% what we are presented on a map. So
here's my other skepticism.
It's a mirror, but it's a bit bumpy, or the land shapes are a little bit different. That's.
If you have a link, put that in the chat because I can't find it right away at least.
I have it on. I have stored it on archive.org.
Okay. Can you send me a link?
Yeah. I'll put it in the chat.
Cool. What were you going to say, Jim? Anyway, yeah, that's an interesting part about it, and the whole idea of tying in the clock in Belgium.
What I was going to say on it is that I felt like everything leading up to the moon part was pretty almost unquestionable, but I felt like that was sort of like a ploy, you know, give you all this unquestionable information leading up to the point that they really want you to believe that the moon is a map of the Earth. Now, I'm not against that idea, but I do feel like it was like they were giving us so much truth, that you can't deny this last bit that is questionable. And I can't help but feel that inside of me, that they were trying to sell me something.
Yeah, his dramatics make it seem that way too. He talks about going to a place at the beginning of the one. I haven't watched either of the last two videos all the way through yet, but at the beginning of the first one, oh yeah, I have to send those to you. He talks about going with his lady friend or his woman or something somewhere on vacation. So he's revealing a little bit of personal information, which you never heard before. He's got a partner that he took a vacation with.
Oh, I take it these are the recent videos you're on about.
Yeah, the recent ones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch those because, the way he brings you in and all that. But I did get to talk to FPV about it. He was over on the other channel there talking with those guys and actually on air, and they were inviting people in to talk with him. And FPV, had a beef with him, saying that he thought Ewar was one of his own crew members that had taken some of his information and used it, but that's not really the case because it's nothing like FPV's work. And I got to ask FPV about it a little bit on air and ask him why it was that he really thought that. And I told him, I don't think it's him. He's saying that it's one of his own guys with a voice changer, that there's a whole like psyop to it and all that. And I'm like, have you watched the rest of Ewar's stuff at all? Have you watched it all? And he's like, no. And I'm like, I don't think it's Elijah. He was saying it's this guy, Elijah, from his crew that was using a voice changer. And I'm like, I don't know if you're right about it. I'm not saying you're wrong, but have you watched the rest of the information? He's like, no, I don't want to watch that. But you'd think that if he was claiming this guy stole his work, or that he's making public claims about him being somebody else, that he'd want to watch everything he does, at least, just to make sure he's right.
Yeah, scrutinize everything. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know what his take is on that, but regardless, take the good with the bad, and it doesn't matter who he is.
Well,
the information.
Well, for me, the crazy thing is, where did he come from? He just seemed to pop out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Who proposed him? Who like for you said go watch this? Who was it that? Do you know what I mean? Like where did it come from?
Right. It just kind of got passed around. It was good enough. It's good enough that it could have that effect, though, because it was such intriguing video. The videos were so intriguing that it could have that effect of everyone's kind of like, oh, you got to see this, kind of like that no trees on flat Earth type stuff, you know, where
Oh,
everyone had to
definitely.
kind of
Like,
see it.
definitely. For me, like, everything was fine until the moon part. Like, it's okay. Like, again, for me, I'm not against the idea that the moon could have the map of the Earth on it. I'm not against that. But for me, it felt like the whole series was like giving you all these truths to kind of like build you up to believe this one questionable thing.
Right.
See what I
See
mean?
why? Yeah. Right. Well,
So
maybe
it
these
was
last two
almost like
videos will give
I
us a
felt like
clue.
I've been like someone's been trying to attack me in a sense. I don't know. That's the way I feel though. Like, be
Right. I hear you.
upfront and personal about it. Like, if you think this is the way it is and this is how it is, say it how you think it is. Not try and give me all this truth like for 10 hours and then give me this questionable idea. You know, at the end.
Right. Yep. Well, you never know. I mean, that's that. I just thought it was too slick to be one guy in his, you know, house doing all that work. You know, you can skip a beat, never stutters one word. You know, the edits are perfect.
Right. It seems like he's got a crew behind him.
It seems like there has to be something more to it, right? But it's definitely doesn't seem like mainstream psyop type stuff. It's not like they're trying to hook us into some kind of, you know, idea that's gonna. I mean, he's against this. He's against the system, that's for sure. You know, I wouldn't put him in the category of, you know, trying to wrap us into something that's going to be detrimental necessarily. If it's
Oh
just
yeah,
talking
for
about
sure.
ideas.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just thinking of like never putting your like skepticism goggles on hold. Do you know what I mean? Like
Right.
always
Yep.
look.
Do you like that channel Divergent?
Yeah, yeah,
He's you watch that too?
yeah. I'm subscribed.
He's all about that Vibes of the Cosmos guy. He said there's a PDF you can get from their channel, free PDF that they put out that has just like all this information that's just incredible. So I'm gonna try to see if I can find that.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few of those videos from Vibes of the Cosmos.
Yeah, I've never really watched all of them all the way through. I just planned on matching up the map at some point. There's no talking; it's just like music with the, you
Right,
know,
right.
movement, right?
Like I say, one of the most memorable things is one of the songs. That's it for me.
Right.
Out of that guy's videos.
Hey, did you check out? Speaking of music, did you check out that band that I sent you? The one track from Built to Spill, the live track that I sent you.
I
We're
don't
talking about
know.
music.
Have a look.
I just sent you the EWAR videos, but the other one you have to put on headphones and just listen to that. It's a great live song. And Doug Marsh is kind of, you know, I guess you could call him the king or the godfather of emo, if you had to classify him.
Right.
Anyway,
I remember the emo wave that came across the UK. Yeah, I remember.
did you watch the one I sent you? Did you look at that?
I haven't seen them yet. No, I haven't looked at them
Yeah.
just yet.
Okay. Check your DMs. I sent you the other ones. I'm sending you one by Divergent right now too, and then I'll resend you the one that I was talking about. If you want, if you got a good buzz on, you want to hear just like a jam when you get off tonight, listen to this and just give it a chance. The guys, at the end of this whole thing, the whole band sounds like one instrument. All the guitars are just totally in like tune with each other. He's a virtuoso. He's like the most talented, underrated guy ever, probably, in my opinion.
So, what would you guys say was like the most profound or the most like heart hitting out of Eworons?
The parts of it. Well, the
Like,
stuff about the
either
cathedrals.
the Lost History or what on earth has happened? Like either of those series.
Well,
What hit
the
you the
stuff
most?
about the mercury and gold.
Yeah,
and
that was quite
energy.
yeah.
That there's something there for sure.
But I was quite amazed by this when he was talking about the literacy of some of the famous writers of the 19th century, and when he was talking about Victor.
Victor Hugo.
Yeah, that's it, Victor Hugo. That for me was quite mind blowing. Like the stuff in the novel that he was like piecing through. Yeah, that really blew my mind, man. Some of the stuff, like the way he was talking about castles and how they're half of them are underground.
Yeah. Right.
All of this like hidden stuff that we don't hear. But that's the way the cathedrals were built. I mean, that's just like wow. We're getting an insight here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And the beginning of this, the one I sent you, the last two that I sent you, he goes into that. He's looking at. He says, "You see, like on the walls, you can see the remnants. It's not always noticeable, but you can see it. It's there. Look closer, and you see the candy stripe. The white and red candy stripe was a symbol for
magnetism.
The electromagnetic
power station. Yeah.
Power stations, right? Yeah. Interesting that the barbershop ended up picking up that icon as the only thing left, maybe, of that idea.
And all these lighthouses.
Yeah, and he shows all the different walls and how it's like that they've scrubbed away the stripes to hide that was the original purpose of those buildings.
Hide the history, yeah.
And he talks about the Masonic marks that
and the way that all buildings were touched up. It was like the way he said, it doesn't matter how old the building is, it gets repurposed, it gets retouched up, but it's like history being hidden the way that they do it,
Right.
And that for me was one of the best out of the war on, because he was showing about how even the people, the high held literary gods, were trying to give clues to the public at the time.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Like pointing up. They always were pointing up, or they had their music and how the music was being amplified possibly through these organs that you can't recreate now. And these stained glass windows were never had glass, that they were ways of, making the frequencies have a certain healing power on the water and the people.
Right.
The times were way better, possibly.
The shape of the cavities for the stained glass windows. But not only that, the disdain that Hugo had for the way that they vandalized, in his eyes, the old world structures, and that for me was quite an eye opener. That the anger he felt, for what they've done to the old world, which he held in high esteem. That had so much of a telling to me. Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
for sure. And the thing about water therapy, the hydrotherapy places that were
much in Britain, so much of it in Britain.
Yeah, there has to be something to frequency and water and mercury and gold
and star cities
and what?
Star cities. Star forts?
Star forts, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you have another name for them? Star Seas?
No, Star
Or-
City. City. I just said city.
Star
But
City. Oh, okay. Yeah.
But
Star
I'm just
City.
thinking like
Yeah.
of water and
Yeah.
and geometry and where's the link
Mhm.
there? You know.
Yeah. Frequency. Someone else saying something?
Yeah, interesting that he calls it Star City because, for instance, Amsterdam has a pattern around the old center that depicts star forts, but of a bigger size than normally you see little cities and little forts.
Oh right. So in a way, you know that the Star City covered much more area.
Yeah, and it's covered up a little bit to hide it, and
here's another thing that kind of like links back to me is that I used to be an Ancient Alien fan, you know, watching those programs, and I remember them talking about ley lines and how they would name a road the same thing, but for the meaning in that country. So it would be Star Avenue or Star Road, right? But for the same, it would mean the same in Italian, Portuguese. You know, they would name it adequately for the nation. So you would end up having these like I'm talking about ley lines, right? Like lines of energy, right? So yeah, they renamed all these places on these ley lines as the same name. No matter what nation you were, they were
I,
named the same name. So they could be sort of like um yeah, you could like come back to the same name with it.
I had an interesting synchronicity happening with Vibes of Cosmos. I was thinking about digging deep into the ground, dig it all, digital, and that kind of stuff. And then I thought going deep into the ocean, and there are living creatures creating their own light. And 2 days later, Vibes of Cosmos came out with 2 or 3 series about showing that the deepest deep on the mirror moon, when he brings it down with Photoshop, the contrast in the leveling, that the deepest deep that are looking white on the mirror moon form the star pattern. So it suggests some kind of reflection of the Earth onto the
As
moon.
above, as
Yeah,
above, so below.
yeah. Creating
This weird sort of like whatever happens up there has to happen down here, you know, sort of thing.
Earth creating its own opposite to create room for consciousness to exist in between. Yeah.
Wow.
It is mind-boggling. It is.
I'm sending. Have you watched UR's stuff? Of course you have, right? Lightwater. I'm sending them to you. The latest ones. Have you seen them?
No, I've never seen. I heard about him, and I'm so busy with my my own stuff, receiving all kinds of things in my inner being and connecting with others. It's mind-boggling now and then, and but I will take a look. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Actually, the ones I sent you, don't watch those first. Watch the series. You know, you have to kind of watch them in order. So I'll send you the whole playlist.
Okay. Thank you.
You have an extra 22 hours at hand. There's a lot of info, but you'll probably dig it because it's right down your alley, I'm sure.
What's that? The whole Waron series?
Yeah. Right.
All right, fair enough. Yeah.
It's interesting.
It's very captivating. Very captivating.
Look closer.
But like
Do you
I
see it
say,
now?
everything else he says like feels okay, but it seems like he's trying to build you up to this questionable point, which is the moon being a map of the Earth. Everything else before it isn't so questionable. It's like he's trying to build you up to that point. Okay, I'm open to it. I'm not going to deny it, but it could be a possibility. But it's just the way that it is. I feel like someone's trying to sell something to me, and I don't like that. You know, someone. You know what I mean? I get that sort of feeling that someone's trying to sell me something.
Yeah.
You know? I hate that.
Always allow yourself that you have to be able to take it in. Otherwise, and it has to find it a place to expand. Otherwise, you're lost. Yeah.
Definitely worth checking out for the ideas, and don't worry about if you're smart enough not to be taken in, then you don't have to worry about that. It's not even about, I don't see the intent behind the psyop if he is a psyop, I think it's just interesting information.
Well, that's what I mean, because everything he says isn't really that questionable. That's why I say that it feels like he's trying to build you up to the last point he tries to make. So I don't think he's trying to lead you somewhere apart from like he's got this idea that this is what it is. He just wants confirmation or whatever. But everything else beforehand, I don't see any problem with it. I really don't. So but then again, for me, it's like he's building you up with all these things that are very possibly true, so that you believe, so that you believe the last point.
Well, I sent you the Divergent channel talking about Fides of the Cosmos, and you may feel differently after hearing his promotion for it, because he seems to think the guy's right on target with the moon map thing.
Hey, he could be. This is the thing, but I'm happy in myself that I keep skeptical about certain things. Like there was nothing in any of his videos that made me skeptical apart from that moon thing. Yeah, that was the only thing that made me skeptical, because it's the most controversial thing that he's kind of put in his videos.
Well,
Everything
it's
else
a
is
reference
like
to someone else's work, though, too.
history.
It's not even his work.
Right. Everything else that he put in is sort of like history, almost like publicly available. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So the last bit is like where he's been led, and it's like he wants confirmation that am I being misled? Do you know what I mean? It's not that he wants. It's not like he's trying to deceive people. It's like he's found something and he wants to know whether other people respect it as well, and that's what I feel from it.
Mm-hmm.
I always say take the information or receive the information and do with it what you want and interpret it the way you understand it. But it's a good foundation to watch the videos or read the information and take it from there.
For sure.
Definitely.
I was captivated the whole way through. Like I say, everything else in it, not questionable. It kept me going for the whole time. I wanted to see the next one and the next one. And nothing.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, I was
No,
saying,
sorry.
if it makes sense and you get intrigued by something, you tend to also research better, if that makes sense. For instance, I don't research a lot of the flat earth thing. It makes sense to me. I did one long distance observation. I didn't find curvature, but there's too much science involved, which I'm not clued up with, so I don't even get involved there. However, it has opened up a lot of other doors, or I would say open up other rabbit holes where I've gone down because of it.
There you go.
But it also got me away from Christianity and religion as a whole. However, I take those scriptures and that writing as information, and I do with that information what I want to do with that information, and I've got my own path, and that's the path I'm going down.
all the power.
Oh yeah, I was going to mention on that note, there was something I was hearing about the book of Michael, or the original Bible being the book from Michael or something like that, and it mentions flat Earth directly.
Okay, I haven't actually seen that or read that.
I'll get the reference. Yeah, if that's
I'm
the
not
case,
sure
then
where I heard it, but I don't know whether it was in the War On series that apparently the Bible used to have 500 books and now it only has 66.
Oh
right?
yeah, there's so many books removed, and I think it's the book of Joshua. I think that was a brilliant book written.
Right,
And Enoch, everyone knows the book of Enoch by now.
right.
Fantastic book, fucking so good, such good literature in there. So, yeah, why did they remove it?
Yeah,
It's
exactly. Like, if you say it's good literature, you've obviously read it. Like,
yeah.
would you say there's a reason why that it wasn't, why that it was hidden?
So I don't think it was hidden. I think it was taken away from us. When
No,
they,
but I mean, like,
they-
like in a different category, like not almost like not ascribed to God's Bible. Do you know what I mean? It's like got a different connotation to it. It's not a part of the. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. That's why I say I think these religions are put together and made up. Because why would they write about these beings and that, and religion, mainstream religion, doesn't entertain it, if that makes sense? But it was in the books. It even references those books. So they've created a story out of only a fraction of the literature, and they've created this little story and leaving out the rest of history. I don't know if that makes sense. Like,
Yeah.
like your perspective knows, I suck with my explanations.
No, you're good, man. I hear you. It totally made sense to me.
No, yeah,
It's
I
called the
was
Matthew Bible. The Matthew Bible supposedly has direct references to flat Earth, and they took that out.
And to other books and stuff where you need to get that information. It's like I've got a TV and it says, okay, in your owner's manual, reference the bill to be able to the build document to put on the stand, for instance. But without that book, you can't you can't create the stand for the TV because the manual is saying reference that, but
Right.
now okay. So that's why I say it's a complete fuck up.
Right. Exactly. You need to. I can't even. It's like one of those things that you can't believe that people could even just reference the Bible any longer without,
Yeah.
you know, especially if it's just the King James version, which is probably the most, you know, tainted version you can find, right?
Yeah. But there's too much information missing in the main literature, the main book, that it almost, I'm not going to say it renders useless, but there's information in there, and you can go get the other information if you're interested in learning about it.
And then there's the whole idea that it all goes back to like even like Irish roots. Like there was an original Bible that all of these books were originally based on, and it was one book from, you know, a Gaelic source. And there's a video by that channel Mind Unveiled that talks about this and how it was, you know, they wouldn't let the Irish Christians even read the Bible because they might recognize the Gaelic references, the names being.
I did hear about that. Yeah, I think I watched that.
Yeah,
and that's quite mind-boggling, isn't
right?
it? Because it makes you think, what are they burying?
Right.
Yes, that's a good
and
question.
why give us any truth if they're going to give us some of it? What are the books that they did give us, and how do they change those to make, you know,
Right?
the
Yeah.
interpretation be a certain way for a
How
certain
does it
effect,
benefit
right?
them? How does it benefit them? They're giving us this book with all these missing gaps.
Well, I've always said that it makes sense if they were pushing it for certain reasons to have Jesus be the pacifist and be the one that we're supposed to emulate, because it makes for a passive populace
slave
that turns the other cheek instead of tries to fight back.
Right.
If you piece together some legends or old folk story, of when if I speak to some of the Khoisan people here in South Africa, they didn't have the Bible that was introduced to them, but their their belief system or their understanding of their ancestors and past is very similar to the Bible story and to the Hinduisms and things like that. They got that information somewhere, but it's not the same as the Bible, but there are similarities. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just old literature, and there's so much stuff missing from it, and it's all based off old information, and it's man-made.
Right. Right.
But there is truth
Totally.
in it. If that makes sense.
Right. For sure.
Well, of course, because God has a plan, right? So
Yeah.
he has to make something sort of available.
For instance, yeah. Go. Sorry. Carry on.
No, that's it. Like literally, he has to make something available to those that are following his path. That's literally what I was going to say.
So what I want to give a reference or analogy is probably a very bad one, but for instance, the Twilight series, that was based on a book. But if you compare the book to the movie, there's similarities. It's not exactly the same. So same thing. They got that information somewhere, and now they created a movie. So, for instance, the religions, they got the information somewhere. Now they created a religion. I hope that.
Or in the film, they put the emphasis on what they want it to be on instead of what the true message was supposed to be about.
Yeah. Perfect.
There you go. All right, guys, I'm going to say good night. It's been a good night talking with you.
I also got to call it. I got to get a shipment out here. It's Friday on my side, and got to finish off my day as well.
Sweet. Yeah, you got. I'd like to hear about your shipments. You're the one that uses the Amazon. Do you do that? Is that
similar to Amazon? Yeah, it's just our version is take a lot. Yeah.
And you said that. I remember you saying something about your best seller was shower radios or something like that.
Oh yeah, the shower speakers. Yeah, I sell a lot of them. And also digital photo frames, but you cannot get hold of them in South Africa anymore. So I have ordered from China. I ordered last year and it never fucking arrived. So I ordered some more now through a different supplier. So hopefully that arrives in the next few months.
Cool. I'm glad you're successful with that because I've thought about trying to do my online stores and stuff, and yeah, that's a good way to go, I guess, huh?
Yeah, well done to you, man. All the power to you, bro.
Cool, man.
All right, guys. I don't know if anyone's going to be taking over or talking at all, but we've had a good night. It's been real, and thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep listening on YouTube, but I'm gonna hop off the Discord.
Yeah, if someone's talking on here, check out the EWAR, the latest EWAR.
All right, did you send it to me?
Did you chuck them in the live stream? Yeah,
I did. I sent them to you. Yeah,
excellent.
Yep, I sent them to both of you. Yep, both. See, I sent them personally. Check out your DMs. Earthworm Jim.
Cool, man.
Check out that last one I sent you. That's the band that I was telling you about. Just put on some headphones and chill out.
Cool, man.
You'll like it.
Will do.
Okay, bye guys.
All right.
Have a good one. Cheers.
Take care.
Take care.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning. Whereabouts are you on the flat plane then?
I'm in London, UK.
Ah, that's why it's morning for you and me. Because I'm also not far from London. Just your accent threw me off. I'm thinking, well, this guy don't live in England. But
yeah, I'm
Portuguese. He does.
Yeah, I'm Portuguese, yeah.
Fair enough.
That's what Portuguese do, isn't it? They migrate. They go everywhere.
Yeah, man. I've worked with a few Portuguese. I used to know some bad words of Portuguese, but yeah, I've forgotten that. They tried to teach me. They tried to teach me the bad
It's
words.
the first thing we try to. It's the first thing we learn in a foreign language, isn't it? It's how to swear
Exactly. Like from my childhood, I remember I had Italian friends, so I know all of the Italian swear words. But you know, as much as I don't really speak to that Italian
Yeah.
friend anymore, I still know all of the Italian swear words. Vaffanculo, puttana, bastardo, mamma puttana. Yeah, I know it all. Once you're taught while you're a kid, as they say, get them while you're young. You know, get them while they're young. That's how I remember all these curse words in Italian, because I was taught by my Italian friend when I was young. It's all still embedded there in my memory. Descolamenti.
Yeah. I guess all the Latin-driven languages, it's pretty much the same.
Yeah,
They,
I think they all have
they
quite.
sound the same,
Would you say
small
Romanian is the
variations
most
between.
Latin of them?
Yeah, it could be. It could be. Yeah.
Italy and Romania, I'd say, are probably the most influenced by Latin.
I don't find them. I don't find them similar at all. I don't find them similar at all.
No, not similar, but I mean like influence.
Very different. Yeah, I find Romanian very different from Spanish and Italian or Portuguese or even French.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I find it more separate from the group, if you know what I mean. The others, they have more in common.
The others, as in
Portuguese, Spanish, Italian, and French.
Right. Okay. So
They
like
have more words in common.
Romania
Yeah.
is a bit sort of I get what you're saying. But is that something to do with the way that the empire spread?
Yeah, of course. The empires.
Right.
Before Portugal being Portugal, before Spain being Spain,
Well, they were all
before
talking
Italy
Latin,
being
right?
Italy,
Well, it was the
Yeah.
Latin Empire then at the time, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Europe was taken by the Moors, and then by everyone was trying to get the same piece of land. Even today, we still do the same.
Yeah, there's just a bit of a sort of a legal boundary these days.
Yeah, we just need to find an excuse to go.
Yeah, you
They're
need to
trying to
like
destroy us.
sort of like
Let's get that first.
you need to sort of like claim to the council or some breeze like, what did they do 1,000 years ago? Oh, I wonder how it went back then.
Until someone comes in and pushes the can even further down. Actually, it's not thousands, it's millions.
Oh well, who knows what the fuck happened millions of years ago though. I mean, come on. It's just like they say, oh yeah, this was once a raging ocean 1,000,000 years ago. How the fuck do you know? Were you there? Where's the?
You just need to look at the stars up in the sky at night.
Oh
You're looking
right,
at the past.
yeah. Because the
You're looking at the
stars are going to
past.
tell me that
Yeah.
the Grand Canyon at one point was just a desert, and then suddenly it became, it was filled with water, and then it became a desert again. So, they've
Yeah,
got funny stories.
many areas have been flooded on purpose. We know that. Yeah. There's evidence of mining all around.
Well, yeah, that is quite adamant, isn't it? I mean, but it also makes you think so much as well when you look at it and you go, wow, actually that could well have been mined by a previous generation. So it kind of makes you question, though, like, what would have the world looked like before the mining?
I get amazed nowadays. How can we think about the civilization that doesn't exist anymore?
But it's not. It's not. It doesn't exist.
Are they among us?
But it's not like what I get what you're saying, though. But it's like I get what you're saying. It's like people trying to envisage what could have been, opposed to of what actually has happened. Is that what you're trying to say? Like people trying to imagine what could have been if this didn't happen. Is that what you're trying to say, George?
No, what I'm saying is because these places have been abandoned doesn't necessarily mean that this whatever civilization was living in it vanished.
Disappeared. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah, but definitely we can now assert that lots of things are man-made.
Oh, for sure, man. Like this guy that I've been watching lately, he thinks literally the whole of Great Britain is literally man-made. That's what he thinks. Like the cliffs of Dover, he thinks all of it is man-made. You can see blocks and everything. Yeah, he's really questioning whether the world is actually natural or whether it's man-made. But then that would only be congruent to a time period, would it? Because someone would have had to build it. It would have been natural at some point. Someone would have had to intervene, right?
Definitely. Well, nature cannot do it. First law of thermodynamics tells us that, isn't it? Nature cannot create or destroy matter or energy. You can put airplane parts in a park, nature will never put them back together.
Yeah, the energy is always there.
So yeah, for that reason, needed to be created. Someone needs to do it. If you go to an area never seen by a human ever before, and you see a house, you say, "Hold on a second, someone else is here."
Right? Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
How can you tell me a human hasn't been here when there's a fucking house here? What are you fucking talking about? Who built
correct.
that?
I mean, it's obvious, isn't it? We can detect straight away if it's something man-made or not.
Right. Or not just man-made, but built by intelligence.
Yeah, correct. That's what I mean. Yeah, things like a fire, anything. Cigarette butts on the floor, anything that can lead to the presence of somebody else previous to you.
Yeah, some self-aware being.
Yeah, like the pyramids, for example.
Yeah, they weren't built by fucking mammoths and saber-toothed tigers. It took some intelligence to make them.
That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? It's landmarks that we look at them and we say, yeah, what can we do? We can just admire.
Exactly. Well, here's the good point you make up there, because who the fuck knows what time they were made and when they were found and what? Who's to say when they were made? Who's the arbiter to tell us?
Yeah, you need to
know
put
what I
the
mean?
white coat.
Like, who could define that? We
need to
all
put the
know
white
that
coat
the
first.
aged technology of trying to age rocks and all that is bullshit, right? So So what time period are we going to put these pyramids? Like, say in ancient Egypt, where are we going to put these in a time period? If we know that the aging process is flawed, how, you know what I mean? There's
Well,
just
I don't
too
know,
many.
man. We cannot use the fossil record because it's not a fossil.
Well, yeah,
So we
like I
cannot
was saying,
establish it.
we know
We
that
can
all
establish it
aging,
like we do the fossils, you know.
yeah, like we know that all attempts of trying to age things are false. You know, they're not accurate at all. So,
Well, actually, if you use the same idea, the same logic as they use for the fossils. I mean, depending how deep you find the fossil, it depends how old it is. So closer to the surface, younger it is, the fossil. Yeah.
right, again,
So what
but this is,
about the pyramids? They need to be from last year probably because it's still at the surface.
yeah, because they were buried as well. But not only that, but what if there was a man-made burial? You know, like this. They say, oh, all right, it's this
Oh
old.
yeah,
This,
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
do
Of
you know
course.
what I mean? So they say it's this old because it's been buried by this amount of whatever. But what if people buried it? What if people buried it so it happened a lot sooner than they claimed that it happened? You know, who's to know these things?
Of
How are we
course.
gonna
Tibetan
specify time?
temple, all these places, you know, they they've been buried for a reason, on purpose.
Right, but the question is like, for how long? Right? No one can really say this is when they were first buried.
Yeah,
Like, you know what I
that's
mean?
correct. Unless they find in somewhere an engraving saying made in this
Right,
years.
yeah. Some guy saying I was fucking digging the hole for this cunt, you know, like, yeah, put my name and fucking, you know, I can't be bothered doing this work. Stop
But you
stop
needed
me
to
from
be,
digging. Save me from digging.
you needed to wonder. But even if there is a date somewhere, you know,
It's
it
still
needs to be
questionable.
identified. It needs to be identified as such as being a date. For all we know, it could be a bird, meaning a
Right, of
thousand
course.
years. I don't know.
Just like
You
us,
know, I don't
just
know.
like today. Surely there's people that go around graffitiing
Yeah, but you needed to be
the
using
wrong
the
time of year. Yeah,
yeah.
so
You need to be using the same
so for
convention that
100 years,
they've used,
100
the same
years later,
calendar. You need to understand it. Yeah, you need to understand the
yeah,
same calendar.
yeah, we don't know whether it could be a human like lying. That's the thing. Just like nowadays, we have people graffitiing on the walls saying whatever. They could be trying to claim that they're from 100 years ago, yet they're living right now. You see what I'm saying? So, how can we decipher from the lying human? You know, it's just a fucking brain melt. It really is.
Well, they try to fill in the gap, you know, and they come with these stories. And these stories will prevail until something else comes along and replaces them, you know. If no one notices, you know, they'll just drop from the curriculum with this nonsense and they'll put another one. You know, they'll try to update. Because that's what they do. They try to back engineer everything.
But that's the problem, though. You get further and further away from the truth like that, don't you?
Yeah, of course. They cannot say we don't know. They cannot admit that there are things that we don't know and we cannot know.
Yeah, but they can't.
They need,
They can't.
they
They
need to
can't.
justify. They need
They
to
can't
justify
accept
their
that these things
existence on
exist
the
and they
field
don't know them,
that
right?
they call science fields. Yeah,
They
they need
can't
to
accept
justify their
that.
existence. Yeah, they need to be inventing stories and discovering things and keep it
Right. There
exciting.
can't be
You know.
something that there can't be something that exists that they don't know about, because that would hurt their feelings, wouldn't it? And
There
their
you
ego.
go. Correct. Right. How can you be teaching something that you don't know? You cannot be teaching something that you don't know, isn't it? You need to have an answer ready to go. Whatever question comes towards you, that's what makes you a PhD. You know?
Right, but that's true to a sense, but I don't see why they don't play on the fact that space is so big, that it's so untouched, that no one really knows yet. So every week we could have a new story. I don't know why they don't play on that.
Yeah, it's pretty much every week. I mean, it depends what the story is. You know, if it involves graphics and things, you know, it takes more than a week to produce it.
Oh, I
mean,
get what you're saying. Like
I was watching
it's
the
like some asteroid is coming close to the Earth. You know, I
yeah.
get it.
I was watching the two guys in NASA that they are responsible for the graphics. You know, they were reported as such. You know, they are responsible for all the pictures that we see from outer space and other planets.
Two people, just two people.
Yeah. One of them is an astrophysicist, but his job is to be seated on a computer doing graphics and combining colors and this planet might look like this according with according with what we observe the line in the light
theory
spectrum. Yeah, it will have water or will have this or will have that, and they will decorate and find it accordingly with the nonsense that it's on the day. And they are being congratulated for it. Well done, my guys. Good job. This is not hidden. This is not hidden. This is like what's his name? It is Photoshop.
Idiocracy. Yeah. Oh, Robert Simmons.
Yeah, that's the one. Robert Simmons. Yeah. It's the same. Exactly the same. Admitted again by NASA.
But they have to.
They're laughing at us, man. They're laughing at us. They know exactly what they're doing.
They're not laughing at us though, because they know that we laugh at them, trying to claim this bullshit. They're laughing at us, knowing that we trying to tell other people that it's bullshit, and they.
Yeah, when I say us, I mean.
And they just laugh at us.
That's
what they're actually laughing at. It's not. You know what I mean? It's not that they bring out some stupid piece, because we know we'll take it to the cleaners. But it's the fact that all the other dickheads, idiots that follow it, like you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like it's
again, the argument is still the same. NASA needs to justify their existence, the money, the millions that they take every day. So they need to come out with new things. They need to be updating the press with something. Either it's a rover or something, or an anomaly somewhere, or another sun flare, or whatever bullshit it is. Because they need to keep it exciting for the people, for those who follow that all the time. There's a lot of people like that. They breathe NASA.
But that money they spent on doing whatever, how did it further humanity? What more did we learn? What more did we, what diseases did we avoid? How did the money help us? Do you know what I mean? Like, what did we learn? How, you know what I mean? Like, how does it further the education of people?
I don't know, man. I know that they apparently invested billions with a B of dollars on the machine where they poo and wee in order to convert the liquids back in morning coffee. I mean, not only is ridiculous, the amount of money that this so-called machine costed. Someone has the invoice somewhere.
Well, it's like they're trying to outrightly say we're talking bullshit. Are you going to question? Are you going to question us? No, you're not going to question us. All right, we'll talk some more bullshit. See how much it can go. That's the way it comes across to me. It's like, what the fuck can I get away with? That's what NASA wakes up every day and says. Like, what the fuck can I get away with today? Then, all right, what bullshit can we peddle today? What will the cunts believe today? And then they go.
A straight answer.
They will believe astronauts smuggling up gorilla suits. That's what they'll believe.
You need to be careful nowadays. You can drown in space, yeah.
Of course. They need snorkels these days, remember?
Yeah, there is snorkels these days. You need to be careful.
Snorkels is
Yeah, I mean,
snorkels is they
and
might drown. Have you heard this? They might drown in space.
man.
Oh, it's a fucking comedy show.
Yeah, and you know those doors, the hatches that they have on the space shuttles and you know, ISS. They're very bendy nowadays.
Well, if you have a leak, then you have a leak.
Oh yeah, if you have a leak, you have a leak. You put your finger on it. That's it. What's wrong with that? You know?
Yeah, just plug it with your thumb, bro.
Yeah, just call AAA and they'll come in.
Take one for the team, man. Just put your thumb there. Calm down. It's what you signed up for.
That's why space smells like burnt steak. I thought we couldn't breathe in space, but they say it smells like burnt steak.
Every time they go for a piss, isn't it?
It might be. You need to be careful. I mean, going for a piss even in space. You go around the Earth in 90 minutes. I mean, just the wind on its own.
Yeah,
nonsense, man.
Getting a blowjob from the vacuum. Like.
Oh yeah. Everyone else is sleeping, is it? I guess it's too early.
Nah, they're just tired of me because I'm too drunk. That's it. They're pretending.
You're too drunk. What do you mean drunk? 10 o'clock in the morning.
Mate, yeah, of course, fucking of course, mate. I don't have any weed. Yeah, I've run out of weed, so I have to resort to alcohol, right? And that's when I get the balls to come on here and talk.
You're running heavy fuel. I see.
Yeah, exactly. Like the weed has run out, so I've got to, you know, I've got a substitute.
Sorry for you, man. I already feel sorry for you.
Yeah, it's one of those, man. If I was in America, I'd be growing my own fucking weed. Do you know what I mean?
Well, Canada, up to 3 plants you can have. You need to go to the United States.
But I don't even mean about legality. I'm just talking about the weather. Like, the weather's shit here.
No, I'm talking about you having your own stuff at home, you know? 3 plants
I don't
should
care
be
about
enough,
it being illegal, man. It's just the fact that it's just too cold here. Whereas in America, you're fucking bright and dandy, man. You got...
Oh, okay, I see.
Whereas here, it's like raining, rain, more rain. Would you guess?
I disagree, man. I disagree. I'm here. Sunny. I disagree with you, man. I'm sorry.
What, are you living in the UK at the moment?
Yeah, I'm in London. It's not raining today, is it?
No, it's not. It's quite like yesterday was nice as well.
Yesterday drizzled in London. Yesterday drizzled in London. Well, not much, you know, but a little drizzle.
Yeah, I mean,
it was a great day, but it wasn't a rainy day. You know what I mean?
But you know what I mean, though. Like, it can change quickly. Like, you think, oh yeah, it's going to be a nice day today. It's quite nice and sunny. You watch in a couple of hours, it's going to shit it down with rain.
Do you think that if London had a tropical weather, would be the country that it is today?
No, I think people. I think
would be like any other country in the tropics. You know, it's too hot to work. Can't work. Can't do anything.
It's true. It's true. I think people would be a lot less uptight. You know, like Australians. Yeah, they're like English people. That you know, Australian people. Yeah, they're like English people that are happy. because they have good weather. Right? Whereas you take the good weather out of them, then you're left with the English people. That's what you got. Uptight, fucking short fuse bastards. That's who I am. You right? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, conditions in order for you to do some work, some jobs, you know, we need to be suitable. You know, if you go and work in countries like Dubai, for example, you know, they still work.
Where are you originally from, anyway?
Portugal, I told you.
Oh, Portugal. Cool.
Yeah, I'm from the islands of the Azores, North Atlantic.
Oh, okay. So, what's your favourite part in Portugal, though? Like
The Azores, obviously.
Have you travelled much of your home country?
North of the mainland, from Lisbon northwards. Yeah.
Right.
I haven't been in the south of the mainland. I never been in the Algarve, which is the main attraction for the tourists.
Okay. So you've avoided the tourist attraction.
Yeah, correct. Of course. Why should you pay in your own country?
Yeah, it's the same with us British here. We don't really care about the Japanese that want to come and take pictures of the Buckingham Palace. We don't really care.
Well, with us, we don't have a Buckingham Palace.
There is
we have the dolphins and whales, you know, that tourists come to see.
I can't really say. I haven't really been to Wales. But I remember seeing Lisbon and some of the infrastructure there at Lisbon. Oh my god, I was blown away. I was blown away by some of the stuff I've seen in Lisbon. Wow.
The architecture, yeah. That's nice.
Yeah, man.
Jim, check your DMs. I DM'd you
I haven't really been to Wales.
some of my plants. You see it there, Jim?
Wait, who is this making me jealous?
It's Beer Man. Yeah, I've harvested 3 of the plants already. These ones are going to be ready soon.
Send me a care package, yeah?
No. Jen, how can you accept pictures, man? Don't do that. Don't accept pictures ever, man. You need to have a proper taste. Ask him to put it in an envelope and send it to you.
Mate,
pictures no good, man.
Just put a couple of joints in that envelope, yeah?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, we allowed to grow 8 plants per household here in South Africa, and then you're allowed to snow. Like you're just not allowed to buy and sell, otherwise it's legal.
It's just a sample.
I would love to send you some.
You're trying to show how good it is. So you know, a picture doesn't do justice to it, does it?
It motivates him to now just grow. Fuck it. Screw the law.
Hey mate, I've got about six seeds in my house, yeah, that I don't know where have got buried, but I'm dying to plant them. I swear to God. In this shitty English weather that we have.
It's amazing how it's
just get a greenhouse, mate.
But literally, I've got 5 seeds waiting, like 6, I think, actually, 6 seeds waiting. And what is it? What we in? What we in, boys? Start of May, isn't it? So yeah. I'm a bit behind, man. I should have planted these a while ago.
if they're small, you can still do it in a reasonably sized fish tank if you can't do it outside.
Well, yeah, I need to do it inside anyway, just to protect them.
Don't smoke
For
it
the
all at
first,
once.
6 weeks at least, 6 to 8 weeks, and then they can go outside. Maybe like if it's warm enough here in England, then maybe they can go outside. But I have to keep them inside for a bit.
Yeah.
When it starts
But anyways,
smelling,
I
is the
just thought
problem.
I heard on the Discord you saying that you were out of weed and that's why you're drinking alcohol. So I was like, fuck, I have to shame some pics here. But anyways, I'm back off now. I'll check you guys later. Chitches.
Yeah, man, I don't normally
Later,
drink unless I'm without weed. It's the only time I like resort to alcohol. And then the monster comes out. Then the monster comes out, and everyone's like, "Oh, who's this fucking beast?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't give a fucking shit today. All right, I'm not right. Got to deal with me, drunk James." whereas
Yeah,
when you're
but
dealing
I'm
with the
sure.
stone James, I'll be hidden in the corner, quiet, like, "Don't say anything. Don't say anything."
I'm sure.
But that's it. Soon as the weed wears off and the alcohol kicks in, it's like, "You fucking what? I've got something to say,
Isn't it?
actually."
I think you make more sense pissed.
Yeah, I think I do.
Two different behaviors.
It all
I
comes
think the
out.
logic comes out well when you're drunk.
That's it.
Like, I
You
mean,
just don't
come
give a
on, just
fuck.
because there's no person to hear the fucking sound. Of course there's a fucking sound. Like,
Right.
Jesus Christ, these people. Is the cat
Man,
alive and both dead? No, of course. It can't be alive and fucking dead. Screwed this cat. Really? All of these stupid things that they think about are just fucking stupid. Just to waste grant money. That's all it is.
it's also a way to make you question your own thinking.
Make you feel crazy, maybe. Yeah.
Right. That is their sort of tactic, isn't
Mic
it?
check. Mic
Yeah, I
check.
can hear you.
All right. I was saying, but I don't think you guys were listening. I can't compare both of them. For example, I can't work with alcohol. But if I have a spliff, I can go back to work. There's no problem whatsoever.
Yeah, I get that.
So
I mean, like,
it's
you
two,
can drink a
it's
certain
two
amount.
different things. It's two different things. It's two different behaviors in the same person.
Definitely. But there is a limit. Like, you might get away with a few drinks and go to work, but there's a threshold. You can't have you can't have past a certain amount, otherwise you won't be able to work, right? Whereas, I mean, weed in a sense, like, I would normally give me like, I'd smoke 2 hours before work. If I was going to smoke before work, I'd have like 2 hours. So I'm a little bit stoned when I get to work, but it's lingering off. It's wearing off anyway. So
What's
Yeah,
the
but
point of that?
the only combination that I see between both things, alcohol or weed, when I smoke, is the sun, for example. You know, if I drink on the sun, or if I'm on the sun after a few drinks, the behavior it's disastrous. You know, the same thing if I smoke and I stay on the sun exposed, it's the same thing.
really,
In the night, yeah, in the nighttime it's completely different. It can be anytime, anywhere, no problem whatsoever.
it's throughout the
Fucking hell.
time of year as well, though. It could be just the season.
It's
You're
mainly
in.
during, yeah,
No.
it's mainly during the day. I mean, if you have a few drinks and you stay on the sun, I mean, you're gonna feel yourself drunker than actually you are.
Well, that's dehydration. Just drink some more water
Yeah.
while you're drinking alcohol. You'll be fine.
Yeah, but once that you are on that state, you don't want to drink water. You want to drink more, or
Well, no,
whatever
I
you're drinking.
understand that. Yes. When your thinking is compromised, yeah, you can end up in a lot of trouble in the sun with alcohol. Yeah.
I get that, but like, I mean, I'm drunk. I'm standing in the sun right now at 10 past 10 in the morning in England, and I'm fucking loving it. I can't believe it's beautiful out here. Beautiful out here. You know that it's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, today it's yeah, it is. We can see them. You know, they are doing again a what do you call art piece in the sky.
Oh yeah. 10 past 10
Yeah.
a.m. and you're drunk already. Fuck me. You've been drunk for a couple of hours too.
Drunk
Well,
already.
the
The
stamach
I've been up
doesn't have
since yesterday. So for
the
me,
stomach
good work.
doesn't know the time.
2 days rolled into one. So
Fair enough.
The stomach doesn't know the time or the calendar either. So for the stomach, it doesn't matter what time it is.
Yeah, your body clock knows, mate. Your body clock knows you shouldn't be poisoning yourself before lunchtime.
yeah, well, I don't see myself as that important. So you know,
Fair enough.
Yeah, you've added lunchtime. You've added time there. You know, before lunch it should be enough, isn't it? Before
I
you eat.
hardly ever fucking drink. Right. I smoke myself to fucking kingdom come. All right. So when I don't have enough money for weed, I buy alcohol, and then I come.
Yep.
Like I don't give a shit.
Makes sense.
Wait a second. Are you telling me that when you smoke you don't drink?
No, I'm saying when I smoke, I don't come on here and chat. But when I drink, I come on here and chat like I don't give a fuck. Which is a problem.
Normally it's a combination of the two, isn't it? When you drink, you smoke. When you smoke, you drink.
No. If I smoke, I'm just sat there in the back, like, just listen and don't get involved. That's literally it. Like, if I smoke, it's like just be the spectator, just be the ear that listens. You know. Whereas if I drink, it's like
with me it's the reverse though. With me it's the reverse. If I don't drink or smoke, I'll be the shy guy in the corner. You know, the person that is listening, has nothing to say. You know, doesn't interfere whatsoever. When I smoke or drink, it's different. It's a different character. Yeah, you're more open, more happy. You know, more up to anything.
Oh yeah, definitely when you're drunk. Yeah. Oh yeah. All inhibitions are gone.
I wouldn't say drunk.
I find myself a bit more of an asshole.
Nah, I wouldn't say drunk. No. Drunk is already intoxicated. In the midst of, you know what I mean? In the midst of.
Yeah, but I'm a big guy, so like the amount of
problem is when you start losing. When you lose count is a problem.
Sorry, go on.
Now, when you lose count is a problem.
Sorry.
When you lose count is a problem.
Well, when you can't see right, it's a problem. That's when you know you're drunk. You know,
definitely lose count.
As soon as you can't see right, you know you've gone from tipsy to drunk. That's how I'd describe it, anyway. If you get straight, you're right. You're tipsy. You're not drunk yet. You're tipsy.
I give you more examples. I mean, if I'm drinking beer, I don't like to do mixtures. You know, if I'm
like
drinking
like spirits and then beer.
At the beginning of the night, I'll choose my drink for the night, if you know what I mean. So whatever drink I start drinking, unless something happens, you know, on the first drink, if something doesn't go right, you know, I'll change it. But I tend to keep the same drink throughout. So if I'm drinking whiskey, it's whiskey throughout. If I'm drinking vodka, it's vodka throughout. If I'm drinking beer, it's beer throughout. Now, the problem that I have is to mix within the same spirit. If I mix whiskeys or vodkas, you know, different brands. If I mix different brands of beer, different types of beer, you know, it's different effects completely. In me, at least, I can't mix.
Oh, definitely, I'd agree. I definitely agree.
That would have to come down to the other things in it, though. Like, they're probably toxic to you in some other way, because alcohol's alcohol. At the end of the day, you know, you metabolize it the same way. So it must be a combination of the other things that are in there, preservatives potentially, or you know, wheat or whatever else it might have been brewed with. Nitrates, you know, that sort of shit.
Yeah, good point. Because whenever I have Jaeger,
Me,
that's
to
the only
me,
time I have
when
really
it happens to
Go on, sorry.
when it happens to me, it's like having two different highs, if you know what I mean.
Mm.
You know, imagine that you are doing two different drugs, and you have the high of one drug, and then you consume another one, and you have the other high from a different drug, and both combined, you know, you are wow. I
Headache.
wasn't expecting this. Yeah, it's the only way I can describe. When I'm having for example, a beer, and I'm drinking a type of beer, and they'll run out, and I have to drink a different beer. It doesn't need to be the same amount, just a couple beers, different type of beer, and I have that feeling. Whoa, what's this? You know, this is a completely different high, if you know what I mean.
Crazy.
Yeah. You feel indisposed, you know, nausea and so on. But I do think that
The
everyone behaves
invention of
differently.
alcohol did wonders to society. I can't believe they banned it for a while in America. They actually had a ban on alcohol, and they went around and smashed it all and fucking tipped it all out, and you weren't allowed to do it. Like, I can't believe they went to that extent, but then went back on it. You
Yeah,
know?
because isn't that the year where they had the year before? Wasn't it something like gold was legal, and then they made gold illegal, and then alcohol legal when the year before alcohol was legal and gold was legal. I don't know.
No, it was
Weird
marijuana. It wasn't gold.
Something like that.
It was marijuana. They forbidden one and they legalized the other one.
Yes. But I just think, you know, like when you think of the detriment to society that alcohol's done, don't get me wrong, there's plenty of people who can use alcohol and they're fine, not abuse it,
on the
and
benefit.
good
Yeah.
stand-up citizens. But, you know, there's plenty of detriment that alcohol has done. Could you imagine, like, just society today if alcohol was never introduced? Like, imagine the emergency rooms at hospitals. There wouldn't be fucking every third person abusing people because they're fucking pissed. Like, it'd just be a different environment, whole different fucking social environment.
I get that as well though. But when like you know, apparently armies were built on alcohol, I find they would perform different if they were all smoking weed.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. True, yeah. Well, the kamikaze Japanese had to have go pills, which were basically amphetamines. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fucking hopped in their planes and fucking drove them into
Yeah,
ships.
that's true. They wouldn't. They would have questioned doing that maneuver, wouldn't they?
Yeah, yeah. Apparently, they got to request their final meal. Like anything they wanted, they got to have served up to them the night before they did their fucking thing. I wonder what the fucking the hot fucking popular
Wagyu
dish
beef.
was.
Wagyu beef.
Maybe.
Was it even a thing back in them times?
Well, it wasn't called Wagyu. Well, that might have been the breed, I suppose, but it was specifically from a town, I think Kobe or the place. That's what's the premium stuff. Even today is Kobe beef. It's Wagyu, but it's from a certain part of Japan. I think there's something like 4 people to each cow, and they massage the thing in oil each day, and they feed it special shit.
And play music to it and everything.
Yeah, some shit like that.
Yeah.
$5,000 a fucking kilo or something crazy.
That's cool though, man. Like it makes you feel a little bit less guilty when you eat it.
I had the best
the animal
life.
was treated like a god before you eat it.
Yep. And no doubt it was having the best meal of its life when they fucking terminated it. So it was just in complete bliss, you know?
Right. Yeah, you know that animal had a really good life and it was treated well.
Yeah. Yeah. Probably even had someone fucking servicing it. Probably copping a gobby when it fucking died. They're all steers. You know that. They're boys. So, you know, if I was going to go out, if my job was to provide food and you wanted the best food from me, I'd definitely be have to cop on a gobby when you shot me in the head for me to produce the best outcome. Definitely. Standard. Hopefully they don't have little Japanese girls doing that. Hopefully it's another cow. As fucked up as that sounds.
3D printed food. It's already on.
No,
Yeah, it's already on, man. 3D printed food. Yeah, it's all made from the same material. You know, they just change flavors and scents in order to give the final touch. But ultimately, it's made from the same, all the same shit. So we're not far out from Star Trek. That you go to the computer and you say, "Computer, hamburger with chips," and it prints out for you.
Yes, but it won't be hamburger and chips. It'll just appear that way.
When you've seen it on the Star Trek for the first time, I'm sure you didn't thought like that. You said, "Wow, that's technology right there."
No, I remember way before Star Trek. Remember the Jetsons, the cartoon, the Jetsons, where they had the maid and they had the different the kitchenette thing, which you could just put a little tablet into or whatever, and cook out the food. Yeah. That was the beginning of my imagination. And then, if you remember a TV show called Beyond 2000, where they'd show all sorts of, you know, things that were going to happen in the future after the year 2000. And here we are in the year 2022, way past the year 2000, and half that shit still hasn't happened.
I remember in Fifth Element as well when she puts like chicken in the microwave, innit? And then she's like, chicken, chicken, chicken.
I don't remember that bit, not off the top of my head anyway.
But yeah, I always remember that like quick fast food from my childhood. Yeah, like I'm a
fair enough. Yeah.
The
Chicken.
Young film for me, one of my earliest. Yeah,
but I guess my point is still the same. I mean, back then when we've seen these things on the TV, even though we knew it was fiction, it wasn't possible. It wasn't on our horizons. It never came to our mind saying, "No, I will never eat that." That's
no, because it was put to us. Well, hang on, it wasn't put to us. I chose to take away from that like in the Jetsons when they put the tablet in and out comes a meal. Somehow they developed the technology to shrink a real meal down into that, not create some fake meal. Like we all know now that this processed or not processed meat, printed meat and all this sort of stuff is not real. So that's why we're not going to fucking touch it with a barge pole. So if you dehydrated a real fucking roast dinner into a small capsule and all I had to do was fucking heat it back up and it popped, I'd fucking smash that for sure. Fake synthetic food wasn't even a thing at the Jetsons, in my opinion. Not in my world, anyway.
Yeah, but it's the idea of shrinking a meal to a size of a pill. It's a, you know. It's,
but I mean,
that's pretty much the idea, you know. Just take a pill. Why to bother, you know, with cutlery and everything? Just take a pill. Just swallow it. There you go. You have all the vitamins and proteins your body needs.
Well, if it was real, there would be no problem with that. But if it's not real, there are issues, obviously. Like, you know, that's how I treat food anyway, in general, just fucking get it down. If it was in a pill, I wouldn't care, as long as it's real.
Absolutely, man. I mean, nowadays, with the vertical farms and everything, you know, the plants that don't even see the daylight.
No, exactly, yeah. Very sad, isn't it? I mean, some chickens I've heard, breeds of chickens, the meat chickens, they can't even support their own weight. They're growing so quickly for their bone structure. They've been fucking, you know, genetically modified so much that they end up just fucking sitting on the ground all day.
Well, with what I know today, I would recommend everyone to stop eating meat, or at least to reduce consumption of meat.
What? Oof. Processed meat, but not fucking, not real meat.
Well, Well, in nowadays, you don't know which you cannot distinguish a real steak from a fake steak.
Oh, look, if
So
you're down to that option where you've only got to rely on fucking supermarket
that's
meat,
why I'm
then
saying
yeah, no, fair
today,
enough. Yeah.
you know, I feel very sorry to say this. I mean, last time I had what I called my last proper ribeye steak, which is my favorite cuts, you know. I said goodbye. I said goodbye. I don't know how many more chances I'm going to have a steak that to me was a genuine thing. But you know, it's going to
That's
come a point
sad.
that I'm not going to be capable to distinguish one from the other.
Oh, you poor bugger. See, I'm lucky
And
enough to watch the cow grow. You
yeah,
know
but
what I mean? So I know definitely.
this
But
time is now.
yeah,
You know, they've reached
yeah.
already that technology. You know, that knowledge of putting meat together. It's still pieces of meat from different parts of the body, but it's formed on the way that you think you're buying prime beef, for example, like a rib or a sirloin, you know, a prime cut when it's not a prime cut. It's a combination of different meats together.
Yeah, they've glued it all back together. Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah.
Here's the thing, though, George. If you're living in London, in England, then you should be able to locate some local farms that you know what you're getting. Then it might cost a little bit more, but you know what you're getting, and you're going to get good quality.
Thank you. You're welcome, mate.
It's applicable to everything, man. In nowadays, even the fields, everything is contaminated. It's the water. I mean,
I get what you're saying.
No matter where you turn, man, you can't win.
Okay, but I'll put to you, if you're not having ribeye steaks anymore and you're going to go off meat, what are you having that you're choosing to think is cleaner? Because even contaminated meat is better for you than contaminated vegetables.
Well, I don't know. I'm just trying to minimize the problem.
Get some
nuts. But in what way? Like, what's your plan? If you're going to stop having steak, what are you having instead?
Nuts.
What do you mean instead?
Get some nuts.
Well, you need protein. You need some animal fat and animal protein. What are you having?
You have protein from so many different things. You don't need to have steak every day. You know what I mean? Well, I wasn't brought up having steak every day. We will have meat once, maybe in a week, if not in a month.
Oh, really? Oh, you must be deprived. You should be 6 inches taller than you are, I'm sure.
I mean, lots of stews and, you know, lots of vegetables incorporated. I mean, you need to have salad and vegetables. You need to have starter and main course. You will have a soup to start and then followed by a main course. And if you finish all of that, you'll have a dessert. I was brought up like that. Not having just one meal, you know. It's not like you sit, you have one course and you walk out.
Fuck yeah. One Scotch
family,
one ribeye,
the whole family will gather around the table, you know, and a big tureen of soup, and everyone will eat soup, and everyone will eat the second, you know. But it's not just meat. You have potatoes and vegetables because meat is expensive, or was expensive.
No, we'll
it's still expensive today. It's just that we earn a bit more, so we think we can afford meat every day.
What about substituting that red meat that you are abstaining from now with things like seafood, eggs, other animal proteins?
Yeah, of course.
Nuts!
Hang on. No, but hang on. Aren't the eggs and everything else contaminated as well? You're skipping out the red meat. Aren't there fake eggs? Fake fucking...
Everything's, according to this theory, everything's contaminated, including the vegetables. So I'd much, like you said, White, I'd much rather have the contaminated animal fats and proteins than have the contaminated vegetables any day of the week.
At least it's tasty. Yeah.
Tasty and nutritious.
Yeah.
And maybe poisoning you at the same time, but it's still giving you the nutrition that these vegetables
I see what you guys are saying. I see what you guys are saying, because no matter what food we're talking about, before you consume, you're going to wash it. You're going to wash it with the water.
It's poison.
The problem is right there. You know, the water is contaminated, man. There's fluoride everywhere, man.
Here's the thing, though, like, in a sense, though, There might be a part of the land that isn't poisoned where you're growing your food, but all the animals are poisoned no matter what. So,
What?
Where did I get?
What do animals eat?
Say again.
What do animals eat?
I was just going to say that the animals are going to be poisoned no matter what, whereas the field, might be 95% poisoned, but you might be eating that veg that is the 5% that isn't poisoned.
Oh, possibly. I suppose that's pot luck, though, isn't it?
The answer what animals eat. The answer to what animals eat is whatever you give them to eat. If you give them nothing, they will even eat each other if they have to.
Yeah, if you're going to feed them something that's poisoned, all of the cattle is going to be poisoned. Yet the whole field might not be poisoned. So some of the veg might be all right.
But then the cows also eating from that field that's not poisoned would be fine as well.
Understandable, yeah.
Yep.
Watch the milk you drink.
Fluoride's only a problem if you're lacking iodine. If you're lacking iodine from natural sources, you'll suck up that fucking fluorine fucking like you won't believe. But fluoride, sorry. But if you've got everything intact when it comes to normal iodine, it's not gonna go into you. Same as calcium with strontium and cesium, all these different things. If you've got what you need, that shit won't bother you.
That's my point. If you wash your vegetables in the water, if you measure the water afterwards, you have no fluoride left in the water. Everything is in the vegetables.
Yeah, but what I said is if you've got iodine in your body, which is what your body thinks when it sees fluoride.
Same thing when you take a bath. Yeah, same thing when you take a bath. Or if you put your finger inside of the glass with water, you'll remove the fluoride from the water. It will come to your finger.
That thing that
your skin absorbs everything.
Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily go into your body, into your thyroid, right? So
it goes through your skin.
That doesn't matter. That's irrelevant.
It's not poisonous to humans, so it's fine.
Our body thinks it's something else, but it will only take that in if it needs it. So if you're getting iodine from, egg yolks, for example, a good natural source, that you'll take this fluoride in, but your body won't go, oh shit, we need that. It'll just pass through you.
But here's the thing, though. Does it not also depend on your age? Because my neighbour, she was, 80-something? And apparently when she died, it was... Apparently when she died, there was a factor of elevated potassium. And she used to have eggs every morning. So is it a bad thing when you're old? And is it okay when you're young? Or what I mean?
That's a kidney. That's a kidney issue. All that shit's balanced.
That thing of the eggs. That thing of the eggs, the consumption of eggs, it has to do with wherever you are located geographically. It's something to do with culture.
Well, not just culture, but
I always learn you shouldn't have more than 2 eggs a day. That's what I've learned. Yeah, and I work with food.
Chuck everything out. Everything you've learned, just fucking chuck it out.
But if you go to some parts of Europe, 2 eggs they have more than that in the morning, just for breakfast. They have 3, 4 eggs.
Fuck yeah.
So
it depends on the culture. That's what I'm saying.
And I think the English are greedy.
English? Greedy?
Yeah, full English, 2 eggs, 2 sausages, 2 bacon, 2 hash browns.
Only 2?
Yeah. That's like Noah. That's a Noah breakfast. Do they call that Noah? 2 by 2, yeah.
Yeah, that's when they promoted that bacon meat was good for you or healthy for you in the morning. That's when they came with the propaganda that the breakfast should be the most important meal because it's your preparation for the day ahead. So you should have a very
breakfast doesn't have to be in the morning.
Rich with eggs and bacon and sausages and beans.
But why do you think they tell you
about
that?
cereal? Cereal is not good enough.
If you eat in the morning, then you're not hungry for the rest of the day. How about that?
Intermittent fasting.
Sorry, what?
If you eat at the start of the day, it kind of teases your stomach into being like, yeah, I want more, you know, bottomless pit. If you don't eat in the morning, you're not hungry for the whole day. Whereas if you eat in the morning, you're then hungry for the whole day.
Depends what you eat, and depends on your hormones. If that happens for you, and that's pretty good, because that suggests that if you try and fast throughout the day, your body very quickly goes to burning fat and doesn't fucking try and just make you fall asleep because you don't have glucose. That's actually quite a good sign. But if you have like a glucose or carby meal in the morning, fuck, you'll feel very hungry by lunchtime. That's it.
But it's the thing, if you miss out the morning meal, you're not as hungry throughout the day.
Yeah, if you're fat adapted. That's why I said that's a good sign for you, because there's some people who they don't have the enzymatic processes in place to quickly go to their fat reserves, and they end up running out of glucose and glycogen, and they can't access their fat, so they end up falling asleep and shit. Yeah.
The answer is right there. The answer is right there in front of us, man.
Well,
because we are eating by the clock. We are eating by the clock. Yeah.
Yeah, most people do. You're right. Yeah.
We were educated to eat by the clock. You know, breakfast is between this time, lunch is between this time, dinner is between this time. You know, and you need to eat in every single of those times throughout the day. It's not just when you're hungry. And then you need to eat between meals. You need to snack all the time. So you're always hungry. You're always consuming.
It's so true. Instead of eating when you're hungry, you're supposed to eat 3 meals a day. Yeah, it's stupid. Yeah.
Well, they say you only start burning fat after how many hours of eating? 12 hours?
It depends how quickly you empty your glycogen stores. It's a bit different for everybody, but...
Yeah, but it's greater than 4 hours, isn't it?
Depends on what you eat.
We eat on an average every 4 hours. We should have a meal.
I tried that intermittent fasting, and there's definitely something to that.
Of course, it's all about the hormones.
Yeah. When you start burning, it takes hours, after your consumption of your meal in order to start burning those calories. So every time your body is getting ready to burn them out, there's more intake. So that process is always delayed and delayed. That's why we accumulate so much on us.
We're supposed to go without food. We're supposed to go without food.
Exactly. Here's the thing, that worried me a lot, because I heard in the Bible it says, "A man that does not do work shall not be fed," shall not eat. And it made me really think, because I've not been working for a while now, but yet I'm still eating every day. Is that a bad thing? You know what I mean? I should not be. It makes me feel like
you need to eat
because I'm not working.
You just don't need to be eating all day. Like 1 meal a day is usually sufficient for someone that isn't really doing too much physical labor. And as long as they eat appropriate things, animal meats and fats, then they'll feel satiated and then they won't be hungry. But if you're working out and you're 6'4" and you're a fucking athlete, you're going to need fucking 2 solid meals a day. Simple.
Right. If you're doing workouts and exercises and burning energy, then
yes,
I don't feel like yeah. But it's like the Bible is trying to speak to me that I'm not expending that energy, so I shouldn't need a meal every day.
No, if you've got fat reserves, then you don't need one. That's what your adipose fat is for.
The whole sugar system is about our livers retaining the sugar, right? You want your liver to expel some of that sugar. You don't want to keep that sugar building up in your liver. So if you eat multiple times a day, you're just going to keep refilling that. So your body doesn't get a chance to lower your blood sugar very much.
Right.
If you're eating carbohydrates.
That's correct.
Right. It can only get rid of a certain amount at a certain amount of time. So the more you're filling it up, the more work you're creating for it.
So to say that you should be eating multiple times a day, you really have to understand that is bad. That is not. I can say, okay, I can keep qualifying. Someone who's overweight, someone who doesn't have a good health system, multiple times, that's going to kill the person.
Well, this is what I'm saying. I'm thinking that I should should be fasting, maybe.
Right.
Seeing as
Have
I'm
you got
not
excess
really
fat? Are you
using
fat?
my energy.
I'm not. I have to eat less. Yes.
You're fat. Okay, then you can just fast and you'll start using your fat. But if you're
Well, it
not fat
wasn't
adapted
just that.
already, you'll have a bit of a struggle getting to that point.
Yeah. The
I guess
intermittent
I guess
fasting
what
helped a
I
lot
guess
with your
what
health too.
I guess
Yeah.
what's been said here is, for example, just to give an example, if you are a person that goes to the gym in the morning, I would recommend you to go to the gym first, and after the gym, then you have a meal.
Yes,
Yeah,
you should
if
spike
you're
your insulin
expending
after
energy,
a
then you're
workout.
going to need to retake it back into the body. So,
Well, no, you've got to remember that we've always got energy getting burnt no matter what we're doing, sleeping, whatever, right? We're burning
right,
energy.
sure, breathing.
And so the body has to access it, right? Yeah. So, but if you go for a big workout and you do that fasting, then the whole purpose of working out is to try and build, right? Which is anabolism, right? You want anabolic growth. So you need an insulin spike. If you're fasting, your insulin's low and you're in catabolism, which is fat burning. So you've got to get into anabolism, which you need an insulin spike. So eating after a meal would give you that spike. And then you would build, you all that protein that you eat would get into muscle, synthesis, et cetera. But if you don't do that, you'll continue to be in catabolism, and that'll defeat your workout.
Right, yeah. If you take that meal, it's to then do the workout so that it goes to your muscles, not just eat the meal and then do nothing. Because then the
whole purpose of the workout is to get rid of toxins from your body through the sweat, through your blood circulation. Yeah.
But isn't that what fasting?
Toxins are stored in our fat. So if we're burning fat, we're getting rid of toxins, and that's why when you're fasting, generally, if you're fasting long enough, and you do a workout, you will stink more than you will if you're not fasting, because your body's actually getting toxins out of the fat.
I noticed low carb diet helped me quite a bit too.
Of course it will.
Yeah,
you shouldn't be eating
that a lot. The carbs are the worst thing to eat.
Yeah, if you don't understand their impact, definitely they fucking are, without a doubt. It's like cocaine. In all honesty, it's a drug. It's harder for people to give up sugar than it is fucking hardcore drugs, man.
I get that. I understand that, because I normally have 4 sugars in my drinks, and I've literally just changed. I know, and I've literally just changed to 2 teaspoons of honey instead.
That's worse.
Worse?
Yeah.
Serious? Nah.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Well, okay,
honey's
look.
better than sugar, surely. Honey's better than sugar.
I will give you that it's equally as bad, but there is potential, dependent on the honey, that it can be slightly worse.
Unfortunately,
I trust those
well, wait, hold on a second. It depends how it's used.
bees, man.
Hold on a second. A lot of people didn't know this. When you're using honey, you should never pour the boiling water over the honey. Otherwise, you take all the benefits of the honey away.
Yeah, I've heard of
the medicinal benefits.
You should pour.
Yeah.
You should pour the boiling water first in the cup, and then you put the honey in.
As I told you in the past, Jim, it depends on the honey. I'm sure we've had this conversation.
Yeah. I sent the picture in to see whether it was actually natural or not, but it didn't really say whether it was natural or not, did it?
Yours didn't, no. And assuming from the label itself, it's just your run of the mill sort of commercial honey. It's most definitely, like I said, if it were raw honey, it would definitely state it, as it's a big marketing ploy. But yeah, yours was just your average supermarket honey.
What do you make of that Manuka honey?
Well, again, it depends on whether it's raw, or it's been superheated. So if it's been superheated, it loses all the enzymes that would make it beneficial.
Is that the same for milk as well? Because they have ultra heated milk and cream.
Absolutely. That's pasteurization. That's the process of pasteurization, which is said to, destroy or harmful bacteria. That bullshit.
In other words, keeps it on the shelf for a couple of more weeks, basically.
That's part of the reason, yeah. But the main reason is to destroy any potential actual health benefits that could be in the raw milk. That's why they pasteurize it. They mask it as they're doing it for your health. They're doing it for pathogen reasons, but it's not that at all. It's actually because they don't want it to be healthy.
Yeah, they kill the milk pretty much. That's what they're doing. They're killing it.
Yeah. They kill anything.
It's like when you cook vegetables. It's the same thing.
Yeah, anything that's cooked is denatured. Anything that heat just destroys things. I mean, that's the most intuitive thing you can come up with if you think about heat. What does it do? You put your hand in a searing pan. It's going to destroy. It's going to destroy your hand. That's what it does to anything it comes into contact.
And then nowadays it's even worse, isn't it, with microwaves?
Has anyone tried the Manuka honey?
I am a huge fan of a sous vide. So very gentle, low heat can do wonders to unwind proteins, etc., without denaturing or fucking destroying. But you've got to be obviously precise with your temperatures and whatnot.
Yeah.
Oh well, I'm guilty as charged, man. I use my microwave.
I just prefer to eat things raw.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Personally, as we should in nature.
Well, I don't cook on the microwave. Don't get me wrong. I warm up things on the microwave.
Yeah.
I mean, it's there is no benefit at all either in warming up in the microwave. Every time you warm up, it gets more and more damage.
Yeah, I have, Jay.
Oh yeah, I guess it's supposed to have extra benefits and extra strong. It comes from the Manuka bush, and I was wondering, like, I tried it twice now. I'm wondering if I put it in my tea and made it too hot or something.
Why?
Well,
why are you wondering that?
I thought it was supposed to have all these benefits and so on, and it was like nothing.
Really? You can't fucking fly around the world after having it? Crazy. I think you heated it up too much, personally. Try it again, a bit cooler.
Very well.
Sounds like you need to do what they do with weed, where they kind of put butter in so that, like, if they put in stalks in their tea, the THC doesn't get evaporated by the boiling hot water straight away.
Okay.
You put a bit of butter in there.
Okay.
Oh yeah, with you. Yeah. Interesting.
One thing that always needs to be taken into account is the longer a food is cooked, the greater the loss of nutrients. I personally go by that simple rule. So that's why I don't cook anything at all.
Yeah, but if you're cooking it in water and then you're using that water for a gravy, you're not losing anything.
The nutrients have been destroyed.
Coming back to the honey, honey, guys.
Yeah.
The idea of the honey is to dissolve the honey in the tea or in the water, not to burn the honey. That's
of course,
yeah.
Yeah, I remember Sadhguru. You know Sadhguru, you guys.
Yeah.
I remember him talking about honey and about if you drink it at when it's cold, it does nothing, and if you drink it while it's hot, apparently it adds weight. But if you drink it at room like at a tepid heat, then it can help you lose weight. That's what he said.
Yeah, that's all a bunch of bullshit. Unless there's some sort of science behind it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Right, yeah.
I was going to ask, did he provide any experiments to back up his claim? I
Of
doubt it.
course not.
Purely because he's a guru, people are like,
not.
oh, he's a guru, and he looks the part. Therefore, what he says, makes sense to me.
Guru.
Him and Musk are both WEF fucking students of fucking Klaus Schwab fucking future fucking whatever it is club. These are all fucking controlled opposition people, man. He's trying to
Sure.
get people to eat nothing but fucking vegetables, which is the worst fucking thing anyone can do. And Musk is trying to convince people that he's the savior of freedom when he wants to fucking make sure everyone IDs himself on Twitter with 100 points ID and fucking put a brain chip in him. And he's got
Pretty good man.
Skynet going. Right, come on.
Oh, pretty good.
People trying to entice people into being a sheep, basically.
Yeah.
Look. Bill Gates is a proponent of you should eat more vegetables, less meat, or if you're going to eat meat, eat lab meat. So that should tell you all you need to know about that diet.
If it comes from
mean,
him, then you know that it's not good.
You know, you should do the opposite. I mean, it's to me that's intuitive.
And that's without looking at his physique.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, not looking at his physique, but his resume.
Exactly. Yeah. You couldn't
Boris
write
Johnson,
these movies, could you?
Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister of Great Britain, yeah,
That puppet.
That puppet. He quoted, "Let's feed the people to the people."
That's what'll happen.
Soylent Green is people.
Wait, what did you say?
Soylent Green is people.
Oh, that's that film I still haven't seen yet that apparently everyone tells me I need to see.
Let's feed the people to the people.
We are all steak.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It sounds like a roundabout way of saying you should starve yourself, i.e., you should fast.
We are all steak.
Is that your understanding of that? Is that what it means? Feed the people to the people.
I mean, it could be a particular way. It could be what he means. I don't know exactly what he means by it, but yeah, maybe they want starvation
for
us.
Itself, isn't it? It doesn't mean starvation. It means the opposite of that.
Or does it mean community?
No.
To me, what it means is people are food for people. That's what it says. To me, that's what I read.
Okay, but what does your body do when you starve yourself?
When I starve myself, well, it starts shutting down. It starts dying.
Before it does that,
it goes into some sort of like what's the word? Sort of like
muscle wasting and organ wasting.
Well,
what
is that process? Let's simplify that process.
It's called gluconeogenesis.
That's not simple.
Well, that's what it's called.
I know what it's called, but let's dumb it down. Your body eats itself.
No. Explain that now. Like, don't dumb it down. This is what's good.
Look, what I'm saying is, essentially, your body metabolizes itself. It eats itself. So when that guy said, "Let's feed the people to the people," a way of interpreting that could be, starve yourself because your body will feed itself with itself.
Right. Yeah, start eating on its own muscles.
Yeah, I don't think that's what he meant, though.
I perhaps not, but I mean,
no, he probably meant
I don't think so either.
He probably meant Sweeney Todd. I don't know if you guys have seen Sweeney Todd.
So, George, do you think it means, starve yourself to the point of cannibalism?
No.
Is that what you think?
Have you guys heard of Sweeney Todd? Do you know what happens in the film Sweeney Todd? It's a barber. It's a barber that kills his customers and then chops them up and then cooks them in sausage rolls and feeds them to the public as sausage rolls.
Nice.
Yeah.
I bet you people come back and said they were the best fucking sausage rolls. Can you make me a party pack, please?
There you go.
I bet that's what happened. Yeah.
Feed the people to the people.
What?
Yeah. Go on.
Sorry, you just posted a picture of a cold pressed raw milk. What do you think about that milk?
Yeah, well, I actually like it. I've had a few hit and misses with it with regards to like getting a bottle and it already being sour. So I think there might be a little bit of an issue maybe with how their process works, and because I've looked at the process and it seems like because these are sort of large 2 litre or 1.5 litre plastic bottles, and I think all the bottles individually go into a pressure unit, and then the whole unit gets pressurized. And I'm just wondering if some of the bottles don't quite get up to pressure, because I've had a couple that are already turned.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's fucking good. It tastes fucking like milk used to taste, man.
It does, yeah. But the process of cold pressing, if you're like me and essentially believe, because I can't really use another word because I haven't proven it for myself. That there is a bacteria in there, there's a flora in there that's beneficial when it hasn't been either cold pressed or superheated. The cold pressing process actually would essentially kill. It's a substitute for pasteurization, so it kills what they believe would be harmful bacteria, whereas I believe that bacteria is actually beneficial. So by cold pressing it, you're actually essentially doing the same thing in a way. You're still killing the bacteria that you would when you pasteurize things.
See, whereas I see it in the sense that it's not their ploy to make it unhealthy for people. It's just they see profit before people, so they want to keep the shelf life. That's the way I see it.
That's a component, but it's Louis Pasteur who fucking come up with it, and he definitely wanted to fucking fuck with people. So, but back to the whole bacteria thing. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're consuming orally bacteria and your stomach acid is correct, you're dissolving them anyway. So any benefit you think you're getting from those bacteria down in your microbiome or anything like that is sort of irrelevant. But the main reason I don't like ultra heat treating and that is because of the enzymatic damage, which the cold pressing doesn't do.
Okay.
And so, there are some people, lots of people who don't have the correct acid. And if they do drink milk that does have a bacterial load in it, like something that we're not meant to have in it, and it's usually the excrement from the bacteria that cause the poisoning, from people.
That's right.
There's a lot of people that would be susceptible to that.
Milk's pretty gross.
So you don't think there's any benefit in your body dissolving bacteria, live bacteria?
Well, what
dissolving them? I mean, it can utilize the stuff, but I don't think that then ends up in your colon in any way and helps you in any way, shape, or form. There, no.
But should we talk about exposure though? So would it be different for some 4-year-old that has it all their life since they were 4, and there's built up a tolerance, to some guy that's 20 and is just some guy that's just 20 and tried it for the first time?
It all depends. Like if you want to go and have raw milk out of a dairy, like it literally comes down to each dairy and their hygiene as well. Because although our stomach acid will dissolve bacteria, our stomach acid doesn't dissolve their excrement, which is the toxin that causes us to have a reaction. The exotoxins, the endotoxins, and they're fucking like even the debris of them, like when they shed themselves and stuff like that. It's not the bacteria themselves that are the problem. So like with salmonella, for example, it's the toxins that come with that colony of salmonella on the chicken that actually cause people the problem. And then there's the potential that if the acid didn't kill off the bacteria, that bacteria actually colonize and cause a fucking even further problem. But in general, it's the wastes of these things that cause the problem, which is where food poisoning actually comes from. But when they use the microscope, they see the bacteria and the bacteria get the blame. Yeah.
But going back to my point of like people being exposed to it, does that protect you from it? Do you build up a tolerance to it?
The toxins, no. You can't build up a tolerance to the endotoxins and shit, no.
No, absolutely not.
You can have good stomach acid, which will dissolve the bacteria, and then they can't colonize and continue to produce waste, which will, cause you to be toxic.
Say like if you're not consuming it, say like if you're a pot wash and you're washing, you say you've got cuts on your hands and you're washing these dishes in this water.
You keep cutting out.
Maybe it has half-cooked chicken in that water, loads of bacteria in that water, and you've got cuts on your hands. Mm-hmm. You're being exposed to it. Is that not like protecting you from consuming that on a later date?
No, not at all. No, certain bacteria like salmonella, they're not going to grow on your finger unless you are in, like, I suppose, the right environment where you keep.
If you've got an open
wound. Yeah, but it's not, salmonella is not just going to grow in that open cut. It's not going to happen. Your body is active and alive and will tackle that and take care of it. Salmonella will grow on a cut out chicken breast or a cut out human breast if you want. Right? It needs the right condition to proliferate.
And there's always the thing that when you cook that chicken, you're cooking it at like 200 degrees. So whatever bacteria would have been there, surely should be dead, right?
Yeah, and likewise with minced meat, because it's a lot of the bacteria is considered to be on the surface of the meat. When you mince it, there is the potential that bacteria goes right through the meat, and then when you cook it, you don't heat the meat through enough to kill the bacteria. Now, again, you know, obviously, if you've got the right stomach acid on the right diet, that doesn't fucking matter. You can have raw meat. It can be rancid and you can still eat it and you're fine. But for most people, they can't tolerate that.
I've been eating raw mincemeat for at least 3 years now. I haven't.
Yeah, well, you won't have problems, man. I'm sure you haven't let it go rancid just to test it though either.
I've definitely eaten it when it's hasn't smelt the best.
Questionable. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Back to the milk, the benefits of the raw milk are pretty substantial, right?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Homogenized milk is just like boiled milk.
You can only find it in the black
left,
market, though.
Nothing left
The
but
same
heart
thing goes for
sludge after
same thing goes for unpasteurized.
And in
unpasteurized
a sense,
cheese.
aren't you adopting all of the sort of antibiotics and, you know, ways to attack bacteria from the unpasteurized milk? You're gaining more because it's not
Right.
unpasteurized.
There's all these
Because it's
benefits.
not pasteurized.
And then they sit here and come up with all these reasons why it has to be pasteurized.
But the main reason, obviously, is for shelf life. That's what I keep thinking. It's just profit. You know, why have it on the shelf for 3 days when I can have it on the shelf for 7 days if I
They
do
seem
this?
to like it when there's a situation and they can remove all of the benefits. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Back in the day, all they used to do was put silver in your milk. And I still do that now when I go camping. I put colloidal silver in my milk, 5 milliliters in a 2-liter bottle of milk. Will keep that milk perfectly fresh for 2 weeks out of a fridge. Because the bacteria that try and curdle it.
Homogenized milk?
Yeah, irrelevant. Whatever milk you want to put it in. It can be straight out of a cow if you want. The silver will stop any bacterial action. So your milk stays fresh. In fact, what you actually end up seeing is a layer at the bottom of that milk of dead bacteria.
But here's the question I'm asking, though, is like, why protect yourself from that when that could be strengthening your immune system?
No, because it preserves the milk and keeps it in its milk state. So it's not a concern about ingestion. It's a concern about, hey, I want milk to be milk and not separate into the cream and the water and the, you know?
Yeah, but I'm just saying about being exposed to bacteria. Instead of limiting the amount of bacteria we're exposed to, which makes us weaker and weaker and weaker, you know, your immune system has to have something to practice.
No, that's not really the way it works. I mean, from my standpoint, that's not the way it works. You don't get weaker from not being exposed. It's a different thing, but that's a whole
You really think
story.
So? I don't know. I would imagine that it would need practice. That's the way I see it.
Hold on a second. Regardless of that, you know, if you're going to consume milk on its own, there is a particular way of having the milk. You cannot have a glass of milk just before your meal. It's not recommended at all. Milk
fill you up.
Milk, for example, I'll give you an example. When you pour it in a glass, it leaves a membrane on the glass. Yeah. That membrane blocks everything. It
lines your stomach.
That's why stomach.
That's why you feel full when you have milk.
Yeah. So milk used to be used as a detoxicant. So
I remember when
we were children, if we consume anything that we shouldn't, anything poisonous, the first thing you do is to drink milk. Why? Because milk
that's so
will
strange
block.
how you say that. Because I accidentally
milk
dropped bleach when I
will
was
block everything.
I accidentally dropped bleach when I was a kid, and I had my parents like, drink this milk, and I was addicted to milk anyway as a kid anyway, so they didn't need much persuading me.
A reason for this is, and I think maybe some of you may disagree, is that bacteria actually have the capability to eat. It's actually what they do a lot of, is eat toxins. So in that case, if you are with a high level of toxicity, if you've ingested like a chemical of some sort, to actually have this bacteria, even though White said, a lot of it gets dissolved. I don't know if all of it gets dissolved. But bacteria actually has that capability. It does have the capability of metabolizing toxins. So you would want to be. Sorry.
Definitely, mate. Yeah, they use it all the time.
Absolutely.
Industrially for that purpose.
So you're saying the raw milk would be a better choice. It has more bacteria in it.
Well, yeah. Well, that's why we've been raised to believe to be scared, to be terrified by bacteria. And I put this to the test by starting to eat raw meats. Raw chicken, raw eggs, raw beef, anything that's that was considered to be the potential to have all this bacterial infection and salmonella, and you're going to get this and you're going to get that, and I never contracted any of that
in the beginning.
Yeah, the test would be to actually grow a colony though, and actually contaminate some meat with an actual known colony of salmonella, because it's not the bacteria itself. Remember, it's the stuff they produce, and you need to have enough of that to actually cause an effect. Which is why some people might have a meal and 20 minutes later they're fucking sick as fuck, and some people are the next day. They got a different dose.
The excrement. The excrement. So that's why, like you and I agree with you, that where the meat comes from, and it's that will determine the amount of toxicity within the meat. So if there's a large amount of toxins within the meat, the bacteria are going to eat as much as they can, and they have a high rate of they can eat and they can eat a lot, and the ratio of eating to excrement is actually quite low. So they can eat a lot and excrete little. That's how bacteria do things. They're not like us. Our ratio of eating to excrement is nothing like bacteria, for example. They can eat, for example, like, just to give you a roundabout figure, so like for example, a human eating 60 kilos of meat and only excreting 1 kilo. That's a roundabout ratio.
What do you eat your raw chicken with?
Nothing. Just the chicken itself.
No sauce. No.
No what?
Sauce or vegetable?
No peri.
Definitely no vegetable.
No peri.
Sauce. Most sauces these days are just high in sugar. Nothing that
but
no. Look, that's the big issue these days that I find with a lot of people. And I used to be a victim of that myself. I don't exclude myself from that at all. Is the need to eat for pleasure. Eating for taste is something that you have to completely forget in order to go on this particular diet. You have to be essentially like a wild animal, something that doesn't eat for taste, that doesn't eat for pleasure. That's something that you acquire. It's almost like a programming that you acquire as a kid. You get the taste for high sugar, high salt.
A little Worcestershire.
No, yeah. See, that's all. Unfortunately, that's something that you've as a child, as a young
lemon
adult,
juice.
Are you telling me that you don't eyeball a nice fucking Scotch fillet, even raw, and fucking look forward to sitting down and eating it? Are you not at that stage of raw where you fucking love sitting down and chewing into it?
I still do. I enjoy it. I know I enjoy the taste.
Oh, well, there
Absolutely.
you go. So you do look forward to it. You do, but just with different
absolutely,
food.
but not in the same sense.
Good.
Not in the same sense that somebody would look at a meal with sauce and all these additives in order to enhance.
No, it's like a predator looking at the prey as opposed to fucking nom nom for my tom tom.
Yeah. Look, I enjoy it, and at the same time, I know that it's beneficial to me in a nutritious way, not in a I'm gonna enjoy these high sugars, these high this high salt intake that
picturing a lion going up to
man,
its
but
kill
not
and
raw,
then
man. That's the
like
thing.
turning its face and going, "Oh, I really fucking hate this, but I'm gonna eat it because I know it's good for me."
Absolutely
But
not.
I'm glad
Yeah.
you enjoy it.
No, no,
I
no.
wouldn't
Yeah.
have it raw, man.
Sorry.
I wouldn't have it raw. There are many other ways. You can cure the meat. You can smoke the meat.
Yeah, I know,
You
but
can salt the meat. You can preserve it to different ways.
these are
When you
all
say
unnecessary.
raw,
though.
I see in my head, fresh meat.
Yeah, and that's the way nature intended it to be. All
I
these
noticed-
things that you're adding to it are things that you grew up with, that you've
Yeah, I
become
understand.
addicted. You've become addicted to these tastes. You've also become addicted to the taste of caramelized meat by cooking it. It's something that
Correct.
Yeah,
Since
it's an
the
addiction. It's not natural.
Since men can control fire, they've been cooking their meals.
Well, we were given
Not
the
all
ability to
men.
create fire, and it
Not all
does
men.
make a lot of tough meats that we can't, with our teeth, actually get through. So there is purpose to it, but you can't butcher it. You can't fucking burn it
So
and expect it.
Look, from my experience, there has been no meat that has been made more tender by the act of cooking. Absolutely none. They've all
There is
been
for me.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Have you ever
Anything you cook,
yeah,
becomes tougher than when it's in its raw state.
That's not correct.
Raw tuna is pretty good, especially when you're starving.
Look, raw tuna becomes tougher. Chicken becomes tougher. Meat raw meat, beef becomes tougher.
I love a bit of blue steak.
I've eaten whale raw and both cooked. It's definitely. I just can't think of a single meat, and I don't know if you guys can.
So, like when I'm starving, I
Yeah,
like
chuck steak, for example. I can have sous vide chuck steak and take a bite out of it, but I can't take a bite out of raw chuck steak. I've got to
I saw a
I've got to tear
documentary
it away.
I saw a documentary on how they live in Yakutsk, in one of the most coldest towns in the world, where they have like 40 degrees in the summer plus, and then they have like minus 60 degrees in the winter. These guys eat frozen horse.
Frozen horse?
Yeah, guys, come on! Don't get me wrong. We serve raw food, raw meat, and raw fish in the majority of the restaurants in the world.
Well, look,
beef carpaccio, which is a famous Italian dish, is raw meat.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Steak tartare, which is a French/English steak, it's raw meat as well, made from horse meat.
With
red meat. You can't do that with white meat. You can't do that with
normally
chicken.
with horse meat. The steak tartare traditionally is with horse meat. It's been forbidden, but traditionally
any red
horse
meat is fine.
Also, any organ that's cooked is always, in my experience again, is always tougher when you cook it than when it's in its raw state.
Sushi is another one, or sashimi. It's raw
my
fish.
share of sashimi. Yeah.
Yeah, but again, I wouldn't have it.
Well, that's up to you.
When I get really hungry, like I mess up and stuff, and I'm starting to starve, it's that raw tuna I want. That raw tuna meat.
Hell yeah, that raw tuna. Fucking hell, that's amazing. Absolutely amazing, especially the bluefin. That's top draw stuff, top tier. Yeah, absolutely.
You don't taste the tuna.
You don't taste it. You can't.
How can you taste the tuna with How can you taste the tuna with wasabi in it?
You don't need wasabi.
Oh yeah,
How do you
I
taste
soy sauce
How do
with
you
the
taste the
wasabi.
tuna with lemon juice in it?
You don't need anything for it. Look, and it also depends on the cut of tuna. If you have the fatty tuna, then you don't need to soil it with wasabi, soy sauce, lemon. It's got a perfect taste.
It's the same description as adding ketchup in every single meal. You don't taste the meat, you want to taste the ketchup.
The other thing is this. Once you start waning away from high salt, high sugar diets, you'll start to appreciate the taste of what you're eating when it hasn't been soiled with any additive. You'll start to appreciate, and you'll become more sensitive to those tastes. That's something that can only happen over time.
People
with
things,
less teeth have that as well.
even things like oysters that you eat raw, you add lemon juice to it.
Yeah, you only add that because you feel as though you need to enhance that taste because you have been brought up with, these
Not just.
Yes, just because you've never tried it without
no,
that.
not just. It also kills germs and everything else. It's
Well, yeah, that's a theory that I'd actually have to get you to prove before you can actually assert that. Because that's a claim
here's the thing,
that you're asserting without proof.
My mum used to tell me about her friend, Jamaican friend that used to cook chicken, and every time before she'd cook it, and if it would come up white, that means. Hold on, my thing cut out. So yeah, my mum was friends with a Jamaican lady, and when she used to cook her chicken, she would pour lemon juice over it, and if it come up white, that means the lemon juice is reacting with bacteria, and she would say that the chicken is not good. She wouldn't use it.
Fair enough. Look, everyone has their preconceptions of what's happening. All I can say is, from my experience, I mean, anecdotal as it may be, I haven't been sick in years with this diet. I've eaten things that most people wouldn't eat, things that haven't smelt right, things that haven't exactly tasted right. You can put it down to, okay, you've got an iron stomach. I don't think so. Why would I, be different to you? We're both humans. What's different?
No, that's the stomach acid. That's the stomach acid.
Our bodies are also used to what we've been...
But if we're looking at the pH level of my stomach acid, would it be that different to yours?
Well, it depends.
Mine personally, no. But the average Joe, yeah.
You reckon?
Yeah, I test it on people, and most people have a pH at about 5, and we should be at 1.5 to 2.
There could be one thing in one person's diet that makes their pH level so bad that you don't consume, and it literally destroys everyone else's. You know what I mean? One type of packet of crisps or something. Who knows? It could ruin your pH.
It's the regular consumption of anything all fucking day. Even just water. You dilute your acid. And then when you have a meal, it's not potent enough to do what it needs to do in the time that your system gives it. If you've got really strong acid, there's nothing that will go in there and not be processed as it is intended to real quick.
Well, look, put it this way.
So if your body is working
look, put it this way. Hang on, Jim. Put it this way: if mine and White's stomach acid is at the correct level, right? Who would survive in the event of a shit hit the fan event where the supermarket stopped stocking foods? Who would be more suited to survival? Someone with a stomach acid of, say, mine and White's level, or somebody, the average Joe?
Survival's nice, but I mean, I'm gonna put soy sauce on my sushi.
Right, but, fair enough. But is there anyone that can answer that question?
I'll probably take it in the grave with me. So,
I mean, it's a rhetorical question. We all know the answer to that question, right? We all know the answer, that it would be me and White if we have that stomach. I haven't tested this myself, but I trust White's word on this. But so that goes to show that in order to be more in touch with nature, which is what you should be, in my opinion, then you would need to have our pH level. So that goes to show that our diet, in my opinion, is the correct diet. Because in the event of, you don't have supermarkets to provide for you, you don't have
an ice age, for example. There's a good example.
There you go. That's right. In that example, we would be more suited to survival than the average Joe, right?
But would you say it's because you've ridded your stomach of parasites that crave certain bad foods? Is that what it is? No. The most of the people that eat the normal shit that they get in the supermarkets.
There's nothing wrong with parasites. They're symbians. They live with you. if anything, what parasites, you know, what they also do is they eat toxins as well. So yeah, that's what a parasite does. It lives with you. It's
right. What good is the host if it's dead?
That's right. So yeah. So back to my original point. You know, who would be better suited? Who, if we're trying to discern what the best diet here is, you know, I would say that my diet, you know, is the best diet. It's the one that would extend your life, the one that's closest to nature, the one that you should be, you know, that you were meant to do, the one that, you know, that God intended for you.
I'm sure
to...
everyone here will say the same about
well,
whatever diet they're doing.
I don't know.
That's why I'm using the example that White gave with the pH level of your stomach, and I gave the example of
we all like to think so. Yeah, that we are right and nobody else.
No, it's not that. I'm actually providing. It's not just that. I'm providing examples that would back up my claim. I'm not just saying I'm right and you guys are all wrong. No.
On his diet for however long he's been doing his diet.
Right, and if I'm able to survive, you know, and not only survive but thrive in the event of, you know, like I said, that example that I gave, where everyone's relying on, you know, vegetables and meat, you know, being just right and not spoiled, and, you know, everything has to be perfect. And look, in that environment, I would thrive, and anyone that's, you know, susceptible to whatever it is that you guys are saying you're susceptible to, then, you know, I would thrive in that environment. I mean, that's my opinion. Not only is it an opinion, like I've actually, you know, put it to the test personally, and like I said,
what's
that
your
could
diet
be.
like with it?
You think that a regular Joe wouldn't survive out and about? He needed to be able to read the raw meat, like raw chicken and raw pig and raw everything, in order to survive out there.
Look, I personally think and believe that even the regular Joe has an ability to adapt to that, to you know, to essentially get back into touch with nature, in how nature intended him to be, in the diet that nature intended for them.
Retrain the body.
Well,
no.
yeah.
Hold on a second. The dispute here, what we're talking about, is about cooking our meat or not cooking our meat. You are saying that you eat raw meat and it's been working out for you. You eat raw chicken, you eat raw everything, and it's been working out for you. So the difference here is not what type of meat, is meat in general, cooked versus not cooked. Correct?
Yeah.
Do you like the way it tastes?
Absolutely.
The only raw meat I ever really eat is like fish.
Yeah.
So I know nothing about this.
Really?
That's fair enough.
Well, I've heard a lot about this. I mean, I'm just saying I've never like really eat. Like I've never eaten raw chicken, I don't think, like on purpose.
You never tried it? You never tried a steak tartare? A raw burger?
Nah.
Well,
and this all comes down to what we're fed as children, you know. And I always give the example.
Chicken, come on.
Look.
And pork, come on. Even beef, I wouldn't have it raw, man.
That's fine, because that's
cured. Like I said, cured, fair enough. Smoked,
yeah, but this is how you were brought up.
Cured somehow.
This is all in the programming that you were given as a child. Because I give you this example. My sister, for example, she can eat Vegemite, because she was fed Vegemite from a very early age, where I wasn't. The first time I tried Vegemite was as a teenager, and I was disgusted by it. So it's all what you're fed, what you're programmed with as a child, is what you will be, you know, accustomed to growing up. And it's the same with my son.
Yeah, I can agree with you. Yeah, you eat what you have to eat.
No.
What you have on your disposal to eat. Yeah. Whatever you consider to be eatable. Yeah, whatever you consider to be eatable. You can eat paper if you want to.
Microorganisms can control what you crave too.
Oh, definitely.
I think that's way more. I think this is my opinion, but I think frequency is the most important thing. Like how frequently you eat. Like I think that intermittent fasting or like just having windows of eating is the first step. I'm not saying that I agree or disagree with anything else, but if people don't do that first, like no one's metabolism works anymore, and I think that's like the whole trick. People just eat all the time.
Right. But
yeah, correct. We just went through that. Yeah, correct.
With the intermittent fasting, essentially, whenever you hear the word fasting, you should substitute that with starving, because in essence, that's what it is. Whether you like the terminology or not. So what you do when you fast or starve yourself is your body metabolizes itself; it eats itself. So a lot of people feel good when they fast because, in my opinion, they're actually eating what they should be eating. I'm not saying that you should be eating humans, right? But what you are eating is animal fats and animal nutrients. That's what your body does when you starve yourself. It uses what it has at its disposal, and the best part of that. So
not only that, is it not like
so if you're
not just consuming yourself, but it's like burning away the toxins that are left in your body. So you're sort of burning them.
You don't burn away the toxins because your body won't. Why would your body do that? For what purpose?
Well, if you've got a cell, if it's going to use a cell for energy, and then there's bad food that you've eaten and then it's trapped inside that cell, then it's still going to get burnt and used for energy, right?
Well, guess what? The toxins doesn't get burnt for energy. Only triglycerides and glucose will be burnt for energy.
You broke up just then with what you said.
Well, back to the energy side of things. You're not going to burn toxins, but in an intermittent fasting situation, i.e. intermittent starvation, if you want to call it that, if let's say 18 hours and 6, for example, in that 18 hours, you're going to convert over to triglyceride burning, right, instead of glucose. And that isn't detrimental. That's not starvation. Starvation is when you run out of triglycerides and you start converting your proteins into glycogen through your liver. That's actually starvation. So there's a different thing. Now, you and I could go probably days without eating and not even necessarily be hungry, right? And we're not starving ourselves, and we're not even fasting per se. We're not technically even hungry.
That's what it means. But that's what it means. You break
fasting has nothing to do with how hungry
in the morning by eating, by breaking the fast, you interrupt that process. Your body
you're not supposed to do that.
Your body is doing what it should do. Get rid of the excess. Yeah, your body is getting rid of the excess calories and so on. Yeah, and you interrupt that process by introducing more.
I think that's why everybody's fat, man. I think it's the frequency of the food.
That's
correct.
It's the macros.
Well, the food
we
is
eat because it's time to eat. It's moronic, isn't it? We eat because it's time.
And it
it's
also depends.
It's dinner time.
I could eat all day long if I ate appropriate food and I wouldn't get fat. It's not timing.
No, yeah, it is timing though. Like, if you start, what happens is your body doesn't work because it's just constantly being clogged down, bro. Like, I'm not saying that you cannot. I'm not saying that you can eat all the time and you're automatically fat. I'm just saying that people's metabolism don't work anymore because they always eat food.
I think it's from the liver.
They always eat carbohydrates. That's why.
It depends on what you eat. If you eat carbohydrates, yes, but if you're on a ketogenic diet, then your body's going to produce ketones. It's gonna use that source of energy, which is much more efficient than carbs.
So how, if you were told that you had cancer, what would you do?
Oh, personally, I wouldn't give a shit. I mean, that's.
Oh yeah, same. But I'm just saying, like, if you fasted, dude, your body would pass the toxins out, dude. So I think this is a big trick. That's all I'm saying. Like, and people eat pork a lot too. So they eat like pork from the first moment they open their eyes. You know. So I just think it's
amazing the amount of misinformation.
If someone tell me that I had cancer, I would tell them that they're wrong. I'm Pisces.
Okay. I personally know like 5 people that cured cancer by fasting.
Of course. Yes. Yeah. Your body will start to consume the material if you do the right thing by it. Definitely. It's not to do with toxins, though.
And you're not
Yeah,
feeding the
that's what I was
disease.
going to say. That's actually what I was going to ask you. We said, what does cancer have to do with toxins?
You can call it what you want to, but the body, in layman terms, the body bottles up the toxicity. Like whatever your body's not reacting to, or it's not supposed to be in there. Since you never let it get it out, because you just constantly clog it down, it bottles it up so it doesn't spread. You know, it's like when you just take it out, or you pump your body with radiation or whatever. Like you just take out that piece. You didn't fix anything. It's going to come back worse. Your body has to cure it, and you have to stop, introducing whatever your body's reacting to.
Stopping cancer from spreading is not curing cancer.
That's what I just said.
Okay, that's.
I mean, there's heavy metals and other things too. That you're
I
gonna
just
have
said that. I said cancer is your body bottling up. Like a tumor is your body actually working. That means your body's working. It's preventing the toxicity, for lack of a better term, from spreading.
Yeah, it's like a last line of defense. Like a last.
Where
defense.
did you learn that?
I talked to different holistic doctors.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no, I didn't learn it in my textbook from the public school system. They love cancer. That's why they say cure cancer, because curation is a process of keeping something, preserving something.
You've studied it in the lab,
and
right?
that's why there's so many programs that want you to give your money to the charity to fund cancer research that's been going on for 40 odd years, right?
They literally want
to cure it. No. 150 years. UK cancer research. 150 years.
Yeah, well, I'm only 30 years old, so I ain't been alive that long.
Does someone disagree?
It's important to highlight that in 150 years they cured 0 patients. Yeah.
Well, they'll never do that. Yeah, they'll never cure it. Duh. Because the body will cure it, and if they told you that, then what good are they?
There is no cure for cancer.
Yeah. Well, first of all, if you have cancer, that means your body's working, bro. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like
it doesn't mean that.
It does mean that if your body couldn't create a tumor, you would die.
Yes, that's true, but that doesn't mean your body's working.
It literally does mean that.
It's like it's confining or quarantining the disease.
Right, and when your body isn't working, it can't do that.
So somebody with more tumors is more healthy than somebody with less.
There's tumors that encapsulate things, and then there's like genetic malfunctions whereby a cell that is supposed to duplicate, a cell that's not supposed to duplicate because it's damaged, continues to duplicate. Right, and that's a different type of tumor. There's different types.
Malfunction.
Why does your body do that?
I don't think genetic malfunction is part of cancer.
No, it is. It is.
I think it's an organism based, not unlike Candida albicans.
Okay, there is that side of it. I'll completely agree with that. Leukemia is one of those, right? But there are cancers whereby it is damage to the genes with regards to the apoptotic nature of a cell, like the programmed cell death. And that's usually down to either ingested or external exposure of radiation, like ionizing radiation, or your own body's reactive oxygen species. Now, as we've got all sorts of antioxidants that neutralize those out if we're in balance, but a lot of people aren't in balance, and there's too much reactive oxygen species, and they can damage the genetics within inside the mitochondria. And that's where you end up with those metabolic cancers. But there are bacteria, definitely, and fungal forms that if you're out of balance and the pH isn't right, can develop into such a stage and cause leukemias and other cancers.
Is the organisms, and I think like 15% of cancers are not. It's from like ionizing or heavy metal or some other. I think the bulk is microorganism.
Yeah. It'd be hard to prove that either way, really, without doing a decent study.
Well, what a coincidence that when people fast, their cancer goes away.
That when people what?
Fast.
Yeah, but see, fasting fixes a whole heap of hormonal issues, and that makes complete sense. There's nothing that doesn't sound logical about that. But that's not all type of cancers.
Here's my opinion, right? Okay, so generally speaking, like people get cancer because they're consuming something that their body does not react well to, right? And it's toxicity is what okay. And then when you fast, you're not putting that toxicity in your body anymore. It's not like you're not taking medicine. You're just getting out of the way and letting your body chill for a second. Now, if you after you fast and you pass your tumor, you go back to eating the same stuff, you're going to get worse cancer. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's going to be even worse. That's why just removing the tumor isn't the cure. You know, it's like removing whatever the source is, whatever you're consuming that is causing your body to inflame and, you know, react that way. So it's like fasting is the first step because like it's a toxicity.
But let's just get some, radioactive fucking plutonium out of your water supply. Do you think fasting gets rid of that? No.
Yes.
Well,
ionize your cells.
Not really organism based. I understand that some of these toxins. I understand some of these toxins get in us, and then they affect our immune system, and then the organisms come in after that as well.
Yeah, and I think if you fast your immune system starts to repair itself.
Yeah, the ionizing radiation itself will damage the programming of a cell. It can, not will, but can. When that happens, the program's faulty. And if the program's faulty in a certain way...
Why? You're roboting, dude. Hard.
Oh, for fuck's sake. No worries.
Damn satellites.
I mean, do you guys agree though that people eat too much, like too often? Like everyone eats all day, bro.
Absolutely, that's the whole thing behind intermittent fasting. Absolutely, it improved my health. On and on and on.
As I said before, it depends on what you eat.
I think it's both, right? I think it's what you eat and how often you eat. Because everything in the world is about frequency, dude. Everything, molecular structure, material composition itself, everything is about frequency.
Let's define ketosis, which is what the intermittent fasting diet's all about, is the ketogenic diet. So let's define that. What defines ketosis or defines the ketogenic diet? Does anyone know?
Well, I understand that your body goes into a mode where it burns fat, and ketones are actually an unwanted chemical that it just sends out into your bloodstream, really.
No. Ketone bodies are primal source
if you build up ketones,
the way we build our
ketosis.
It's essentially,
you don't know what you're talking about. You don't fucking know.
Essentially, it's when your body burns fat and turns that fat into ketones. When, it's quite simple. Burns, and that's saturated animal fats.
Yeah, but what defines the diet? What defines the diet? It's pretty fucking, definitive. It's low carb or zero carbohydrates.
Because your body doesn't have... That's right. Your body doesn't have enough carbs, so it burns the saturated animal fats and produces ketones.
Well, it's not that it doesn't have enough. That's not the thing at all. It's just that it will produce them.
Yeah, because there's no carbohydrates or linear amounts.
No, we're not meant to have any carbohydrates.
I know, but that's what I mean. You shouldn't have them, but your body will go into ketosis when
our liver needs them. What do you mean?
There are no carbohydrates.
But I'm getting there, right? But our body produces all the glucose we need on demand. So for every cell in our body that requires glucose, which comes from carbohydrates if you eat them exogenously, otherwise we produce everything we need, right? So there's no requirement for a carbohydrate. So we produce all the glucose we need on demand, every cell. And then every other cell can use ketones. And that's what's going on. Both things are happening at the same time. So it's not like we run out of carbohydrates.
Yeah,
we don't even run out of glycogen.
Yeah, I know, but that's how it's portrayed. It's portrayed that you run out of carbohydrates, and that's not a good thing.
Oh, sure.
And that's why your body's in ketosis now, and that's whenever they find ketones in your urine, they're like, oh shit, that's not a good sign. And I'm like,
you're gonna die.
Yeah, fuck off. It's not a good sign. I'm like, that's the best sign I ever heard of. But I mean,
Yes, obviously that's confused with ketoacidosis, which is very
that's
bad.
right. Yeah,
That's not.
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I mean, if you're continually on that diet, then you're going to build up ketones, right?
No, because your body will regulate them and piss them out, or breathe them out, or do whatever you need to do to balance.
So how do people wind
It's
up
only
so
when you run
easily
out of
with
fat.
ketoacidosis? And
It's when you run out of fat. When you run out of triglycerides, you run out of fat, then your body will start to go into ketoacidosis because it's burning your protein to produce that, and that's not good.
This seems to happen very easily, though.
Well, if you're very thin and very low body fat, and you don't have much in the way of visceral fat, though, like all around your organs, you'll go into starvation a
it
lot
also
quicker than
happens very
someone with.
frequently in heavyset people.
Yeah, but that's a different process. That's possibly because they've got a liver issue and they're not producing glucose through gluconeogenesis, or they don't and can't have the enzymes in place for fat metabolism.
I mean, if you
Right, so
start
there
doing
are-
low carb
Yeah.
and you don't pause, you don't take a day off and take carbohydrates, you're going to end up getting sick through your liver not producing enough enzymes.
That's well, from my experience, that's usually through dysbiosis. People get sick because they've flipped their microbiome way too quick. Right? There's a whole bunch of bacteria that relied on that sugar big time.
Yeah. Almost like
even
a
fungus
Herxheimer.
that are dying off. Yeah, big time. And so if you transition slowly, that tends to not be a problem.
You don't ever eat like potatoes and bread, bro?
No, not me, mate, personally.
Dang, man. You don't like potatoes?
No, look, I like them. I've been there and done that. But if you ever get the opportunity, and sometimes people get thrust into it, and some people just choose to do it for whatever reason, it might be a health reason. But if you get a chance to experience being really clean, the minute you try and introduce anything again, you fucking feel it. You know exactly what it does to you, and you go, "Fuck that." That might have tasted good in my mouth for 10 minutes, but I feel shit the next week. You know what I mean? And it's noticeable. Even a beer. Is fucking noticeable in terms of a workout the next day. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, like if I cut out dairy and then I went and ate cheese, like I immediately could feel my body like tripping. But I just think life's a little too short to never eat bread.
Yeah, but life's too short to not feel as good as you can, man. Like, it is unbelievable not having a limit of energy. Like, fucking, I don't know anyone my age personally that does what I do when it comes to, like, just a daily life. I'm not saying I'm out there doing anything and everything, but most people my age that I know they've got fucking issues, man. Like, many issues.
So, like, if you had a fillet, you would just eat the fillet completely raw. Like, when I eat my fillet medium rare, I'm basically undermining the health benefit of the steak.
No, God, no. That is far, far healthier than anything else you can be doing. So don't be deterred if you need to cook your steak. Medium rare is better than fucking fully cooked, definitely.
You get both parts, You have the flavor part and you have the beneficial part.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's delicious.
Whites isn't the raw guy. That's me.
I mean, in the meat, we're getting more nutrients and things that aren't going to be so affected by the heat, right?
Well, if you heat it, you're going to affect it. But, you can have a big enough steak that you are still getting enough that's not fully cooked through, if you know what I mean, that it's got all the good stuff in it. And yes, you're eating some glycated fucking proteins, but the limitation of one meal a day and a little bit on the outside, your body.
You heat up something like milk.
Yeah, but don't get rid of the juices of the meat.
Or chocolate.
The meat needs to be juicy.
No, that's where all the taurine is. You got to suck that down. Shit, yeah. Oh,
yeah, and
see,
even
I cook mine lightly
and the juices
after
juices of the meat. I mean, when you put the meat to rest, the juices that the meat leaves, those are beneficial as well.
Yeah, but we're getting things like selenium and I can't think of many other things that aren't going to burn up. We're going to get the selenium anyway, right?
Well, yeah, selenium is definitely very important. I mean, I'm actually interested in trying this. We feed our cat all raw meat, like we cut up liver, chicken liver.
That's so funny, isn't it? You feed
Yeah,
your
like,
cat a
and he's
species
dude, he's like
appropriate,
the
but
healthiest
probably not
cat
your kids.
ever, dude. He's like the
Well,
healthiest cat ever, dude. He's
that,
literally,
that's
it's insane how much energy this dude
that's
has, and it's insane.
you don't know how good that is to hear. For me personally, that somebody's actually feeding their pet their natural diet. Because I
Yeah,
hear
for
of
sure.
idiots feeding their cats fucking biscuits, and has anybody actually looked at look? I did it myself. Like my mum's cat, for example, she was feeding the cat biscuits, and I went through. I go, have you looked at the ingredients in these fucking biscuits? Have you? She's like, no, I haven't. There's fucking soy in the biscuits. That's the main
Of
ingredient. I'm like,
course.
you think
Protein.
That's why the
Hello.
life expectancy of a cat is around 9 years.
That's right, but I mean, that's all. I was just like, there's no, you can't, you have to stop doing this, please. I mean, come on, please. If you really love the cat
Well, the
and
cat
you care about
loves
it,
it.
Yeah, I mean, it's
let
a headache, right? Like we go, like it was Kai's cat, it's just my cat now, but like it's our cat or whatever. But we go, we buy all this food and we have to cut it all up, put everything in it. It's a whole ordeal, it's like 4 different types of meat at least, and then we put it in the freezer, and take it out one by one over a couple weeks, whatever. It's a whole ordeal, so I can see why people don't do that, because
Absolutely.
but it's like, bro, if you love your pet, like, don't have one if you don't love it. Like, I'm
Exactly.
willing to try the raw meat thing. I'm not gonna lie though, I walk the line where I think you should really enjoy your food too. I think that's important. I think you just shouldn't eat too much. So I would have to get used to it being cold. You know what I mean? Like, I
Yeah,
don't know.
that's why, that's the issue that I had at first. When it's cold, right out of the fridge, it's tasteless. That's why you need to let it sit and
So, like,
let it
room
be.
temperature.
Let it be exactly. Let it be room temperature.
I want more flavor.
Yeah, but,
Yeah, if
but,
it's
but
fish,
like
no.
I said, Jay, that's because you're addicted to
Fish, you
that
don't
raw
want it at room
flavor.
temperature.
You need to break that
Especially,
addiction.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Like-
addicted to it. I'll be honest. I'm addicted to
Yeah,
the flavor.
and I'm happy that you're honest about it, Witzer, because that's a lot of people are not as honest as you about it. They're like, oh, I want it to taste good. I want to enjoy it, blah, blah, blah. That's because you're addicted to that taste. You grew up with that. So,
Yeah.
and it took me a while to break that habit, to break that addiction. And it will take people a while. And some people may not even be able to go through it because they enjoy eating so much, because it's a pastime. It's something social for them. All of that bullshit. But if you really want to get back to nature, you should eat for nutrition and nutrition alone.
And what I was trying to say earlier was that some of the foods that we have antioxidants in them that melt away really quick, like chocolate, for instance. They have a chocolate out there that's cold, processed, and you get a whole bunch of antioxidants from it.
And oxidants and oxalates.
Well, have you guys heard that, like, a lot, like, that people put too much food in the fridge? You guys ever heard that? Someone was telling me the other day that everyone putting all their food in the fridge. I'm obviously not talking about meat. You have to. But, like, just everyday food people eat, or like their vegetables or whatever, they put in the fridge, and it's actually, like, really bad for the food. Anyone ever heard that?
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because it really does make the food, like, lose its flavor, right? I mean, it's kind of funny if you think about it. Put something in the fridge and eat it, and it doesn't have as much flavor.
Well, it dehydrates anything.
Kind of like with bananas.
Anything that you put in the fridge will be dehydrated. Look, one thing that I'm really happy to hear about you, Witzer, is when I did hear a while back that you had turned to veganism because of a particular person, and I'm so happy that you turned that around. Like I was, because I'm a big fan of you. But yeah, once you turned that around and you said that you were no longer, following that death diet, I was stoked for you. I really was.
Yeah, like, to clarify, I didn't really try it because of him. If anything, he made me not want to try it, to be honest. But, like, so I just ate meat around him for a while, but just for the convenience of it, because we were buying food in bulk and feeding like 5 people like every day, and like out of our pocket, I was like, I'll just try it. And I tried it. I mean, yeah, it's just not for me, man. It's not for me. Dude, my body started breaking out, dude. Like I had like a negative reaction. As soon as I started eating meat again, my skin cleared up like in a day.
Yep.
Crazy, bro.
Yep. I don't think it's for you. I don't think it's for anyone. I mean, some people can outlast it longer than others because of stored nutrients, but eventually you're gonna start looking like death, and you're just gonna start you're gonna crave that meat. That's why vegans every meal they turn it into a meal that looks like meat. You know, that's what they do because they
It's
crave
like
that shit, man.
veganism is like these cauliflower tacos are almost as good as real tacos. Like that's literally what veganism is just how close it is to the meat. But I think where I currently stand is I think veganism's good for certain things. Like if someone's really sick, or if like health reasons, or they want to detox their body, I think that maybe it's okay for a couple of days to reset their body if people can't fast. I think it has some benefit, but only briefly, just to like clean the body out. Really, people should just fast though. So that's kind of where I'm at. But I will say, dude, I mean, no disrespect to anyone here, but my experience is that they're so annoying about it. Like it's like a religion. And that's one thing I definitely disagree with. Like anyone that thinks they have some like moral high ground from being vegan is deluded, bro. You can't even grow vegetables without having pest control. And what happens when the rabbits come eat your food? And what do you do?
Exactly.
What do you do then? It's so stupid.
It's not even possible. It's not even possible on the scale. Like a family of 4 to actually be vegan and grow everything, you would need, like, that would have to be all of your jobs, like the homestead. So, you know, that's it. That would be your life. Preparing, growing your food.
Dude, if you think you have more, like, if you think it's moral, I'm just saying it's like deluded. And that's honestly why I hate veganism. It's not because of the diet. It's just because of a vast majority of the people.
It's absolutely
Well, that's
delusional.
what the moral ground that I just pointed out was they think it's sustainable. It's not. It's not fucking sustainable in any way. And that's why it's half the moral battle, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like, those people never grow their own food, though. You know, like they'll not grow their own food. So if you grow your own food, you're gonna have to maintain the garden, and you're gonna have to prevent life. You know, you're gonna have to step in.
Yep, and clear a paddock.
and the ones that don't, are they aware of the vast amount of rodents and other animals that die when the big harvesting machine comes along and picks up all the shit that they eat? I mean, come on, that in itself is that destroys their whole religion. That simple argument right there. But
yeah, it's just like that's my problem. That's my beef with it. Is like it's the moral thing, bro. Because when I'm on YouTube, it's the #1 subject people get triggered about, and I try to tell them, I'm like, look, man, the more you get like the religious zealots pop out of my comments, like the more I'm gonna make fun of veganism. It's like you're just pushing me to do it because I think it's like a spell, man. It's like I tried it, all right, bro. I consider myself a pretty honest person. Like I'm willing to try the raw meat thing. I have like no bias. And veganism, I started not feeling healthy at all, man. I started feeling like I was on drugs or something.
Yep.
Yeah, you need to be able to mix and match, man. You need to be able to mix and match, if you know what I mean.
Well, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm
not
at.
just one of them. You know, like I was saying before. I mean, just because we can afford to have meat every day doesn't mean that we need to have meat every day. You know.
Well, I disagree. I think we should see. This is my current opinion is that the body is, and I could be completely wrong, man. I just know that no one knows the 100% answer. We've been lied to a lot about this, but I think that we're supposed to eat meat towards the end of the day to be satiated. But I will say, Kai was trying the meat thing, and she said, you know, she'd eat a steak in the morning and it'd give her tons of energy. I don't know, but I have that opinion scripturally based. Like when they didn't have food and they had to get food. The Creator gave them bread in the morning, and then he gave them meat at night, you know, to be satiated. So I don't know. I think there's a middle ground. I think it's much more about being appreciative of it, the food itself, and then the frequency in which you eat. But you know, that's just my opinion.
Well, like check this out. With Romans 14:2, for one believeth that he may eat all things, another who is weak eateth herbs.
Yep. Yeah.
And he does give us clean and unclean meat. Like pig, I don't eat pig. That makes me sick. But there is clean meat, like, you know, that cheweth the cud, cloven hoof, like cows. Ox.
Yeah.
What about what about the raw meat, Don?
I don't eat raw meat. I don't go that route.
Well, dude, I like raw fish, man. Like I get these bowls. I get these bowls with raw fish, and they're fire, bro. Like
Absolutely.
raw.
Yeah, that's
raw.
different. Seafood's
So,
different. Yeah.
how is that different though?
I don't know. Maybe
You
it's
don't know,
probably
do
the
you?
salt. Probably the salt water might be
It's
more.
mental, bro. I think it might be mental. That's
It's
why I want to
absolutely.
try
I
it.
agree with Witzer. It's absolutely mental.
Because I didn't even want to eat that, bro. Like, cause just I was raised, everything was cooked, bro. You know, and so, but I ate it, and I was like, this is so delicious. I don't know. I would be pleasantly surprised with other meats too. I don't know. The chicken, like raw chicken, I can't imagine me liking that, but I'm willing to try it. You know, I would want to talk to some people that can kind of like how exactly. Okay, I get it now. Take it out of the fridge, let it warm up, because I can't just eat really cold raw meat. I don't think it's just not my.
No,
Soy
like I said,
sauce.
No,
I feed my
not at all.
I feed
Unless
my
it's
dog
fish.
raw chicken.
Don't
and
eat
Unless
it
it's
cold.
fish. Fish needs to be very fresh.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, and it's delicious.
Fish you cannot have it. Fish you cannot have it at room temperature. It should be very cold.
I think
You know,
fish
if you're
is
gonna
like
have it
such
raw.
an important meat.
That's subjective, man. You can't say you can't have it at this. You shouldn't do that. That's subjective, man. It's up to the person.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
All right.
Because I can just destroy that by saying, "Oh no, I like it at room temperature." So that's subjective in that sense.
No one will serve you at the room temperature. That's what I'm saying.
What do you want? Yes, they do. They do it all the
could
time.
be subjective.
I've been to Japan about 10 times. I've eaten all the sushi that I ever eat is at room temperature. You know, I've eaten raw organ meats over there. The first time that I tried raw chicken was in Japan, and I was
it comes
like,
out of the fridge straight to your mouth, man. Basically,
it didn't come out of the fridge, dude.
It doesn't spend.
No restaurant is going to serve you cold meat. It's just
not meat,
it's
fish.
just
It's
repulsive.
fish.
Spicy tuna
Fish-
roll.
Meat is fish. It's the
Yeah,
same
tuna
thing.
roll. Yeah.
Look, any meat that's served cold is just not going to be appetizing to anyone because, give you the example, in nature you would kill an animal, you know, and this is a lot of tribes do this and a lot of cultures do this. They kill and they eat it straight away, especially like the
That's what
Inuit.
I'm saying. You don't leave it around. You don't leave it around.
If you kill it and you eat it, you know, it's if anything, it's either ambient temperature or it's slightly warmer. It's not cold.
Yeah, but when it comes to fish, you know, when the fish comes to your plate, it's been kept either in the ice or in the fridge.
Yeah, and nobody wants to eat it like that though.
Well, and fish come out of cold water, kind of though, right? So it's like I'd say it's a shorter period that it would be out of the temperature control. Like if you go in nature, you're gonna get a fish out of water. Like the fish isn't gonna be like hot or warm. I mean, you know,
but it's not gonna be cold, is it? It's not
it's
gonna
gonna be kind of just gonna be really just chilling. Yeah, it's gonna be like maybe slightly chill.
If it's out of the fridge, a fridge normally at 4 degrees Celsius. It's not gonna be at 4 degrees Celsius.
Dude, I'm currently convinced fridges are death machines. I'm serious, bro. I'm gonna look into it. But
I would, you know, in a way, I would agree with you. Like I said, anything that I eat that's raw, I take it out of the fridge and I let it sit there until it gets room temp. And being here in Australia, room temperature isn't cold. It's like
Clovis, that's essentially cooking, but just not to the extent that I might do.
Cooking.
Yeah, hey, if you're not having it cold and you're raising the temperature of that steak, Clovis, you're essentially likely cooking it.
You think I'm cooking things at 26 degrees Celsius? Come on, bro.
Come on, define cooking. What temperature does cooking start at, Clovis? I don't know if you're as pure as you think.
Look, I would define cooking as definitely anything above 100 degrees Celsius, personally.
Oh, well, I definitely don't cook my meat then. Shit, fucking hell.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it.
And it's way below that. 45 degrees.
I'm ecstatic to hear that. I really am.
Yeah, well, shit.
So wait, okay, I'm interested in this raw meat thing. I'm trying to think of all the meats though. So like, what's like y'all's preferred meat?
Personally, mine is horse liver.
Okay. Whoa.
To eat every day though.
Like, what's your favorite meat?
If I could, yeah.
Well, I guess one's
fair enough.
different though, right? Because you said earlier that
Beef.
a big shifts for, in your opinion, that's productive is like eating for nutritional benefit and detaching from the taste thing. And my answer to this question is based 100% solely on taste, basically.
Oh, okay. On taste, okay. And then in that case, it would have to be raw tuna.
Okay, that's fine.
Yep.
Like currently, my favorite meat is lamb.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure that's like my favorite meat. It's just so freaking perfect and amazing and like perfectly portioned and oh man. But I don't even know how. I guess I don't know how eating that raw would be, but I love lamb. I think it's like the most. It's like made for us to eat.
Yeah. Look, I personally I'm not the biggest fan of raw lamb. I've definitely tried it on multiple occasions.
You see, the thing is that this type
lamb's
of
good
meat,
cooked.
this type of meat,
The lanolin.
the taste comes out of the fat. The fat needs to burn in order to give flavor to the meat.
Yeah. But it's so
the
good, man.
lanolin in sheep is no good.
I can't say I'd ever just give up for reasons like that. I don't think I'd ever just fully give up any meat being cooked. Like, I'd be interested in integrating raw meat and see how it goes. But because I did that with the fish and it was a good experience, pretty naturally. But I would always want, like, my favorite meat ever would still probably always be prepared lamb. It's just so fire. I don't know. I think we're supposed to enjoy our food too.
I've
I think there's a
reduced.
middle ground.
I've reduced the temperature of my meats definitely.
I think
mean,
that's
throughout time. I'm more towards the rare side, medium rare to rare, than medium to well. But raw, I wouldn't go. Not on those meats.
Isn't that one thing that the Bible teaches to try to rid ourselves of carnal addictions?
Sure, yeah, but it does also say, like, you know, drink your wine and have a merry spirit and eat your meat and become satiated. Like there's there's a middle ground. Like, I think for sure that's the biggest part of life, though, is what you just said. That's why I think people eat too much. Like, the Hebrew people didn't eat till like lunch. They went and worked and ate lunch.
Yeah, but didn't you previously admit that you were addicted to cooked meats?
No, yeah, like I'm not saying I do it perfect, but I think there's a middle ground. I think you are supposed to enjoy. If you're like on Shabbat, you're supposed to prep everything the day before and then just like really enjoy your food and rest. And like that's the whole point. Food's one of those things where it's here. I think we're supposed to enjoy it, but you're not supposed to like let it control you. So yeah, I mean, like that's why I'm saying I'm open to changing it because I don't feel that food has power over me at all, though, bro. Like, I just won't eat. Like, I think that people eat way too much. I think it's one of the biggest tricks ever. Like, that's just my opinion, but I think people eat way too much.
It's true. And the food that's on offer is inappropriate. If the only food on offer was food that you had to go out and hunt, then people couldn't eat too much. It wouldn't be possible because you've got to expend energy to go and get it. And that's how nature designs you.
And that's why I think the scriptures say,
you would
like,
be
if you don't
satiated.
work, if you don't work for your food, then you don't deserve to eat. Like, I think that's what it means.
It does, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
and
like the creator would not. He wouldn't want you eating food constantly, just being gluttonous, man. Like the Messiah was not out here just like stuffing his face, you know, beginning to end of the day. That's not how it works. Like he fasted for 40 days.
And that's why royalty suffered. That's why all the royalty ended up with all the gout and all the fucking problems with, you know, living a life of luxury because they had the slaves to go out and do everything. You know, even grind the flour for the bread, which ended up being their demise pretty much.
Which gets deep, right? Like love of money is the root of evil, but money's not inherently evil. It's just like what you do. If you stop working, like and earning what you have, then that's what's bad.
Another thing I try to promote a lot is the consumption of organ meat, because a lot of people are okay with eating raw muscle meat because it tastes this and that, and not only that, there's like a stigma. Oh, it's gross. I'm eating organs, but that's where you find your highest concentration of nutrients is in things like liver, things like heart muscle, brains, those things that, we grow up, disliking because of, it might be gross for whatever reason. It's purely because, we haven't been fed that as children. If you are fed that as children, then you don't develop this repulsion to these particular meats.
Right, like
So
we feed the cat like liver and heart and some tissue.
dude, that's gonna be a healthy cat, I'll tell you that much.
It is, dude. It's noticeably everyone just thinks it's way younger than it is. It's like 6 years old. But you can't tell.
Dude, and not to put myself up on a pedestal, but I personally get that all the time. I'm 34 and I still get asked for ID when I go to a bottle shop, when I go to a liquor store. That's how you guys call it. Still, to this day, all the time, and it's to the point where it gets like sort of annoying. But I'm like, all right, I obviously don't look my age, and I'm proud of it. I'm fucking proud.
Oh
of it.
yeah,
the beard changes the game though for me. Like when I grow my beard, I don't get ID'd as much.
Dude, I still do. I've got the biggest beard I've had in my life right now, and I still get asked for. I'm like, dude, what do I have to do? To look, over, because they say, it's they gauge the age you're 25 and under. That's what they use for a gauge. Or okay, this guy looks 25 and under, therefore I have to ask him for ID. So fucking oath, I'm proud of it, and it shows in my skin. It shows in everything. I don't know.
So like, do you just you dip it in something, or what? You just eat it? You just eat
I just eat it as it is, man. Like I said, I let it sit.
There's the sauce again.
That's what I'm asking. There's got to be a sauce game here.
Look, when I first started eating it, I used salt, and I used I used to make like little vinaigrettes and dip it in that. But then I'm like, I'm gonna try it without this, because I'm trying to enhance the flavor. I'm trying to stick to my addiction because I'm addicted to high salt. So that's what I was trying to emulate. So I'm just like, no, I'm gonna get rid of that. I'm just gonna go full animalistic. What would I do if I was just stuck out in nature? I wouldn't have all these condiments to add to the meat. All right, so I'm gonna go as close to nature as I can. And like I said, it's a process. You get used to it. It's like anything. You get used to it, and then you don't. There's no need for that added flavor. It's there on its own.
Is your missus fully raw?
No.
Is she like vegan? Is she the opposite?
No, not at all. Well, she's Japanese, so she's used to eating raw fish. Definitely, all sorts of raw meat. Because like I said, she introduced me to a lot of it. Like the raw chicken, the raw horse liver, which is one of my favorites. I was like, I was at a Japanese steakhouse, and there was raw liver on the menu, like raw horse liver. I'm like, yeah, I'll fucking try that. Why not?
Wait a minute,
this is amazing.
You actually ate raw chicken and
Yeah,
didn't get sick?
Didn't get sick.
Interesting. I mean, I know I feed it to my
Cue the
dogs.
stereotype, yeah.
I feed it to my dogs raw chicken and the bone because the bone is not cooked. But I have to wash my hands after I do that because there's I forgot what it's called.
Yeah, apparently there's salmonella. Look.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something that you have to test out for yourself. I've eaten it on several occasions. Haven't gotten sick once.
Interesting.
Yeah, look, could that be part of a deception? I personally think it is a massive deception, but that's up to you to put it to the test. I'm not going to offer medical advice on that, but me personally,
they told me you say you put nothing on the chicken, no lemon juice, nothing.
Nothing.
Interesting. I'm not gonna lie, bro. It's not appetizing. Like it doesn't sound enjoyable.
I agree.
No,
if I
would prefer not having it at all.
Myself, 2 or 3 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, I would have thought the same thing. The first time it was offered to me, I'm like, I was actually so hesitant. I'm like, I don't want to fucking eat this shit. Especially, I'm in Japan. I don't want to get sick while I'm on holidays.
If you think about it, biblical times, right? Aspects, right? They're sometimes, a lot of times, they're in the desert, so they couldn't get really fires going. So if they found food like animals or a goat or whatnot, obviously they probably would have had to eat it raw, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously there were times they had to do that.
Absolutely, man.
Of course.
This is, in my opinion, this is another along with the paradigm deception, the cosmology deception. This is another massive deception that a lot of people aren't, privy to. And I don't think of myself as special or I've got this special knowledge and none of that.
Telling me that the civilization that built the pyramids were eating raw meat because of the conditions? Kidding me?
No, I'm like saying like biblical times. I'm saying like being out in the desert. There's no wood around. No way to make like fire.
Yeah, like eating raw meat wasn't nearly as foreign to people back then as it is now. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
It's the only way to survive an ice age, basically,
Yeah,
is
right.
to eat potentially, rancid meat. And essentially we are scavengers by definition.
I like it.
Not carnivores.
I said, oh man.
Like especially if there's any real benefits to it, like they just had more wise knowledge. I mean, they are just greater wisdom overall.
Yes, people back then were way smarter than people now.
Wiser.
I think it's the way the creator intended our diet to be that way. And anything we add to that is just man-made bullshit that we think we need because we think we're smart and we think we've got the right knowledge, and it's like, no, man. and like I mentioned previously, we eat for taste. That should tell you alone that you're wrong. I mean,
yeah.
If you look at animals, and I'm not saying that we are animals, don't get me wrong, but if you look at the way nature, goes about its diet, for example, it doesn't cook anything. You won't find an animal cooking anything because it's fucking ridiculous. There's no need. There's absolutely no need. I mean, like I said, and anyone can try it for yourself, see if there are any benefits. I found there was massive benefits for me. Whether they were, on the surface, internally, both for me. I found that my skin, I used to have dry skin, it went away.
All these benefits come from eating an animal-based diet without the raw component, though. Like, there's plenty of examples of that.
Of course, I agree with that.
The raw component, the raw component is obviously another level that not too many people go fully 100% into. Like, I'll indulge in a few things every now and then, but most of the time, like I've said, I sous vide mine until about 45 degrees, so it's lightly cooked. I'll call it that. But it's just more tender for me.
Yeah, 45 degrees, dude, is like it's like a hot day here. It's like you're not cooking anything, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, no, by definition, it is being cooked, but you're right. It's so low that it's all about terminology at that point.
Yeah. Negligible.
At the end of the day, so many people have miraculous benefits from even having well done supermarket fucking steaks, man. Like, that are probably loaded with things that you don't even want to think about, and they change their world around. So you don't have to go full raw or full organic or anything. So just give it a go. Whatever your budget, whatever you want to do it.
You don't have to, but at the same time, couple that with the abstinence from carbohydrates, and in my opinion, from my experience, that'll be amazing for your body. If you abstain from that shit, your body will go into ketosis, and not only will you have more energy, you'll look better, you'll feel better, and I don't know. To me, it's a huge life changer.
If you think you can give up cocaine, you can give up carbs.
What was that?
If you think you can give up cocaine, you more than likely can give up carbs.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Agreed.
It's fucking addictive. It's very hard to let go.
Oh,
it's hard. Most people don't do it until they've hit some sort of health battle that they're not sort of resolving in most standard ways. And then they'll end up doing some research, and they'll go down usually intermittent fasting first and keto, and then make their way into fucking carnivore or full animal based. Not too many people just do it on a whim because they've just heard it's good or whatever. And there's no, most people have to be forced into it. But yeah, benefits await. Go for it, Witsit.
Yeah.
You fucking won't regret it, man.
I agree.
I'm interested.
You'll be even more mentally fucking astute for all your fucking, your fucking battles that you go out and do on the streets.
Absolutely.
I don't want to take away from the conversation or like right here or away, but I want to ask the panel a question real quick. We get the radius from the sky, right? That's observed. Everything, all the measurements for a globe is from the sky.
Yep.
So here's the thing. I'm looking at reversing. I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know which map to use yet, the Mercator or the AE. But reverse engineer the radius 3959 and have that as the radius of light over a flat plane. Just reverse engineer, make everything curved from the sky onto the ground. What do you guys think of that? Just real quick.
We've already done it. It's called the Personal Atmospheric Dome Model. So check it out. It's been done.
Yeah, I know. I'm just talking about like the circumference of light over a flat plane. So it has a radius. It'll have a radius from point A to point B, east to west. And I done with a Glober arm. I don't know if you guys heard about it, but with him in Blender, we used a spotlight over a Mercator map, and the circumference of light definitely appeared curved like a ball, 100%. And then when you used a fisheye lens, because it gives you that option, he zoomed out a little bit and made it look like a globe. But then he increased the contrast, and it showed the rest of the Mercator map. So I'm just trying to figure out where to place it. I'm not saying how far the sun is, just how it behaves, and how we could perceive that as spherical curvature.
Well, yeah, it's a bunch of things, though, isn't it, that make up what we see.
Sure. Yes.
Like it's not just it's a very dynamic thing.
Yep. You know, like
because does that Blender thing have atmosphere? Sorry, or was it just the light part you're talking about?
It was just the light. I'm just how light can be perceived. The circle of light can be perceived as like if your angle is say 20 degrees to like 40 degrees head on, out through the y-axis, you would perceive that edge as a sphere edge. It will look curved.
Okay.
And
I'm with you.
Yeah. So seeing like certain images from like rockets, right? I looked at how it looks concave, convex, and flat. We did the same thing in Blender, and it did the exact same thing. This the circle of light on the Mercator map. It went concave to convex to flat. It was amazing.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we see it in like a hula hoop, like a 360.
Yeah, and
go ahead.
Yeah, like you see in you perceive in circles like you see with like a circle, basically. If you look out, you just draw a big circle. That's kind of like what you see, like because we look through eyes.
Right.
So that's funny. That's funny to me too, because I don't know. I just think it's so crazy that people can't fully take it in and want to act like the Earth's a ball. And also just like they look at they think about it, like they looked at the sky and they looked at the sun and said, we're gonna figure out how big the ball is. Like you can't do that. Oh, well, yeah, I guess you're right. So we'll just the sun's just infinitely far away. It's so dumb, bro. It's so dumb. Like they never got an actual measurement. They looked up at the sky and made stories up.
Come up with a good thing yesterday, Witz, which you might want to use. I don't know if you already use it. I haven't heard it being said. But you've got a situation whereby if you're standing at the beach and you've got a ship moving away from you, you've got, X amount of distance before that ship, supposedly disappears, over the horizon. But a ship going left to right in front of you, like across the profile, same distance on the ocean, you'd just see it the whole way. You wouldn't see it like literally going down over a mound of water that would rise up behind it, which would then cause it to disappear for the person that would be standing, over on the other beach watching that particular ship go away. So it doesn't work for the profile. Like there's no mound of water that could hide a ship from the other perspective of the person. It's purely an optical thing.
Yeah, I love it.
I'm glad you got it. Fucking hell. Well done.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. I'm not the biggest fan of like people that say you should see left to right curvature close, but like that's a good point still. I think that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, it's really weird that I'm just trying to understand the psyche. I guess it's like I travel the U.S. guys. I know what the truth is. The truth is not that the people that defend the globe this long on the internet and stuff. These are not real people, and like this is not like they're rare people. Like most people just have never heard the truth. They've never heard the real version of flat Earth.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I see the right to left. When I went on the banks, on the dooms, and I was at mean sea level, water level, if you will, and I went higher up in elevation, like 200 feet. It's like in a rim edge. It looks as a disc. So I looked
That's
up a
optics,
term.
though.
Yes, it's like a cissoid. You know what a cissoid is of Diocles? Like algebraic geometry. So it's like circles, and there's a formula for it. I'm trying to figure out what I can place. What map would be the? I'm not a cartographer, right? So I'm having difficulties here. It's tough.
But like, you know, from a beach out to where a ship disappears, there's only fucking like 6 kilometers or 8 kilometers or fucking 6 miles or some shit. It's not far. And like when we see a profile distance of 6 or 8 kilometers, there's no fucking way. I mean, it looks dead flat. I mean, you could look 60 kilometers left to right and it looks dead fucking flat. There's no way
Right.
a ship could have any water, one left or right of it, that could hide it from an observer standing on the fucking the 90-degree sort of edge of the fucking waterway or whatever body of water we're talking about.
Right.
Yeah,
just
like the
can't
boat
happen.
would perceivably begin to disappear to the right if the Earth was a ball, right or left.
Yeah, to
Right.
that observer. Whereas we're just looking at it going left to right, going, yep, there's a ship going.
Your
Exactly.
buildings don't even lean; they should lean. There definitely should be some kind of weird effect going on there.
But wait, check this.
Go ahead.
Sorry. No, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like the mange, you know, what was his name? Mr. Sensible, right? I heard Flat Zoe break this down before, but I kept looking at that observation, and it looks like the circumference of light over a flat plane. See, the inverse square law has it where they claim it doesn't reach zero, but see, it's a different density level higher you go. So how the light would behave through, 300 feet, 300,000 feet, I mean, 62 miles, that's hard to tell. I mean, like, there's a variable you got to take into consideration there.
Yeah, and that's crazy to think, perceiving light through the layered densities all the way up, and then your angle.
Right. They think that you'll see forever. Like, no, dude. There's so much thick gradients, hot, cold, different molecules in the air, different material. I can't
But
believe
here,
that. Go ahead.
do
Go ahead.
you think, okay, if these people that have come on here and argue for the globe for years, do you think that if they ever came to the realization that it was flat, that they would like say it?
Oof.
Yes.
Oof. I don't
No,
know,
of course
man.
not.
I don't.
Right.
I don't think.
They would
so.
never, dude.
Some of them, like, nah.
No, none of them would do it. They may
just
say
double
they
down
would do
harder.
it. They'll probably all say they would do it. I bet you almost every single one of them would say they'd do it, but 0% would do it. So, I mean, I like tailoring the arguments to those people are good in the sense that you like sharpen the sword or whatever. But like, think about it. You just brought up the boats. Okay, this is if you can talk to real people in the world, like, why do you think the Earth's a ball? Well, boats disappear in the distance over the curve of the Earth. Okay, did you know that you can actually go look at a boat? It'll disappear, and then you can zoom in and see the full boat again. Like, so it wasn't the curve of the Earth that made it disappear, right? See, the people on the internet, they want to immediately talk about how at a different, further distance, it disappears, and they promise it's the curve then. That's literally irrelevant.
course.
That's a red herring, effectively. It's not no, that's not even the point though. The point is that it did that and it wasn't because of a curve, right? They don't even want to acknowledge the actual cause of it doing it the first time. They literally for years have avoided it.
Yeah, but Rumpus, for example, will say, well, of course, you have refraction, and it'll disappear. Like if the boat disappears at 30 kilometers, then of course it wasn't curvature, it's optical. If it disappears at 2 kilometers, of course it's optical, it wasn't curvature. But if it happens to disappear at that perfect geometric fucking location, then that's curvature. That's how retarded they are.
It's so insane, bro.
Dude, the crazy part is that when you get the known glovers in community, they always want to invoke like certain type of refraction. You ask them what refraction is, they can hardly even tell you. But how would you get a point of tangency to the geometric horizon to get that value of refraction? Like you can do 7/6R. Okay, great, give it to you. So how are you gonna go based off it? You're gonna get a tangent point to that horizon so you can get that value? How do you do that? Well, mainstream tells you that you have to remove the Atmo to do that, to get a real precise measurement. But
That
lo and behold,
geometric,
we got
yeah,
gases.
exactly. Yep, mathematics to the rescue. We can just
That's
calculate
tough,
that.
Well, this is what's funny about that too. So like if you were able to remove the Atmos, like you still can't see forever, man. It's like these simple things. It's just I'm trying to put it into perspective. But most of the people they haven't heard these things. The people that argue this they have to just like avoid it. Like street lights. So everyone's seen them. Like everyone that exists, pretty much, have seen street lights in the distance. Okay, that's so they're all the same height though. And I've had people on the street, what they'll say is when they talk about the sun or whatever, I'm like, look at those street lights. Look at the lights down the park, down the pier. And you see how they're optically, like lowering. Well, they're all the same height. And so they'll say, oh, well, they'll actually say the earth is curving. Dude, most people, dude, an insane amount of the people.
That's
Right. So just think about that, right? Like if you think about it, it's like, it's insane. It's insane because the people here, they just act like that doesn't matter somehow. Like they can't even say out loud, like, well, yeah, that does have potential to be the same thing.
That's funny.
I don't know.
Tough, man.
I'm kind of like, I think I'm over those people for the most part. I like the conversation, whatever.
Yeah.
Like I like the depths of everything, but it's like, I don't know, man. I think the real thing is just getting it out there.
Hey, you seen the observation with Dr. John D across looking onto France with the turbines? I have the actual. Actually talking about the street lights, right? This shows actual angular size change at a distance, as well as no curve. So if they say angular size, well, it's the curve. Well, the geometric horizon will be no more than 2.62 miles. And there is the image right there. That is impossible. You can see that they're getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller in size. That's not curve. This stuff's fun sometimes.
Yeah, but refraction, streetlight refraction.
Yeah, but how do you see to get that, dude? You need a point of tangency to get that value. Now they're gonna invoke extreme refraction or atmosphere refraction, all this stuff that they barely even know what the heck it is. They can't even give you a reasonable explanation.
Yeah, they need a flat plane for that.
This is not even the point. The point is, how do you get this value of refraction you need that is required if you don't have a point of tangency? You need a baseline to start off from.
But the reason they use refraction is because it's just the term that they put out there for the layman to understand, with like the simplicity of crazy stuff happens when you look out in the distance.
Sure, I mean, I wouldn't deny that, but
I'm saying that's it. That's as far as it goes. That's the reason that we have in-depth, crazy, hyper-specific conversations about refraction. Or we've picked apart all their equations, how to teach them what their claim is, and teach them how they don't understand it. It's just because the zealots still take the same talking points that were given for the side.
Yeah, correct. Refraction is not geometry. So when they talk about refraction, they're not talking about the geometry that it should have. It should be observable, but it's not observable. And the reason why is they invoke refraction. So if it's never observable, it's never measurable. It's not there.
Right.
Well, they make it unfalsifiable, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the only option when you lie, though. So I was just saying it's a script. The zealots are still having to follow the scripts, bro. It kind of limits us. Do you see what I'm saying? It limits us because if we only focus on even like the zealots talking points, well, we're still within the confinement of the script because they cannot think outside of the script. They can't. So like when you ask them a question they don't know, they literally are just like, I don't know until I find out what I'm supposed to think immediately. I believe that. Like that's how they look at life, you know. Like look at this conversation. So I don't know.
The globe was driven from a flat Earth model anyway, with the elevation angles from Polaris and so on. They don't have a model.
And everyone agrees that. So we use Polaris for everything. So that's a pretty important star, you know. Like that's got to be. I mean, on any models, Polaris has to be like the most important star. Right. I mean, it's in the center of the timepiece that is the sky. We use it for reference for everything. So,
yep.
Yeah, their model has no idea where Polaris is. No idea. Like in their little model of space. And so I don't know. I think it's crazy. I think that kind of the trick is us for years really staying within the script. And I think they got us for a while with the term flat Earth itself. But we've absorbed it at this point. You know. Like plain Earth is way better marketing. They're plain Earthers. Anyway, I'm kind of ranting. I feel like I just was making the point that, like, you know, the real battle is getting most people seeing the true information, and then we won, right? You can't make people think things. And so, you know, like if I don't want to say anyone's specific name, but just if one of these globes outs, if one of you guys broke Zanuck, you know, and he's like, you know what, I have to admit, after all these years, I think you guys actually might be onto something.
I disagree.
Would that be satisfying?
I disagree, man. I think we are on post-mortem already. You know, the globe is dead. It's been dead for quite some time now.
That's what I'm saying.
It wouldn't be satisfying.
There is nothing. There is no evidence whatsoever for the globe.
Sure.
Yeah.
But what, to answer your question, I actually wouldn't even do bat an eye, to be honest with you. I mean, oh hey Zanuck, hey, we got a goofball on our.
Yeah, but like just in general, like if I was to break a zealot, I wouldn't get a ton of satisfaction out of that or anything. Like when I get emails and they're like, dude, I thought flat Earth was so dumb, man. And one of my friends sent me your debate, and I watched you debate whoever, and dude, just watching how they were reacting, the stuff that they were saying and stuff, he's like, you know, you're the one that really made me look into it more seriously, and my whole life has changed since then. that's cool. You know, like that's satisfactory. I really like that. It's like why I do whatever I do, but I wouldn't even. I don't think everyone's supposed to get to know. Is that bad, right? Like, or maybe it's
No.
wisdom to acknowledge some people aren't equipped. It's like almost unfair for them to have it.
Right. I agree with you, man, because a few are chosen, right? So only few will...
yeah, it just, but you're not deserving. Like if you have no humility whatsoever, you don't deserve it. And not only do you not deserve it, you can only do bad with it.
Right, but you got to think about it too. People that hate God or don't love God, right? He will send them a strong delusion that they can't be saved through him, right? And they'll be deceived. So I mean,
yeah,
I think it's
absolutely.
it's a spiritual warfare out here, like crazy left and right. So I mean, if they hate God, I mean, they probably won't even see. They may see flat Earth, but I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I think it would bring you joy though if it changes somebody's life. That'll definitely bring some type of joy.
So since you brought up God, which is a human construct, that word specifically, but like the creator, and so the Messiah, right? He talked in parables because everyone wasn't supposed to get it. It's like, would he have sat there and just debated with Pharisees all day, every day? Like knowing they had dishonest intention, right? No, dude, no. Now, it's a nuance here because it's like we sharpen it and we're trying to figure out the truth. And so it's beneficial for us because it helps aid us in our pursuit of truth. And so I'll give it that. But you can see there's probably some middle ground here. Like the Pharisees would only limit the profoundness of what the Messiah had to say. Right. And I think if we can try to apply that to us with the flat earth, it would help.
Like knowing when to pick your battles type of thing. Knowing when you just got enough out of the conversation. Like not to hate the person, but just knowing to carry on.
Well, just maintaining like a bare minimum level of intellectual integrity and honesty, or it's just not allowed your energy.
Know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah, I like that song.
Kenny Rogers.
Which I'm talking to myself because I feel like I've messed up in that regard a lot, and I'm like only really starting to realize it here recently.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I'll get to that point, man, where you just know who to like converse with, and who.
Yeah, like
this.
We can't be the Messiah, of course, but it's just like always think about it. And like, even if you're not religious or whatever, because I hate religion personally, but it's like just in general, like the idea of the Messiah, right? Like just the idea of doing perfectly what's right. Like if someone doesn't let you talk, like if they're not going to let you talk, if they're not like let you finish, if you let them finish and then you go to make a point and they just never really let you talk, that's not worth your energy, bro. That's real wisdom would never engage for any long duration.
Right, you got to know how to have patience. Patience, man, is a must, especially in Discord. They name it Discord, though. Isn't that funny? Discord.
Yeah, exactly. And like I'll say that's why I did do it so much. I used to be in Gamma Panda server a lot. It's because I used to always convince myself that it was me working on my patience, but bro, not really. I'd always end up getting upset, and it's just, I mean, yeah, I always be like, yeah, but how long can I keep my cool or whatever? How much can I let go? And I guess there's maybe some truth to that, but I just think it's unwise. It's unwise to give that too much energy.
Yeah, it's unhealthy too for the mental state, right?
And like, it's just, yeah, it's like intentional benevolence is really, it's like, dude, you have to cut that off. You have to assert authority over it. If anything, like you can't capitulate to, like prideful intentional malevolence. I mean, that's what it actually is. I guess deception, maybe. It's like deceptive, subversive. You know what I mean?
All of the above.
Yeah, and subversive in the sense that you're attempting to usurp the natural order's authority.
Right. Hey, here's one thing though, man. Flat Earth is not going nowhere. It's only going to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Sometimes I just like, there's days where I don't even want to debate it at all whatsoever. I get tired of it and I sit back and think like, there's going to be people that are going to actually this not going nowhere. Like sometimes I feel like it's going to go somewhere, but it's not going to go nowhere. Like, what am I doing half the time? Like I'm telling you, it's going to get big. I just sense it. I mean, I can't be the only one.
It's going to take one of the experiments, mate. It's going to take some sort of physical proof of something, one way or the other, that people could agree on, obviously, not optical.
Sure, and I would go with electromagnetism. That field, right? That's something that should be more talked about. I mean, Glowbusters do their thing, and then Witsit talks about his thing. I think that should be talked about way more nowadays. Like, what is, like, the ether conversations, like that?
Yeah, what is inside an empty vacuum? We know it's not actually empty. What's actually fucking in there? Let's work this out.
They were saying yesterday how electromagnetism was the medium here at Geo.
Well, let's prove it. Yeah, let's prove it. Somehow.
What do y'all think the great deception would be in the Bible? Like,
that's a good
question. I think it's whatever happens that unifies the world.
Yeah, I would agree with that too. I would say the great deception is anything that's opposite of God.
The great deception is a single event, though, right? Like it's
the
a
great
single.
I thought you were talking like being deceived, like those that don't believe they're going to be saved. Is that the one you're talking about?
Well,
I heard a crazy story one time that they switched it around, and the snake was actually God, and he wanted us to have the knowledge.
Yeah.
I mean, we would all agree knowledge is good, right?
Yeah, that's Anton LaVey's Satanism. He redoes the story of Adam and Eve, but the snake's the good guy. He's being like, hey, God's trying to stop you from understanding the world. He doesn't want you to know things. He just wants you to obey him, and you shouldn't do that. But it's a modern.
That sounds like a grooming technique to me, if ever I've heard it.
Originally from Anton LaVey, but I think that's his sort of.
You're super quiet, man.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, actually, I was super quiet, dude.
Yeah, I couldn't even tell. I was fixing to talk over you.
Is that?
I heard the grooming.
Okay, were you asked? Yeah, you're good.
I'm curious. I'm curious, Rakia. What do you mean by the great like the big great deception?
Well,
because
that's
there's
what
a couple
I was,
of them.
Yeah, I like y'all's answers, but I do think I have my own. I don't know where this came from or whatever, and it's not that flat Earth is the great deception, but maybe I always say to myself, I know the Creator exists. I call it God. I worship my Creator. I think Jesus is my Lord and Savior. Okay,
Nice.
that's where I come from, right? No man can take that from me, right? That's the only thing that a man can't take from me. He can take my life, he can take my possessions, blah blah blah. But when it
Can't
comes
take
to
your pride, mate, not your pride.
yeah, well, anyway, when it comes to the great deception, I think it would be anything that hides creation. So flat Earth would be a part of that, because in what way would the great deceiver of this world be better? Spend his time better than creating deceptions and stuff about creation, which would hide the Creator ultimately.
Yeah, for sure. Like that's what I was gonna say. So like some interpret it as like this singular event, which I actually don't lean that way either. Like kind of what you're saying, like the overall great deception, which just basically climaxes at the end.
Hiding the creator, right? So what better way to do that than turn the creation upside down? We often see the Bible, you can easily interpret things the opposite of what science does today. It's kind of
True.
strange.
Yeah. Make evil look good.
Well, I
and
don't
good
think
look...
creation is governed by the creator.
What?
Huh?
Yeah.
You think what? Wait, let's hear it.
Yeah,
creation is not governed by the creator.
You just dipped out.
Somebody did.
Are you saying you just dipped out?
No, I'm just saying that this world is governed by by the forces of evil.
Oh well, they're allowed to. Yeah, they're allowed to effectively run wild in rain. Yeah.
That's
just like we
after
are.
the creation, though.
Yeah, I mean that's just freedom. Though.
Correct. After the creation, yeah.
Yeah, that's free
the
will.
fallen
But
agent. Yeah.
Nothing
happens.
Look, nothing happens under God's feet unless He allows it. Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, do you think that we should exist? Do you think there's a purpose to existence without freedom?
I don't.
I mean, some can argue maybe that there are. Like, someone was talking about how some angels don't really blah blah blah. I'm like, yeah, existence without freedom. I don't know, man. I mean,
that's non-existence. That's not reality to me, because how would you know what love was unless you knew what hate was?
Dude, how would you know what anything is, right?
Exactly. You wouldn't even know you were existing if you didn't have, the choices. Choice
There would be no
proves
such
love
thing.
also.
Yeah, there would be no such thing as knowing.
Right.
You guys seen Free Guy with Ryan Reynolds?
No.
He was an NPC and love set him free.
You know that love really does like increase your electromagnetic aura significantly, like literally, physically.
Yeah, I feel like we do work on there's a Toyota field. They're
Oh,
actually.
it's like look up Heart Institute. It's like literally love literally increases the radius of your electromagnetic aura.
There's references to that too, like she brightened up the room, things like that, like the magnetic, attraction. They talk about it. I'm attracted to her. It's all in the language.
And this is why they always talk
knew,
about
they knew back then, right?
If you look at the modern version of science and what they tell you about the body and everything, like love, what does love have to do with the heart?
She's giving me it's the frequency. It's the whole body.
Right, but I'm saying based on modern science, like what does love have to do with the heart?
Actually, doesn't have nothing to do with it. More, you could feel it more like in the stomach area. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
especially
we just kind of associated it with, but
I don't know.
when you look at it like this, and you can now prove it. Like there's science that can prove it, bro. Like when you show love, like your electromagnetic field increases, and that is what your heart is. It has electromagnetic field.
Right.
That's what
it does. There's no doubt.
You can prove it. You can prove
your
it.
Your impulses, frequency, everything goes up, right? When you're around that person that you love, or you're touched, by, even just sprays, right? Like just any type of stroke really increases it, right? I'm not talking about sexual. I'm just talking about that.
Yeah.
That frequency just, man, it explodes, right? You can feel it. The hairs on your skin stand up.
Dude, when you're in fear, it gets really small.
Yeah, it's crazy. I've never really thought about this like that. That does make sense.
It's crazy, bro. And then so the average is around 6 feet. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of that?
It's a literal science, bro. It's like the psyop. It's a literal science to it. Like keep them roughly 6 feet apart at least, and put them in fear. So they're gonna drop to around 2 feet. is the average of like a state of fear.
Couldn't believe they came out with the 6 foot. Like when they started telling people don't hug your grandparents and stay 6 feet away from your loved ones, I was
People
like,
actually did
this
it
is a
though.
demonic, like, if people don't wake up to this, then there's no hope. Because I was mainly talking about Christians, or
Yeah,
people
right,
that
true.
think about that stuff.
When you're out and about and I seen it, right, and I sat back, I'm like, you guys are really doing this, huh? You're just going for it. Like, wow, I was.
Yeah, it was crazy, dude. Well, whenever it all, I think everyone at first was like, "Whoa, this is it," because the world like shut down overnight, like the whole world, which is crazy. It's still crazy that happened. It's still crazy that we all just walked right past that. They all shut down.
There's a huge group of us in my area, including me, that didn't let that affect us at all. I didn't miss one day of work. I never put on a mask. No matter how many people they told me I was killing, I never put on a mask and never would have. And it got to a point where it was kind of laughable when you see people driving in a car by themselves wearing a mask, like so afraid because of what the TV had told them, and not even thinking anything through. Like nowhere in their mind was, a problem for them or their kids wearing a mask. Because first of all, they just told the adults, right? Like, let's just, they're not going to buy it if we make the kids do it, right? Let's just make the adults do it, right? And then it was like, yeah, that worked well. Let's make them put it on the kids too, right? Like, no matter what.
Make them put it on there, right? That's why they had to do
it. Right. Because the kids would have been like, screw that.
Yeah. And some still are, right? Like before it really backed off, like there were like hundreds of children that just wouldn't go to class and they'd all have to hang out in like the cafeteria or something because they wouldn't wear it. Like, but the reason it worked so well with the children, that's why I got so mad about it. That's like one of the number one things I'm mad about is because children like look at their parents like superhuman. Also, like all their perks of their life are dependent upon their parents' permission. So it's just ridiculously evil, man. It's insane.
Like what? All of a sudden, I'm not killing anybody if I don't wear a mask. Like that doesn't make any sense. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's gone.
So funny, dude.
I guess the shots work that quickly or something. I'm still confused about that part.
Oh, they probably will try this. That is probably what they'll end up spinning it as. But I think it's coming back though. Like I think that they got too much power here. I don't see why they would ever let it go.
Too much negativity, right? I think power is that positive negative pull, and I think they got a lot of negative put into the system by doing, what they did, and I think they loved it. Right? I think that's what they thrive on. Evil thrives on that negative.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Definitely does.
That's why
man, what's next?
in fear, man. And okay, if you take magnetic fields, you can like link them together, right?
Yep.
So if a bunch of people are like living in standing in truth and compassion and care about one another and showing love, and they're close to each other in person, there's like a link of all their fields. So they don't like that. Like they just know that people are going to be much more easily controlled without that. Okay, for example, if you are some single dude that watches porn all the time and just plays video games and don't care about life, and you're an atheist and think nothing matters, and they kick in your door, you're going to be like, whatever, man.
Yeah.
And then if you're some dude who has like a wife and a family and like loves them and cares, knows there's a creator, and know that there's you have to be honorable, like, dude, you're going to have to kill that dude to get in his house and take his children.
I told my family that like 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. They looked at me like I was nuts. And then when it actually started happening in different areas, it even happened in the U.S. People just don't realize it, but they ran tests like during the hurricane here. when it wiped out New Orleans, flooded New Orleans in 15 or whatever it was.
Yep.
They went around taking everybody's guns, kicking in doors. You didn't have a choice. It was just a test, right? They sent in the military to do that. They
That's
know what they're doing, man.
yeah, because I mean they just blew up the levee. So
Right. They just put giant holes in the levee, flooded the city, and then went in there and said, we're going to run this military operation. We're not going to go in there and spend all these resources getting those people out that were like being raped and pillaged inside the Superdome and on top of bridges and stuff, stuck for days. We're not going to, do all that. We're going to send all these resources to kick in doors and take everyone's weapons. Like, that is so in your face.
That's the dumbest shit ever. They should take the criminal. They should be like, there's a crime. Let me take that weapon.
It wasn't even criminal. It wasn't that. It's not like the whole city was destroyed, man. It was underwater. It's not like the criminals were going around stealing cars. They're all flooded.
I guess it's just like, but they trying to prevent, trying to preemptively keep everybody safe, right?
That's
but
what they build
right,
it at.
You got Billy Graham. Why you taking Billy Graham's gun? He needs it. He's a good guy. You know what I mean?
Let me tell you what the news portrayed was that, and what the government said was that. But knowing people in the National Guard and talking to them, they're like, dude, they quit. A lot of people quit after that. He said, we had orders basically to shoot to kill if, blah, blah, blah. Wow. He said it was bad. I know people personally, but I won't get into that. Anyway, the real stories, right? The boots on the ground story was totally different.
yeah, of course. New Orleans was a psyop, bro. It was a false flag. It was planned. So, which is interesting. I don't know. It's interesting. But there's just a lot of information of people at the time that said they heard explosions at the levee. So I just find that pretty interesting that they edited that out of the original newscast, and you basically can't find it now.
We did question, when you look at a map, we questioned the strategic points where the levee broke, right? It was kind of strange. To basically do the maximum damage, the levee had to break in the places that it did, because there's systems in place. And not only that, the pumps had to go under and stop working. Who builds pumps to pump out the city that are under the flood water, right? Like, that doesn't even add up. And if my city officials did that, then they should be fired, because the whole point of the pumps are to pump out the water that may get through the levee system, right? I mean, it doesn't make nothing adds up when a big event happens like that. Now, I can tell you the wind did blow. It was a hurricane,
Yeah.
But
that gets into their conspiracy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, they had a lot of stuff's declassified, man. So I don't know what they actually do. The thing about the conspiracy realm is really you find out what they admit that they've done, but you don't know when they're doing. You can't prove them guilty per act. So it's kind of, I don't know. That's kind of how they keep their shield, because then the normie here is like the guy just basically assuming that they've used a technology to do a psyop or whatever, right?
Normie.
Something similar.
Normie.
We had something similar here in our city. They built a levee system in between. Well, first of all, they used to have the interstate on stilts, so the water through the flood zone could get through really easily. And then they filled that in. They literally just put, dirt underneath and kind of re-engineered it. And now it's a levee system underneath the interstate, so the water only can go through where they allow it. Then on top of the interstate, with their divine wisdom, they didn't want cars passing over to the other lanes. They put this huge, I can take a picture of it right now. They put this huge concrete divider that's like 6 or 8 feet tall in some places. And then when the flood happened in 2016, on the north side of that wall, everyone flooded another 6 foot because they created that dam. Isn't that weird? And they did say it. The lawsuits are just now coming out where people are winning lawsuits against the city for that dam because their house would not have flooded if they wouldn't awarded these contracts to build all these, concrete barriers in between the two interstate systems, which have this huge divider that's always wet because it's a big ditch. So not many cars got across. And guess who got all those contracts, right? Like you can only imagine how that worked. So brother-in-law built the dividers, for the city. It's crazy.
Wow.
Whatever happened to conflict of interest? That used to be a term that was so important. Now it just seems like it's expected that you've got a conflict of interest.
We need to poll the people's interest more often. Speak your interest. Don't be shy. Let it be known. You're not hurting no one else. Shouldn't matter. No one should care.
I like the idea of all the doctors on their white coats having all the patches of all the people they get kickbacks from. It'd be like one of those camper vans with patches fucking all over it.
Yes.
So I posted a picture of what they look like, but there's no water flow through those, right? There's no gates, there's no sections that open up during a flood or nothing. That is another, high point where the water would back up against it. But, it's just strange that they would do stuff and not foresee the water, that creating more of a problem. They had to have known.
Mm-hmm.
So,
All orchestrated, mate.
Hey, Winston. What's up, Winston?
What's up?
Do you still do Glow Busters weekly?
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
Nice.
Since they moved, and it's been about a minute, man. But I mean, I was like every Sunday on that, right up until right before when you started, a couple months before that, last year or whatever. I just haven't kept up with it. And then they moved stations and whatnot, or a bunch of stuff. I don't know. But they were featured on, I think this week on Jem's Little Flat Earth Roast, there were 2 maps that came out. Did y'all have one of them on y'all show? I think they mentioned Goldbusters.
I don't know.
Oh,
okay. I've never seen one of those.
There was like one of these other ponds maps, and they were all labeled. They had these names for all the other little ponds, and it was like, I was just loving where the names come from or whatever.
Yeah.
It's funny to see like confident titles and on a otherwise confident map.
We had Hibbler on from Hibbler Productions. He made Level, and then the next Level just came out.
Oh, that the docu movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, the next level I thought was pretty good. If they could have, you want people to be passionate, but the F-bombs and things like that, it's a little strong, for.
Well, I think that's why in Level I saw that where it had all these cuss words. So I think the idea was that it was going to be more viewer friendly across the board for the next level.
It was pretty much, but it still they had to bleep out a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. See,
what's the British lady's name in it? Sorry, dude.
Go ahead.
What's the British lady name? The next level. Do you know?
The British lady's name.
Nope.
No, no worries.
Sure. The lady that was on the beach talking?
Yeah, that's her.
I don't know. I had never seen her before, but I'm sure she, her name would be familiar, but I can't remember it.
I guess she'll be in the titles anyway. I'll rewatch it anyway. Cheers.
I gotta
anyway,
catch
guys.
up on this. I haven't seen it. Is there anything groundbreaking out of it? Can we get like maybe a weekly summary on anything, any current events, any new breakthroughs, anything going on?
Yeah, I want to talk. Speaking of that, real quick, if I may, guys. What do you have you know? Do you know who Martin Guznick is? He did the Michelson-Morley interferometer test, and he got a interference pattern at 11.15 peaks at 180 degrees. It went clockwise, and then it went counterclockwise at 11.5. So I don't know if you ever seen. He did it in the vertical, not horizontal.
That's what you should do. I've never heard of this though. I am
Yes,
interested.
I got the video right here. Man, you're the guy I've been looking for about this, because nobody else around here really wants to talk about it. I mean, they do, not here, but like other places I go. Let me get the video. I talked to Go ahead. I talked to Ryden on eggshells about it, and we looked up another guy that tried to explain it. He tried to do the apparatus, right? And what's funny, he did it horribly with wood for one, and then his excuse was gravitational pull.
Yeah, okay. But you got a vortex, so if you're testing the horizontal, you're just testing pretty much the same, the same thing, like because the change is vertical in the vortex.
Yeah, this is yep. I was wondering if you guys would watch this actually on Globebusters or something. I think this is something that should be talked about. I mean, there is an interference pattern. It's crazy, dude. Once you watch that, dude.
Yeah, I'll check it out, dude. So so I don't know who uses Facebook or whatever, but you know how when the whole pandemic happened, they started doing this new thing where they would just black out the whole post, like not just Facebook, but all the social medias, like they just black it out, and you'd have to say it says false information. You have to choose to see it, and it shows you where you can see why it's fake. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, that just started in the pandemic, right? Like it just they normalized that real quick, but they started doing that, and then everyone just kind of let it go because it's like, oh yeah, people could die. So whatever. So Facebook just did that with a flat Earth post that challenges.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but okay, they've never done that before though. Like, that's not, they shadow ban it, and then they'll even delete entire groups, but they've never done that. So my take is, dude, like, don't you guys agree that would 100% backfire if they started doing that right now after having not done it?
Was it a habitual user?
It's across the board.
No,
it's not just flat
false
Earth. It's all misinformation now. They're doing it with all of it.
So did Flat Earth just get added into the category late? Then is what maybe what this presenting to us?
No, a whole heap of things did. A whole heap of things did.
Yeah.
No, dead set. Even there's videos like there's a few YouTubers talking about it literally in the last few days about how their videos and different content are being blocked for the first time ever with regards to these tactics. And they're just talking about other things that haven't been too controversial for a while, but are now deemed misinformation, like the food supply being attacked, for example.
Okay.
Yeah,
it just
that's misinformation, even though it's true.
But that's a recent occurrence, and they've been doing that. But to go back, I thought it was smart of them to kind of not do that with Flat Earth. It kind of creates the illusion like there's nothing to hide. But they're now going to where they're doing this.
They publicly in Congress or in Senate announced that they need to start hiding Flat Earth. It's public knowledge that they've said that they're going to fund that. So they don't. I suppose that they've got no interest in hiding that they want to suppress it, really.
Well, I disagree though. What I'm saying is tactically, I think it'll backfire because the people that just have kind of heard of flat Earth in passing and think it's stupid, and they occasionally see something about it. It's normally misrepresentation. They don't think twice about it. But if they start seeing this, they're gonna be like, well, I mean, there's a lot of people, dude, that woke up the last 2 years and was like, a lot of the stuff that they wouldn't let me see and blocked out came true, was proven true. So, like, I just think this might backfire. Especially with Elon pushing the whole idea. Like, everyone's talking about it right now, the idea of censorship. I mean, like, Twitter's obviously still going to keep flat Earth shadow ban, though. But I think if Twitter was to start doing this, it would really be bad for them. I think it would draw a lot of attention.
Makes a good case for the idea of, like, why would you ban flat Earth if we're gonna have freedom of speech? Just something to, like in Twitter sphere or whatever. Like the idea that, like, why would they censor? Why are you still censoring?
Yeah, but you have to.
Right.
Elon wants everyone to be accountable on the social media platform, right? Freedom of speech, but accountability, right? And therefore, when the social credit score comes in and you're associated with flat earthers, fucking good luck. You'll be accountable online. You'll be known as a flat earther, and therefore your credit score is going to go down. People are not even going to associate themselves with fucking everyone anymore, just so their score goes up.
I'm on that pro-spiracy shit, though. Like, I think of it like just like Whitsitt said, like, it's gonna backfire. It's like, like, I think this whole last couple of years has been a complete display of, like, line them up and knock them down. You know what I mean? Like, it's like they put Fauci up in front. Look at them now. Like, every single one of them that they propped up has gotten wrecked. And, like,
That's by design, mate. Shit.
Yeah, no, that's why I said that like, I'm a pro-spiricist. I think, like, the leaders of the world are working for good. I know that surprises people, but whatever. But, like, I was curious too. Did Owen Benjamin get banned off Rockfin?
Yep.
Apparently.
Yeah, it's fucked. Yeah, but I think of it like, I'm on that pro-spiracy shit, though. Well, like, Rockfin is just exposing who owns them.
Yeah.
Like, anyone who's banning people for ideas is, you know what I mean, like, exposing who owns them.
Dude, they asked him to come on there.
They asked him to come on what?
Like, they had that's why he was on there. Yeah, that's what's so weird about it. Like, Rockfin is selection only, like invite only. Like, they have to interview you and let you on.
The problem, though, or not the problem, but something, whatever, is that, like, it's like in any of this political shit, like, you have to have diplomacy. And, like, a lot of people are like, truth doesn't need diplomacy. Do you know what I mean? It's like a lion. You just got to let it out. Like, well, reality is that we need diplomacy. And, like, like, unfortunately, when people start getting into, like, for instance, the Jewish question, all kinds of fucking hammers start flying, It's like, and
Do you know why he got kicked off?
What's that?
Do you know what got him kicked off?
I have no idea, bro. No idea.
All right, pretty funny. All right, let me swallow this. All right, so he was doing this skit talking about, he's like, you don't want to try to kill the Jew. You want to kill the inner Jew.
There you go.
He said you want to kill the inner Jew. Like, talk, and so that's what that's what got him on the radar. Okay, and the CEO of Rockfin started watching him, and then he ends up calling him, and Owen just, like, reads the text back and forth live on the live stream on Rockfin after they had talked. Anyway, so it keeps progressing. But he's basically testing it out. Is it really free speech, And then he he makes a joke, and he says that Shaq looks like a gorilla or something like that. And so they kicked him off for that. They literally kicked him off for that. And then, so the next stream, Owen shows, like, Shaq himself saying that he basically looks like a sexy gorilla, and he created this dance called the gorilla dab. So anyway, it kind of backfired on Rockfin because it's like they're kicking off a comedian and like for like this PC type thing. But really, we know what started the whole thing, which is you called it before I told you all the story. So
I did.
Yeah, that's what happened. They basically just found a reason to get him.
Yep. And like, you know, and that's the thing is like, you know, I mean, I don't even know, man. Like the whole, you know, truther thing, like, you know, like it involves diplomacy. And it's like, you know, if you're trying to like, you know, like the it's like if you're talking to your grandmother about conspiracies, you don't start off with the Black Pope and fucking, you know, Jewish fucking, you know, mystical cults. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you don't
But
start.
you know who Owen Benjamin is, right? Like Rockfin.
Oh yeah.
Rockfin's entire thing is that they're free speech. No one's really heard of it. The name is it's the fin that a certain like, you know, fish or whatever, like shark, like grows when it's not confined. And if you have it like in an aquarium, it won't grow that fin. That's what the rock fin is. That's the whole idea. And then you have it's invite only, and then they invite him on and then interview him and get him to come on. You know who he is. So it's like that's the part that's lame is like I'm on there and I told
Well, they
some
rode. You got to remember, they rode his coattails. Is what they did.
Yeah, exactly.
They rode his coattails because he's in a bunch of movies or something. And yeah, you know, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, it just sucks because I know a lot of truthers like it really helped them out because they put tons and tons of time into making this content to be shadow banned and kicked off and it just gets lost in the ether. And so like they were actually Rockfin will compensate you much more fairly. You know what I'm saying? And so it just sucks because it's like now does everyone leave? And yeah, I don't know. It's just a weird thing because like people I like, you know, I know that helped them a ton where it was even feasible for them to keep making content. And I think it's important that people that put that much time into making content like are supported because, you know, whether you agree or disagree with it, you wouldn't even know you had anything to disagree with if it wasn't for the people that put all the time in trying to put it out there.
If you're going to push the boundaries, that's fine, but you've got to be smart too. If you're just trying to push the boundaries to see how far can I push them till they'll ban me, that's not too smart.
But that's not what he was doing. He made the joke. He was saying because he's like mischaracterized as like this crazy racist white nationalist Nazi that is a white supremacist, and he hates the Jews and he wants to kill the Jews and all this crazy stuff. So he points out none of that's true, and he's like, dude, I love Jews that are cool. I have friends that are Jews. He's like, nothing like that. You people are insane. He's like, white supremacists hate me. And people that actually hate Jews hate me because of what I say. Like that's what the actual context was, which is why it's so ridiculous. And then he was like, you shouldn't. He was checking them. He's a comedian, a professional one, and he's very funny. And comedy is important, bro, because if you can't say what you want to in comedy, then you can't. Free speech is dead in that place.
Look, I've got no problem, and I know exactly how he's portrayed and all that sort of stuff. But you know, sometimes you've got to have a little bit of nous behind you, right? And you know, this comment that he made this particular time might have been pretty blasé, but I don't know. Maybe was he pushing the boundary, you know, too much once before, and they just used this as an excuse? I don't know, but
well, it's not. That's what I'm saying. It's not one of those situations where they just have to find an excuse like YouTube. It's like invite only. They went and got him. He already has his own platforms because he keeps getting kicked off. They went and got him. That's why it makes Rockfin so bad.
They're trying to be like, we are free speech. So good on Owen exposing that bullshit.
I agree. I sent him like a tip saying like, wow, even exposing Rockfin with the quickness, what a legend. Because that is legendary, bro. I mean, you know, all he did was say he's literally saying something positive. He's like, dude, ever trying to hurt someone is stupid. Ever like showing hatred towards a group of people is stupid. He's like, you need to work on yourself. He's like, stop talking about kill the Jews. He's like, kill the inner Jew. Like the part that the thing that you demonize, you have that within you. You take care of that. That's what he's saying. But it's like you just want to say the phrase and take out of context to find a way to kick them out. I think it's crazy. Like if comedians can't talk, bro, because you got to admit that if you talk about something that's really awkward or tense, if it's a joke and people laugh, it really helps everything. Like it helps everything. So I don't know, man. I think if comedy's not allowed, and it's already dead, comedians can't talk. That's why he does what he does now. He got blacklisted for standing out against transgenderism and children. So I like
It's another issue all on itself. Those issues, isn't it?
But he just spoke out against transgenderism and children and said that it was abuse, and he got blacklisted from everything. And so I
But it is though.
well, yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. You can't even say that, or you can't make jokes about it as a comedian. Like a joke like, how am I supposed to let my 5-year-old identify themselves? Yesterday he was a helicopter. You can't say that. You get blacklisted from everything. So I don't know. I respect him, and he teaches people like, become self-sustainable and grow food. He says things I probably wouldn't say the way he says them personally, but like he's his own dude. He's a comedian.
Mm-hmm.
There's nowhere you can go and freely speak now. That's kind of the point.
Yep.
That's so sad, bro. Like, I guess we do it here, but not really.
Can he
use code
can
words.
Can he say the sort of stuff that in his live shows when he has his live shows?
Yeah. Thing always, like, the whole point is he's never gonna not say something. Like, the only reason, the reason that people really don't like him is he throws this word around a lot that people don't like, and people call it the N word. And he's like, anytime you tell him that he can't say a word, he's gonna say that word. Anytime you tell him he can't make a joke, he's gonna make that joke. And anytime you tell him there's a group of people he can't make fun of, he's gonna make.
I like that. That's funny. I like that.
So
But see, but that's the thing, though, is that that takes away the, or I don't know. I think there's a diplomacy that's required.
Yeah, I actually agree with your point for sure. That's why I wouldn't. That's not my lane, but I think that we should definitely stand for comedians having their own style, like that guy being able to have his lane. I do agree with you though.
Well, it's like even like even, and I don't know why I don't mean to like pick any whatever with you even, you know what I mean, but it's like going down with the bullhorn, let's say, you know what I mean, like it's like there's a time and a place for these things, but I am all for acting, you know what I mean, like, hey man, I can't say it's a bad idea, but I think like it's like these times, it's like instead of like going to a place where we're not invited, it's like hosting an event where all of our people can come to versus trying to impose like a band that we like on a birthday party at the park. Do you know what I mean? Like, whereas like, it's when they try to get us when we can't get together and do our own thing. That's where we have the right to assemble in those regards, but we don't have the right to shit on somebody's birthday party because they need to know that Bill Gates is buying all the farmland. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I just think, there's like that, I don't know, that level of class that has to be brought to the table too. If we're going to, people are going to get their ideas into the room,
Sure, I see what you're saying. I mean, I think that like you got to make sure not to just end up allowing that to just become passiveness, though.
Well, no, but that's where the activity involves, like the idea that, okay, we're going to rent this hall and we're going to have, the flat earth conference that's going to end the globe. We call it that. You know what I mean? Like, and it's like, all of our flat earth people are coming and they're not going to let you host that. That's different than letting us be in like, or like, if they're not going to let you have a float in the town parade, you know what I mean?
Did you have
like, you know what I mean? Like something reasonable. I don't know. Like,
Well,
it's like we have a place to be.
Well, this is my perspective, right? Like my whole life, when I've heard people on like a bullhorn, like I've instantly become like incredibly angry at them. Like I can't stand it. And
Right.
people yell in it, like yell in the amplification. It's like it makes me want to fight them. I've always couldn't stand it, and I always say like you're doing more harm than good. Now I still actually overall think that it's not going to land with a lot of people. But at the same time, it's like I was just sitting here feeling like I don't even know how to make it get out there. I just wanted to try something to make it get out there. Like I thought like like I started at the White House, you know. So I'm like, dude, I'm on a microphone talking in front of the White House, you know, with the Secret Service walking by me. Like I wanted to do something that would glitch something out where a lot of people would see it. And you can't do it online. Like my channel was shadow banned from the beginning. So it's like, I don't know. I was kind of I'm like kind of got frustrated. I'm like, I lost all these job offers and stuff because I chose to publicly do this. And I didn't originally want to publicly do it. And then Bob from Globebusters basically talked me into doing it just because I would like rant on Facebook Live every once in a while and like take on Globers 5v1 or whatever. And so like, I just kind of found myself in this position where I'm like, dude, I've already made my bed in a way and I don't necessarily regret it, but I have to shake the cage. I can't just sit in here. And so I didn't know what else to do. I mean, if you think about it, I don't really know I guess there is nothing to do, right? Like,
no, you know what, Witcher? I've come to the conclusion it's like this, for me anyway. Like, flat Earth is not my hill to die on with somebody or anybody.
Did you guys think?
One sec, brother. One sec. I just want to finish it.
I was going to ask, did you have a timeline for like when the resistance would have been broken and exposure would have hit the tipping point? You know, how long have you been in it? Did you have a timeline when it first started? And are you satisfied with the progress or not?
I don't know, but like, you said, what were you saying?
Well, no, I was just gonna say, like, the idea, and along with timelines and shit like that, it's like, there is never gonna be, in my opinion, a groundbreaking moment of this or that for the shape of the Earth. That's biblical, right? You know what I mean? And so, like, but what there is the thing about is like medical tyranny. You know what I mean? Things that are real, and like those are things that are unacceptable and like worthy of a hill to die on. You know what I mean? Because the concept of the shape of the Earth is too spiritual, too ethereal, too, you get into philosophy, religion, and then never mind, you get into the minutia about fucking gyro compasses and everyone tunes out. So nobody gives a fuck. So like, but what is like, is medical tyranny, these kinds of things. You know what I mean? That's real world shit, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I will say I did that around the whole US, but I couldn't really stream it. So I have a lot of that footage, but dude, that's when crowds would like gather around. So there's 100% truth in what you're saying. Like gather around, like clapped when I got done more times than not. So I got to where I would always break them up, and I would do that first, and then I'd start my stream and just talk about the Earth, so I could talk about it on YouTube, or I'd say code names and stuff like that. But I guess what I'm saying is I think that I can see where we're heading, and it's like, it's not that great. Like people are falling asleep. I don't have this urge to save the world and like a hero complex or like unrealistic idea that I'm going to save everyone or anything like that. But it's just like, I don't know. It's frustrating that the trick has managed to not let the information out. It's like, I just want to fight that. Like, I honestly don't care about convincing someone. It's just like, I want to know, like, you heard it. Like, you had to see
it. It went viral, though. I mean, it's like, but what other than it's a talking point do people need to hear? Like, Russell Brand, he's been killing shit, especially in the medical thing. He had Mark Sargent on talking about FE, like, a year or more ago. It was, so, I mean, it's getting some mainstream stuff. It's getting attention even from, skeptic leader areas. But what other stuff? I mean, that's what's groundbreaking this week. Like, what do I need to be jamming down people's throats?
Oh, this week right now is the whole thing about that Roe v. Wade decision is cover for the fact that the Johnson, like all these vaccines have been like fucking recalled. Like they're not, like they're causing blood clots and shit like that. Like all this new medical information's come out, and it's getting totally pushed under the rug because of these Roe v. Wade thing. And then they're trying to get people off the fact that they just tried to mandate lockdowns and vaccines, but now they're going to say my body, my choice. Like, go fuck yourself, dude. Okay. These are the arguments of the day, in my opinion.
Well, they're right, like they're science. Like they want people to say that they should be able to make people take the shots, and then turn around and say my body, my choice. And then they want those same people to say that men can get pregnant, and then turn around and say men shouldn't be allowed to talk about women's bodies.
Yep.
because if you can make people believe contradictory things at the same time, they're very easy to brainwash. It's like
Yeah, I
cognitive.
love that line. If you can make them believe absurdities, you can make them commit atrocities.
There you go. Like they're
Voltaire.
very compliant and like malleable.
But that's
Like
why, like, the shape of the earth comes into that realm of, like, you know, like, we have so much in common with, like, your average truther, except for the shape of the earth discussion. And I think, in a way, it's divided this other movement that was happening before flat earth, you know what I mean? And it tore that in half, because some people were like, I see the light, and they're flat earthers, and some people are like, oh, this is a psyop. You know what I mean? So it's like what a divisive issue, even amongst people who get it.
What if that's the point, though? What if it is just a psyop to
Right.
cause discourse amongst truthers?
That's why you make peace with the glober. That's why I've been saying from the gate, dude, these people have been trying to divide and rule forever. So as soon as you know that, all of a sudden you've got to be a bridge builder, because that's what they don't want. They don't want you to be friends with people and shit. They want you divided, isolated, online in the metaverse.
Right, but what's your litmus test, right? Like what? There has to be something, right? Like they believe the official story of 9/11. They think Gulf of Tonkin, the government was doing what's right. They love the Federal Reserve. They think that baby should get 400 shots as soon as they're born. Like where do you draw the line, right? I mean,
Well, here's the thing, though. You draw the line at, like, what they are and not allowed to be. You know, like, I would draw the line as, like, what they can or can't do involved in my own personal life. That's where you can draw the line. And then that's where they, you know, like, 'cause I just think in that regard, like, when you're dealing with someone who's a straight up NPC, it's like, you're not going to get the invitation to my party. You're not going to, you know, and then what happens is, and this is like I've been saying with flat earth, is that here we are, a bunch of flat earthers doing cool shit. And these dickheads are trying to ruin our party because they're not invited.
yeah,
that's all. You know what I mean? So just keep on keeping on. But, you know, remember, like, just know this. That's all.
I agree with you that I think we're at that point now where disengagement is best overall. Like with any time of the toxic debate, I wouldn't, but still, it's kind of like just being an informed truther, and you're gonna let them guide the conversation, what they found out, and you already know about all of it, and then it'll come up organically. I agree with that, and I think even the term flat Earth is a psyop, you know, but
Well, you got to remember, it is a clear psyop because we have topography. So, and then, you
exactly.
know, and then also, like, that's why even that whole sovereign citizen, it's like sovereign means authority, citizen means subject. So you can't be an authority subject. It's an oxymoron.
Right.
So it's like, you know, it's like, this is why I've been saying forever, you know, our society suffers from aphasia, the misunderstanding, misapplication, of words. You know, like, and that's why government is so, you know, like, government is just control of your mind. That's it. And either somebody else does and you hate them, or you do and you love it.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I think the biggest trick is us engaging with the script. I was kind of saying that earlier, like okay, like even the most zealot globers that we talk to or whatever, like they still are just within a script. They're not having free conversation. They have a script they have to adhere to. And so, like, the more in depth we go to it, we're just feeding into the scripts. They have the same script as the person that doesn't understand it fully. Like, on the streets, no one's heard of it, but they'll just say refraction. They've, like, kind of heard of that as the answer. And they'll just say it because to them it means it can look like stuff does crazy things, you know, in the distance. But then you have the people here that will go through every single minute detail of refraction. But it doesn't matter. They still have to go through refraction because that's the script.
Well, see, you know what, though? Here's the thing, though, is that you use the script to write them out of the story. Because what happens is, like, they come in with the script, and then, as I've always thought, their lack of concession is what actually has done them in this whole time. So when they refuse to accept that refraction may be something causing, you know, what appears to be Earth curvature, and they deny it outright when there's clear evidence, to anyone who's competent, they know that that person is full of shit and closed-minded, because they're not even accepting the possibility.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
So it's like you win by their non-concession anyway.
You know, you don't win by that. It's the same thing in court. You don't win when they say, "Oh wow, what a great case you made," and "Wow," you know what I mean? No, you win when they acquiesce and move on, or they you know they try to change, you know, or they get angry, or they tell you you're stupid. That's when you've won. And then they win when we do that too. When anyone does that on our side, oh, you're just stupid and brainwashed. They win right when you did that, because now they've, you know, in a certain sense anyway, like to the layman who's observing from the outside, I don't know. I think use the script to expose them.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is I think our conversations have been guided. It's like still no one talks about the most important, like no one talks about the background, and like just like in the conversation of the earth, like that's an important thing overall. I think understanding law and like understanding sustainability and how to work the land and stuff like that is probably the most important, next to just having a relationship with the creator, however you do that. But I think that where you live and understanding of it is very important, especially when it's basically like a battery and you're inside a power system and you're a little electromagnetic battery. But I don't know. I think that flat Earth as a movement, it hasn't really even really absorbed or looked into those things that matter most. So
What
I kind of guided.
I think, well, I agree in some extent. I think a lot of any of these subjects, once they get into a movement, becomes chaos. That's why I think the only real issues to fight for is part of like the script or whatever, is like the ideas of freedom of speech, freedom of, you know, these tenets, because that's what allows you to have the privacy to maintain these thoughts and yet not be like condemned for them. Because, like, you know, your civil rights,
Yeah.
your right to bodily autonomy, your house autonomy, like property, you know, understanding who we are even in their system and our, you know, and in the real world, if you will. I don't know.
That's
I just think like the issue is
one
like
I
preserving those liberties. That's what I think the issue is. What's up, brother?
what if flat Earth is, again? What if it's just a survey, a test on the free speech standing? You know, like that's another
Well, see, I think
psyop. I thought it could be.
I think like this. Here's what's so cool is like about, you know, I don't know, all of us, is the idea that what I think they were trying to do with flat Earth was lump it in with the whole, you know, tear the system down. Uh, Men can get pregnant. The Earth is flat. You know, like they were trying to tie it in to that, you know, to that whole woke shit. And a bunch of conservative motherfuckers were like, no. You know what I mean? And it's like in the middle of that tussle, you know, of where like it's like they thought they were going to introduce it as something to take down Western society, and in reality all it's done is strengthen the core arguments of the religious fundamentals of Western society. So now they want to ban it.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Because flat earthers now are the ones, and I think surprisingly to them, flat earthers are the ones saying, hey, men can't get pregnant. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and they thought the flat earthers were going to be the stupid people that were just going to go along for the ride of whatever the NPC movement was. But it's
I don't
different.
think
now.
How could anybody believe that a male could get pregnant?
Well, they're going to say,
how could anyone believe?
They're going to say, how could anyone believe the Earth is flat? Here's a picture from NASA, dude. They're going to, you know what I mean? That's why I think like they were trying to do that to flat Earth, I think, and they got wrecked in the process.
Like, so you don't think it was ever organic?
I think there's something organic about it, but any of these movements has something organic, but then they have something manipulative about it. Like, you know, like take for instance, have you ever heard of the Breakfast Club theory? So the Breakfast Club theory, Whitson, are you familiar with that at all?
Nope.
Okay, so the idea was like, and this one dude put it forth. He was a conspiracy guy back in the day. I know he didn't like me because I was flat Earth, like whatever. And he was baller. But he was saying how this whole operation was being run. You know, granted, he was lumping like every flat earther you know into it. And the idea was that you'd have the Breakfast Club theory. So you got a bunch of different types of people
that all represent different types of society. Therefore, those types would cling on to that personality type. Then what you do is you put them at each other's throats. So now all the Breakfast Club members are at each other's throats, and all of their followers are now at each other's throats.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, you've got Bob and Nathan, and, you know, you've got like different cast of groups of people who I don't listen to Nathan because I listen to Bob. And I don't listen. And back in the day, it was crazier with, Subarats and Patricia, and it was just chaos.
Yeah, that's crazy. But it's just it's the thing is though, man, there's no doubt that I feel all the way in my soul, bro, that it's very important that people start to learn some of this stuff. Like it's very beneficial for people to learn this stuff. Like, just learn basics of where they live, bro. Like I don't know. Like it is flat, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's a topographical plane, and of course it's not. That's the psyop part of it. The idea that the globe is a lie is not a psyop. You know what I'm saying? It just objectively is not what the Earth is. So it's like the psyop was kind of the binary name, you know, and the inaccurate description conflated to a shape. And the question is, did they choose to preemptively step out and straw man flat Earth, quote unquote? So straw man those who actually found out that they lied about the Earth. Like, I think that's maybe the case, but I would wonder why they did it. Like, why they 2000 whatever.
Can I ask a question? The question I want to ask is, regardless of the shape of the Earth, which for me, I'm not going to pick a side. Yes, I believe it's round, but I'm not arguing one direction or the other because it don't make any real difference in what the world's doing now. It doesn't make any difference at all. But why does it matter which shape it is? Why can't we just get along, agree to be friends, and not worry about whether it's round or flat or shaped like a dinosaur? What's it matter? All that matters as long as we can actually make friends and get along. Like, I made friends with Michael.
Well, no, it's because Globers are just Satanists. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I'm friends with Michael. I'm
kidding,
friends with quite a few of the
I'm only
flat
kidding,
earthers.
dude.
Good friends with quite a few of them.
Here's the part I'll disagree with you, right? So it's like where you
They're
say,
all
like,
people.
I
They're all people.
agree. We can
I agree,
all
brother.
be friends and agree to disagree. I agree with all that. I have friends that still think the Earth's a globe. It's really because they won't get into it, but I don't care. I don't push it on them. They're my friends. But when you went a little further and like just agree not to talk about it, I don't do that either. Like,
I mean, in an argument sense, I meant.
Yeah. I agree with that 100%. I think that's the worst.
Like, no debates about it. Just agree.
Well, yeah, the reason I think that it matters for like some of it or whatever it is just the notion that there's a philosophical consequence. That if you think it through, it becomes this philosophical idea. And either like, you know, and I think that's why it matters for flat earthers in a sense. And I think also why it matters for Globers.
Come on,
But
man,
it is
because the
that
truth
philosophical
matters.
divide. What's that?
The truth matters. The truth always matters in every single case, no matter what it is. It's the truth, and the truth
Right,
obviously
but then,
matters.
well, I mean, I happen to agree. Like, it's weird because there's a fine line between like right and wrong, or not a fine line. There's a clear distinction between right and wrong. But then you also have this philosophical question of like, what is good? You know what I mean? If you're going to be profound about it, right? And like, if that's the case, there's just like what is truth? You know what I mean? Like, what's chaos for the spider or for the fly is normal for the spider. You know what I mean? Like that kind of dilemma. So like when you get into like, okay, this is the truth. You know what I mean? Like it's especially about the shape of the earth. I mean, it's biblical that man doesn't know. In that regard, I think it's an understood proposition that we don't know.
We don't claim a shape of the earth, though, right? Like that is the psyop. Whenever that guy says whether it's round or flat, I don't care what the shape is. That sentiment doesn't make any sense. So that's the psyop. That's the psyop. We don't. never know.
Yeah, there is no shape. It's just the ground.
Right.
What I
Right.
mean
I hear
by
Witz's
not
point
caring,
though.
what I mean by not caring is that I go out, get in the car, turn on the GPS, it tells me I want to go to X location, it takes me there. I don't care what the shape is that's rolling under the car, as long as I
Well, we don't
get to
care.
point B.
We don't is either. That's what I'm saying. Only one side cares what the shape is, and those are the only ones that claim a shape.
Actually, you guys claim flat, other guys claim round.
Flat is not a shape, man. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Like the psyop is that people think there's a dichotomy of shape of a sphere and shape of flat. That doesn't exist. Elbow your hot mic.
Oh
Elbow.
God, I thought that was you, Witsit. All right, I'll let Ella.
So you see what I'm saying, right? It's like I think the psyop is they called it flat Earth because it's not flat; it's a topographical plane, and you know, it's just a psyop, bro. It's a psyop in that sense, right? Like you think that flat is a shape claim, but there's only one shape claim that's made. No flat earther knows a shape. That it only I wouldn't say, yeah, pretty much unintelligent people will claim they know it, and I really don't know any flat earthers that claim they know a shape. So it's a misnomer, and that's the psyop. The psyop is the straw man, which is why I went on the streets because I wanted to see in real life how many people knew the straw man version or the real version. You see, we're not claiming a shape, bro. We don't think shape matters either. We're in agreement.
And with it, what do you reckon the ratio is on the streets?
Almost no one has heard what flat Earth really is. Like almost no one. Like 15%, maybe.
I get a different description of flat Earth depending on which server I go on.
Oh, okay, but the point is that none of the descriptions are that flat means shape. Like flat is the description of a surface, dude. Like hexagon is a shape, square is a shape, sphere is a shape, flat.
Well, a sphere is a volumetric shape. A disc would be a flat shape. So a hexagon would be a flat shape. A square would be a flat shape. A cube would be a
we know. He
volumetric.
named some 2D shapes and a 3D shape. I mean, we're all big boys here.
Oh yeah, no, but I'm just saying, depending on which one you use.
No one said disc though, right? So that's all I'm trying to enlighten. I'm just trying to see you're being a bit contentious here,
No,
right?
but some people do that though, man. If you, take like
say that flat is the start of a description, right? We're talking
Yeah,
about
it's a flat.
geometry, and so to suggest that there are sides and a top and like that it is something other than 2D because we live in a 3D world, I think is a reasonable situation. I think while very few flat earthers agree on any of that stuff or want to talk about any of that stuff, it is necessarily within their worldview, and it is an absolutely reasonable question. Like most people believe in that standard one that Mark Sargent shows in the doco.
No.
The vast majority of flat earthers.
What no flat earthers believe in, like literally none of them, is that it's a spinning disc, or it's a disc that's going upwards in the infinite vacuum of space.
Well,
Yeah, that one. Yeah, I agree with you there. That's silly. Yeah, spinning disc or uprising.
Riding on eggshells. Can you agree that you've never spoken to a flat earther that thinks that's what's going on?
Yeah, absolutely. But do many of them think that it is a flat disc with a glass bubble dome that has local sun? And
yes, a lot of them do.
Local sun and moon that go around.
Gobstopper Earth.
Yeah, so let's not.
No, I don't know many. I don't know many people now that even think that it's a disc shape. It could be square, triangle. I mean, who knows? What some people think it goes infinite.
The point is that we do have a model. So if you're saying square or disc shape, you're agreeing. You're saying yes, we do have a model. It's just not necessarily the one you're saying. Eggshells. Fine, I would agree with that.
And your point,
just not the thing you're saying. Yeah,
I think that's also part of the psyop, though. Like calling it flat Earth, and then the depiction everyone's been shown. I think that's just part of the psyop. Like if you think about it, the real position is as simple as like when you go to the beach and you see water come up on the shore. It's like, well, yeah, the shore is higher than the water, and that's where it stops going. The Earth is the same way. There's areas that have high elevations and contain water, and then we have land that's above the water within it. And what we know about it is so limited. We don't even know what's in the southern oceans. So we have no idea. So anyone claiming anything other than that is ridiculous. We don't know how big, quote unquote, it is. We don't know what that is. No one knows how big it is. Like none of us, and it doesn't matter what anyone says. Like none of us actually know. So
Well, yeah,
it's
real quick though, like the model that's proposed, like for instance, like you will have some people, like let's say, like Weiss will come out and say, well, actually, the sun is local, and this is how it moves, and this is the thing, and and like granted, like I mean, and that's what all well and good too, you know what I mean? Because in a sense, like that's just another explanation for this phenomena we experience that gets your head out of like it gets your head into the realm of possibility. And like and I think that that's a great thing because like it's a model, you know what I mean? It's just another model, but it's whether or not people are accepting these models and saying that they're the truth. I don't think anyone has the right to say that about the earth, in my opinion, but it's a different model. And tell you what, it makes more sense that we have so much footage of the sun going around the North Pole. That makes sense to me. You know what I mean? That makes logical sense to me because we have so much evidence of that. Do you know what I mean? And like, I just think, that just like for that case in point, and that goes to the model that it's a flat disk with the sun rotating around it. It's just, it's a way to think of it to get your head off the ball, if you will. Like John Lennon said, I'm no longer on the ball. We got to have a way to get there, and that
yeah.
helps.
I think that's a good point. Like that's all that is. But the problem is the way it's presented. People interpret it as this binary where they could never leave the ball until they fully accept the alternative facts. And so that's the side.
But that's what's crazy is that each one has so many gaps.
That's right. That's right. But okay. We can just definitely toss one away for sure. And we know for sure the other one is not the whole answer at all. So it's like, okay, if you want to still stick with the one that you know for sure you can scrap, go for it. It has no viability though. To pretend that you have to cling on to it's just a false binary, is what I'm saying.
Why, other than anecdotal confidence, though? Why this super absolute position of you could scrap up the globe? I'm assuming you're saying.
Yeah, because the Earth is not a globe that spins. It's just provable in many ways. There's literally no actual evidence other than just presumption that
Yeah, that's fine, but no evidence doesn't mean you throw it away. It means you're still working on it.
Well, if we have all evidence saying one thing and we have literally no evidence saying the other thing, I mean,
Wait, do you think that's fair, man?
That's accurate. Zero evidence is an accurate assessment. You really think?
Yeah. Like if you had two baskets and you had the globe Earth and the plane Earth, stationary plane Earth. Yeah, like there are eggs that can go in both baskets. There are not any eggs. There are not any real eggs that can just go in the globe basket.
Not even
the map doesn't.
Trails or really like
the map doesn't count.
The map.
It's spiritual geometry I can use to
evidence,
out for something.
Okay, the maps aren't exclusive to the globe. Spherical geometry is irrelevant.
Writing's using the sky map, okay? At least I'm using the ground map, all right? Writing, did you hear this?
The way that we came up with navigation on ground maps is using the sky, man. And the way that the globe came up with its size is the sky.
Exactly.
I mean, there's some ways.
1 degree per 60 nautical miles is a depiction of a circle.
That's right. They had to just look at the sky, assume it, and then come up with the supposed ground claim.
But that's to extend past their unknown zone. I mean, the land zones have also been verified in comparison with each other as well, right? I mean,
okay.
A little bit. Come on, man. I mean, they have, right?
Look, man. For example, like there's an island in between Alaska and Russia. Okay.
Yeah, it's flowing over it.
There's a couple islands, and they're like a few miles apart, just a few miles, but there's like a 3-hour difference in sunset, sunset. 3-hour difference, but they're just a few miles away. So how does that work?
See, sell me this. This is what I like to hear, man. You need to sell this anomalous stuff more often. I wanted to see if at that new vertical interferometry experiment or whatever, the Michelson-Morley thing you were talking about, dude did it vertically. I was going to ask if any of them.
Yeah. So I guess what my bigger point is, man, is like, and I try to say this all the time, and like falsification is independent of replacement, bro. And like, I don't want to argue with you about. I genuinely like. I feel where Issa's coming from a lot. Like, I don't want to. I like to get along with people, and I like to try to make jokes and like be friendly. Like, I hate having to be in this position where I have to like answer every question you can come up with that you think you can poke a hole in, people trying to figure out what we do live on, piecing together what we know after we discovered that it isn't what we were told. I think it's just kind of useless.
I'm with you till the after we discover. It's like, you know, people do these globe assumed conclusions where I'll be like, hey, have you thought about this other alternative? But then it's like I get teased with the globe falsification, right? And then I'm like, oh, okay, you know, 7 years ago, there'll be more hardcore globe falsifications. They're only going to get stronger and stronger, and that to me hasn't been the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's just this is the thing, man. Like, if there was actual evidence for it, that's different. Like, the default position, dude, is that the Earth doesn't move.
I could get with it. I can.
So it's
but that still doesn't falsify the globe. And
I just use what works.
Well,
and
I'm
whatever
with you.
type
And
of calculations
falsification
work.
is definitely independent of replacement. We all, I hope, can agree on that.
Right.
Right. It might be. You could falsify something without proving it. But to
That's
say,
true.
I've proven that the shape of the Earth false, and when somebody says, do you have a shape? And you say, no, flat isn't a shape, you're kind of saying, you've got it wrong, but I don't know either. And I don't think
that's okay, though. That's okay, right?
Well, but I don't think it's reasonable to then to claim victory then.
No, it's not.
Sure. To go, you don't know and neither do I. Like, then you're not a flat earther because you don't know the shape, because flat is a description of part of an object. And unless somebody's suggesting Earth's 2D, you're just saying, I don't know and neither you.
Right, but let's give them credit. If they did have a strong falsification, you would respect it from the scientific perspective, right? I know you would if they had it. You wouldn't care what they were doing. You're just like, oh, that's a great falsification. And they would have that claim to victory of, we, you know, so maybe like, you know, Black Swan, you know, it's like he thinks that's it, it's done. It's a great evidence to me, but it's not enough to be like, oh, I've definitely guaranteed falsified the globe all around. No, it gives it a possibility.
Well, globe just has to prove any type of viability in the first place. It has the burden of proof because the default position is the opposite of that. So it's like, it's very backwards, because what people do is they can't accept that people are just falsifying the globe. They want to try to poke holes in a straw man model, effectively.
You're right.
So you see how ironic it is overall, because the globe is the one that should be tap dancing, trying to prove its case, because it's claiming the opposite of the default. If you just start from where the begins, you guys are behind.
I think it gives a lot of insight into the free speech.
I think that we've got the default is among the weakest of the claims that Flat Earth makes. That we shouldn't have to prove our case starts to sound a bit like we can't prove our case.
That's a straw man, though. I didn't just say we can't prove our case. What I said was,
I know. I'm not saying that's what you're saying. I'm saying that's how it sounds. If you go, we don't really have to prove that it's flat. We just have to show that it's not round. Particularly when a lot of the criticism you get is that it's debunking misunderstandings of the globe.
Yeah, well, the point is, though, that's just a lie that people tell themselves, because oftentimes you have to teach them what the globe says. And we can all agree, I've proven it around the whole US, that the flat earthers, generally speaking, like if you were to take a percentage, because there's so many globers, obviously, I don't really look into this, are the ones that know all about it. And in fact, even with the people that have looked into it, the flat earthers have to teach them often. And I'm not saying that automatically makes them right, but it's like, bro, you can't claim that what you're saying is true if you don't know what it is yet. I'm just pointing out that it's all
I think that would be
backwards.
valid if you were going up against, Neil deGrasse Tyson and going, he doesn't even understand it. But if you sandbag somebody on, just out and out who's living their life and go, hey, what's the radius of the Earth, and they don't know, I don't think that shows anything except that people don't wander around without that kind of useless information in their head. Same as if I suddenly gave you a pop quiz on the atomic weight of mercury, you'd go, I don't fucking know. I've got no reason to know that. But it doesn't imply that therefore everything I think about chemistry is right and everything you think about chemistry is wrong.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I offered people $100 and I asked them how many times the Earth spins every day, how fast does the Earth spin, and how far away is the sun. Sometimes I ask the radius, but it doesn't matter. Like, my point is that people don't even know what they think is true, and it's all backwards. It's like
But how
when
many people got the first two right and just the last one wrong?
man, when I say the Earth is stationary, okay, that's because that's what all evidence says, bro, right? It's just what is. Now you're saying something different, and if you actually step back, what you're saying is pretty insane. You're saying the Earth's this ball, but it's so giant that it moves where you can't feel it, and it spins around once a day. Okay.
The question I'm trying to ask you is,
I think it was one. I think it was one, and it was a flat earther.
Of the people you asked, how many of them did fine up until the question about how far away is the sun? So how many people did you ask? You said, how many times does the Earth turn every day? And a reasonable chunk said, yes, it's 24 hours.
Well, what normally happened was I'd say the first question to the whole crowd for everyone, and then one person in the crowd would know. I would say that a decent amount of people do know the answer to that question, like probably a solid 70%.
Right, because that one is fundamental to an individual's understanding of reason for thinking they live on a globe.
Well, don't you think
knowing the distance to the sun? No. I mean, unless you're asking them and they're giving an honest guess, and their honest guess is like, I think it's 200 kilometers away. Then you're like, well, now you're just so many orders of magnitude out that's. But I mean, you got to get the point, right? If I asked flat earthers about, go on.
Interesting thing for me though was because I wanted to see how little of a grasp people even had of the idea. Like, people, when I'd ask how fast does the Earth spin, it's like I accepted 1,000 miles per hour. Of course, and that's a pretty.
That's just pop quizzing somebody on some shit. Why would they know that?
But wait,
when is that useful for anybody to know except somebody who builds gyro compasses or something?
Calm down, man. I'm trying to explain why I did it. So the reason I did it is because I would get answers like 700,000 miles an hour, and it was just interesting to see what people thought because they had never thought about it. And like with the distance to the sun, you would get all kinds of stuff. You get hundreds of millions, or you get like 3,000 miles, 12,000.
96 million miles is what it is approximately.
Can I just I did ask, right, the people at my work who work on my team work, right, and there's 9 of us, right, so that's 8 other people, right, and out of that 8, only 2 said 93 million miles. The others said they don't know, but it's pretty far away.
Thank you, Jizza the Genius. 93 million miles away from K1. No, that was who was that? That was Rizzo.
But that's the scientific consensus is 96 million miles away is the base number to use.
93.
93.
Minus 3%, isn't it? Doesn't get further.
To be honest, before I entered this debate, I would have said millions of miles. Would have been
somebody else now might say 3 million.
Anybody say a number within 10% of approximate, of what the mark gets is a good guess to me.
Well, I gave people anything
10%.
close too, man. And mind you, this is to give them $100 cash. So, like,
No, I understand. You want, plus, let's be honest about it. You want to make a video showing that people don't know it. Show them getting it right, are you? I don't fault you for that, but I mean, all I'm saying is, I don't think giving somebody a pop quiz on like the details of numbers like that is a very meaningful measure.
Yeah, so let me give you a little bit. Okay, so it had nothing to do with making videos. It had nothing to do with making videos. Like the other day, Chris and I were in Key West and we were eating at a bar by the beach, and we just played with the staff and we let the whole staff work together, and we talked them through it. And even though they didn't actually get it, we kept giving them chances and talking them through it and gave them the money. And like the one time I gave money away, I had bumped it up to $200, and this guy came and he actually got the answer wrong, but I let him keep playing and then ended up giving him $200, which is the only time that anyone else ever won. I used to give participation money out. So and then one time a flat earther came up and knew the answers and then told me he was a flat earther and gave it back due to New York City. So that's pretty much. I mean, I don't know, man. I was trying to be interactive. Like for me, the reason we actually did it was it got people's attention. Like it made people come and interact.
Oh, absolutely. No, I think it's a fun game.
I think the funny thing though is with your bet of $200, with your bet with $200 on the line, I would have said it with millions of miles, but if you said that wasn't good enough, I would have then taken my other tidbit of knowledge, the speed of light, and the 8-minute travel time.
186,000 miles per second.
I don't accept the 8-minute thing because it's just a thing that everyone knows. Let's just say, like, I wanted to know if people had an idea of how, like, the numbers, because the numbers are so mind blowing for the globe to even be postulated. Like, they're so mind blowing, they're just ridiculous. Like,
Isn't the point with it that like you want to see if someone is to believe something so ridiculous as they're on this gigantic ball that's floating in nothing around other balls, that they would at least have to look into something in order to like substantiate it, instead of like believing something as ridiculous as that without even looking into it. Isn't that the whole point?
The whole trick is that people don't. That's ridiculous.
If it was ridiculous to ordinary people, yes, but there are other things that like. If I started giving you some of the numbers of bits of information that is going through your phone or your computer just to have this Discord conversation, if I started quizzing you on the bit rate and things like that, there's a rarefied few who would know it. But then there's a far bigger number of people for whom it's not important. They go, yeah.
That's correct. You got it. This guy, whoever's talking, is perfectly correct. Me, I kind of care about the data. Other people like you probably care less, as long as you can hear my voice and I can hear yours.
All right, guys.
I get muted.
Let's see. Let me ask you a couple. Let's see if we can.
So what's the point of asking these people that question? Is it to show that the general public don't know the distance and therefore the distance isn't real? Because, I mean, I seen a video where a guy asks college students about the countries in the United Kingdom, and the vast majority of them actually thought that Scotland and Wales were just regions of England. They didn't actually know they were actual countries. So does that mean that these countries don't exist?
No, that's not why I did it. Ridiculous. I already said why I did it. It makes people interact. All right. And we wanted people, if they did know, we wanted to be able to give them money because like I think it's very rare now that people actually even understand what they think they believe in. And the reason I did it, the number one reason, was because it really aided my talking point, which is, I know this sounds crazy, and I'm not asking you to just believe me. In fact, I'm telling you, please don't do that. Just go look into it in your own time, because what I'm about to tell you sounds crazy. But when I say the earth is flat, you're going to think, no, it's not. You're dumb. We all know it's a globe, right? But if you don't know basics of the globe, then it's
don't do what you've already done, right? That's what you're saying. Don't do what you've already done and just believe something without looking into it. I'm going to tell you something counter to what you've already believed without looking into. Don't do the same thing.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
the fucking point.
And it's the idea, though. The reason I did it.
Hold on. You're saying that.
No, you asked me a question. I'm trying to answer it, brother. Okay.
Let him answer, please.
The reason I did it, bro, was because I used the analogy. It's like someone telling me the Bible's real, and it's definitive reality, and it's 100% accurate, but they've never read Genesis before. Okay. It's like, why would I take your opinion about the Bible as credible? That was the reason that I played the game. I thought it really drove that point home.
Yeah, but the thing is,
Listen,
right, that when you speak to the public, right, and you ask them questions like, how far away is the sun, right, or do we live on a globe, right? The vast majority of them, it's not that's what they believe. That's their trust in science, right? Science tells them this is what the way things are, so we don't believe it. We just have trust in it. Yeah, it's not.
Same thing.
It's not
trust
the
in what?
belief system.
That's
Yeah,
the thing, dude. Trust, faith, belief, religion.
Yeah,
no,
trust in what? Science.
trust and belief are separate things.
How so?
Well, you can believe in God, right, but not trust in what He does.
Okay, so you are using their information to form your beliefs by trusting them, but it has nothing to do with belief.
No, I didn't say.
Listen, I got a question.
Never said that.
You're not getting what
People
what
can
he's
have a
saying.
lot of positions, I think he means. Like you can believe a lot of things whether they're true or not. It doesn't make them true. But he's right. A lot of people believe things that aren't true. A lot of people believe things that are true and don't even know how to explain why or why not they are true.
So that's
He is right.
ignorance.
The
That's
reason,
Yes.
the reason I
Yes,
say, the
ignorance
reason
is
I
the
say,
word, yes.
the reason I say they just trust what the scientists say instead of believing in it, right, is because when you ask the vast majority of people how far away is the sun, right, they'll tell you, I don't know, and I don't care. It makes no difference to my life. So why would I know this? Yeah. My life isn't going to change because somebody tells me it's 93 million miles away. Yeah. If somebody tells me that, I'm like, okay, no problem. My life carries on as normal. My life hasn't changed at all.
That's
Shows your ignorance, though.
and that's what I'm trying to explain. I said it 3 times. You really want to drive your point home because you want to talk about how I suck and what I did is useless. We get it, but you're just strawmanning me. I didn't think that it was going to change their world once they found out the sun was far away.
Yeah, and if anything, it just goes to show that most Globers just trust and believe, the clerics of society, right?
Well, I think one of the things that
when-
you have to
when- when-
actually pay. I'm going to try and just talk.
And I just looked it up. Belief,
The fact that you don't know a factoid from school, there was lots of things you learned in school, and you learned them, and at the time you understood them. You add them to your knowledge base.
You're just
to
still
know the actual, to remember the actual beat, to remember the actual beat detail,
is more
you actually have to. Most people don't remember the actual. Oh, for fuck's sake! Goodbye. Have a fucking day.
Guys, hold on, Moyak. Guys,
Well, Moyak,
what's
doing
going
the
on? Can you
same
guys hear me?
You're
Moyak,
just
though, or
same thing. Moyak, like no one's saying that it was going to that someone doesn't know some random.
Your cue to talk.
Okay, go ahead, dude. Go ahead and say the same.
Let's let him finish. I mean,
fuck's sake. Yeah, no, I'm just saying that we don't remember the details. You don't know George Washington's birthday, the actual year that he was born, that most people don't. But
Yeah, we're repeating
at
the
the
same
time
thing,
it
bro.
made sense, and you were given that information. Shut the fuck up.
Why don't you shut the fuck up, bro? You're just repeating the same thing we've just said for fucking 5 minutes.
Wow, this anger issue is getting bad with the Globers, man.
Moyak,
You
your mic's
didn't
cutting
really
in.
say that, did you, Rocky?
So
Same
believe.
shit, bro. It's
Your
the
mic's
same
cutting
fucking
in and out,
analogy. You've
Moyak.
been making the same analogy which he's answered for the last 10 minutes.
It's all good. He's
Your
gone,
mic's
guys.
cutting in and out, and doing
Yeah,
that
but the
fading
thing
thing where it fades in and out.
Why we have
And people are getting a little antsy today, as I can tell.
Yeah, but I guess
Jesus Christ, guys.
Damn, the reason that's annoying, dude, is I'm the one that lived it, bro, right? So, like, when people ask me a question, but they don't have any intention of listening to my answer, even though I lived it, they just want to cut me off and straw man me about what I was thinking. It's kind of annoying, bro. It's super lame.
Whitson was cut off like 10 times, never
So-
threw a tantrum. That dude we got cut off when he started talking and immediately went into like tantrum mode. It's strange. A lot of them are doing it. I think it's
Bringing it-
stress their balls getting taken away.
You guys say
we don't need to continue into that side of the conversation. Bringing it back, belief is synonymous with trust.
Yep, absolutely. I just posted that in the
Yeah,
live
but
stream.
you-
Belief,
but you
faith,
guys-
and trust are all synonymous.
But you guys say that we blindly believe and trust the scientists, and we shouldn't. But when you get on an aeroplane, do you not blindly believe and trust that the guy at the helm can actually fly the fucking plane? Or do you demand evidence before you let him take off that he's actually flown a plane before?
Is it not
No,
true?
you don't. You just sit down and you enjoy the flight, don't
Hey,
you?
is it not
You don't
true?
ask for evidence. You don't say, "Where's the video evidence of this guy flying other planes?" Before I let him.
Hey, yo, check this out. Do more people pray when they're about to take off on a flight?
Yes.
The rarity of occurrence.
Don't they clap in America when you land?
And the only reason I trust it is I know the plane flies most of the time. Like I know that they only have to like take off and land.
Yeah, we've seen millions of flights, with very few crashes. But when we look into the current pseudoscience, we see millions of crashes with very few truths coming out of it, very few landings.
Right. What you're
So we
saying
don't.
is that you're only allowed to blindly believe and trust in experts that you deem are okay to believe and trust in, and the ones that you don't fit your narrative, you've not to believe.
No, I don't know. I don't know where you got that from. What I said. I said I see millions of flights take off and land every day. So it's beat into my head that it's safer than doing other things. However, every day I see millions of things, or I hear about thing after thing after thing that's a falsehood. Like that's just been pushed as a narrative. So from that particular group, not airline pilots, the pseudoscientists, the theoretical scientists, I don't trust that as much. I'm going to check into it more when they make these outlanguished claims of going to Mars. It's not like they're going to Chicago, brother, millions of times. They're saying they're going to Mars. I'm going to check into that a little bit closer.
Look, there's a difference between pseudoscience and science, is what we're saying. So when you say you globers want to trust the science, what science are you trusting, bro? Which scientific method are they using?
Anything falsifiable is mine. If it can be falsified, then I can investigate it. I can see. I mean, I'm not a stickler. I'm not that zetetic. I've got to see it for myself. But falsifiability is the key for me, and that's again my criticism of this. We don't have a model. We don't have a shape. Flat's not a shape. Stuff. It just means it's impossible to disprove a container when the container takes any form you can't test. It's impossible to test ether because it can take every form that is untestable and no forms that aren't.
Hey, Excels, would you agree that most people, people are not that intelligent these days, right?
I don't agree with that. I think that if we look for stupidity, if we look for, people being like, when people go, fucking look what's happening on the internet. People are
for instance,
live streaming themselves taking a dump on a cat or something.
Right, it's like, well, I mean,
We
like
just
even
see
like
more of it.
that kind of idea that like the directions used to include how your car would come with like how to change the camshafts, and now it's like don't drink the motor oil, right? We talked about that one time. So
right.
so
there's
we could all agree
certainly
that society,
a narrowing of skill sets. That
society, right? Society's most notion of how things really work is dwindled. So like if that's the true, and then let's correlate that with, are most people thinking that they live on a spinning ball?
Yes.
So in some sense, would you say that when you've discussed the shape of the earth with flat earthers, they know more about the shape of the earth, for instance, than your average glober?
Yes, yeah.
Right.
I'm more aware of it.
So we could say that most people, globers, are not as savvy or concerned with how things really seem to work anymore. And the flat earthers seem to be still interested in it, which would make it a clear distinction between the people who are globers and the people who are quote unquote flat earthers. So potentially flat earthers being more niche, they're obviously more, more intelligent regarding the shape of the earth and the philosophical questions that would come after, right?
Yeah, more
astute. Yeah, I agree. Would agree with all of those things. I don't agree with the conclusion that therefore someone's right, because we could all pick something like Islam, or there's probably a few Muslims.
Right, but you'd have
you
more
pick
chance.
Christianity, or you can pick, people who are cell earthers and think we're on the inside, that spend a lot of time doing it.
Yeah, I don't think that was an argument that someone's right, though.
Yeah, it's not the argument Right. Well, Blaze too he's on to something in the sense that, like, we are after, like the gentleman said before, just because a bunch of people think something is so doesn't mean that it's actually so. But like, my point being is that we could all agree that the population of flat earthers are almost, you could say, more intelligent than the majority of globers.
Well, I want to take it a step further, though.
That'd be an interesting one to check because it wouldn't surprise me.
You know what I mean? Like, and I don't mean that in any I mean, because I don't, it's just what it is. But it's like when people come in here with these, like, oh, well, like, I'm just saying, to Whitsitt's experiment, it's like the idea that this is a fact. Most people, I mean, look at Jay Leno's nightly questions or whatever, where he's asking people, where's Alaska? And they're like pointing to Romania or something. Like, they have no fucking idea.
I shared one of those the other day where it's like they go to the planetarium with this science. They're asking his science teacher, which one's bigger, the sun or the moon? She's like, I looked at them one day and I can't say this for sure, but I think it was the sun. It's like, oh my
Wow.
God.
And see, this is
You're
where
teaching kids.
And this is what flat earthers are saying, like, dude, we live in a world of fucking retards. And like, how is it that we're being condemned for these questions by a bunch of people who don't even know the subject matter?
Exactly.
Yeah, that I agree with.
That was the point of the experiment.
Right. And that's what I was just trying to make. Yeah, man. Well, I was just trying to get that across even.
You made it perfect. Yeah, you did it better than I've done it. I think honestly, my next honest addition to the intelligence part is like they're more honest. Now, like, this is just generalization, but like one side is much quicker to blatantly strawman the other side.
Well, that's what's crazy when you see it. I see it in the politics right now.
Well,
that's what's killing me is you see the lefties acting like the most off the hinge glober I've ever met in my life, and it's like, holy wow, this is fascinating. More popcorn
with the lefties.
I'm not loving it. Not even. Fair enough. It just could be said that more globers are interested in politics and involved.
No such thing as a lefty flat earther. Put it that way.
Oh, there are probably.
Yeah, but I mean, there's not many atheist flat earthers either.
Well, not
one.
Well, that's what I was getting to earlier. I think they thought when they rolled out flat Earth that it was going to consume the whole lefty movement too.
Yeah.
Because it was a part of the whole burn down the system. You know what I mean? Like, and I think what happened was a lot of conservative people were like, no, that's very interesting, and we're not going to let you tear down the whole system.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a lot of people that started out as atheists, and once they started researching and finding out that this cosmology is true and that it must be intelligently designed, which is the total opposite of what science teaches in most cases, then they are not atheists anymore. So then they get lumped into that religious movement. Well, that's not a religious movement. That's just reality hitting them smack in the face, right?
They realize that atheism doesn't even exist. They're just atheist.
I mean, I would say that makes absolute sense. Like, if it turned out to me tomorrow that the Earth was flat, then I would immediately have to believe in a creator, right? Because it would show me that supernatural stuff does exist.
See, but that's why I think that's why I think you could never know, though, Eggshells, because that's why your faith has to come into play in those issues.
Supernatural.
And this is where the idea.
Supernatural?
And this is why.
Like, what are you talking about?
He's not wrong.
The Star Trek
Pac-Man.
Lining up.
Okay.
Ether and us. I've talked about this.
It's called dark polarity, Eggshells. Dark polarity. It's a placeholder.
Yeah, like you say supernatural, but it knowing.
Sorry, Don.
Knowing it's a flat Earth would be.
You cut out, man.
Knowing it's a flat Earth would let you solve these things that had false assumptions. Keep it. It wouldn't have to be magical phenomenon. It would be new phenomenon.
Look at it like this. Like, even like Eggshells. Have you ever read C.S. Lewis?
Heard of him or read him?
Yeah, or read, or I think he. I've only read a couple of books.
Of him, yes, but I don't.
Right. He wrote a good book called Mere Christianity, which I read when I was young. It's an interesting book, and he just made the proposition, and I'm sure you've heard it because it's kind of famous. Like the idea that if there is no God and I believe in God, then there's no wrong in that. And if there is a God, then I'll be rewarded for that kind of a thing, right? Yeah. And it's like, so like, let's say even,
a precursor to Pascal's wager a bit, isn't it?
Maybe so. I'm not too familiar. I'm sure I've heard it.
Pascal's wager is that like if there is a God in afterlife, then the cost
Yes.
is finite and the reward is infinite, and vice versa.
Right. Interesting, actually. I haven't dwelled. I've heard of it, but I haven't gone into it as much as I should. Probably that's an interesting one. And I've heard it brought up a couple times. Anyway, the idea is that like if we experience the Earth as relatively motionless, right? Like, and you experience no sense of spin, no sense of whatever, and you sense that, or you can like look far distances, etc. Like we appreciably, and then we can measure stars using that baseline. Even if there is some kind of crazy, wacky connection somewhere out where we got to add fucking spherical trigonometry, or somehow the nautical almanac does it for us, which I doubt. The fucking thing is that like you're just getting an angle off of a flat plane. For all intents and purposes, we can treat the Earth as flat and motionless. It is only by these mathematical propositions and assumptions and calculations that we deduce that we have a fucking spinning ball. But in reality, like, why would you not see it as flat, motionless, and that the Creator created for you to be eggshells on Discord and have a good time with a bunch of flat earthers? Like, I just think that that's so much cooler. Now, let's say you place
I think the cooler argument is strong. Like it
well, and here's the thing. I mean, like, but this is where you have the fantastical argument. If we really were going to go down like, fucking like some postmodern fucking art world, is like the idea of like, well, actually, just this moment in time is so precious because we were made for monkeys and now we've evolved. You know what I mean? It's an interesting proposition too.
Yeah, that is.
But and the rarity of it all, and the magnificent and the miracle that we create, that monkeys made fucking cell phones, like fucking like my thing, all that. But the thing is that. But in reality, like, it's like, it's almost, the philosophical deduction, is what I think of it as. It's like the idea that you've come from monkeys, it allows for atrocities. Whereas if you think of it as though the Creator is watching you, it's different. What is it?
So some of my view of that is a same view for the opposite view for the same reason. The idea of like anybody who can convince you of absurdities can make you commit atrocities. This like idea that if you can get somebody to be so far removed from what they think makes, and I get the view from your side, which is like if we're animals, we can behave like animals. There's no limits on moral behavior. We answer to nobody. But at the same time, like to count up. Obviously, exclude whatever religion you follow because we won't be good at looking at ourselves. Look at any other religion or any other group of people and go, what are the most horrible things I've seen in other group that have a different culture do? And you can usually find some pretty messed up stuff that they were doing because they were told that according to their cosmology, according to
That's
their
why I think That's why I think what's going on is so interesting, because we've almost thrown away all the idols, like gentlemen like yourself. You know what I mean? Like have thrown away all these idols.
Yeah, there's very few.
And I will say, and I'll say this about most of us as flat earthers who've almost propped up some of us have propped up other idols. But before you could do that, you smashed all the other idols.
Yeah.
All of us have come through that process of smashing the idol. But I think then this is what makes it so historic, if you will, is the idea that with that mindset of smashing all the idols to still come to the one supreme truth that maybe we were created, this is an opportunity for mankind to get rid of the dogmatic religion and yet still own the principle that we were created, let's say.
Exactly, bro.
I wouldn't agree. I think if somebody came and proved to me that the Earth was flat, I still don't think I would believe there was a God, because there's too many contradictions.
Well, the Bible says there are the godless people.
But it would.
I mean, people think.
I wouldn't believe in a biblical God. Right.
Bro, but real fast, you're telling me that you think the Earth could be stationary and it wasn't created, Infidel?
No, what I'm saying is if somebody proved that was the case, that doesn't mean that I should automatically believe in God. Because, I mean, people say, oh, God's all loving and all forgiving. Well, why didn't he forgive Lucifer?
Oh, you're believing in the Creator? You're
God,
characterizing God, though. Infidel,
so
you're characterizing
God.
I'm not, dude, I'm not telling you to believe in a certain
lives.
type of God. Listen, we're not talking about a certain type of God with certain type of characteristics of loving or anything like that. We're just talking about a creator. You agree that if the Earth is stationary, then there has to be a creator.
Well, yo, how about this? If the Earth is moving, do you think that there could be a creator? Like when you see a fucking, like for instance, just briefly, I'll just add it before you go on. Like, you know, when you see a blue jay or a wild bird or a fox or something like that, like, do you just think like, oh, that's just a, like, you know, do you not think that that's evidence for a creator in itself?
That's just a glitch in the matrix when you see that shit.
But yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that there isn't a creator or a god, right? But then again, I can't say that there is one.
Okay, so and even if the Earth was a ball, right? The sun is 93 million miles away, and then the moon is 238,000 miles away, and they just coincidentally look like they're exactly the same size for perfect total eclipses, even though the diameter of the sun is 400 times bigger than the diameter of the moon. It's just coincidentally exactly 400 times further away, also, and we're in this simultaneously. Simultaneously, the moon is spinning like over 2,000 miles per hour, like rotating while it revolves around the Earth. And if it were going
special.
If it was going 1/4 a mile per hour, faster or slower, you would see the rest of the moon. But it goes this perfect speed where we only see the same moon forever. How can that
Not
happen?
forever.
How could all that
Not
happen?
forever, remember.
That's my question.
It's just we're in the perfect time. It's just another coincidence. We just happen to be in that perfect window.
That's not a question I can answer because, I mean, you've got things like the rotational speed completely wrong.
No.
I mean, you said the moon rotates at 2,000 miles per hour, right? And then you claim that the Earth, if it was spinning, it spins at 1,000 miles per hour. Well, now you've got two objects spinning at two different speeds. Therefore, yeah, you should see the other side of the moon. But we don't measure rotational speed in miles per hour.
Ballers be slipping.
Okay, so if the moon was going 1/4 a mile per hour faster or slower, you would see the rest of the moon.
It's not rotating in miles per hour. So
it's just
the moon is quantum locked.
Yeah,
I would need, to be able to make any kind of intelligent assessment on that, Witsit, I would need to compare life from other places, because I don't know A, how rare that is, nor B, whether that might be, if it is just a naturalistic explanation, in some way totally necessary for life, such that of the trillions of planets that exist, it only happens to occur on ones that can have such a phenomena. I would need to know like what meaningfulness that number matching up had, rather than it just being like, oh, some numbers match and other numbers don't.
Well, that's a decent point, because the point is that they're not even like sustainability is not even dependent on those things. Those are just optical. Those are just optical coincidences. They have no bearing on sustainability, right? So that just adds on. It compounds the coincidence or the odds against. So the heliocentric model invokes a designer with insane anomalies, repetitively, non-related, not even all related to sustainability. It's pretty crazy.
Thank God for mathematics,
I wouldn't. I'm never going to try and argue against somebody that the existence of life is sort of uninteresting. To me, it's fascinating and wonderful. I'm not going to argue against it on that.
Who said that? Love it.
What do you mean?
Who said
What
life
is interesting?
He's afraid of a sky daddy. Is that what you're afraid of, eggshells?
What?
You afraid of a god? Have you committed like a lot of sins, and is that the reason you guys are afraid of a creator?
What? No. I mean, my view towards the existence of God is probably quite similar to your view about the sphere of the Earth. you would say, I imagine you've seen very little evidence for it, and it seems internally inconsistent, so you doubt its existence.
Okay.
I see very little evidence for the existence of God, and it seems, and many of the explanations I have heard seem internally inconsistent.
Right.
And
So you're
the thing is, if God created everyone and created everything, then that means that God created me the way I am, and He created me not to believe in Him.
Yeah.
Did He not?
Well, He definitely created us to question things and
free choice.
Yeah, and to have the freedom to choose the truth or choose to pursue it. And so that's a whole different thing. But what I'm saying is, even in the heliocentric paradigm, the astronomical odds that are compounded but not related would require you to invoke design.
Obviously, I disagree with that, but that's, I get that view.
Well,
I'm not
so you just
confused by the view.
yeah. I guess I'm saying it boldly. I guess you technically can't say it's all coincidence.
Well, yeah. How about this?
No,
It's like
it's not coincidence to me. It's one of my favorite analogies for this is it's like a puddle sitting there in the road going, what are the odds the road dipped just where I needed to be? Not realizing that like the puddle exists because the road is dipped there. So that that puddle might see internally as something remarkable is in fact just the only way it could be. That's how puddles exist.
Yeah. Can I ask a question? Like
Evidently,
eggs.
would you like to ask another?
Yes, I would.
You love asking, don't you?
As a preface, what do you call it? Like, do you believe in a virgin birth?
No, I think.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's possible.
Hold on.
Like you said,
hold on.
like you
So,
said.
no, I all I want. Okay, hold on. So check it out. So we don't believe in a virgin birth. Okay.
You were saying this the other day.
So how do you make so how do children not born when a man and a woman come together to create the child?
Never happened.
Throughout history, to the best of my knowledge, that is the only
Right.
way that happens,
So how could inanimate matter become animate matter?
How could inanimate matter become animate? I'm not sure that's what happened. I don't know how it happened.
Right, but isn't that akin to a virgin birth?
No.
Like I get that you see it that way. For somebody who believes in abiogenesis,
What do you mean? I don't see it that way. You see it that way in the sense, right?
No,
it's
I
like
don't see it
there
that
was
way.
nothing, right?
I put all that stuff in a giant bucket of like I couldn't know. This is beyond my
Right, and so knowing that you couldn't know that, and implied by what creation has shown you, wouldn't there have to be a creator to make something like as complicated as as an organism that could make a church building?
I get. I feel like I just keep saying the one thing. I get the argument, but it makes sense to me as an argument. It just seems that whole ontological argument of like, shouldn't there be a creator if there is creation, seems to me to set up a really simple premise, which is you can't get life from non-life. Or the ontological one is more like, if every event is caused by a previous cause, then there must be a first cause. It sets up this rule, which I'm like, okay, I don't really agree with that, but fine, let's run with it. Then the very next sentence goes, well, there must be something that violates that, so I call that thing God.
Well, we have like evidence for creation. We don't have evidence for like it was Aristotle thought like life originated out of mud or something, right? You know what I mean? Like
that could be the case too.
you know what I mean?
Like,
but our evidence suggests that's not the case. Our evidence suggests that there must be, in order for something intelligent to exist, or something with direction to exist, like there has to be some kind of, even like genetics, right? Genetic coding or something like that, right? Like there's these things like they're. I just find it interesting.
Would that
to
lead
me,
more...
to me, it's like believing in the virgin birth, that nothing could, life could come out of nothing.
Would that get less difficult to pass, or sort of less of a problem in need of a fix, if it's complex life coming from very simple life? Like, because like a fully grown man with a mobile phone sliming out of a swamp is ridiculous, but like,
but we don't have
something
any
that is virtually indistinguishable from mud coming out of mud doesn't seem that crazy to me.
Right, but we don't.
Absent better explanations,
funny
I just put it
picture.
on the shelf and go, maybe.
Yeah, I like the image. just coming out of the ocean with like a face
Uh,
mask.
I would say
Yeah,
you
fuck,
haven't been.
yeah.
I would say you haven't been to Louisiana if you don't think grown men with a cell phone don't slither out of the swamp.
After a bender on a Thursday. Yeah.
But anyway, I
Yeah.
digress.
But back to your point before, though, about like how does it make you treat people? The interesting thing, I've come like kind of in a bit of a loop about my belief on it, where my current view is that it's actually not what you believe that's the problem, but the strength of the belief that's the problem. And in the opposite way to what most people typically take it, most people go, well, you've got to have really strong beliefs if you want to be a good person. I'm like, I don't fucking know. Every time I switch on the news, I see some guy with really strong beliefs driving a van through a crowded market or something.
No doubt, the
You know,
end is
like,
near.
he's really,
That
really sure
guy.
he's getting his virgins.
Yeah,
He's
but
like,
somehow
yeah.
you choose to choose the least plausible explanation. Like you choose to believe. Well, you guys that believe in abiogenesis, I think you
Have you not
believe
been
in the
listening to the
least
conversation,
plausible. Sorry.
I'm
Evolve
not a
me to a
believer in abiogenesis. I think I put it on a shelf as one of many possible explanations. I do think it offers a slightly better explanation than one that seems self-refuting, one that says life can't come from non-life, but here's this not quite alive creator that did that. Doesn't to me offer a good explanation, but I don't quote unquote believe in abiogenesis.
So how do you think we came about then?
I've got no idea. I don't think anybody who claims to know how we got here is.
But you would agree that a higher intelligent being than you created some of the things that you use, right? Like, you would agree that you are not intelligent enough to come up with, I don't know, the CERN collider, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so why wouldn't you believe there's a higher being than that would create the actual person that came up with the CERN collider? You see my point? Like, there's no difference.
Because
Hold
it's
on.
not that I'd like.
Why?
So what I want to make clear is I don't have an
Self-deprecation.
active non-belief. I'm not like I know there's no God. To me, the possibilities are either there is one, but they're doing a very good job of hiding themselves for whatever reason. Many of them could be really good, or it's one that doesn't exist. Certainly not in the way like I was brought up on the Bible. God was popping out of the clouds and chatting to people and doing all sorts of shit all the time. It would have been loopy to be an atheist back then when pigs were talking and women turning into pillars of salt. It would have just been like, what do you mean it's not a God? Have you seen the salt woman?
You're saying you're a huge gambler then. Like, they call me a gambler, but man, you are rolling the dice.
Well, you're
Have you seen the
of
salt
course
woman? Is that what you said?
fucking got no money,
What I
man.
want to know. What I want to know
the
is
salt woman.
why. What I want to know is why is God given all the credit for the good things? I mean, you're talking about things like creating the CERN collider, creating life. Yeah, I mean, I was
Free
watching.
choice.
Hold
You've
on.
said the same thing over and over again. I don't know what you got against God. He created everything good and evil.
Right,
I think you have
Free
you're
choice.
misled. You're misled on what God is.
Right. I was watching
And
a
there's a
program about a
deceiver.
serial killer the other night, right? And once a serial killer was caught, the woman said, well, thank God they caught the serial killer. And I turned around and I said to my partner, so why didn't they thank God when the serial killer was going around murdering all these women? Why
Because
is God thanked for that?
Well, he technically is responsible because he created freedom.
Exactly. Like anybody, if any of you said,
No.
I find freedom really important for my kids, and I go, how does that express itself? And you said, well, you know, if I just let them do whatever they want at home. If I see them picking up, you know, bleach, that's their freedom to drink bleach. So I just let them drink bleach because free will. I would go, you're a fucking awful parent, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be about doxing people normally, but I think I would dox that person and get their kids taken away because that is not okay.
So
Right?
you're putting God
that's
into
what
the human
society
flesh.
does.
No,
That's
that's
what
putting
society does.
the great I am, the creator of all things, into a human flesh.
Well,
No,
God didn't,
that's not right.
and God didn't create bleach.
Right. No, I'm not saying God makes us drink bleach, but I just mean like freedom isn't like either give freedom or be all loving, but like don't bring me up with an atheist father and a not very religious mother and a whole bunch of teachers that, even though I went to a Presbyterian school, were pretty clearly
Oh, that's
atheist,
pot
who
luck.
gave me pretty
That's
good
pot luck.
explanation. Exactly, it's pot luck. Why would you do that to a child you loved?
Well, you can
Genuinely.
also
Because no,
listen, brother. I mean,
He
you
wants
can
to
also look at it like
experience
it's a
all of life.
right,
That
and
So
you can look
they
at
includes
that
the
as a
so
kid
they
brought
know
up
what
like
love
that.
is.
you can
Yeah,
look at
so
that
they
like a
know what love is.
blessing. Yeah, like a blessing, bro. Like you got to
I
see
do,
both
yeah.
sides. You got to see what's wrong with religion. It's like I don't regret being brought up in a Christian household that I don't believe in what they taught anymore. Like I think it was a blessing. Like I don't believe in the doctrines they taught me, but I got to see a bunch of differences, you know. And my friend was atheist, and like I'm glad that you get to experience everything because that's what makes the freedom beautiful. Is you get to make a decision, and you also have the decision of how informed that decision is.
Yeah, it lets you know what love is. And like your significant other, like your wife, you have a choice of who you're with, and that choice makes her, you know, like love you even more. Like she knows that you could have chosen anybody and you chose her. That's what God is doing. I want my creation to have free will and choose me even under these terrible circumstances. Knowing I created the good and the evil, they still choose me. They choose good over everything and want to spend eternal life with me. That's
Sure.
basically how I see it.
Would God be powerful enough to do that? Want that for
Yeah,
his
of course.
creation, but also go, I can see Harry tries to be a good person. He works during his day job trying to help people, regularly donates his time, lives to a lot of the principles that he logically agrees with in the church. So he doesn't steal, he doesn't murder, he doesn't do the, like he tries to do unto others. But on other stuff that he doesn't agree with, like whether he should throw rocks at people for picking up sticks on the Sabbath or for fucking other men, he disagreed with that. Is he still not a good enough person that maybe God doesn't love him, but he doesn't choose to burn me in hell for eternity?
Well,
Hey,
you
do
don't
all
know.
He
kids
You
doesn't
will be
need to
judged.
agree
Men
or agree with
cannot
anything
judge.
you do.
Men
Ricky,
cannot
yo,
judge other men. Yeah.
Yeah.
don't all
And
kids
Exactly.
hold on, check
that,
this out. Don't all kids instinctively throw rocks at one another though?
yes. And at moving objects.
But not with
And at,
intent to
and
kill
at,
them.
and at things that break. Like they
No,
want to break glass with rock. Yeah.
but
It's like
intent
part
to
of their
kill,
nature,
dude.
eggshells. It's like part of their nature that it's part of their genetic makeup.
Yeah, how far and hard can I throw this rock and break that
And
window of
for
that moving
why?
car? Yeah,
For
that's in
why
us,
is a big another issue.
right? That
Let me
what
try this. Eggshells.
when adults sorry, hang on, I'll be quick. When adults act surprised that a young child throws a rock at like a moving car or something, and get all angry and upset when they know they did the same thing or at least had the impulse when they were smaller.
I
Like
very
it's
much agree with that.
yeah, it's crazy.
Eggshells. Let me
He
try
who
this.
hasn't thrown a rock
How
in a
about
car.
not eggshells? Let me try this. How about not a God of the Bible, right? Because I tend not to believe in that certain God. I have issues, right? But
What are your issues
the
out of
more,
interest?
sorry?
What are your issues out of interest?
Well,
Well,
the
let him
same
make
ones
his
you have,
point.
the benevolence thing and that kind of thing, right?
Make your point before you get off sidetracked.
I'm just curious.
So now, eggshells, listen to this. Forget about the God in the Bible, right? How about somebody like me that used to believe in the God in the Bible, set him aside, but the more I research science, the more I learn stuff, I saw that there has to be a creator. Now, not necessarily the God in the Bible, but a being, whatever, a more powerful force than us that created us, because how did life start on its own? That's the way I see it. Would you accept such a creation, such a creator?
Sure. I mean, I can conceive of a few myself, even ones that didn't necessarily need to be supernatural. I can also conceive of supernatural ones, sort of ones that you like, all manner, including like the Romans had a view that mortals regularly ascended to become gods. It was just a sort of standard thing. Whole thing about it, Caligula making his like murderous aunt a god after her death because he promised he would, even though she murdered like half the family. So, or to like ones that create. The other one I often think about is what's it? The simulation theory. So could we be running on a kid's computer in his room somewhere, and he's just switched on this sort of self-propagating algorithm to play a game? You know, maybe he assumes one of our bodies for half an hour, but he's just switched us on, and then his mum's called him for dinner, and we don't realize he's coming in to switch us off. Possible? Probable? No. It seems really ridiculous. And
so, okay, let me explore that for a second, then I'll be
You
quiet.
never know.
Yeah, I don't know.
So you think it's more probable that we came out of a swamp out of nowhere just by chance than being created?
You keep saying
Yeah,
that.
wow.
You keep saying that at me, SE. If you want to know what I think about whether we came out of a swamp with a mobile phone to our ear, just ask me. Don't tell me what I think. I'm here.
Well, that's
providing all the
abiogenesis, bro. I apologize, but isn't that your belief?
That is a possible explanation. Do I
Well-
believe that abiogenesis happened from crawling out of a swamp here on this planet, or possibly somewhere else in the entire universe that has conditions more amenable to life?
I think he's
Possibly, I don't know.
I think he's asking, what do you think's the most probable?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what do I think is the most probable?
How would you run those statistics?
How have you not thought this through? That's a scary point. Like, you're old enough.
I don't see the. Sorry, I keep clipping everybody. I don't see the so what in it. The view for me when I started first questioning Christianity was, it seems like the book tells a bunch of stories, but its main purpose is to make us live well. So I just started looking at Christians around me. I went, do I want to behave more like those people? And some of the people, absolutely yes. But some of the people, not so much. So I was like,
The reason I ask you is, I agree with you guys. I see religion as a destructive force, right?
Interesting.
Yeah. I'm with you guys, but I'm not an atheist, right? I see reality, and I also see the good in religion, like Rakia, for example. People like that, small congregations, believers that do nothing but good. So there's two different things here. There's those kind of people. There's the association, the management, the mafia, right, of the church. Those are two different things. So it's kind of complicated the way I see things about religion.
Okay, I have a confession to make, Tessie. I'm not all good with.
You're the most purest guy I've ever seen, bro. And when it comes to that, so hats off to you, my friend.
I have many faults, and I recognize them, but I do ask for forgiveness. I think that's where I draw the line. I mean, we're fallen, right? Every man is the same. I don't see myself any different than any one of the people here or anywhere in the world. We're all humans. We're all the same. I used to have a different view on that based on skin color and, everything else. I mean, just being honest, 30, 40 years ago, if you asked me that, I'd be like, no, I'm way smarter than that group, right? Or, I don't act obnoxious in public like he does, but you have to really look at yourself and be honest and go, we're all equal as we can be. We're all different, thank goodness. But that also points towards intelligent design. How do you make 6 billion people, right, survive and be all different in many, many ways, not just one way? That's not random, my friend.
The example I use to humble the atheists is I tell them, can you please make me a tomato seed? That usually burns their brain up. Make me a tomato seed, eggshells.
Why would you expect a human, if you believe in a creator, why would you expect a human to be able to do what your supernatural space wizard can do?
Well, that's my whole point. I don't expect you to do that.
Because my point is a higher being.
Yourself when I tell you that. That's what I expect.
Do you know what a better point would be? And that is, point at something that you can do that I can't. That would tell me, that efficacy would tell me you were onto something. Saying I've decided based on my understanding of your model that you should be able to make me a tomato seed is just ridiculous, and everybody here.
I didn't say that. I just want to show your weakness, your worthlessness next to this creation. You're nothing. All of us are nothing. We are nothing compared to this thing.
Sure. Yeah.
And you can take that one seed and then it makes a tree with tomatoes, a few, numerous tomatoes, and then they have numerous seeds.
Yeah.
We can't make one of them, man. We can't. It's like very clear that this place is designed.
But hang on, why would that mean creator? That's the bit I'm missing.
Well, just the fact that it's.
I've got a couple of testes full of human seed. I can produce that at will.
Humans, is it if it happened naturally, then humans should have been able to do it by now, or something like that? Is that
Well, no, it's just that sustainability is intrinsically designed into existence, and it's not something that it's something we depend on, but we're not in control of.
How about if this creator sees us like goldfish? Like we have a fish tank, right? You put the fish in, you admire them, you feed them, but you don't necessarily care what happens to each fish inside, right? Could be kind of like an arrangement like that. We could be pets.
Exactly. Yeah.
No, he wants individualism.
But how would we know that? Like, think about this. Think about it like
we
this.
Don't.
Imagine you were the god, and you were the one who had us running on your computer. You'd created a simulated environment. Just run with me just for a second, because this will expand out to any kind of god. And you've created a world for them to live in that their existence is only within that world. You control all of the inputs.
Yeah.
You need to be orders of magnitude smarter and more advanced than this, technologically or magically or however you want to be. You must.
Yeah, like us and the goldfish, for example.
Yeah, for us to a goldfish. So can you imagine a goldfish being like, does he mind when I swim this way? And you're like, swim what way? Like, what are you talking about? Like, what
I agree with you on that. Yeah.
Wouldn't matter to it.
No,
God. Like this idea that a
doesn't have to be infinitely intelligent at all. That's an assumption. Doesn't have to be. Could be.
It's got to be orders of magnitude smarter than we are.
Of course.
Why?
Absolutely, yeah.
All of existence. Come on.
Well, it's just another group of us.
No.
Another group of us who just want to literally experience life through multiple different versions at the same time. Right, what better way to do it? Create free will.
How?
What do you mean? Why? Why would it need to be magically?
We do it our kids.
How you can do it non-magically?
Do you have kids? Do you have kids, sir?
Why would it have to be magically? Is that the word that you just put out there when you don't understand something or you can't explain something? It's just magic, is it?
To create all of
Is magic the way light travels through a vacuum? Is that magic?
Well,
all right, we're gonna let him answer.
Stars circle in the sky like the North Pole, but backwards. Yeah, that kind of looks magical to me.
All right, well, let's just calm down, man. So,
looks like creation to me.
Yeah,
magic.
Okay, well, the idea of the goldfish is interesting, right? It's pretty interesting, where it's like there's no attention paid, but I think there's only some truth to that. Like, I think that the way you would test it, though, and this is the part that the people that have these conversations, they've never done this part, and this is just me being bluntly honest. It requires a lot of humility. Like it was difficult for me at first. It was like really difficult for me at first because I had a lot of pride. But you have to like humble yourself and talk to the creator. You don't have to give him a name, personify him, visualize him, anything like that. You don't even have to speak in words. You don't have to say dear like you're writing a letter. It's nothing like that. It's just accepting like what's stripped away, like under everything, what the truth is, like acknowledging that, or like from that headspace, and then asking for confirmations or signs and stuff that are personal to you. Because in the scenario in which you're just a goldfish, if you will, you certainly wouldn't get personalized answers.
Could you look so hard for personalized answers that you might make answers out where they don't exist?
Who are you asking the questions to? Like, if I want to know something about creation, I don't ask myself or a scientist or what. I ask the creator. He will. If you seek him, I promise you, this is how I know. If you seek him with an honest heart, with everything, even in finances or beliefs or whatever, he will give you the answers. And until I realized that, I used to think that the people standing on the stage and my parents and everything preaching to me like that, I thought they were nuts. But until I turned my finances, my life, my faith over to the creator, He didn't reveal himself to me. But when I did that, everything was easy. Everything was better. My life is incredibly blessed now. Finances are unbelievable. Everything that they told me would come true because they were revealed that, right? Not from their parents or from a scientist, but from the creator himself or itself. That's why they wanted to tell me. That's why they were so passionate. That's why I'm here every day. I'm not here to argue and fight and tell you that the earth is flat. I'm here to tell you there's a creator. He thinks you're special and he's waiting for you to change your heart. He's waiting for you to give up what you think you know and ask him what you should know or what you should be doing.
Yeah, I think I actually quite admire the drive, like the positive drive it gives people. I think I've told this story before, but I had a mechanic in Mumbai and I went to see him all the time and I was like, knew I was leaving. And so I was like, fuck, this guy doesn't have much money, but he will not accept charity. I've tried before. So I just got a big service on my bike done. And he's like, why don't you come over to my place for dinner? So I brought over a girl I was seeing at the time. And wow, he lived in like 18 people to this tiny little room. He'd made it as nice as he possibly could, but it was, 13 people living here. I forget how many. It was just an extraordinary number living in this tiny little space. I'm sure it ushered some out. And then we had dinner and like spoke to them and took photos and stuff. And then he later told me it's like his hands are giving out and he's a mechanic. And of course his wife doesn't work because they're Muslim. Khan, his name was. So they're not going to, if his hands give out, he's not going to be able to work, but the drugs cost too much and his mum's unwell. And so he's got to try and keep his mum alive, but she's not bringing in any money and she's just going to die slower. And I was like, what are you going to do? And he just goes, Sab upar wale ke haath mein hai, which is everything is in the upstairs man's hands, upar wale, like God's hands.
Yeah.
But they sometimes just say upar wale or something, so it's like your God, my God. India's very inclusive like that. They're like, yeah, maybe your God's real, so's mine. That's how they end up with so many.
More faith than any whiny American could ever have when you live in poverty all your life and you still have that look up mentality. I can't wait to get on my knees tonight and thank for the many blessings I have as a poor man, right? You have to find what's good in everything because there is so much good around it. It's amazing.
Yeah,
I mean,
you've done
I
really
see it
well.
in a new light.
That's what I mean. I think to me at a certain point, I'm just like, my position on it is absolutely could be there, but it's like yours, I would imagine, regarding the curvature of Earth. But
Well, yo,
the
Eggs.
result in seeing what it does for you or for other people in terms of benefit does actually make me go, oh, maybe there is something in this. Like, I don't know. It's like there's a lot of skepticism in it. It's like, I don't, like,
But yo,
I
Eggs.
don't want to agree for some reason, but maybe, absolutely.
Hey,
Maybe.
look at it like this though. It's like, the idea. How cool is it like that? If you want to, like, let's say you want to go over there, right? The idea is that you have the means to do it, right? You have legs. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is like, I think fundamental when it comes, like, and I just think when you start to like take a step back from the philosophy that love is just chemicals in your brain trying to forward the species, right? And look at it like how simple it is and how awesome it is that, like, I want to go over there. I have legs that can take me. And what's
Yeah,
unfortunate is that
absolutely.
you see people that maybe don't have the legs to go over there and they make a way.
They still do it. Yeah, and they don't complain as much as with people that are in their car.
Well, like, and that's why even more so in the sense of like, and God loves those who, or helps those who help themselves. So like, the idea is like, if we want something, we have the means with which to do it. Anything is possible. Like you could, like the idea of faith can move mountains. You know what I mean? Applies to even what your concept is that man went to the moon.
If you speak it, it will become true. I had a group in my car in Tennessee this 2 weeks ago. And to think that people traveled over foot over these mountains and ridges and valleys or wagons or whatever they did in the Smoky Mountains, right? And we're in a car, we're in a vehicle, climate controlled, heated seats. We're doing 50 miles an hour and people are complaining, right? It's too hot, it's too cold. I can't, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, are you kidding me, man? Maybe it's time to get out and just slow down a little bit, walk around, be in nature, feel the water, You know, and I'm like, I'm in the stream. Me and my brother's wife are in the stream. We're like finding these special rocks, walking in the water, drinking the water, and everybody's like, "Don't drink the water. The animals piss in there." And I'm like, "Are you stupid? I mean, you know, like, are you that dumbed down that you think I can't drink a mountain stream? You know, I don't know. I just don't get it. I think we're way far from reality. We're getting further away. We
You
need
know,
to
there's a good
start that
line.
inward journey.
I actually
like
did exactly that. On the sorry, Isra, and then I'll throw to you. On a trip we just did up the Snowy where we were like parched. We get up there, it was bushfire season. We had to come back down after it, but yeah, absolutely parched, really struggling, and yeah, drinking out of this river. And the guy's like, "Oh, you shouldn't be doing that." It's just like,
Yeah, you
oh
need
man,
a
I could have punched
special
him in the
straw.
face.
Yeah, or you know, come on, man. I understand there's certain, you know, because it's industrialized now and whatever, you have to be a little more careful. But I think people live in fear and anxiety. I think is the killer. You just need to turn yourself over. Maybe if you think getting on your knees at night and really letting go is seems like the stupidest thing you could do. Maybe that's what you should be doing if you know, because things aren't working as they're going right now. I can tell you that.
Well, yeah, I think
Yeah, I
one
mean,
thing is.
Go on, Isa.
Oh no, I was just gonna say like I know. Well, I was just thinking like the idea of like, you know, hunger will make you very prayerful. You know what I mean? And
fasting is such a big part of so many religious.
well, it's a reminder. It's a reminder that there are those that go without. You know.
Yeah.
But like, you know, I think like hunger is something. It's just, you know, what do they say? Hunger is the greatest spice. You know. And like also just another note. It's like, you know, there's an old Apache saying which I love, which is that the farther man's feet are from the earth, the closer he is to his own destruction. And I've just always thought that's so poignant, you know, in today's times. And I just think that's what's so interesting about this revival of the discussion of the earth, you know, is that it's like, you know, it's interesting that, you know, let's say like someone who has their feet on the ground every day barefoot, you know what I mean, believes that they're not spinning and whatever like that, is then being told by people who have no connection to the fucking movements of the earth or their own food about what it is.
Exactly.
And this is like, you know, this is the disconnect, is that if you go to the Bushmen and all that, they don't fucking accept no rockets or nothing. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it's just bullshit. And I'll tell you, I was surprised. I go up in the fucking wilderness and niggas are like, yo, you know what I mean? Like, they're just like, if I bring up anything space related, just hinting at anything, they're flat earthers, man. I've met more flat earthers out in the fucking sticks, just innately, like, I don't, you know what I mean? It's crazy. You know, and I think like the earth people, you know what I mean? Something like, you know, and there's there's that old thing, man, with like the earth people, man. You know, I like that idea of like, you know, the old mythology of like the rainbow tribe of fucking people, and just so happen to be flat earthers, I think, right now, because they're bringing it back home to Earth. You know what I mean? We're not living in the stars. And it's senseless and useless information, like fucking homeboy mentioned earlier. People don't care about the sun being 93 million miles away because it has no bearing on their daily routine. They don't care about when the sun rises or when the sun sets or when they don't have no fucking clue. That's what's interesting with the Muslims, is they're aware. They know how the sun moves.
Yeah.
Yeah. They actually have a dope video.
Sorry, go on.
No, I'm just gonna drop a dope video of the Muslim dude talking about the sun moving.
Well, the idea that they, you know, their prayer times adjust, and all I'm saying is that like there's a notion like, you know, you don't make your Maghreb prayer until after the sun has set, because it's the idea that you're not praying to the sun. You know, you're praying to the Creator. You know what I mean? And so, and like, you know, which is just epitomized in the concept of where Mecca is at the moment. You know what I mean? But you know, I think all the religions are just cool, but you know, I love Islam for anyone interested in it. It's so interesting, but I just think being grateful and, you know, and that vibe and that, you know, the idea that like, hey man, you know, you have a voice to speak your mind with. How interesting. And you have a language to support it. You know, like, I just think it's like creation is so intrinsic to, like, you know, you look at a squirrel, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just think like, how can you, I think it's almost the height of ungratefulness to think that there is no creator. To me,
arrogance is the term.
it is.
Yeah.
But but again, it's like the creator teaches us not to be fucking accusatory either.
Right, because the creator is all powerful. They could turn up every Thursday and smite people and remind you their name and remind you the words to the songs. They could, right? They're powerful enough to do that, but for some reason they behave in a way that to you looks like curvature of Earth. Right?
Check my
they
theory,
behave in a way that is totally undetectable to my.
Check the theory.
I can pray and I can not pray. I can look at Christians. I can look at atheists, and I see difference in behaviors, but no difference like that. I would go, oh, it's definitely that group. Those are the group that I want to follow.
Would you agree that there's two types of
You're not supposed to follow.
Well, check it. Would you agree that there's two types of people, right? Creditors and debtors.
Sure. Yeah.
Right? So there's two types of people, right? Creditors and debtors. And creditors can remain anonymous. And the hints of them are their creation. And so, then the debtor is the one who doesn't create, right? And owes and complains and has taken the gift of the creator. But there is still is like, it's an identifying principle even in people, that there are creditors and debtors. There's people. And the point is that the creditor can remain anonymous. Even in law, a creditor can remain anonymous. And in doing so, I think that's how our creator works, is that it's none of like, if his creation is not evidence enough for you, what good is it even to reveal himself, or would it be to you? Do you know what I mean? If you can't see his handiwork in the smallest of things, and the fact that your eyeball works.
If you can't see the earthly things, how can I teach you about the heavenly things? That's a direct quote. Yeah.
That's beautiful.
The
Yeah.
thing is, if there was one that seemed to have, because there's a lot of different choices, right? Of different gods. They're mutually exclusive. In Hindi they say Tetis crore bhagwan hai. That's 330 million gods. Right, so they can't all be real.
And what does Islam say?
There is only one. No God before God.
Right, no God but God.
How do they say
no
that?
God.
Somebody help me out.
It's
no God but God.
No, it's Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. Ashhadu an Muhammad Rasulullah. For the Muhammad part,
right?
That would be the testimony of Allah. But yeah, Ashhadu an, I testify. There is no God but God.
Right.
And so with that, Christianity is well respected within the Muslim community, etc. But that's a moot point. But the idea is that I think we could all agree in the fact that there would be if you hear the story of Muhammad, where sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when he went to the temple and he destroyed all the idols but one, and then in the morning they came and they asked him, they said, "Did you destroy all these idols?" And he said, "Do you see the idol right there?" And they said, "Yes." They said, "Ask him if he can speak." And it was just a piece of rock. And they said, "He's just a rock." He said, "Right, then why do you worship him?" You know what I mean? So the whole concept is like the destruction of idols in a certain philosophical sense. I'm not such a literalist where I think you need to go around getting rid of Egyptian monuments or anything. But I just think like the idea that there is evidence that there's only one, or that if you're going to go like nitpick about whether or not you're going to pick a Vishnu kind of God or something, whatever it is, but there is one evidence. There's evidence for a creator.
I'll disagree with that there's evidence of only one. There is no evidence of anything. There's no evidence of God. There's no evidence of angels. There's no evidence as we depict evidence. But what there is the creation itself.
But I just hate that we're talking past the point. I already answered I said most people check out right here or don't talk about it as what happened, and because what always happens, because it kind of makes people uncomfortable. But the answer is still the same. It's not going to change, and you have to pursue some type of personal response. And I know it sounds crazy. I thought it was insane, bro. I'm just explaining that until you do that, what's the worst that can happen, right? You talk to the ceiling for a second. Bro, actually take your shoes off, go outside, stand on the ground, be in the sun, close your eyes, and just be honest and ask for some type of clarity about these things that you're genuinely confused about, but you want to know what the truth is. If you get personalized answers, I mean, come on. You know, for me, I actually had a Bible. I prayed. I asked for discipline to be applied to my convictions. And then I opened up the Bible and looked down and read a verse in Proverbs that said, "He who disregards discipline despises himself." And for me, I thought the odds of that are just insane. And then I started thinking about it. How many times does the word discipline pop up in this Bible? How many pages is this Bible? What are the statistical odds if I look right there at that on that page? You know, and it was just, for me, I know that I said a sincere prayer, and it was coming from a sincere place, and I felt like there were things I needed to cut out in my life that I
It
felt
was
convicted
revealed
about.
to you.
Yeah, dude, it was an answer, man. I mean, that's a personalized response.
Be still in God's creation, and He will reveal Himself if your heart is pure. If you're asking honestly and you get still in God's creation, which to me can be anywhere, but it's better if you get out, take your shoes off, walk around, look up at the birds, hear all the sounds of creation, get away from the, you know, the worldly things. Be still in that moment and ask with a true heart over and over again, which will show your choice that you really want the answer. And the Creator has no choice but to reveal Himself, because that's what He told you to do for Him to reveal Himself, and He can't lie. And I use He, you know how I'm using it. I mean, you know,
yeah, dude,
it
these
can't
are all,
lie to you. It's impossible.
If he can't lie to you, do you think you could find two people who believed in him,
Dude,
who agreed on?
Well, why don't you ask him? Is what we're
yeah,
saying.
ask him. Which part don't you understand? He can do anything. He did everything.
Right,
Why are you questioning if He can do anything?
Right. What I mean is, I'm sorry, I didn't ask the question very well. And what I mean is, if he can, what is the question I'm trying to ask actually? Essentially, if he could make himself understood, wouldn't he want to?
He wants you to. He wants you to pursue it. He wants you to want it.
Dude, He gave people all the evidence in the world of a Creator, and people still deny it. They still try and make up nonsense stories, science so-called. He warned us against that too.
What I would want is to know, how do I judge whether I'm right? If
Well, you have to go and.
Do you think you and Rakia agree on all issues?
No.
It's impossible.
So if this God is able to speak to you in a way that you can't be mistaken, how come both of you believe in the same God, can't be mistaken, but think different things?
Because it's a personal journey.
You're right. It's like I asked him personally. Like I just told you.
This is my personal journey.
What I'm saying is it requires the anecdotal evidence, and that's the whole point of life, because everything's a personal journey. Like another thing, I used to always say I wouldn't get married, or don't say the M word to me. What are you talking about? Don't even say it to me till after 30, blah, 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 blah. Then I got my life right, I would say, with the Creator. And then I went into the woods and said a prayer, and I told him I wanted a wife, and I told him the characteristics I wanted in a wife. And then I opened, it was a beautiful day in the woods by the creek, very peaceful. I was just sitting there, like, you know, being at peace with the Creator, bro. And then I said that, told him what I wanted, and in my head. And I opened up the scriptures, and directly I looked at the scriptures, and it said, "The Lord said unto Hosea, go and take unto thee a wife." So if it's just a coincidence that the first time in my entire life that I ever prayed for a wife, I then immediately opened up the scriptures and looked directly at go and take a wife. Dude, I'm just being honest. That doesn't make it's dishonest to say that's just a coincidence or something.
Well, coincidence of what? Can I ask how many times do you read things throughout a day, and how many different words appear, and how many other times would you have come across a very similar thing to that?
Come on, man.
But because it wasn't relevant at the time, because you weren't considering marriage at the time, you're like a wife. Right,
no, but you're not listening to what I'm saying, though. You're not listening, though. Like I opened the Bible, and the first thing my eyes saw and read out of the 2,000-page Bible is go and take a wife. It was less than 5 seconds after I finished the prayer.
Oh, so how many times in your life have you opened a Bible?
Numerous times.
How many? Like,
how many times have I opened it up and looked directly at "go and take a wife"?
No.
One time.
I'm just interested in how often you pick
Pretty
up the
decently frequent.
Okay.
How many times have I? That's an impossible question. I don't know.
Right, because for me, I think like probably in the thousands, but after school, I don't think I've touched many Bibles.
But that's not my point to you, though, bro. What I'm saying is, do you have to be honest? Like, what are the odds of that? So you can say a few things. I'm telling you, I'm.
The odds of that are dependent on how often you pick up a Bible. That's why I'm asking. The odds.
Well,
of that,
more so,
if you
it
pick
depends
up a
on
Bible a lot. The odds climb. If I were to pick up a Bible, say that beforehand. Say, if this says something about marriage, that means something, and then pick up a Bible for the first time ever, and it said, you need to go and get married. That would be a pretty impressive coincidence. But if I was in the habit of regularly picking up the Bible and one time it matched up with something that I'd been thinking about for an extended period of time, no, that doesn't seem
But
surprising.
this is what makes it crazy.
When you open a book that's got lots of words in it.
You're not thinking about it, though. What makes it crazy is that if I had opened up the Bible 1,000,000 times, okay, it doesn't matter, because I had only said one prayer in my entire life where I asked the Creator for a wife and children. So I then open the Bible and it says, it's just but think about it now. If I was lying, fair enough. Like, you can't prove it. That's why it's, and I know I'm just saying that's why it's anecdotal, but just think about that. It says, go and take a wife and children. That's literally what it says. The Lord said unto Hosea, go take a wife and children. Like, bro, that's the first time I'd ever prayed about it in my whole life, dude. Like, really the first time I ever even realized that that's the whole point of life. And I opened it up 5 seconds later to that. I mean, you have to admit, that is crazy, bro. I mean, atheist or not,
Yeah, no, it is very cool.
I think
it's just I try to stack those meaningful episodes up against how many, like, just try to get a rough number of it,
Well, I think you guys have found.
Very boring.
I think you guys have found the key, and what you guys need to do now is, since you guys have an ear to God, maybe you should go and help these 500,000 starving children every day dying. I guess their prayers aren't quite reaching God, but your guys' prayer for wives and stuff are. You see,
okay,
like,
so
it's kind of ridiculous.
You see what you just did, right? You didn't actually answer any of the specifics of what happened. You just attacked me with an emotional, diversion. But that's what I was explaining. No one likes to talk about that. You can't. What about what happened to me?
Right now, a child's dying of starvation right now. While you're talking about your wife and how you prayed to your wife. Right now, children just took a glass of breath. You just said you did.
Why are you so worked up, man? Like, it's like
because there's children dying. You guys should go help these children, like, figure out how to pray properly, because they're not doing it right.
I think I do quite a bit.
Why does he have to do that? Why don't you go do it with your hard heart and your obnoxious voice?
Because I don't know how to do it. I don't have a story saying that God's listening to me. I don't have a story like that because he's not listening to me.
So wait, Tony, do you think Do you think I made this story up?
I don't know about that. I can't say that.
Take a deep breath, man. Like, I'm just telling you something that happened objectively in the world. Like, it's anecdotal. I don't encourage any humans to play moral judge of the Creator. Personally, I just think that doesn't really make any sense. We don't really have a logical, place to stand on that. But that's your own decision.
It's a legitimate concern, though. Even though he asked it in an obnoxious manner, like, why does God let these people suffer is probably what he means. The children.
Yeah, the problem of evil is a pretty important and it came in a bit hot though.
Well, he said, but even his premise though, even without the emotion, is just wrong. Like, basically, that somehow his response to what happened is, well, their prayers aren't working, so basically it can't be true. I don't understand.
The prayer part. Why does God let these people suffer?
I'll explain it, Essie. Every child that is suffering is proof to you how precious a child's life is, and that you should do everything in your power never to ever let another child suffer. Do all you can. Don't look at another man and go, why aren't you doing it? That's the worst thing to do.
No, that's not the question. That's not the question, Rakia. The question is, why does God allow that to happen?
Because
so he can teach you. So he can teach you how precious life is.
But
That's
physically,
why it's happening, is because people don't put a value on life. And
Wait, but
God
since
is
when
teaching you how to put a value on it.
at
if
what
it's
point in
so
life did you
important
guys
for
get
you,
so morally perfect that you could morally judge the creator? That's what I'm asking.
because Rakir knows this himself. He doesn't need a creator to tell him. He immediately said that if you find a kid's in danger, if you find something innocent is in danger, you do what you can to protect it, which I think is,
I've
he's
learned that from
absolutely
God.
honest about that. I think
Yeah,
he's
but
absolutely honest
you
about
saying
that.
I didn't need God for that is wrong. I totally learned that from God and God's word.
Have you?
Do
Where did
do
you get
harm
it from?
from praying to God. What should I do with my own kids? What should I do with, you don't have to, some people will jump into that moving river to save a child, and some people won't. I
think we
promise
all
you, I'm
inherently
in that.
know
I'm
that.
in that river before almost. I won't say everybody, but I'm in there.
But don't you think we all inherently know, like, even whenever a baby sees another baby fall, like, everyone knows that you're supposed to protect children. Like,
I
inherently,
agree.
like, you have to fight it to not know that, and
Also,
so the
proof of
dude, that
intelligence of that.
you guys are asking the question that I asked when I was in church. I'm not foreign to the concept. I was like 12 and like getting kicked out of Sunday school. You know what I'm saying? But for me, I realize now that life's about free will, and I also think that children specifically are like the creator is there with them. Like, and that's what I think. I think that, like, for example, when people die for the right reason, there are stories in the scriptures that explain the creator like made it where they didn't feel pain. And I don't know all the specifics, but I just know I'm in no way. Like, I know I've made too many mistakes to ever think that I could understand the responsibility of maintaining justice for everything while simultaneously allowing for freedom, because that's an insane thing to grasp, and maybe these are byproducts of human free will, and I don't see how anyone could ever say otherwise. Like, even children, but like maybe the children didn't do it, and that's what's sad too. That used to mess with me also. Like, how is it the child's fault that the parents did something? And that's just, maybe it goes to the severity of the ramifications of free will. I don't know, but I don't see how that definitely doesn't allow for you to remove self responsibility and to justify not. No, I'm not saying anyone is. I'm just saying that's what it's used for. It's to avoid the whole conversation, and if you never actually pursue it, then you're.
It sounds like you're agreeing with it on the one hand and then going, oh, but it's used to do bad things.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think we all agree that bad things, we don't want to see people hurt or in pain. Like, most people are that way, at least. Most people aren't sociopaths. So, like, it's a fundamental thing that actually goes to, it's a creator characteristic. It's within us, really. But so, yeah, like, things happen, but could you make it where no things bad happen, but everyone's free? Could you make that happen? Is that possible?
Or even, you don't even have to make suffering go away. Just make your presence really obvious. If our eternal soul depends on it, you once sent down your son, and the whole story of sending down your son and fucking murdering him, knowingly sending your own son to his own death, supposedly the entire purpose of doing that was to go, hey, look, I am real. Come on, guys, pay attention. I'm really, really real. Why do you need to do that? Just wave at us or talk to us the same as he did in all of the other things, but also keep doing it.
Yeah,
It's
why?
obviously a winning strategy.
Well, how much easier can he make it?
Demonstrate your existence to the things that you get really angry and jealous if they don't worship you. Like, just make yourself more obvious.
But dude, how much easier could he make it? You can close your eyes and be honest for 30 seconds, and he'll answer you.
None of the methods I've heard, I could tell the difference between that and delusion, and none of the results it's led you to are consistent between you. So you don't all agree with one another on multiple issues, and your method for getting there, it's impossible to tell if it's that or if it's
See, but you know what though,
boosting
Eggs?
my brain.
Hey, Eggs. The thing is though, like, are you like doing some like, I have to think like people think enlightenment is some kind of like, like the heavens open up and like geese and ducks start flying by and fucking, you know what I mean? Like, but in reality, like, I think that is delusional to think that. I think like, it's like, I think just in the sense of like if you can sense the wind on your face, you know, I don't think you're a hollow man, eggs, to be quite frank. But you know that thing, man. It's like, you know, when you're out in nature and fucking there's like a certain sense to nature that's it's not just chemicals in your brain kind of a thing. I think that's what people allude to, but I think trying to define belief in God, I mean maybe we're talking literalism here about the story of the baby. You're talking about Jacob or something, right? But
No, he's talking about the Messiah himself. Right, God
oh, what?
sent his son to die.
Right. And I mean, I
The
happen to
challenge is
be.
if you've got a worldview, you're going to look at my worldview and imagine it is all the things you look at and you go, wow, that's amazing. Isn't God great? I think you assume
Yeah.
that because I don't share therefore God's great, I don't share the same awe and excitement for things.
Yeah, I don't
Like,
think
it's
that's
not
the
like
case.
I'm just this sort of empty husk that's got,
Yeah,
I've got
that's
no reason to
I don't think
exist, Jesus.
Yeah, I don't think that. I don't
Why
think that.
wasn't I given a meaning? Oh, nothing really important here is happening, but I'm still just existing.
Oh, yeah,
every day.
but
I
that
love
is the.
life. Like I try
But
to inflict happiness on other people around me.
but wouldn't you say that that's gotten you into trouble with the people that don't fucking have that happiness thing in life? Because like, you know, they are robotical almost. You know what I mean?
I just try and make them happy too.
Fair enough. But I,
And
you know,
Hey guys, listen to this.
Frankly, you have to humble yourself and try to talk to him, man. I'm just being real with you, bro. I'm telling you out of love,
Let me
man.
be real with you, Witsit. Saying you need to humble yourself to another human being as if you're humble, that's a dern. That's what I call a dern. You're doing it right now. You're being really not humble, telling me I need to humble myself like you
See, that's
already
what
are.
I'm saying. Don't take it that way, because I'm not saying that you need to be more
I'm
humble
just
than.
telling you the one thing you did conversationally right now.
No, yeah,
I'm
because
not saying yours is wrong.
you're being really defensive though. Like, I'm not trying to say it like that. What I'm saying is not that you need to be more humble compared to me or anything. The process of it that I found to work, and I would really suggest you at least try, because at least if it doesn't work, then you'll know you tried, and there's nothing, you've just given more confirmation to a lack of personal response, right? It's like the process itself is humbling yourself, and that's why I kept saying, like, it's not easy for me either, and it used to be really hard, like, unfathomable that I'd even ever do that, go talk to the ceiling, based on some religious construct of humans. And
Check this out, guys.
I'm just
sorry,
saying,
what did I thought you were done?
no, in summary, I'm saying the process is to humble yourself and just kind of, really be honest and kind of assert your authority in a sense, like demand answers or ask for signs, specific questions and signs, and see what happens. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
You know what I just did right now, listening to you and Rakia? I just went and I got the Bible, King James version, and has both the New Testament and the Old Testament. I'm sitting in a chair. I have it right in front of me right now.
Okay.
Do you guys want to try something? Is it like sacrilege, or is this the wrong way to do it?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if nothing happens, because this isn't the way to do it. The way is, like, I was out in the woods by myself. I went to the park and prayed at sunrise by myself. It's just about sincerely. It's not for anyone else to know. It's like you just are being real with the creator. And so I don't encourage like testing the creator or something like that. I'm just saying going and like being real. It's a thing that, I'm saying you can't play games with. There's not some script, there's not some religion that can teach it. I'm not saying I know how to do it perfect. It's nothing like that. I'm just saying that when I changed my life to where I was like, dang, there's no like version of me I can sell to the creator. Like, he knows everything that I think, contemplate, decide on, all my intentions, everything I almost decided, everything I decided wrong for a second, changed, all of that. He knows all of it. And just going and knowing he knows all of it, and just kind of taking that more humble position that like inherently he has the authority over me, the creator, just inherently, and then being like, the trusting that he wants the best for you is a big step, but in like just asking for signs, man, and like being open and grateful, dude, stuff begins to happen specifically in response. And so at the least, someone's going to have to acknowledge some type of metaphysical interaction without a personable creator, if you want to postulate that, but it's still an occurrence. It's a phenomena. And I've found that most people have yet to ever try it, and I can relate because I thought it was unfathomable. So I'm just saying, like, it's the uncomfortable answer no one wants to hear, and it requires anecdotal evidence. I can't prove it to you, but I just encourage it.
Okay, as you were talking, I just said, God, show me the way. So I just opened the Bible, and it went to page 646, and it says, the hymn of Jerusalem.
Wow, that's pretty crazy.
Cool. What's the craziness about the hymn of Jerusalem?
Show me the way, and then the hymn of Jerusalem. That's decent. That's one of those I wouldn't really put a lot of emphasis on. The ones I tell the story about is like I did the statistical odds in my head, like all of them. Like the discipline thing, that's insane, bro. Straight to Proverbs, and it says, "He who disregards discipline." First thing, dude, are you kidding me? And then the wife thing in the woods, that's insane. The statistical odds of that are very low. I've talked to numerous people, atheist friends I've grown up with.
Do you think the odds of these things get higher if they are meaningful to you? So if what you really, really want to find is that this matches up with the decision you've made to make this big decision to get married, that is going to hold in your head, be front of your mind, and you are going to want and look for examples of that being super important. You will underplay and underestimate, without doing it intentionally, you will underplay and underestimate the odds of getting this hit by luck. That's the thing. If I would need a way to be able to test this, to go, is this just wishful thinking? Because I've seen other people engage in wishful thinking of all varieties. You know, oh, I think she's into me, mate. She's clearly not into you. No, but she's just pretending she's not. No, they don't do that. That's not a thing. You know, it's people engage in all kinds of wishful thinking. If I can't tell the difference, how can I know that this personal testimony isn't you just saying, I had these really powerfully important feelings and made some very big decisions in my life, and I attributed that to religion. Somebody else of a different religion would have done the same to that, and somebody who's an atheist would have still had taken time for thanks, but probably thanked people like their family or the monks.
Dude, if someone from Islam told me that they went into the woods and told Allah that they finally decided they wanted to have a wife, they wanted her to be younger than him, they wanted her to be open to having many children, etc., for the first time in their whole life, and then they ended the prayer, opened the Quran, and it went straight to a verse, and the first thing they read was, Allah says, go and take a wife and have children, I would be like, whoa, that's insane, bro. And I would ask more questions. I'd be like, wait, how many times does it say something about taking a wife in the Quran? Is that like a frequent phrase?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how I would think.
How often does it appear in the Bible? That's a good first metric.
Basically never. Like it does at times, but for me to read
much in the Bible.
Well, for it to say the Lord said, go and take a wife and children. Yeah, I mean, no, see, because also it does say take a wife, though, because there's actually the same verb in Hebrew for basically lay with a woman. So you have to actually know the proper context. It's the same word. So it's often mistranslated. So it's in there some. I mean, I'm not saying it's not in there at all, but no, for me to open it up and it say, the Lord said unto Hosea, go and take thee a wife and children, taken to the, like, statistically speaking, is very unlikely. So it's just in the scriptural.
I just feel this is a very bad estimation of statistics, is my feeling.
Okay, well, I mean,
like, I don't want to diminish it. That's the thing. I don't like. That's why I feel awkward about these kinds of topics when it's meaningful to somebody. That was kind of what I meant with my story with my mechanic saying "Sa upurwale ke haath mein," is I don't want to diminish it. I don't want to like, if we're engaged in debate, I'm happy to do that, and I am genuinely thankful that you evidently care enough to be wanting to share this with me. I think that's lovely. Is it you want to have a debate, or is it you want to convert me? Because I can say with quite some confidence, I don't think at least this method is going to convert me.
I'm not trying to convert you. I'm telling you the uncomfortable truth that people in your position, as I once was, don't really consider very much, which is the only real way to test it and prove either way is to pursue personal response. And if there is no benevolence or personal relationship or creator or any type of existence like that, you will definitely, most assuredly, not get repeated personal responses, right? And you would have to fight with, I see what you're saying, like trying to just see what you want to see, but to just hand wave dismiss the entirety of it as invaluable because of that possibility is dishonest. I don't know if that's the word, but it's
something like that meaningful happen to me. It's like a ghost story. A lot of these end up being like ghost stories, right? Where like if you were there and you knew the door wasn't open, so it wasn't a breeze and da 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 da, then it's going to be meaningful to you. But otherwise, it's or maybe rather than like a dream, seems quite similar to a dream where the meaningfulness or the relevance or the emotions to you are real. But because I'm not sure if it's real, the amount of weight that I attribute to you praying about getting a wife and opening up on a page that said take a wife, it sounds indeed like a meaningful, it would feel impactful to me, absolutely, but it's not the kind of thing where I'm like, wow, okay, bang, that's it, sign me up for the, you know what I mean? But
sure.
that's the thing.
If you knew, you have to. Well, no,
I
it's
don't want to be
fine.
an asshole about your
I want you to
beliefs,
be honest. I want you to be honest. Like, I'm not in any way offended because, like, okay, for one, I know these are just anecdotal, and that's kind of like the double-edged sword about this. Like, the actual proof is always going to be anecdotal and subjective to the person that experiences it. But at the same time, it's like I actually know, though, I'm a very like skeptical person, and I would never hang my hat on something like this. Like, it's just I've never said the prayer, and I don't remember ever even seeing that verse, and I never have opened it up to anything about a wife. It's just the fact that numerous occurrences when I ask something specific and I open it, but it's only when I'm being honest. It's not for show or anything. Just at first, I don't tell everyone these stories even, but like, dude, something happened. So there, now the best argument you kind of started hinting towards it, and some of my friends kind of made this one, is that subconsciously we're aware of much more than we think we are, and basically I did that, and I considered that, and it just doesn't jive with me. I think it's much more probable and logical that the creator would be responding to me.
Is it probable or logical, or is it that it is yielding a much stronger feeling? Because to me, probable and logical says I would need to count up the number of times take a wife or something popped up. Abraham has taken another wife. Here is Rebecca. Take her and go and let her become the wife of your master's son. Take your wife and 2 daughters from Genesis, right? That all of those are just from Genesis, Deuteronomy, Corinthians. We don't have the right to take belief.
Yeah.
You know, that
now that takes up a small portion of one line. How many lines are on each page? And what are the odds of when you open it, the first thing you look at and read says that?
Across the course of your entire life, every big decision you make, or just about getting married? Why are we only looking for marriage?
Well, this is just because that was the one time I specifically prayed for that. And that's actually because my friend Jack, who had been teaching me Hebrew, I was talking to him about the whole wife thing and where I'd stood my whole life. And then we were actually talking about multiple wives and what's all with that. And he was like, you need to just tell the creator what you want. Like, specifically, like, tell him what you want. Like, give him a list. Like, you have to assert, he wants you to tell him what you want, man. And I'm like, okay, that seemed really foreign to me, but I ended up doing it. Like, the next day I woke up early and went out into the woods by the creek. It was really peaceful and I could feel the wind, the breeze. And that's the only time I'd ever even thought of doing something like that. And I prayed specifically. I wanted a wife younger than me. And I even be frank, I actually even asked for a virgin, or, I guess close to. But anyway, I made like a list. Like, I wanted her to just be young and fertile, basically, because I wanted to make a bunch of children. And yeah, man. I mean, what are the odds?
I don't want to trash your dreams, though. Like, I don't know. Are we meant to be having a debate? Because I'm happy to have a debate, and I'm not, I don't want to like start being rude, but I also don't want to trash your beliefs. So, because what you're telling is a story about, like, I wanted a wife and I got a wife. That's not the wildest story I got to tell you, Witsit. Like, I'm
no.
Now, I haven't taken a wife, and I am the rarity amongst my very close friends. The 3 of us are unmarried. But amongst my wider group at 39, every motherfucker is married. So taking a wife is something that many people do. Opening the Bible, on a day that they're looking for a meaning. They need a sign this way or that way. Come on, God, show me. And they asked it about the job, about moving country, about whether to go punch that bloke in the face. I don't fucking know. You know, they've asked a bunch of questions that sometime across the course of their life, they asked what to them was a really important question, opened up a book, and there was something that was really relevant on that page that's filled with that book that's filled with many, many, many references to wives. That it's like,
So if someone said, "Should I quit
so
my job?"
powerful and meaningful.
No, but it's like if someone said, "Should I, God, should I quit my job?" and then opens up the Bible and it says, "Quit your job and move
Yeah.
to another city," then you'd be like, "Wow, that's crazy." And like, well, that's the way it is. I'm trying to say, I have 3 of them that happened. One of them is the discipline thing, and I actually went and looked up how many times the word discipline was printed in that NIV version of that Bible. And then I also looked at the page numbers, and I actually did. I can't remember the exact odds. It's insane. It's insane. The odds are thousands and thousands. Like, it's just insane. So that for me was like, okay, that's crazy. I would never hang everything on that, though.
Describe to me how narrow these odds are of. I mean, we can all do this here because we're all having this conversation. How many variables would you add up to know how impactful that was?
Well,
I wouldn't even
yeah.
know what variables to add.
Impactful is not the word. Like, what are the statistical odds or statistical probability of it? That's like, I have an analytical mind. That's the way I look at all those experiences. That's the way I looked at them at the time, because I don't want to like try to believe in something. I don't like religion, and I don't want to like convince myself to believe in something or go against what I feel is real and like try to believe in something or see something that's not there. I don't like that. I think that's like the height of ignorance. Like, inability to honestly, discern. I think is terrible. So I don't. There are things that happen a lot that I just kind of never. I just take them as, I interpret them as probably the creators kind of give me signs, but I think they're normally just for you. Where if you try to go tell someone else, they're not going to understand it, and that's how I live my life. But I don't hang my hat on those. But whenever I give an example to people, I say these other ones where I couldn't even statistically explain them. And that's the only way the creator could have sat me down. Actually, the first one was about being in the end. And I had like 4 crazy things happen the next day, and like crazy random things about about God. And it was super weird, So I'm just like, I'm explaining something will happen if you try it and you're honest. And like, what's the worst that can happen? Nothing. And then, oh, well, Austin was wrong. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I said you were a bigger gambler than I'll ever be, because if there's just that one slight 0.5% that you would spend eternal life, in a place that you can't imagine how beautiful it would be, how peaceful, how much joy there would be, then why would you take that chance? When the other 99.9, 9%, whatever it may be, is not giving you any hope whatsoever. This is it. You're just worm dirt. I don't even understand that part, even if it's that slight, and I don't even think it is even that slight. Like because things have been proven to me in my own walk, and I think that's what Whitsitt is describing. That's his personal journey. Not everyone is going to go sit by the stream at that particular moment and be pure in their heart, and then turn to a page in a book. That's not going to happen for everyone. That's not how it was revealed to me. But we all have our personal stories, and if you don't, you're probably just a Christian, so-called. You're not born again. You're not living that way. It doesn't mean you're living perfect, right? That's a myth. Christians or people who believe that there's a God are not perfect. That's the whole point. We're striving to have that relationship with the perfect one.
So I'm still striving to be a better person.
Absolutely.
I mean,
to what gain?
Because for the same reason you are about like my views on this are so similar to all of yours about the globe, because these stuffy men in suits told us that they knew what happened after we died, so they could send us into battle to die for them. Oh, don't worry, you come back. And they're like, they know they're coming back. Like, we could have this group of elites who spin these tall tales so that they can enthrall men. Like, we have these same views, yours about the globe, mine are very similar about religion. And then I'm like, but it could be true, so show me the evidence. Like, the God of the Bible regularly intercedes in the natural world. He's not.
Show yourself the evidence, man. I mean,
What I'm trying
I
to
don't
say
know
is
what else to tell you.
yeah, what I'm trying to say is that just saying he actually kind of does. It's kind of not fair to say he made it so hard because back then it wasn't quite as easy, and now it's like just close your eyes and be real, man. And actually, I can't
Yeah.
tell you what it was like back then. I wasn't there, but it's worth a try, dude. That's what made me do it, and I'm gonna be honest, dude. I felt dumb when I did it, like. Honestly, I just had this reoccurring like convicting thought that wouldn't go away, and so I just went to the back and like said a prayer, and whatever
Yeah.
that meant, you know. And dude, I mean, I'm just saying, I was like, whatever. Worst case, I'm just talking to the ceiling, and I
Yeah.
look dumb for a second. And
I
bro,
did
stuff
the
happens.
same thing with flat Earth. I took flat Earth on faith, right? I was led here. Now that may sound strange, but if you go check, I'm not on Facebook. I'm not on Skype or whatever all the other ones are, Twitter. I don't do all of that. But what I was led to do was to come into groups just like this one, who used to not even allow Bible talk. Jose's, Jim's, they would turn me down, like they would just deny me. And now it's almost an everyday occurrence that God is being brought up, the Bible's being brought up. I'm not saying that's because of me. I'm just saying I was a part of that, I know. And I was led to do that, and it was hard. I went through some challenges, and I learned myself how much anger was inside me towards different groups of people, and it's been challenging for me to be a better person or strive to be. Not that I am yet. I mean, I'm still on that journey, but you can hear me. Yeah, but you can hear me from a month ago till now. I'm totally different.
You do
Like,
actually sound more chilled. You have been more chilled.
yeah.
Yeah, check
And I've
it.
had to
What have you
learn
been
though.
doing?
I was tossed into the fire, bro, into the pit of atheism, into this people attacking my family, saying all I told you that last night, what all was done and more. What I'm saying is that makes you kind of jaded. That puts you on edge, but I had to learn how to control that. But it doesn't mean I'm not supposed to expose deception and fight against it. I mean, you know, that's part of my faith.
Yeah, expose the works of darkness for sure. So like check this, okay? So what I've experienced is the more that I started, because now I just know the creator's real, because like when I talk to him, he answers me, bro. So take it or leave it. And I just kind of trust him now. And so if like stuff like this happens to me all the time, and people can say it's a coincidence, but it happens to me all the time. And I just think that the creator just kind of winks at you. Synchronicities are like kind of your nudge that you're going in the right direction. And so we bought this RV, and they basically told us that we'd be able to register it where we changed the address to. We were in between addresses, and they kind of reneged on it. Long story short, we had to go all up to Maryland to get it registered, because that just happened to be where her mom stayed, and she was moving from her old apartment. That was her current address just for the bank for a couple months, and so it just happened to be in this little place in Maryland. And so we had to drive like 900 miles up there, you know, the RV up here. And Dave hooked me up with an attorney that does like free speech specifically and stuff. And he hits me up, and he happens to stay like right down the road. And because we were wanting to like work together and figure out a way to meet up. And where I'm going, he stays right down the road.
There are no coincidences. I had one last night. I don't know why. It was plane tickets, right? I was dreaming about like being at the plane ticket counter, like buying plane tickets, and I couldn't figure it out. I was like, what is going on? And then we got on a conference call with a group of our friends that we get together with, and just were discussing current events and praying for people. And a lady goes, yeah, I'm trying to go visit my daughter that just had a baby. I want to bring my sons to see their, you know, to see her baby, but I can't afford the plane tickets. Boom. I said, consider it done. Right? That's what it was. That's why I was thinking about plane tickets and dreaming about it even. Who dreams about being at a plane ticket counter? One day later, not even 24 hours later, I'm on a phone call, and a lady that is in need of money for plane tickets, right? Boom. It's done. She already has the plane ticket. She already has the money.
Is this evidence of God again?
Well,
Yeah,
it's evidence of something. It's evidence of there are no coincidences.
Well, I mean, yeah, if you have the view, I guess that's the bit I would agree with. If you have the view that there are no coincidences, then yeah, that there are no coincidences.
I deem that towards
repetitive.
God, like He directs me, He guides me. I ask what I can do. I ask every day with the many blessings He's given me. Right when I let go of my finances, it's called letting go. I said, look, it's in your hands. If you want me to be poor, I'll be the most righteous poor man I can be. I will spread your word no matter what in the poor community. That's why I say if I go to jail, guess what they're going to learn about in jail, right? If I'm poor living underneath a bridge, every homeless person is going to hear about Jesus. I promise you, right? But the blessings that's been bestowed upon me lately could be taken away at any moment. But as they're given to me, as I deserve them, I'm going to do whatever it takes to bless as many people around me. That's why I take people into creation on trips that they can't go on themselves. Take them deep sea fishing for free. It costs thousands of dollars. It doesn't matter. It's all provided. And these people, when they're out there, are at peace. They understand the creation. They love it. You know, this lady is so thankful. She'll never forget about that. She was dreading, like, they could have drove, but it was like 20 something hours and they wouldn't have had as much time to visit. And you know the story, right? I want to fly. And as soon as she said it, I knew it. That's what it is. Whatever connected us. I don't think that's evil connecting that. How can that be an evil thing? She's wanting to go see her, you know.
I mean, you're making this dichotomy between it being a good thing or an evil thing. It's just to me, it's just an odds thing. It's not.
To you, yeah.
Well, you have to,
yeah,
but there's
that there is not good and bad. There is just effective.
there's just a level here. There's a level here where we have to just tap out, right? Because like being a hypothetical apologist, like I mean, you just have to either.
Why are you guys angry that I'm atheist? I don't understand.
No, I'm not angry. No one's. No, bro.
I feel like I've tried to be good natured. I'm not, but I feel like you guys are like angry. I'm not immediately.
No, I'm not trying to be rude or attack you. I'm just saying that
What's
like
happening right now?
I didn't even know you were atheist.
Okay, I'm saying if you are to infinitely just argue what ifs, you know, you never can really get anywhere. And all I'm saying is the way to push the way to push the pedal to the metal, so to speak, is
so let me say
challenge it.
You cut him off like
show me the evidence of God.
Whatever, dude. You can't receive it. You're not ready. You are not ready.
Coincidences, like I had a dream about
Yeah,
this.
I'm not talking about coincidence, bro. It's 24 hours. This happens over and over again.
Ask me for evidence of the globe. Go on.
I don't care about globe. I don't care.
Ask me for evidence for the globe. Okay, I'll answer anyway. My evidence for the globe is that I had a dream one night, and when I woke up the next day, I thought if that dream was true, then the Earth is curved.
Exactly.
And
yeah.
I looked at a photo from space that I'd seen the night before, actually, because I had a dream about NASA, because I watched NASA thing. So because of that, the Earth.
We get your point, man. Hey, we get your point. Hey, you're not ready. No, I would.
Strong damn evidence for the ball.
Yeah, I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you to put it towards your faith. I'm giving you examples of where I put my faith, and you're the one that sounds upset.
Right, like that's what I try to tell you. Eggshells. I try to tell you this.
I can about this. I'm not upset about it. I'm kind of flattered that you guys are trying to convert me because I think it comes from a nice place, but I'm just not buying it. I guess.
All right, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like that's why I try to tell you from the beginning. Like don't interpret this as if I think this should be. You should be like, oh wow, God's real. Like I don't think that because this is just anecdotal. But I'm just saying that if someone had told me that and like I could tell they're being sincere and they weren't lying, I would be interested in why these people that have strong convictions of a creator and believe that they have a personal relationship with them have these like repetitive synchronicities in their life where they get answers to questions quickly. I mean, at the least it's some little perk that they figured out that would intrigue me, you know.
I could tell you about synchronicities in my life too. I would just ascribe them to different things, right? What you're talking about is just things that are quite improbable. But in every case, you've never been able to say that they are utterly impossible. So all you need is for a lot of things to happen. And then improbable things start to happen actually quite frequently, particularly if the improbability of it isn't nearly as high as the person there, because to them it's meaningful on this one topic, not realizing you could have received multiple meaningful things on different topics. So right when you're thinking about the wedding, or sorry, meeting this younger bride that you want to have the babies with, something else could have happened, and it could have been about when your mum was sick, or when your dog died, or whether you should take this new job. Like, you can post hoc pick which ones are meaningful based only upon the ones where those synchronicities happen. You don't realize this is Texas sharpshooting. You're not doing this. I don't think you're doing this intentionally, but if there's that possibility, and when I quiz you for how you control for it, you aren't able to describe it, I think, well, okay, they're not able to control for it. Okay, so I wouldn't be able to tell if this was me doing this or just me hoping that it was me doing this.
Well, it's like a preponderance of evidence, my dude. It's like
Yeah,
you
but
would have to like the beautiful thing.
Would you accept this preponderance of evidence if it was globe evidence? If I said I had this quite statistical thing that I mean, it's not like there's only one mention of take a wife in the Bible, and it's not like I've only ever opened a Bible up once in my life. So of the many times how many times did you pray asking or wondering or referring at all to whether you should take a wife?
One time, literally.
Just one time. Okay.
Literally, bro. That's the
Fair
only
enough.
reason I bring the
That's a bit
story
of a
up.
better coincidence. That's a bit of a better
That's the
coincidence.
whole
But
point.
it is still just a bit
I
of a
said that.
coincidence, right?
That's pretty crazy, dude. For me to only pray about it one time ever, and then directly 5 seconds afterwards open directly to that. I mean, come on.
I get that it's meaningful to you. Like, this is the thing. I don't want to be an asshole to you about it.
Well, no, fair enough. We don't have to talk about mine anymore. I'm just bringing it up to make a point, which was, it's easier said than done, and it requires like trying to like you have to like humble yourself just to even do it, right? Like just the process of doing it requires humbling yourself to something you don't even know is there, and so it's very difficult. And I can relate because that's how I was, that's how I felt. But unfortunately, that is the answer, and so it's like I rather just tell people when I hear people talk about it. I like to jump in and say it because it is
what I think
uncomfortable,
is?
but
I think proper humble is the position I try to hold, which is I'm immediately doing a Dern again because I'm doing it right now because I'm not being humble while talking about humble. But I'm trying to match you where you're at because I agree humility is really important. My humility is maybe in front of or behind anything. Anytime you hear me say anything, if I say it with too much confidence, feel free to challenge me and you go, are you sure about that or is that a maybe? And I should, if I hold right to this, always say it's just a maybe.
Well, look, I'm not invoking my humility nor assessing yours. What I'm saying is just that it's about humility in relation to a creator. Like, you may be like, just because I say that I believe in a creator and all this stuff, like people can say all kinds of things. Like, you could be more humble in the eyes of the creator, or like of what's right and doing what's right, if that was the case, right? Like, it doesn't. I'm not in any way trying to, compare our humilities. What I'm trying to say, I'm trying to link with you on a deeper level and explain to you that my main hiccup was I just think this is the best way to say it. I had an issue even contemplating like humbling myself, in the sense that I would go talk to someone I didn't know even existed. I'm going to go sit on my bed and close my eyes and pray, like thinking something's above me, which is like a ceiling. Like, I don't know. It was really difficult for me to do that, like to even do it. I'm just saying, even to just, even if it's not real and all you find out is that it's not real, it still required you humble yourself just to implement the test. That's my point. It's not about, I'm not trying to compare our humilities or anything like that. Which I don't think you can really make that word plural, but
I don't know. I wouldn't.
You can't compare our humility, because that's not what I'm attempting to do.
Dude, I
Like,
want to tell him I'm in no way angry at him, or I didn't even know he was an atheist. At least he's man enough to express his truth, right? And that's fine with me. That's your truth at this moment. You're on your own walk. I respect the hell out of that. But
yeah,
I'm just sharing my walk. You take it as you may. I
right.
just think I wasn't ready. There was a time in my life where I wasn't ready. Now, I was younger than you, right? I was younger. My heart was just, crazy. Like, I had all types of, impure thoughts that I wasn't ready. I just wasn't prepared.
What do you think made you not prepared?
The world. I mean,
Wait, what'd you say?
Yeah,
sorry,
I couldn't.
I cut out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said, what do you think?
There.
Yeah, go.
In the world. Go ahead. Rakia. Oh, the suspense. Yeah. Anyway, you get my point, bro. All I'm saying is like, I don't know, like some of my friends kind of thought like, oh, you're basically saying you figured out this little magic trick or something. You know, I don't know. Take it however you want to take it. You know, I find it interesting, and I at this point in my life feel convicted to tell people, like, dude, look, here's the real deal. If you want to know, just go be like, yo, show me. I want to know. I will honestly react. If you're real, I'll react. You show me, let me know what the real deal is. There's 4,200 religions, and let me guess, everyone's is the perfect one, and everyone thinks they know they have the right one. You know, give me a break. But I want to know the truth, and like, if you really exist, just show me. You know, show me. Like, I want to know. And even ask with specifics, and just see what happens, man. That's all I'm saying. But be sincere about it, right?
Could you? So, in the interest of then sharing my philosophy in this as well, could you find that probable, but also possible that was just a coincidence?
Yeah, in theory, both of my stories are possible coincidences. Yes.
Because it's like, if you're looking for it, then you can find so many different things that will agree with you.
But that's not what I did. So I literally said a one sentence prayer. I said, please help me apply discipline to my convictions. And then I opened the Bible straight to Proverbs and a verse that says, he who disregards discipline despises himself. I mean, it could be a coincidence, but I looked at the statistical odds of me opening up that 1,789 page Bible. So, you know, I wasn't looking for it. I was looking for a way to explain it away. Now, do with it what you will. It's anecdotal.
Could I share a theory of mine with people? We've all heard of cognitive dissonance. My theory or idea is the opposite: cognitive consonance. I used to call it cognitive
resonance.
Resonance. Yeah, no, I'm not changing it anymore. It's consonance, motherfucker. And it's this idea that, like, dissonance makes, when I say round, you say flat, we cause dissonance. Me saying that causes dissonance in you just as much as it does in me. Just any expression of a differing view causes dissonance. Consonance is the opposite, and it's the idea that if somebody goes, you know, well, I mean, men can't have babies, that causes consonance for a bunch of people in the room. They go, yeah, that is true. So if for things that cause consonance, we will look for those, and dissonance, we will avoid those. That is a really reliable thing. We'll fight back. We'll do fight or flight with dissonance. We'll either argue with them or extract ourselves from that conversational relationship.
So yeah, so I'll give you some
consonance makes us, and what I think this could be a case of, possibly, is that the odds aren't quite as long as you think they are, and that it causes such consonance that you remember the hits and forget the misses. And we all do this. I'm not saying I don't do this because I'm an atheist. We all do this. Like, think about the number of times you were right recently and somebody else was wrong. And instantly we can all think of them. Like 4 immediately, right?
Yeah.
Think about the last time you were wrong. Now, statistically, it should happen just as often for all of us, right? But all of you are sitting there going, no, I'm just not wrong that often. No, other people are, right? We're all
We have selective memories. Like, having selective memories is a thing, yeah.
Selective memories.
Okay, but your argument would only apply to me if maybe now it would apply where I do believe in the scriptures now, right? So I understand your argument. Then at that time I did not, and I had said a prayer and asked for a sign, and because this voice would effectively, like a voice, a recurring thought, would go away. Long story short, I had this girl, I detailed her car like 50 times at her business or at her house, and all of a sudden she wants me to do it at church for the first time ever. And then my Pandora randomly plays Christian rap, and I've never listened to such a thing.
and one of my customers started like witnessing to me, and I'm like, dude, this is trifecta crazy coincidence, but that's all it is, just a coincidence. And maybe I just would have noticed these things on another day, right? And they just all kind of happened coincidentally. So then I went home, took a shower. I went and opened up the Bible for the first time, very, 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 very long time. And I opened it directly to Ezekiel 38, which is just like this end time prophecy. It's like the final war that ever happens in the end. I'm like, that's pretty crazy. What a coincidence. I'm like, it's possible it's real, right? Because with all these coincidences in one day, I have to at least be honest enough to acknowledge that it is possible that they're not just coincidences. But I didn't take that as a confirmation. But I did started feeling bad the next couple of days about things that are petty to me at the time, which would be cussing and drinking and smoking and hanging out with different girls. And I just randomly started feeling bad about them. But I didn't think there was anything wrong with that. Like weed's natural. Like I just drink and, hang out with girls, whatever. But I started feeling bad about it, and I felt really lame. I thought it was stupid. And I'm like, look, like that's how weak the human mind is, that I'm like now trying to, I don't know. Anyway, so then I went to the park and I said a prayer because I really wanted to keep hanging out with girls, etc. And the prayer I said a couple of days later, the second time I prayed, the second time I opened the Bible, was the story of, I said, please help me apply discipline to my convictions, because I just wasn't feeling it. I'm like, this is petty. I'm going to go back to drinking, smoking, and hanging out with girls. And I opened it straight up to he who disregards discipline despises himself. So then I tried to explain that away statistically and thought about both of the verses and all the things that have happened. And I was like, the odds of me reading directly that after saying that and experiencing that is pretty low. I once again just have to be honest enough to entertain that it could be real, because these might not just be. Yeah, so that's how I was looking.
It could be. It
Your
could
little
be.
message
Also,
there.
One thing.
You are regularly in
Sound-
the habit of opening the Bible and looking for meaning in what you find there, which drastically
No, that was the
increases
second.
probability you'll find
No, dude, you're not understanding. That was
I
the
mean-
first 2 times I had opened a Bible in like 10 years
That you remember.
that I'd actually cared to open the Bible and read it.
It's possible. Look, it's possible that
To
it's,
me,
it's
what you
meaningful. It just becomes like a ghost
described
story
was,
for me, though. That's
I
all.
don't get to talk today at all. I have to wait for everybody today.
Go for it.
Go ahead, please.
I just think it's weird if you just don't straw man the story. Like, I know, maybe you think I'm not being honest, but I promise to you guys, I'm just being honest.
No,
I was
so-
raised Christian. The only reason I had a Bible was someone gave it to me like 5 years prior to that for like Christmas or something, and it had sat there with dust and just got moved from house to house on a bookshelf.
So we're not saying at all that you're not being honest or that you're lying or anything like that. So one thing, for example, is if you did do something another time, like open the Bible another time, but you didn't remember it, well then of course you don't remember it, so therefore you wouldn't be lying because you don't remember it. You can't know what you don't remember.
Okay, well, I'd only tried
So
to
we're not-
actually open
yeah.
up the Bible and read it 2 times, and it happened. I was 2 for 2. So I added that into the statistical probability. I have like an analytical mind. I think religion sucks, and I've hated it for a long time. And so the last thing I ever wanted to do is even, tiptoe back towards having a worldview based on that book. But I'm just being honest.
Yeah. Well, another thing as well is something that I don't know if there is a good name for, but I refer to it as the GTA effect, which is the whole thing of like, if you ever played GTA, especially like the older ones.
Bader-Meinhof got it. Yes.
Huh?
Go for it. Keep going. It's Bader-Meinhof.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's so. For example, it comes from the reason I call it the GTA effect is because in the past, in the older games, when you got in a car, all of a sudden you start seeing that same car everywhere. And even though in the game it's explainable because of the fact that it has to do with memories and stuff, and it reuses the same car, but the idea is still the same. It's like you hear a new word for the first time, and then all of a sudden you feel like you haven't really heard anyone use that word before, but now you hear it like 3-4 times in a day. In the same day, you learn it, and
Yeah, I mentioned that in my story. I said that's what I thought it was when I had the 3 coincidences one day. I try to be very skeptical. I hate religious zealotry, and I hate when people make up stories. I hate when they pretend to talk in tongues and all this stuff. I hate that stuff. So I was trying to just explain it away. Some of them may be. Some of them may be. Some of them are not. No.
What did you say it was called, writing? Or how
What?
it's spelled?
Yeah, like this is an example. Like people exaggerate and they're zealots and religious, and I don't think the
they're
creator
not,
likes that. Yeah,
Would
I
you,
think some of
could you
them.
be exaggerating right now? Possibly.
I'm not though. I'm, you know.
Could you be? Because
No.
you don't know if they really are, right? So from my point of view, could you see that if you were in my shoes, you as you are might
Yeah.
go, he's being quite exaggerating a bit there. That's
Of course. If I was you, I would barely put much weight into my anecdotal story at all. But
so the ideology I'm trying to share with you is that you stay in a zone of maybe. You don't know. You accept you don't know.
yeah, I would just be
And so you go,
intrigued.
I don't
I would
know
be
what's going
intrigued.
on for other people, because when I try to guess, even in these conversations, somebody goes, "You said this," and then we don't even hear one another in these conversations where it's like recorded and we can check.
Yeah, I guess I just say it in hopes that it intrigues. Certainly don't intend to convince anyone. In fact, I wouldn't want to convince anyone, because I feel like if I did, that would be a disservice. This type of decision should be way deeper than hearing Gets It tell you a story that happened to him anecdotally. If there's a creator that's real and he cares about us, man, then you should be able to talk to him, and you should be able to have a relationship with him.
Well, then maybe he should send down another Messiah. There we
Well,
go.
when maybe now think about this: if you were the creator and there was someone down there, and all you set it up to where they just have to talk to you and ask for it, if they mocked you, would you like rush to immediately capitulate to their mockery? Be honest. Of course you wouldn't, man.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I mean, so at least from my side, and I think writing's probably on the same, is we're not trying to like tell you that, oh, you're wrong, you need to change your mind. We're just saying the reasons why it's not good enough for us to have your word for it.
Yeah.
But that's what I said. But what's so weird about it is because the first thing I said was, of course, this is just anecdotal. And then my whole point was you would have to go try to do it and see if it's real or not, because that's the only way you're going to get any real value out of such a proposal. My anecdotal testimony is just that, right? I mean, that's my whole point.
So what do you suggest we do? That, for example, we open up the Bible to a random page and look at a word, or like
no, I explained it earlier.
Thing?
Maybe you might not have been here.
Yeah,
but
I might have not been there.
You just have it's like you think about it like this: if you ripped away all the layers that you have and just what the pure truth is, what you really think, what your real intentions are, everything that's just 100% real, no like version of you that you can create. Now you can close your eyes or whatever, maybe take your shoes off, go out in nature, whatever, but just be honest about the real you. Not you talked to the creator, even though you don't know who it is, you don't know if he's real, anything like that. You just sincerely talk to the idea of the creator, whatever that is for you, without trying to create a fake version of you, or without coming in there like you have the moral high ground or something. Just kind of trying to humble and be like, if you're real, I want you to reveal yourself to me. I want to know if it's real. There's a million religions and everyone thinks they know everything. If you're real, give me a break. Like, show me that you're real. Be sincere and honest, and you may be surprised what happens. And you'll often find that people that swear up and down there is no creator, they have never done this, nor can they even entertain doing such a thing. So it's the uncomfortable truth, and I choose to deliver it. I back it up with an anecdote, but not to prove it. My whole point is that you have to do it.
But my idea is, so first of all, I have done a similar thing. So, of course, you can think that maybe I wasn't sincere enough, or all of these things. But what should one do when they try this, and from the bottom of their heart, they really did their best, and they aren't showed any evidence? What does that mean? Does it mean that God doesn't care for them? Does it mean that they're not good enough to get a sign?
Maybe they weren't supposed to, right? Maybe
are they going to be condemned to hell because they didn't get a sign?
No, I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
I would never say such a thing.
It makes it seem like some people have a much easier bit of evidence. Like the apostles of Jesus, for example, they supposedly got to witness his miracles firsthand and became Christian because of it. Yep. And then they essentially got a free pass to heaven.
In a
because they
way,
were
I
able to
agree.
witness it
I
firsthand.
I
But for
agree.
us, we need to look at it from 12 layers beyond, like not firsthand, not secondhand. It's like
Right.
it's just it's this unbalance that I find to be either unfair or shows that there is no balance.
I agree, but let
Can
me
I suggest
respond.
what would make this magical and impressive and like beyond all odds, like supernaturally beyond all odds? If this book, every time you opened it, it was saying something amazing. Just every time you open this book, your eyes would somehow fall upon the words that were crucial in that moment. That would be amazing. That sometimes across your life, when you regularly do this, it happens to be meaningful, isn't surprising even a little bit.
Yeah, it happened. Yeah, it actually happens to me more than not if I say a specific prayer, but it's just all anecdotal. But to his bigger point, right? It's like they had it easy back then, right? So like, oh yeah, the Messiah was there. Of course they believed it. And oh, in the Old Testament, fire comes down and they can hear the Creator talk. Israel, the Creator talks to Israel in the Old Testament, like verbally, audibly. It's like, yeah, of course they can believe.
And
What
that's a
you know,
lot of.
I have to. I'm explaining that I understand the argument. You're like, well, of course it's easy for them to believe. Now I'm supposed to sit here through like 50 layers and figure it out, and there's no like in your face interjection. I get it, but have you ever considered the other side of the argument, which would be their perspective? We don't really even have a choice to acknowledge it. We just have to. It's just here. And then they're like, look at all these other people who don't know, and you haven't interjected in front of them, and they get to live all these lives. Look at all this other fun stuff they do. It's not fair that we don't get to figure it out, and you just make us know. So there's like two sides to it. It's the same argument about angels and humans, the idea of that, and how they would basically envy one another. And I think it's easy for us to try to sit from inside of the confinement and point fingers, but when you really step outside of it and think about like justice and what freedom would require, it's kind of crazy. It's actually much deeper than we think often. So which one would you prefer? Would you prefer being like basically forced, like the belief forced upon you because you had no choice but to acknowledge it, and then you really have no excuse if you wanted to try to go do some things out of freedom outside of it? Or would you rather figure it out on your own? Which one do you think's better?
Yeah,
I think informed consent is the best option, so I'd rather be informed.
Fair enough. So you'd yeah, like I don't know. I don't know, answer. In a way, I think I kind of agree with you guys in that sense. Yeah, I think that, dude, if I could have chilled with the Messiah, then you wouldn't have tell me nothing. I've been on the front lines, you know what I'm saying? And if I had watched the dude walk on water, I'd have been like, bro, tell me where to stand. And so I get it.
I mean, people are human. I mean, even Peter was with, God and saw everything, but he denied him 3 times. So, people get scared even with the shape of the earth thing. They're like, what's it going to mean for my normie reputation? Deep down inside, people probably know the earth is flat. They just don't want to deal with the flack or the trouble of, going against the consensus.
That's correct. And I actually I can understand that too. I'm trying to work on like being more understanding of other people. I think that we were designed to experience empathy.
But can I say, with Christianity, it's not going against consensus, it's the other way around. Because, like, if you're in America, a very Christian country, you're not going against consensus by being religious. Often it's the other way around. You'll have people that will condemn you for being atheist.
In a way, yeah.
It's not really going against consensus in America.
Unless
These are pretty religious in America. Like, if you go to Europe, you will be staggered by the amount of, like, not just atheists, but of the religious folk around Europe and stuff. They are very tepidly religious.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like you are, of course, going against the consensus if you think there's value to the scriptures, but they've been messed with, and that the modern religions are all wrong, and all the denominations of Christian are wrong, and they're like religious institutions that deify Jesus and remove personal responsibility, and they're used for control, brainwash, and they're used to get people to give all their money to different organizations. Like, then those people hate you too, right? And then so the atheists disagree with you, the non-believers disagree with you, the people that just throw the baby out the bathwater and the scriptures are gone because that's what the religion is and they're synonymous, and the people that are religious hate you. So you're fully against the consensus if you are just more open-minded but still acknowledge the scriptures.
Yeah, but I feel like there's a very few that are like Bible, like they take the Bible literally or at every word, and there's very few that are the complete opposite where they're religious, but they are actually, I wouldn't even say very few, because that's kind of the same as being spiritual, where you believe in some sort of God or deity, but not necessarily a specific religion. So it's
Well,
like,
yeah.
I feel like most people would be somewhere in the middle, because that's what it usually is, where they believe somewhat in religion, but they also know that it might not be like, for example, if the Bible was written by man, so it might not be like the literal word of God, but it still has like meaning. And, you know, like most people aren't 180, that most people are on a spectrum that's relatively close to each other.
Well, you do admit, though, that if there's a creator could inspire someone to write something. Like,
oh yeah,
obviously,
I'm not
right.
Yeah, so I'm saying that at the same time that we know that the Bible was written by man and therefore it can be fallible because man is fallible, it also is possible for it to be divinely inspired, and therefore it has a lot of the meaning of God, whether
Yeah,
that
exactly.
is
I'm in complete
accurately
agreement with you.
represented or not. Yeah.
Since it's written by men, it's inherently fallible. I agree 100%. And in fact, I think the modern Bible, it's got 66 books, and that's because books are removed. I think that they threw letters in there. So, like Paul was writing letters back and forth to people, they threw the response letter without all the questions he was responding to and all the context in the Bible as a book of its own. And they did that with numerous letters. And the original manuscripts and the translations and even just the KJV translations from Hebrew are all messed up from 1611 on when they first made that Bible. So like, I just think that the baby gets thrown out with the bathwater. And religion is anyone that claims they know for a fact that the 66 book KJV is perfect or something, because even the texts they're built upon say differently. So I agree with a lot of the criticism of religion and even specifically modern Christianity. I just don't think, I'm telling you that there's some power to it. It's the most anthropologically and historically accurate compilation that exists, arguably, and I would say it's not much of an argument. And then beyond that, I think that you can actually get personal answers out of it. So I think it's worth a shot.
So you would say that you're spiritual, but you're not like devout Christian.
Well, the word Christian was just created by the Roman Catholic Church. Like, I would never, it's like flat earth. Like, I don't think the earth is flat. It's a topographical plane, but I'm never going to hide from the word. Like, if someone says, am I a Christian? I'll be like, I believe in the Messiah. I believe the Messiah was real and the scriptures are true and have been messed with. Yes. Right. Because I'm never going to like run away from it. But I don't call myself, I don't actually identify as a Christian. No, like, I'm a believer of the creator, of the way, whatever you want to say. Like, I believe there was a Messiah, and it's abundantly clear, and we're supposed to strive to try to be like that, although impossible. And I think that that's not going to hurt anyone. And when you really try and see if it's real, you find out, like, dang, it's if you look at it just to try to prove it wrong, then you might convince yourself it is. But if you look at it from both sides, it's like, bro, there was definitely a guy. There was definitely a guy.
I thought Christianity was following Christ.
Well, that's the idea, yeah. So, like, in that sense, I do not identify with any modern denomination at all.
Yeah,
like,
I get it. Yeah.
So it's like a tricky thing.
I do go to church, but it's not like so-called Baptist church or whatever. It's just a group of people that get together in a building called church that commonly believe in a certain writing by men inspired by God, and we try and live our lives by those laws. It's not a like depicted as all the churches are on TV or you see in the news getting in trouble or whatever. There are good and bad people there, in every group, including every church ever made.
Yeah,
That's interesting. Why the dislike of denominations?
I don't dislike them. I just don't follow. Like they they go into one direction. I don't think that's it. I think it's an individual walk. You can get together as individuals and express your interpretations of how you're living your life by this law. But some things are very specific, right? Don't commit adultery. Don't murder. Help your neighbor. Some of the laws are pretty strict, and
It's
we
not
try
that
to
I
abide by them.
it's not that I like dislike the concept of denominations. It's just I don't agree with any denomination I've ever come. I think it is intrinsically rigid and dogmatic, and so I wouldn't suggest the concept. Honestly, I think dogma is the death of knowledge, bro. And
It's division.
yeah, like I hate it. I even if the Bible as is completely true, which I know for a fact it's been messed with because I've researched it in depth. But even if it were, the fact that everyone wants to get up and break up in their little crowds, like, well, it says to go tell everyone and that we're a family and that, you're the son and I'm the son, she's the daughter of the creator. Like, I don't understand the point of that. I don't understand the point of give
Yeah, I
me
don't
money
either.
because I need a new Benz and we need to get new wallpaper. And we just
Yeah,
got
it's
new
like when
carpet
you
2 years ago, but we need some more. It's like I hate it, bro.
yeah
I
when
hate
you
it.
see these TV evangelists that are like billionaires because of it, it's just
That's nuts. But
It's
it doesn't
terrible.
mean they're not. It doesn't mean they may be using the word to gain financial gain, but it doesn't mean they're not. The word isn't getting out to the masses, right? It's a tough thing, right? It's a fine line.
But the
Well,
word
is it
that's
accurately
coming out
being rep?
is coming from a thief, like from a man who's taking advantage of elderly and gullible people.
You can gain knowledge from anyone. You don't go
What?
to a church to blindly trust the preacher. You go to church to be lifted up and to lift up others.
There you go.
I used to think you wasn't supposed to go to church, and sometimes I go through periods where I think it's better to go out and be an evangelist. But that's the individual walk of your relationship you're trying to build. You're being led, right? Maybe you're being led into that church to point out that, hey man, this dude has several jets. Why couldn't we be feeding families? I get it, right? But maybe that's your journey. You're supposed to go into places like that and expose it.
But doesn't that just become the get out clause that you can have a powerful experience or something? And
I don't know. I don't have all the answers.
Do you see what I mean about it?
Yeah, I hear all your excuses of why you're an atheist. I just don't hear any of the good news. Like, if you have a better way, I would love to hear it.
Okay. Well, so
I'll share it with you again. It's doubt. It's being perpetually and
doubt is negative.
Right. It's giving up that. That's what I think
But-
is possibly more effective.
Living in fear and anxiety and negativity and doubtfulness. I don't do that at all, ever.
Well, I didn't say the other words.
Right. But actually,
Right,
let
but
me
it comes along with it.
Let me extend an olive
with
branch.
Issa
It comes
about
along
this
with
at
it.
length. The idea, Issa, you talk about, which is like being an enemy of everything you read. Like I put it to hold ideas lightly. Maybe this, but could be that. You could be right, or I could be right. In fact, if you could be right, then even if you're right, I'm still right. But if I become no, you are wrong, then it becomes 50-50. But if I go maybe me, maybe you, I'm 100% likely to be right.
Yeah, check this out though. Actually,
That's at least the way I kind of work on it. So yeah, you guys might be right. There might be a religion there.
To what end?
Among all of them, this particular one happens to be right.
To what end? Death? Because we both have that end. Like, you see what I'm saying? To what end?
I see. For what purpose? That's a fair question. The answer, at least to me, is that way. We will be more likely to find the truth if it comes up in the form of Hinduism, or if it comes up in the form of just like an interpersonal thing, like, hey, it really pisses me off when you do this thing. If you hold doubt, rather than going, no, I'm not like that, you're like, hey, maybe I should just listen to them. Maybe I am like that. I don't know. That you create a space that you can come closer to another human being, come closer to behaving in a way that is conducive to a well-running society, to come to the aid of somebody who needs it, whatever it might be. If you're more doubtful, I think you might maybe be like easier to speak to, more fun to be around, more likely to be a good person?
I think the word
Yeah.
should be skeptical, man. Like, I think you should replace doubtful with skeptical. But I can say
Yeah, sure,
you
skeptical works.
would probably be surprised how much we're similar, though, right? Like, see, I still think that the fundamental understanding and interpretation of Genesis is wrong. I think that most people completely misinterpret the first book. See, I think that I don't know what all books are gone. I don't think that all the books should have been in there. I don't think that they're all. I think all the Gospels were originally written in Hebrew. I don't think we even have any of the real accurate.
You know what I mean?
So
So I don't even, and this is some of my issue, which is why I couldn't be sure that God doesn't exist. I don't know what they deleted. Like, did
well,
we
that's what
get
I'm trying to
the flat
explain
Earth
to you.
version? Did they delete globe Earth stuff?
But
Because they could have, right?
shouldn't it intrigue you though that these are the things that I think, but I still have like this perceived strong faith in the Creator, right? So like, there's got to be something here, right? If you're just being honest, like, because
Well,
that's how I feel. Why
well,
would I
that
ever consider
feels
that valuable?
that it feels like is what you're saying is you have some doubts, but you're still quite sure, and we just can't seem to see, or at least relate to the things that make you sure, which are your personal experiences.
Yeah, well, the only thing I'm quite sure about is that the Creator will talk to you through those scriptures. It's very accurate. It's the most attacked literature in the history of mankind. And the further back you get to the original versions and you see the changes, the more accurate it becomes. And the journey then becomes just really trying to learn more and figure out if you can disprove what you can. It's I have a real problem with people that claim they have it all figured out and they know exactly what the Bible says with everything and they know everything. They don't, bro, because dude, we're just now finding out that Enoch was supposed to be in there and the Ethiopian Kenny with 80 something texts and different, like a Hebrew version of Matthew was just found. Like we are in the time of trying to shake off the dust and like wipe the sleepy out of our eyes, basically. So if anyone's trying to act like they know it all, they're wrong. But I do think there's a thin line to walk there where you're becoming willfully ignorant, and I don't think anyone should be that. So I think that we should re-examine and get to the bottom of it as opposed to turning our head.
Yeah, well, I would say that I am completely, or what's the word? Like I'm completely like I've completely figured out my personal ideology or the way of thinking about it, which wouldn't really change by much other than concrete evidence of such, like of the Creator. Where I wouldn't say that I believe there is no God, and I wouldn't say that I believe there is one. I am more in the sense of I will live my life as I determine to be a good person. And if there is a God, then hopefully he'll agree that I tried to be a good person and that'll be enough for him. But to me, that's good enough to leave it there and just live my life as I see to be a good person. And therefore, there is no need to make any leaps of faith with no evidence behind it.
Well, yeah, but I'm not saying to do that. I'm saying don't necessarily do that, but pursue the truth. Like, if you just decide, well, it looks like it's difficult to figure out exactly what the truth is, so I'm just not going to pursue it. I think that's willful ignorance.
I wouldn't say it's too difficult to figure out. I would say that it seems impossible to figure out without concrete evidence, because all evidence that is seen for these things, in my opinion, are purely subjective. And therefore, there is no truth that I can get closer to by, for example, reading the Bible or examining these texts. I think that the only way that I would get some knowledge about an existence of one is if there is some sort of impossibility or extremely rare event that happens that would convince me. And so I'm not saying that isn't possible to happen. I will still leave that possibility open, but unless that happens, I don't see any other thing that would be worthy of any time, like any reading of the Bible, reading of the Quran, or any other religious text. I just see that as being, I don't even know how to describe it, but it's almost like you're picking a path to discovering, which leaves you not open to discovery because you're already limiting your discovery. If
But
you get what I'm saying there.
but I'm trying to emphasize the opposite. I'm trying to emphasize that it's important to do the exact opposite of that. Like, I'm trying to say that we don't know all the answers, and like, you know, we should apply it evenly both ways. Like, if you don't pursue the answers, though, then that's just willful ignorance, and I think that willful ignorance is very detrimental, and I think assumptive knowledge is also detrimental, right? So it's like walking the middle ground with humility, but diligent pursuit of truth. I think that's the kind of the purpose, is we should want to grow in knowledge and not preemptively cut it off the pursuit of knowledge and think that we have it all figured out before we really do, because truth is these questions that we are intrinsically thinking about are very deep, and none of us know the full entire answer to any of them. We should just keep pursuing it, though, right? I mean, you shouldn't tap out.
You're a fan of my doubt method. I like it. Yeah. That's absolutely where I'm at with it. Like,
No, that's exactly what I. Oh, geez, sorry.
Sorry, away you go.
That's what I was just thinking about. What he said. If there was knowledge of infinite money, right, somewhere on this like in the U.S., let's say, right, and you had knowledge of this, and you went to where the first map led you, and people put doubt in your mind, and you lost hope, would you give up? I don't think you would.
No, that sounds like an awesome adventure. No, I'd fucking keep going.
Right. Well, multiply that times 1,000,000, and that's what you're promised, right? I don't know how else to explain it. The awesomeness of just the maybe part is more than enough to keep people trying to figure this out.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Because at the least, like, even whenever I would never have ever said I was atheist personally, but I just thought humans don't know. I thought that they were trying to explain something that they couldn't, that was inexplicable, and that the primitive attempt of humans to explain it is what we call religion. And the phrase I say all the time is like, hey, yeah, we get it. There's 4,200 religions, but yours is the right one. I used to say that all the time, but I've since figured out.
You would have been a good atheist.
I've since figured out. Well, I would have never said just the golden ratio and stuff like that. There's some designing force. I just had not personalized it or made any claims about it, and thought that humans can't make claims about it. But now here I am, and so that's kind of what's so funny. It's like a lot of people think, oh, you were raised Christian, that's why you think that. No. That's the number one reason I didn't think it for the longest. You see? So I'm just on a pursuit of truth now, and what I found out, if I throw the religion out, I throw the mainstream out, I throw any presumptions out, and I just look myself diligently, dude, there's definitely something to the scriptures, and that's a compilation of texts, and some have been removed, and it's really interesting. It's very interesting, and you grow. At the least, I used to always value it, even in that state I was explaining to you that I used to be in, that you always gain wisdom from it. Like all these different religious books, like they have very wise principles, and
yeah, that I definitely agree with. I think they have very wise principles in them.
Yeah, so we could at least pursue the truth of these things because we know that we're going to gain wisdom, right? Like just ignoring it, I think it's going to result in us being stagnant.
Sure, I don't. Yeah, I'm not proposing to ignore them. I've got the same. I keep saying I've got the same view towards the existence of God as you have towards the curvature of Earth, right? Just like, rather than stories and things that you admit could be coincidence, and I don't mean to use that against you, just to sort of because it was
yeah, of course,
honest of you to say it, but I would want to know. I skepticism, like trying to figure through things and get things right. I feel if I were a god, if I were created in a God's image, what they would want most is for me to figure things out. If it's a bit of a puzzle, then work it out and work out good ways for working it out. And that's what really matters to me. And
Well, I agree with you on that. I think that's what's
that's what I'm
beautiful
saying.
about
I've got
life.
the same view about this that you do about the curvature of Earth, right? Like, go out, do the tests. Like, I go and meet people and talk to people around the world. I love it. I talk a lot about what they believe. I just want to know that I was getting it right. That to me would be almost more important. Like for me, on a meaning level, this is like, I would rather go to hell but have got there this way than to go, oh, but I could be wrong, and then just do the Sookie thing, cheat,
Yeah, I will say also, just to be honest, like that never resonated with me too much. Was just like because, like, well, what if? Because if you don't really believe in it, it's like, is it even real? And like you're basically just lying. And like, I don't know. I can definitely relate to you on that. I never felt that. But that's why I did the whole, dude. I started doing the personal thing, man. And like and then I didn't know how to pray. And I thought it was stupid. I didn't know what that meant. And I'd always heard people like read letters out loud, basically like dear, and then like da 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 da. And I'm like, dude, this is, oh man, it never resonated with me. But I found out, bro. You can call it what you want to, man. I don't even think people know the proper name of the creator, and it's not about that. It's just like be real, bro, and keep pursuing the truth. And like I think that's the beauty of life, is that it is a puzzle and we get to put it together. So it's kind of like my boy Chris always says, he's like, things don't happen to you, they happen for you. It's a very similar idea. It's like, as opposed to, oh, we have to put the puzzle together, it's we get to put the puzzle together. It's a beautiful thing,
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, and that to me, it's like it's a fun thing to work out. Not just like the sort of, I must say, like, where did the universe come from? As I've said to many people today, doesn't interest me that much. It's just not that. It's because it's not really going to be answerable, nor is it really going to change my life or how I behave in any way. Could we make life continue to happen elsewhere? That maybe, but
I have no real interest in knowing. I mean, like, I think there's a creator, right? 100%. And I don't need to know the exact physical mechanism that he created the quote unquote universe with. Like, what's it matter?
Yeah,
it's just the
that for
acknowledgement
me,
that it was created.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, on many of these issues, I'm like, I get to the as I call it, the so what issue. And if I can't find a compelling so what, I'm like, well, there's just no point discussing. Not no point discussing it. That's not what I mean. But there's I don't need to be overly concerned with whether I get the right answer if I can't tell what the right answer is.
Yeah. More so for me, it's just the macro. It's like the meta. It's like the fact that there is a creator. Like, doesn't matter how it happened. It's just a, acknowledgement that look at all this order and design. It was designed, and that's about it. And I think everyone should go from there with their own personal journey. And that's why I sacrificed everything for Flat Earth. It's just because it's not really about the topic itself. It's just about the implications. It's like if everyone in the world acknowledged there being like this supreme moral accountability or authority, the world would just be a way, 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 way better place. And if people could be more understanding.
Everybody says that about their own chosen religion. Oh, it'd
No,
be a lot
I'm
better if
saying not
everybody was
about a
Catholic.
religion.
It'd be a lot better if
No, that's what I'm saying.
everybody
I'm
was
saying
left
I was about
wing.
to finish. I was about to finish by saying if everyone could be more understanding of others' views as well. I'm not in any specific religion, just that there is an authority of moral accountability bigger than us. If everyone thought that, even if you guys think it's not real, if everyone thought that, the world would be a better place. Like, because if there's a moral accountability,
What I'm suggesting to you is that is not a unique thought. I think the same thing about atheism. I go, wow, more people, the world would be a better place if more people embraced atheist humanist ideals. And I look at other religions or other, ways of constructing morality or choosing to look at life and go, I can easily see the problems with those. That we all do that with it.
Yeah, so you think that if people think there's no moral accountability, then there'll be more moral?
I think the worst things are done almost exclusively in the name of religion. I think it holds the lowest rung among the people who I should seek moral guidance from are people who hold that fucking book. That's what I think.
I think
I agree with you.
religion
The
sucks.
Catholics and the Jesuits and like Muslim
Yeah, I think they suck.
fundamentalists.
Yeah.
When you say having no no one to, I forgot the word, like hold them accountable for their morals.
Yeah.
Like that's not quite true, because first of all we hold each other accountable. That's what laws are, and then we also, a lot of people will realize what is moral just from being in society. Like it is very, very few people that will be like, oh, okay, I don't believe in God, and therefore I'm going to go murder people because there's no one to stop me, or like there's no moral reason to stop me. No, we all kind of realize that it's morally wrong to kill people, even if that's for an egotistical reason, where it's like I wouldn't want to kill people because I don't want people to kill me. It's still a valid enough reason to have morals.
If everyone could acknowledge that, if everyone thought that there was a creator and that all men and women were created, and that life is special and each person's life is special, and there's like this moral accountability that's bigger than men, I'm just saying that people's behavior would be more righteous, bro. I mean,
so what would you say? What would you say is better? What would you say is better? Everyone in the world is Muslim, or everyone in the world is atheist? Is atheist. What would you prefer if you had those choices?
Well, Muslim.
Okay.
1,000,000%. Yeah, 1,000,000%.
What about if everyone is atheist, but they have this golden rule perspective that I kind of explained, where it's like,
and
I wouldn't
that's a good
kill
point,
people because I don't want myself killed.
Like, so I don't have any beef with Islam. There's lots of different versions of that. I just don't like religion in general. But I don't think that atheism exists, right? Because I don't think anybody can say that they know that there's no creator. They can say they don't think there is, or they don't see evidence for one, or they don't know. And those are all relatively honest positions. That's what we would classify as agnosticism. That's all that exists. No one thinks no one truly believes that they know for a fact there is no creator. And I think that if you're in the I don't know position, I like that. I think that's a very honest position. I have no beef with it. The only beef I have is if you think it's preferable to not pursue the truth further. Like, if just saying I don't know from the beginning is good for you, I disagree with that. But overall, I'd rather people say I don't know if they really don't know than pretend they know what they don't know.
So if you could make the entire world agnostic, in the sense where they're not going to say they know there is no God, but they're not going to say that they're sure, and therefore there is at least that. Would you say that would be better, or would you still prefer everyone to be religious?
No, not religious at all. I would abolish religion from existence, but I wouldn't say God as this personified concept humans have of a creator, but just a creator, just a designer. And
so
if everyone
you'd kind
acknowledged
of want
that,
everyone to be spiritual then.
That would be the perfect place to me, yeah. But no one claimed that they know exactly what it is, and everyone grows in a personal growth, being honest and trying to find the truth. And I think that's the best way. Yeah, so I would abolish religion, though. I don't like religion. I just think that we're at such a fragile time in history that we probably need to hold on to some of the fundamental values any way we can.
But I think that most of the values that religion would give you, you don't need religion to find them, is kind of what I'm saying.
That's true,
things like don't murder. You don't need religion to realize that, because otherwise, why would atheists not go around murdering?
That's a very extreme example, though. But let's talk about something much more realistic.
Okay.
Atheists. This is my opinion. Okay. And I would say there's a couple of exceptions in here, but they are much more prone to lie. So that's my experience. And like, I think lying is super bad. Like, I just think it destroys everything. You know, I just think it destroys everything. I think lying is terrible because it just sucks. And then you have to keep lying, and I think it just destroys everything. And they don't really see any problem with it. Like, and you can understand from a materialistic worldview, it's like, well, survival of the fittest. If I can trick you into getting what I want, I beat you. I was more fit than you. And I don't think lying is good. And that's just one example, but I would say one of the biggest ones. And you have to admit, at least from my experience, atheists have much less issue with being dishonest. Now, there are exceptions. Like, I think that you guys are being honest right now.
Any skerrick of recognition of...
Oh, yeah, the religious people are dishonest all the time. Like, if that's what you're saying. I'm not saying that.
No, I'm not saying religious people are dishonest. I've got no idea whether they are, but that is, like, there is no better description like that shows up in the textbook under confirmation bias. It's the outgroup homogeneity bias.
So you disagree? You think atheists?
Easy to see. No. I think that atheists. This is what the in-group diversity bias is, as opposed to the outgroup homogeneity bias. In-group diversity bias is you recognize that as Christians we're very diverse. Well, there's so much rich tapestry of different kinds of Christians, but atheists, they're pretty much all the same. As well as the outgroup being homogenous, they're typically like bad, as in that they are more likely to lie, they are cheat, steal. If we look at bad behavior, we will make that intrinsic to, this is called the fundamental attribution error. We will make their badness intrinsic to their atheism. Whereas if we see a Christian who's dishonest or punches a kid or something like that, they were a Christian who happened to do that. But because I'm a Christian and I know the rich diversity of Christians because of the in-group diversity bias, I think that's what it's called anyway, I go, well, you know, there are some bad Christians, but we're not all bad. Like what you're describing right now, that atheists lie more, is just so silly.
Yeah. Okay, but I explained the
suggested that was the case.
Yeah. But dude, I explained the logic behind it. I wasn't just generalizing. I said the logic is that if I said I'm talking about the logic. Like if you have a materialistic worldview, right? It's more logical to think, okay, well, if I'm slightly dishonest or misleading with this person so that I can get what I want, like there's no real moral conflict there, or
okay, so
it can be argued.
It can be argued. You tell me how valid
wait. Let me finish. It can be.
That I can be forgiven later. I can therefore commit as many sins as I want without repercussion. Is that the way it works in Christianity, or is that just logically from the outside? This is what's called an external critique. You're not using my worldview to show how it is internally corrupt. You're looking at from your own worldview and going, well, it doesn't make sense to me. Sure, it doesn't. It's not your worldview.
Okay, well, I am staunchly opposed to the idea that you can just go do whatever you want to and then act like you said you're sorry or say a word or go to a building.
Is that logically possibly a conclusion that one could draw from some of the tenets of Christianity?
Sure, but the difference is that one person thinks that there could be like moral punishment for being dishonest, and one side does not think such a thing exists. And in fact, in that paradigm, lying isn't bad because it's just survival of the fittest. And if you're able to outwit someone and get your way, then you won. They weren't able to keep up with you. You won. It's not like you're a bad guy within that paradigm. You just were the more fit one. That's what I'm saying.
But most Christians will still lie because it's just a small sin and everyone sins.
Yeah, people that think like that, I am just as opposed to, if not more opposed to, than quote-unquote atheists. That's my whole point.
So they're just Christians who lie, but atheists are atheist liars. Is that the gist?
No, I'm saying materialism, right, will create an environment where lying isn't as big of a deal. That's what I'm saying.
Materialism says of itself, or is that what you say about materialism?
No, that's intrinsically what materialism claims, because it claims survival of the fittest. Yeah,
I completely disagree with that.
There's no objective morality. There's no objective morality in materialism, bro.
There's no objective morality, but there is still morality.
Well, it's just subjective, so it's nothing. It's nothing. If I disagree with you, then it's nothing.
So is religion.
Okay,
you can't point at a difference between yours and Rakir's where you differ on your views. You can't point at why one of you is right and the other is wrong. So yours are also subjective.
No. What I'm saying is, I'm not talking about the specifics of what they are. I'm talking about if there's a creator, there is an objective right and wrong, and us humans are just trying to figure out what it is. If there's atheism or materialism and definitely no creator, then there is no actual right or wrong. It's all kind of subjective, and the only thing that actually rules is, survival. So it's just a different
But
worldview.
who
That's what
says
I'm.
that? Is that what materialists say? Do you hear me saying that?
Well, that's
Tell
what
me about the last atheist you spoke to who said that?
that's
Because
what the
I can
worldview
give you
says.
but the worldview I gave you says Christians ask for forgiveness on their
And
deathbed, and
and
there's
look
nothing
at
intrinsically wrong with that. I'm doing the same thing, an external critique, and you're saying, well, those people are bad. What? So what?
and
They're doing
No,
it.
that's
They're
not. See, you're
materialists.
strong. I'm just
and
saying that
then
atheism is an atheist doesn't think there is.
I'm just not thinking
Listen,
this
dude,
through.
it's such a simple thing. Atheism doesn't have as much of a moral contention with dishonesty as one that would assume that there was some type of an authority that instilled objective accountability. That's what I'm saying.
But it doesn't. You can ask for
but you're
forgiveness.
making it simpler than it really is.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I agree it's nuanced. I'm not trying to generalize everyone. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
say that
You are absolutely you
I'm
are.
not.
You're trying to
I'm
generalize
not.
all atheists. Yes, you are.
Dude, I just
Definitionally,
said
you are
I
saying
think
all
that
atheists have no moral compass.
I just said
Come
I
on, don't then
prefer.
go. I'm not generalizing.
Dude,
Own up to the generalizing.
dude, I just said I prefer an atheist in that situation over a person that you described as a Christian. Like, I don't have some bias here. No, yeah, because I'm just talking about the worldview. So it's impossible to dissect the worldview without there being generalizations. As you try to strawman me as applying it to individuals, that's not what I'm doing. I'm just saying, like, if there's not moral accountability, dude, then if there's no objective morality, it's subjective, which
So
means it's more likely that things that are immoral can occur. Like, what is
so
it?
if that's true, then why are secular countries not going berserk and becoming anarchies and just failing?
They're just giving trans rights and winning economically. That's pretty much all that's happening. Relabeling bathrooms and winning at everything else.
Winning at education, winning at like most things. I understand. I'm not disagreeing with the logic that you're using. I'm disagreeing with the fundamental axiom that because there is no objective moral, therefore it has to be they have to commit immoral things.
I didn't
That's
say
just not
that.
true.
I didn't say they
Or
have to
become
do
more
anything.
likely. Even then, more likely.
Yeah, more
That's already
probable.
not. That's already not It's not necessitated from the premise.
Okay, well, if there's no objective morality, then there's no reason that you would have to, basically capitulate to anything other than your want at the time. Okay? But now if there's an objective morality,
This is an external critique. I've already shown you why an external critique is false because I can do this same external critique with your religion, showing not that yours is right, mine is right, and yours is wrong, but just that it doesn't work. I can give the same critique, and here it is. These religious folk can do whatever they want because they've got this doctrine of forgiveness and turn the other cheek and all of this stuff in their Bible. So what you can actually do is sin, and then you go into church and you say a few Hail Marys, and then you're absolved. In fact, for a certain time in the church's history, you could buy them in advance. So it's totally fine. The whole religion is built around the idea that you can get forgiveness for immoral acts that it knows you're.
I
It
agree
knows
with
that
you, though.
everybody's a sinner. That's why it's okay being a
tell
sinner.
me.
Now I'm not saying this is the case. I'm saying this is what happens when you make an external worldview assessment. You just pick a flaw that you see might be there without showing any evidence for that actually being the case.
Yeah, but you're just making an excuse of why you don't trust the obvious. It's so like weird to me. Another man's
Weird. I'm an
mistake.
atheist, of course.
I know, but another man's mistake shouldn't be your excuse, man.
So,
What do you mean?
writing, are you atheist or agnostic?
I'm an agnostic in the true sense of the word, which nobody uses.
Yeah.
Which is that is not agnost. It is not possible to know. It is
Yeah.
it is a poorly formed question. Until you tell me what I'm saying yes or no to the existence of, somebody who gets really angry when men kiss, I don't think that one exists. No, but like other forms, sure. Define it first, then I'll answer the question. Is my view, and that is the strict sense of agnostic. It is not possible to know.
Yeah. Okay. Fair.
That's a long.
Yeah, and there's actually no such thing as, like, I've never met anyone that says they know for 100% fact that there's no creator. I don't think that person exists.
Oh, they definitely exist, but yeah.
Well, no, I believe that
I've
people
met a
that might
few,
can
yeah.
say it exists, but like, dude, actually wholeheartedly believe it, and you can never test that. But
Well,
I
you
have
can
a
never
problem
tell what
fathoming.
someone truly believes deep down. You can only go by their word, and by the word, I've met a few that say they think that way. But
It's
I
so
mean, yeah, like
insane.
you said,
Even
you
to
can
say
never
it is
know their.
insane.
But all
Even to
you're
say it.
saying is you can never know what someone deeply thinks, and therefore you might never meet someone. Therefore, I can say that I don't think I've ever met a Christian because I don't know if they truly believe what they're saying.
Yeah, I mean,
Which kind of
fact,
makes
my view is I if I do the external worldview thing, I feel like I've never met a Christian, because what I think you would do is stop at nothing to recruit friends and family, like absolutely stop at nothing to do that. And when I felt that work was done, I would willfully walk into traffic, because every moment I live from now on is a threat to the eternal soul of myself and people around me. So if I've managed to recruit people, and I mean, this to me was the worldview I held, and before I realized it was an external critique and therefore not really, valid.
Yeah, that's wild though, bro. I mean, I see what you're saying, I guess, but like, what if you find out that the more you shove stuff down people's throats, the less likely they are to be receptive, and maybe you kind of have to move on. I mean,
yeah, I feel you, man.
But how
I
about
feel like
this?
I've been feeling that way for a little while now.
What if we want people to go to heaven, what if we just tell no one about religion? Therefore, everyone goes in by default because they never heard about it.
well, yeah, but as long as people aren't choosing to willfully turn their head to the pursuit of truth, like I think the creator designed us to want to know the truth. I think almost everyone that's in this room, like, they like to know the truth, or they think they do, like that's kind of why people would ever be in this room, for example. And I think we were designed that way. I think that when you feel like you're being lied to, you want to know what it is. When you see someone whispering about you, you want to know what they said. Like, intuitively, we want to know what's being hidden from us. And I think that we were designed that way because it's a beautiful thing. You have a journey and experience where you get to go acquire knowledge and like learn things and pursue truth. I think if you try to set up some paradigm where, well, we can remove personal responsibility as long as we turn our head from whatever knowledge is inconvenient, I just don't think that's not what's right. And that's when you get into the question of, well, what is right? And again, that comes full circle back to, there has to be a linear code of ethics in my assessment. And atheism or materialism does not jive with that idea.
I mean, that's
But just to clarify, and I'll stop talking
I
so
get
much. Well, I'm not trying to push that on. I'm not trying to push anything on you, man, because people used to push it on me and I hated it. I know it seems like, I bet you can tell we're being kind of persistent. It's it's out of love. I think you can tell, like, but I would just encourage, if you ever do look into it, man, try some of the things where it's like, just talk to the creator, bro. You want to call him a name, don't need a certain book. Just ask for signs, man, ask to be led and stuff like that. And I think you'll kind of realize that, wow, maybe I didn't see what was right in front of me this whole time. And although humans have made up all kinds of stories about it, there is something special to all this, and it was designed for me effectively. And yeah, it's just a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing, and acknowledging that we don't know is also a beautiful thing, but just don't allow it to grow into stagnancy, if that's a word. All right, I'll stop preaching.
Yeah,
I mean, I think both me and writing are fundamentally, it's more of, of course we don't think that there is anyone that should say that there absolutely is no God, but we are just as critical when someone says that they definitely think there is a God, and we need more than just some either statistical thing that can be explained as a coincidence or things like this. It's just not enough for either of us.
I think you need to
Yeah.
put more effort into your individual self. Not that you should be like me, but don't worry about what others are thinking and doing. You know, maybe get on with, you know, don't ever give up. Like, don't ever think you got it figured out. And you're in the talk here, so obviously, but it doesn't sound like you're giving way anyway. You're just trying to give your point.
Are you
I don't
giving
know.
way anyway and just trying to give yours?
To what? I've asked. To what better? I think you know,
Skepticism.
if there's a better way, skepticism is better. I already have skepticism.
Better than blind belief, yes.
Doubt.
Doubt is better.
You think doubt makes people better to one another, more likely to be correct, more likely to renounce or
And
move
how does that
away
benefit
from
me? I'm
incorrect
sorry. I'm missing the big picture here.
moving away from being incorrect is not going to benefit you. I think that is immediately benefit to everybody and not to anybody who, like.
Okay, so
there's virtually never a disadvantage to be.
I get what you're saying now. So more correct until I die.
Yeah.
That's better.
Yeah. More correct until you die, I think, is perfect.
And then what?
Well, then you're dead.
So nothing after death, just correctness while living.
Well, being doubtful, being nice to people. If that's what your doubt leads you to think is like, hey, it's good to be nice to people, then be nice to people. But you don't have to.
Don't have to be nice to people. You just have to doubt.
No, you don't have to pick that one. You can pick whatever you want. You're doubtful now, so you go, should I punch that old lady? Oh, I'm doubtful that's the right thing to do. Should I give money? I can be doubtful about that as well. You know, just
should I kill the non-believer? Doubt that.
Yeah, just do.
Dude, you got a tough
The old lady sounds like fun.
Everything I'm hearing right now is a tough sell.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
it sounds easy, right?
It's a difficult position to hold. Is one thing I would.
I've heard punch old lady in the face. I've heard like I don't even get the reasoning.
So it is always going to seem better to stick with the fairy tale, but we're talking about realistically.
Well, when the fairy tale does
come from Glovers.
Yeah, well, I'm fine with that. I mean, it's their faith, man. I can't judge what he's saying. I'm just trying to understand it, and it's not very. I asked for something better than what you call fairy tale of an eternal life, right?
And so what we're saying.
Hang on, I'm almost done.
Okay, go on.
Yeah. So what's better to me is an eternal life, even better. The promise is even better than here, right? So what you're giving me is on earth, I can be more correct by being doubtful and figuring out whether I should punch an old lady in the face and all that good stuff. But when I die, it's over with. So no further promises other than that. That's no better than what I have right now. That's not better than what I have right now.
But what you're stacking it up with is going, what makes you doubt this thing? And I'm not, my doubt thing isn't specifically about yours. I'm just saying that yours makes a bigger claim, makes me doubt it more, right? Who makes big claims is the first thing I think when I hear that. And then I go, I know who makes big claims. That's scams. That's what I'm most used to, making big claims. So
like the globe.
I'm just doubtful that then is the answer.
So like outer spacing, yeah. Anyway, I don't want to talk about outer spacing globe, but yeah, it seems like a scam, right? One group, basically, space agencies.
To be fair, he kept saying that. He said that numerous times. It's just like our view of the globe, and I think it's a good point. But the difference is maybe we can acknowledge that ours is a belief that requires faith, and but I do think it's a good analogy. So. Only one side's acknowledging
that's the thing is your side requires faith in these promises of eternal life. Well, we're trying to stay more of believing in eternal life would be great, but we're not gonna do so when there's this big or I'm not even gonna say big, but there's this possibility that they are false promises.
Why don't you say that same? Why don't you apply that same skepticism to the globe?
Yeah.
Because things in the Bible or things about religion are fundamentally untestable. Things that the globe says are fundamentally testable. And from all personal things I've done, correlates with everything they're claiming. And therefore, It's just not equivalent claims.
Okay.
I'll take that bet. I'll take that bet though, because I'll bet that you'll say that water curves, but I'll also bet, and I'll double down, that you've never measured it to curve. Like it's amazing me. That's blind faith, right? Like you have more faith than I do, I think.
So
I don't know, I've
so
seen the
I
measurements
have.
of it.
This could be a good point to tactically agree, Gummy Bear. Up to you, your conversation.
Yeah, I was gonna say I haven't fundamentally measured water curving, correct? But I can personally see the effect it would have and look in reality whether that is what's happening. And that I have done.
You're talking about
Water
optics
finds
now,
its
not
level in
measuring.
reality, bro.
Yeah. And optics can fool you, especially long distance over the marine layer, which is water. But anyway, we don't want to talk about that too much. That's been beat into the
Yeah,
ground.
like you get the overall sentiment. It's like I've been sitting here listening to all your guys' response, and they're decently reasonable. And I have to admit, because this conversation ends up requiring an anecdotal experience and some faith that builds over time, and I can acknowledge that. But I just think it's funny if everything that you guys have said, if you would take those same things and apply it exactly as you said it to the globe, it would blow your mind. It would almost be worth going back and listening to. And that's why I think his analogy was actually pretty good.
But that's not true.
Yeah,
because, like I said, one is testable, the other is not.
Come on,
That's
I
why it's
think
fundamentally
it is
unfair.
testable. I went and tested it, and I got answers.
Yeah, I did too. You haven't tested it in that way, like just curved water. I don't know what all you've done. But when I asked you for something better, right? Like I'm giving you eternal life, let's say, right? Whether it's fantasy or not, I'm still giving you that option. Hang on, and you're giving me nothing I don't have already. And you won't look into that other thing again or take more time. And you have to admit you've grown, older and wiser, and you can use more discernment now and not use those childhood, being pushed on a certain religion or whatever, and go in and research it yourself now and really boil it down, because that's what a lot of scientists are doing. They're using the scientific, what they've learned from their scientific research, and going to try and disprove the creator, and they're coming out not as atheists anymore. And I think that's what the flat earth has done. There's a lot of people who called themselves atheists, true atheists, like didn't believe in God at all, who are now having to acknowledge the creator. I've seen it over the last 3 years. It's been an amazing journey. I think that's why I was put here. I think I've been a part of that, in a small way, but I think it's the creator working through us and opening up people's minds and hearts to even, having the conversation. Because 3 years ago, this conversation for this long wouldn't have happened. So God is working here, whether you know it or not.
Well, I also believe that 3 years ago, or as many years ago, over all the last years, society is becoming more and more secular. Whether you feel like it's on a personal level, no, it is factually so happening.
Which
society is becoming more sexual. It's sexual. Sorry, secular.
Yeah, and of course, whenever everyone else is doing something.
Which society?
Society as a whole.
That's not an answer. Which one?
Many of them, I would say.
America, Canada, Europe, all of them.
Europe was already heavily secular. I would actually argue that there's a shift in the other direction, but that's just me, especially in the UK.
And of course, if everyone's doing something, then that's how you know it's right.
That's not what I'm saying, but he was making the implication that it's becoming more, people are becoming more open to God, and that is his work. And I said,
didn't say that. I said people in this group of, when they start studying openly the topic of flat Earth, it leads them to no choice, right? When they come to that conclusion, if it's right or not, it doesn't matter. If it is right, then there has to be intelligent design, and they're having to switch their worldview from atheism to whatever, agnostic, whatever their walk is.
Then I misunderstood what you said, so I'll have to.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
but that's happening in a huge mass, right? And then there's that group of people who already believed in the Bible that never saw it, and I'm part of that group. I was never taught the second day of creation, the firmament. When I asked people around me that I trusted with Bible knowledge, they had no clue what the Bible was, what the firmament was. And when I went and researched it myself, and how the exact Bible that I've been reading for years told me exactly what the firmament was, whether it's true or not, it was in there, and I had never saw it or never been taught that. Then that's when I started questioning what is going on here.
Very quiet.
Yeah.
We were talking about the correlation between believing in a creator and a specific type and the globe. Like when you just have this big, vague idea and these gigantic claims without evidence, I'm not just going to believe them. That was one of the questions.
Wait, so are you talking to somebody in particular? Because I don't hear anybody.
Me and Riding mainly.
He was liking my my flat Earth analogy.
Yep.
And also that's literally what I say about religion is you're making a big claim with no evidence.
That's why that's why I quoted that. That's why I quoted it.
I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Funny, I could only hear him for that whole time. I didn't hear you talking eggshells or anybody else. Discord didn't like you guys.
Yeah. We've been shut off.
I mean, gigantic claims require gigantic burdens of proof, you know.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I agree.
Yeah, we agree. The only problem is when it comes to a globe, is people seem to disagree with what proof is, especially since we will also say that science doesn't deal in proofs; it deals with evidence.
Well, something else I would say is like, if you told me your religion was real and then it was definitive reality, but then you kept changing it, I'd be like, bro, you have to admit that obviously it's not definitive reality. You keep changing it.
Well, I know that my belief system is definitive.
The the globe model is not definitive.
What changes have you seen in the past century? I mean, I really haven't seen that.
Just the overall model, like the whole space model. Yeah, it changes all the time. Like for one, like the speed of the Earth supposedly was slowing down over time, and now it's speeding up. So that's a change.
Which speed?
The rotational speed.
Okay.
Or the distance to Polaris, changing by over 30%.
Okay, so when we say when for example Polaris changes distance, so to speak, was that predicted to be possible, or is that just suddenly a paradigm shift?
It was actually outside the expected error bar.
It's outside the expected error bar because the error bar is only an expected deviation, not a guaranteed deviation.
Yeah,
that's what science deals with, is expected deviations.
Well, my point was simple, though.
Does show though is that it accepts that there are errors.
Yeah.
Well, it acknowledges when forced to, more so. Like for example, before they changed the sun's distance like the fourth time, they had evidence that it was wrong and that it didn't work, but they kind of kept putting it off until they were forced to update it to a new number. And that's kind of what always happens. That's what happened with Polaris as well. And so if you only reluctantly acknowledge the minimum that you would be off until you have to change it again, I don't really think you get a gold star for honesty or anything. Like your only option is either let the whole entire thing become falsified or update it to claim it's still viable. That's the only two options.
But the thing is,
The first guy
so
who determined
far,
the distance to the sun.
Do what?
The first guy to determine the distance to the sun.
Yeah, it was
What was
originally
his
like
error
3
bar? I
million.
mean, I was thinking he would have said. I know he said 3 million. That was his approximation based on his method. Did he have?
you've cut out, Maya.
Lovely talk. I'm just going to jump in here. So
Did he
lovely talking,
specify?
guys. See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like,
Bro.
I don't think he specified his error bar. You know, it was 3 million miles is what I'm getting right now, but using a pencil and a plumb bob.
And
the
thing
we're
I would
with the error
say,
bar Polaris.
But what I would say is even when we put error bars, we aren't saying this is the only possible values. We're saying that this is what we expect the error to be. But there's always possibility for that to change, especially if there was some fundamental flaw in the measurement that we didn't know of at the time. But
30% is pretty
especially
drastic.
yeah, it is drastic because we did it using a different way of thinking. But the whole thing is, even with this happening, so on one hand, we do account for the fact that measurements aren't perfect and we'd leave error bars. But the second thing that I find more important to this is the distance changing, even if it changes by 30%, changes nothing about the globe model. It literally changes nothing.
Okay, why does the Earth slow down? Like, you agree that we've all been taught that the Earth gradually slows down in rotational speed over time?
Yeah, I've been taught that it would slow down because it's starting to slowly over time tidally lock with the sun.
Okay, and so if it begins to speed back up, does that falsify that theory?
Yeah.
Okay, so it
the
was just
fact
a
that
made
it
up
is slowing
story,
down, yeah.
dude. It was just another made up story. I guess the whole point is there's a bunch of made up stories, and the part that's frustrating is when people act like they know that it's been quote unquote scientifically proven. It's just dishonest.
So because of the thing that until now, all measurements have shown that it was slowing down in spin, and then suddenly it starts to speed up again. All it does is show that even though we were correct that it was slowing down for a period, we were incorrect in the reason why it might not speed up again.
Well, actually, the
It's not
measurements were
falsifying a lot.
nothing more than looking at the sunset. So, yeah, the days times changed, and they were like, okay, this is what's going on, and they made up a story, and their story was completely wrong and just made up. That's my point. Like,
But by the way, the flat Earth had the same problem. The flat Earth, the moon slowed down, or sorry, the sun slowed down. So I mean, facts.
Yeah, the sky
inevitable.
just has a cycle, but in your model, you had to claim something about being tidally locked to the sun.
You have a cycle, and that cycle is changing.
Okay, so can you explain what? Can you
So-
explain what happens in the globe?
No, I'm reading up on it right now.
Yeah, so I read it up, and what it says is scientists are not entirely sure, but what is suggested is that it could be due to the melting glaciers and the accumulation of large quantities of water in the northern hemisphere. Experts predict that the speeding up is a temporary effect, and Earth will start slowing down again due to the things like tidal lock.
But why would we consider their prediction to mean anything when they always don't know what they're talking about? So like once they're proven wrong, we're just immediately going to believe their next band-aid explanation as if it's automatically right again until it's proven wrong again. You have to understand that some of us just aren't comfortable with that. We're not going to hand our worldview over to other people and whatever speculative theory they come up with, pretend that's definitive fact until proven wrong again. That just seems ignorant.
They don't. They say, I literally preface this saying, scientists are not entirely sure, but they suggest it could be because, however, what science deals with is figuring out why this might be.
Yeah, I can almost guarantee you that you're reading like a science.com article or something.
Yeah.
How
That's
about
a
you
get out
type
of
in
jail free card.
how about you type in .edu and go read Stanford or something? Have we go read them actually talk about it, not scientists say this, because I would be interested in hearing an alternate. I actually have read. They have no idea. They have no idea, and they're scrapping the original idea where they assumed that it was going to be slowing down because of some causal mechanism. They've completely scrapped that, and they're starting back over. So that's what really is going on, and that happened a couple years ago.
They haven't completely scrapped that idea. What they've said is that currently there are two possibilities. Either there was a temporary thing that happened that will, therefore, it will then go back to the previous prediction of slowing down due to things like tidal locking, or maybe the whole model was fake. Or not fake, sorry, false.
Okay, so there's many options, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, or it was false. You could say that about anything. A kindergartner could have said that in response. Like, so, and here's the question: if it goes back to slowing down, does that actually then verify their first claim that was wrong, and they still haven't figured out what changed it? But if it goes back to slowing down, then they can say, "Oh, it was right again." Does that seem legit to you? That seems like science to you.
You don't quite. This isn't a statement of right and wrong in that sense. Because it's not that all of a sudden they were proven wrong. No, what has happened is that the circumstance seems to have changed, and so they need to look into it. And if they find out that nothing huge has changed, well, yes, then their model was incorrect. But if it's merely a temporary change, then it's not the same as saying their model was incorrect. It means that something happened that they didn't predict, which that's not the same as saying they're wrong. And this isn't just random guessing. This is based on data.
No, it's theoretical explanation as to the gradual slowing down over time. I've already read all the articles about this like 2 years ago. Yeah, because the reason this happened was we had the shortest days.
Just guessing.
We had some of the shortest days ever recorded, and that's okay. So that's why we didn't measure a day. Okay, but anyway, yeah, that's why they had to come up with a reason to try to explain that we might have to scrap the model. Now, I went and read universities' papers on it, and I'm guessing you just Googled it and you're reading like a science.com article. But I'll try to find them for you, I guess. I think I think you could type in .edu, though.
I did, and I didn't see any edu publications.
Okay, just a second.
What is your problem with the word measure? We measure the time period that elapsed.
Didn't measure.
But the thing is, as well, is I'm not necessarily just speaking from an article. The only thing I was speaking on the article was the thing about it speeding back up. The other things I was making a logical inference that just because it's right now speeding back up does not mean that their original prediction is completely incorrect. It just means that there was something they did not take into account or predict.
But it could be completely incorrect.
I would go completely incorrect.
It could have.
It's a massive system with lots of moving.
Well, as of now, it's incorrect. See, you see the problem? You guys have problems admitting anything.
It's not like all of a sudden
you keep speaking about it.
On a random basis.
You keep speaking about it like it's black or white, where it's either correct or incorrect. Science doesn't do that. Science works with it's a better predictor, it's a worse predictor. It's more accurate, it's less accurate. That's what science works in.
It doesn't predict at all. It doesn't predict at all. There's no better predictor because its prediction was inaccurate.
I think my main concern with this kind of line of logic is that you're setting up a framework of unfalsifiability. So you're just saying whenever I'm wrong, then we just change something until it's right again, and that's not appropriate at all.
Yep. You try to make it unfalsifiable, man. And you can understand, if you're being honest, why some of us are just not cool with that, bro. We don't want to update our worldview every day based on what science.com says.
But it's not. So, first of all, it's not a worldview. It's a small part. A small part that makes not that much different whatsoever. But on top of that, it's not unfalsifiable. What it means is that now that it wasn't a correct prediction, we will examine why, and we might figure out that it would have been a great prediction, but it wasn't because, for example, the theory that it was because of the ice caps melting was correct. well, then we were correct, and we're more correct now. But we also have the possibility of seeing that, no, that isn't the reason, and there is no other reason, and therefore we might be completely incorrect. But the fact is that we're doing this to get more and more accurate.
Okay, well, they say they're completely incorrect, and that if it keeps speeding up, they'd actually have to take time off of the atomic clock, like an entire second.
Okay.
Okay, so they admit that they have no idea what they're talking about, man.
That's not no
You
idea
keep,
what they're
you
talking about.
keep saying no idea, as if it's either you know everything or you have no idea.
No, I'm saying they have no
It's
idea the
never
cause.
like
They have
that.
no idea the cause. They have no viable mechanism postulated that can predict what the Earth's speed is going to do. That's what they say.
Just to rack here as well, it's interesting because I think we're starting to see the faith.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking about that. Like, they sound like maybe I do when someone attacks my faith. Like, so antsy, like, what, you know, like, yeah, I was just thinking that. But, I mean, you know, it is what it is.
So you don't see any difference.
You throw away a whole model because there's a microsecond delay in occurrence in a very complicated system. It's like saying that weather forecasts are useless because it rained today when it wasn't supposed to rain.
Yeah, exactly. It's like saying because they didn't predict that it rained that one day, therefore all their predictions are false, and they know nothing anymore.
Nice straw man. That's not what's being said at all.
That is analogous
That is.
of
No, it's
saying
not.
just straw man.
That's not.
Okay, can you explain how it's not? Instead of just saying straw man.
Well, so you know what a straw man is, right?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So did Whitsitt make the claim that one prediction was wrong, therefore everything they've ever done is false?
That is what he was saying, yes.
No.
He's saying because their prediction of the Earth was going to speed down and it now sped up, now they have no clue anymore. They're completely
No, I said
unaware.
it falsified their claim mechanism. Yeah, that's right. And so, for
Yeah,
example, I bet you don't even know
that's
that.
not true.
I bet you don't. Hey, okay, cool story. So, do you guys know the official story that okay, say a few million years ago? Do you guys have any idea how many times the Earth rotated every time it orbited the sun? Orbited. Like
What?
right now how many times does the Earth rotate allegedly every time it orbits the sun?
365 roughly.
Correct. Okay, so do you guys know what that supposedly used to be? Has that number ever changed in your model? Do you know?
Yes, as far as I know, it has.
Okay, do you
I
how
know it
so?
has changed, but
know the
not by
number.
how much or the numbers, yeah.
Yeah, like almost I think like 70 times more back in the day is what your model claims.
Okay.
It used to spin like over 400 times every orbit. Do you guys think that's true?
So if that's true, what then? Or if
I'm
it's
asking,
not true, what
I'm asking, do you think that's real?
Don't know.
I say that perhaps based on their evidence, but I couldn't say yes or no.
How would you know that? How could you evidence that millions of years ago the Earth spun, 70 more times a year?
Looking as a guess, just a crazy guess. Looking at approximately that time in the strata of the moon, and looking at the number of occurrences of tidal layering, something like that. Would be a way of doing it.
Oh, okay. Do you guys want to know the most? I like to try to help you guys out. You guys want to know the most popular theory they came up with? Because this was first noticed around like 2016, and the real big observation happened a couple years ago. But around 2016, they noticed supposedly the Earth started speeding up. And do you guys have any idea why they say the Earth's speeding up now? Or can you just think of any reason why the Earth would start speeding up if it was supposed to be gradually slowing down because the sun's pulling on it?
Speeding up in what way? Rotation or trip around the sun?
Rotation.
Okay, rotation. I think that the conservation of momentum described by the ice caps seems to make some sense. It's also in keeping with what we've been observing lately.
Okay, So most
I don't know if
frequently,
the mass, or the amount of mass of the water could do that. It defies my ability to math to say whether that puny amount of water could cause that much acceleration.
And when you say that you're trying to help us, which
yeah.
is good and all, but at the same time, whether their prediction of Earth's rotation slowing down was incorrect or not, even if we say that it was completely incorrect, doesn't change anything about the other things that show it's a globe. It's
Okay.
only
We're just taking one at a time. We're pointing out that all these things are fake. So, the story that is most often invoked is that the like the tidal effects of the moon on the Earth's rotation has caused it to speed up. I swear.
okay. Well,
That's dumb.
so
That's stupid.
so, but you don't know why they're saying that. Do you know orbital mechanics and tidal locking effects and all of these things to say that it's stupid, the proposed thing? Or do
Yeah,
they
it's
have a reason why they think that's possible?
It's very stupid to think that the moon is making the Earth spin faster. Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying that it's stupid because you think it's stupid. You have no actual reason why it's stupid. You just think that it's
Well, I
stupid
have a
on
reason.
the face
Sure,
of it.
sure, I have a reason. Based on the mass relationship alone, that isn't what would happen inside your paradigm.
So you're saying that a small thing can't make a big thing spin faster.
That's what I
Because
said.
that's completely incorrect.
Prove it.
Okay, I can sit on a chair and I can shoot a bullet while holding my arm out. It will create a shit ton of torque, even though it's a small thing.
Okay, so you're saying the moon has sped up? You're not gonna win this, dude. You're not gonna win this, man.
Your argument was that a small thing can't make a big thing rotate faster.
No, I'm saying
All
that.
right, let me ask you something for clarification.
I'm saying that as it
Is
applies,
this
it doesn't
tidal
work.
locking? Is this moon tidal locking? Is that also referring to the fact that the amount of water that has melted from the polar ice caps is now shifting position on the Earth and causing the moons to accelerate us? I'm not sure.
You look
Do
up
you have a
your.
citation?
You can look up your
No,
own.
no, I'm doing this by logic.
Yeah, look it up, man. I don't know your answer to that question.
What's the argument? Sources.
He's saying if the ice caps melt and the water displaces, I guess you can logically say that the point source of the quote unquote gravitational effects would differ slightly. I guess you could say that if that's what you're trying to say. I don't know that they claim that. That seems like a bit of a stretch to me.
Well, if you think about, I mean, if you sit on a chair and it's spinning and you hold your arms out, what happens? The spin of the rotation changes, and then you pull them in and it changes.
Okay.
What happens if large bodies of mass, of water, for example, does that? A small little reach out. Well, that would change it. And what happens if they do the opposite? Will a small little change?
Well, the moon's not physically attached to the Earth.
Well, no. So that wasn't the moon. That part wasn't the moon that I said just now. That was another thing. But
that's why
what I'm saying is it's not inconceivable for the Earth's spin to change.
The reason it's inconceivable is because it would require the moon go faster.
No.
Yeah, the moon's orbit would have to become quicker.
No, it would have to impart more energy, which is why I was hypothesizing that the position of the water and the mass distribution on Earth might be being affected by the moon. But I don't, like I said, I don't know. You didn't cite your source, so I'm kind of stuck.
And at the same time, it doesn't seem like anyone's saying that this is what definitely happened.
Because it's just made up pseudoscience. It's the idea that the Earth's core moves, its oceans and its atmospheres move, tidally locked, and the effects of the tidal effects from the moon have maybe caused the Earth to rotate faster. So really, it's still going slower, but it's just faster. That's literally the best that's been come up with yet.
Oh, I came in late. Can anyone clarify or maybe Witch himself can clarify what the argument is?
So before or for a while, scientists would have said that the Earth's rotational speed is slowing down, mainly because of things like tidal locking.
Mm-hmm.
But recently, within the last couple of years, I think it was, what was it, what's it, 2018 or 2020?
2016.
2016 even, it started speeding up a little bit. So it's going against the prediction that it's slowing, that it's supposed to slow down. And so he was talking about a proposed reason they said of why it sped up again. But our thing that we're arguing is they don't know for sure why it sped up. But just because it sped up for a short while, or possibly a short while, doesn't necessarily negate all the things they said before about it slowing down. It just means that there might have been some sort of circumstance that changed, possibly temporarily.
Like
Yeah, well,
measurement
they say, like,
error, like plus or minus measurement error, right?
No.
Well, they say stuff like the
No.
movement in the molten core, the motion of the molten core. Like, dude, that is pseudoscience, bro. It's just like when you found out your numbers don't work, you had to make up a story. Conveniently, we can't go verify your story about the center. You can literally say anything is happening at the core. So they say, okay, well, the core must be moving faster.
I think they're just hypotheticals, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's like some of the articles claim it as matter of fact. Well, I mean, that's the point. That's why I hate .coms, because they like to really mislead people. They propose a pseudoscience as definitive fact, and then we have people come in here and get real arrogant. Not necessarily you guys, but that's
even
the
the title story, how the moon pulls the water and then pulls the earth in the water, like it.
Harvard also admits
really
that there's tons of discrepancies with the current tidal theory as well, and the magnetic theory. So when we get to the fundamental theories,
when you say discrepancies, you make it seem like, oh, that means that it must not be correct. But that could also be that there is some other fact that we haven't really pinpointed, but largely they are correct.
No, like the fundamentals of them. Like on the opposite side of the moon at the same time, there are waves of equal magnitude in the opposite direction. And so they've had to over time evolve it into where the moon's tidal effect basically creates this loop around effect around the whole Earth, and its actual position doesn't matter. That's actually what they say.
That's always been.
I mean, I didn't get what he said about. I mean, what exactly is that?
So the moon's on one side of the Earth, and we got tides, right? At the same time, on the opposite side of the Earth, we have the same magnitude tides going in the opposite direction away from the moon.
Yeah.
So that's always been a thing.
That's what should happen.
That's never been something that suddenly changed or that is a discrepancy. That's always been the model. Or not. I'm not going to say always. Actually,
no, that's wrong.
Of course, a bad claim. But
that's wrong.
That as long as I've been alive and known about this kind of thing, that is what has been claimed. The thing that I posted in chat, that it does do this little squishing around the top and bottom, and like high tide right close to it, and also higher tide on the other side.
It's not complicated to get that. You just get all the vectors around the surface. Yeah, you get all the vectors around the surface.
So I don't see why you're saying that this is a sudden thing that they're saying is a discrepancy.
Hey, so if the moon is pulling the water right there where it says moon's gravitational pull, it has an arrow pointing to the moon. How is the moon pulling on the water in the opposite direction on the opposite side?
It's pulling Earth.
So
it's pulling Earth faster than it's pulling that water.
It pulls the entire Earth.
Yes, forces in Newtonian mechanics, forces are mutual, right? They're in both directions.
You know how
so
forces.
You think the moon is pulling the Earth, even though the Earth has a bigger mass?
Haven't you ever heard? The term body center?
Yeah,
so wait.
The water gets pulled towards the moon, and then the Earth gets pulled into that water, and then creates another high tide on the other side of the Earth, because the Earth moved, and that other water on the other side stayed not pulled towards the moon.
I'm trying to finish what I was trying to say.
Man.
So the moon doesn't orbit the center of the Earth. You know that, right? They both orbit the barycenter, which is the center of mass between the Earth and the moon. So the Earth is rotating around that point, right? So you have acceleration on Earth as well. And the acceleration on the center of the Earth is bigger than in the other side of the Earth.
What does that have to do with the moon pulling the whole Earth?
That's exactly what I'm describing.
I didn't think that was the explanation. I didn't think what Bacon said. I didn't know that was the explanation, and I'm not very sure about that one either. I've gotten another explanation when I've heard about this.
Yeah, you could just pretty much make up anything because it can't be disproven or falsified.
Go on,
So
tell me which one yours is because I think they're compatible. I mean,
Yeah,
I've
tell us
heard
your
explained in
story, man.
different ways, but they're essentially the same thing.
How would you know they're compatible before you heard it?
Yeah.
Because
Well, they
because of
gotta
what I
be,
just
because
said.
science
Because
is
of what I
right,
just
but if
said.
science isn't right.
If you stop speaking over me, you might get the answers of your own
Calm
questions.
down, bro. I mean, it's been great.
Yeah, you just spoke over me while I was trying to answer the
Yeah,
question.
calm down as I speak
No,
over
you're
I'm
you.
very
Okay.
calm. I'm calm. I'm just not one
No one's
to
had an
just go
issue,
on.
dude.
You're
No
still
one.
talking over me. I wasn't.
Yes, I know. I'm
You
trying to
haven't
make a
even
point.
paused, and you're doing
How
that again. Thank you.
ridiculous you're being.
Well,
Yeah, we've
as
both
much
been
ridiculous
taught,
as I
right?
might be, it doesn't give you the right to
Yeah,
speak
you can
over
cut
me.
into me sometimes when we're having a normal
I was
conversation.
talking. What do you mean?
It's just when this
you keep
happens, when
cutting
someone
me.
complains about it on the first time I cut in on you. Yeah.
Third.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Go on, Gummy Bear.
How does the smaller mass pull the Earth?
The force isn't from the moon to the Earth. It's between moon and Earth.
Oh,
Yeah, so
first
there's
of
a
all,
gravity
nothing
well.
says the smaller masses can't pull on bigger masses. All it says is that when a small mass pulls on a big mass, or they pull on each other, the small mass moves more than the big mass. The big mass still moves. They're both being pulled on. It's just because inertia is a thing. Small masses move more. Bigger masses move less. That's
So the
all
moon's
that
getting
is.
the moon's getting closer to the Earth than the Earth is to the moon.
No,
No.
the distance between them isn't changing. They're accelerating towards each other, but they also have a tangential speed, which
So
gives
wouldn't the
them
net
the orbit.
wouldn't the net pull be towards the Earth?
Yeah, and the net
Net
force of
pull,
the Earth is towards the moon.
No. Net
Their
pull.
orbit.
No. The net pull would be to the barycenter.
Exactly.
Which is pulling the Earth towards the moon.
And the moon towards the Earth. They're both being pulled.
This happens in reality with any two masses
Yeah.
you move that are linked
They're
together.
both being
You take a
pulled
bowling ball
towards
and you
each
put a
other.
tennis ball on it, you start spinning it. The tennis ball is going to pull the bowling ball off center slightly.
Yeah. They're both pulling on each other, but because one is bigger, it moves less. Inertia.
I mean, this is that basic formula: F equals ma. If you have a bigger m, you have a smaller a.
So how much closer does the moon get to the Earth during high tide?
It doesn't get
No,
closer.
that's not what we're saying either.
Yes, it does.
You're coming here.
Yes, it does.
Saying you found flaws in the model, and you're
The
missing
Earth
like
is
basic
pulled
concepts
closer
like
towards
force
the
equals
moon.
mass times acceleration.
The Earth is pulled closer towards the moon. If it was pulled closer towards the moon when the moon is affecting the tides, it would be always pulled closer towards the moon.
No,
The
distance isn't changing.
They're always being pulled towards each other, but the distance isn't changing because of this thing called orbits. Orbital mechanics. Ever
You're
heard
wrong.
of it?
You're wrong, buddy.
Oh.
I have
Okay.
Noah.gov saying you're wrong.
Okay, what is it saying that it makes us wrong?
It says that when the moon is closest to the Earth, tide generating forces are higher than usual.
Yeah, but which is not what we're saying.
Yeah, but that's not.
That's a different argument.
Yeah,
So
the
yes,
distance.
the orbit is slightly elliptical. They're not perfectly circular, where it doesn't change ever.
Yeah, if
but
they were.
What we're
Wait, no, is the tides being pulled more when the moon is closer? Yes or no?
Yeah, the tidal forces are bigger when the moon's closer.
Yeah, sure,
So
but that's
the
not what
water's
we're
being
talking about. We're talking about.
You just said, the reason I looked it up was because you just said that I was wrong when I said that the moon would get closer to make it at high tide, and you said no.
And that's wrong. Yes, that's wrong.
The moon
So
getting
it's not,
closer isn't what makes high tides.
It's not it getting closer that makes high tides. What that's saying is when it gets closer, high tide is a little bit higher than
Okay, that's what I
other
mean.
tides.
That's what I mean.
But the reason why we have high tide and low tide isn't because it goes closer and further.
I understand what you're saying. Okay,
Yeah.
I misspoke.
No,
Okay, so the Barry Center, the Barry Center argument. Do you agree with me if I said I have a bowling ball and a tennis ball and I spin them, that it'll be an unbalanced system, and that the bowling ball and the tennis ball will have a different Barry center than just the ball spinning? Or
Not in relation to each other.
In relationship to each other, the distance will remain uniform. But the center of rotation will go around the barycenter. It would be off center of the bowling.
Mic check.
Yeah.
So what point does it start pulling the bowling ball towards it?
That's different. That's an orbit. The orbit actually is elliptical, and that is in addition to it. These are complex systems you have to deal with. The orbits being elliptical will also change that barycenter.
Yeah. So the main thing we would say is, in order to separate them a little, even though they are very similar or like similar systems, is the not purely circular orbit makes it so that you can the moon can be a little bit closer at sometimes, making the high tide a little bit higher, and it can be further away, making the high tide a little bit less high. So that's one thing. It'll affect the height of the high tide, making it more extreme or less extreme. But the other thing, which is what direction, like from a place on Earth, the moon is. So if the moon is straight above Africa, well, then the tide would be at a specific place. But if it's straight above Australia, it would have a different thing.
All right, you ready? So the moon's gravitational pull is the primary tidal force. The moon's gravity pulls the ocean toward it during high tides. During low high tides, the Earth itself is pulled slightly toward the moon, creating high tides on the opposite side of the planet.
Yeah, that's what Bacon said earlier. And also, I did realize that my way of thinking was the same. No, that's also what Bacon. What I'm saying is that's also what Bacon said before.
So you guys agree that the moon gets closer to the Earth, and the Earth gets closer to the. Okay, well I'll read it again.
Let me explain.
Relative.
But yeah, when they're both orbiting each other, I mean they're both orbiting the barycenter. Because they're doing an orbital motion, this circle around the point, that implies a centripetal acceleration. What keeps things going around the point, it's a force that points to the center, right? And that acceleration is constantly moving Earth in space. It's constantly accelerating Earth towards that point, but it accelerates towards that point, changing the direction of the velocity that the Earth is orbiting that. So it's always at the same distance to the point, but it's always accelerating towards it, right? That's how orbits work, or anything that is rotating around something.
I think I can clear this up with one clarification.
No, you guys are wrong.
Yes, let me give one clarification quickly, which is it wouldn't be good to say that the Earth is getting closer to the sun, but it would be true to say that the high tide on the opposite side is lagging behind a little bit and getting further from the moon. That would be correct.
Okay,
so saying that the Earth is getting closer, incorrect. The high tide on the other side is getting further, more correct.
So, but tidal forces' dependence on gravity can be a bit deceiving. Unlike gravity, tidal forces are much more dependent on distance than mass.
Correct.
Okay, and so when I kept on saying the distance and you guys screamed, interrupted me, and said the distance has nothing to do with it, your own paradigm says I was correct.
Distance matters, but not in that way that you were talking about. Like, we're not disagreeing with anything you're saying, but you're like, distance matter. Yes, that's why we'll have things like high tide and low tide, and higher tide and lower tide.
What about
that's
no
true?
tide,
correct.
where the moon passes?
No tide where the moon passes.
Yeah, nodal tides. Like, there's places that the tides are very, very, very minimal.
Yeah,
the moon goes straight over.
But hold on. When you while it's going straight over, I've never heard of that.
Well, I didn't say why at any time. No matter what the moon cycle is, they have very, very little tides. And I've experienced on the east coast of South Carolina and Florida. South Carolina, I was at a place where they had to have piers that moved up and down like 17 feet. They had rollers on the dock that went ramped down towards the dock because the high tide would come in so heavy at certain points. And then you go just a couple hours down the beach and they don't have 17-foot tides.
Yeah.
It's very, very strange if it's being done by the moon and sun.
Because it's a dynamic system. And
yeah, I agree.
If you say if it's just being done by the moon and the sun, that's not quite correct either. But the moon and the sun are the two main contributors. things like the way the beach is formed, like whether it's a concave or convex, for example, and the ground level or the base level of the ocean, or whatever you call it, the
Dude, we're
ocean
talking about
floor,
tides at
all
the
of these
beach.
things, all of these things affect the tide. How do you not
Yeah.
see that?
17 feet versus 3 feet, like only let's just say 100 miles away. I'd have to look. I mean that's huge amount of water being moved, and then a little bit down the way, not much being moved. Like
all
it's a
I'm hearing
strange
from
thing.
you is incredulity. I can't believe that this would happen on a globe. That's essentially
No,
what
I
you're
didn't say
saying,
that.
isn't it?
I did not say that. Don't put words in my mouth.
Okay.
This will go south very quick. We're talking about how the moon and the sun affects the water in such close proximity.
Okay.
Don't
So you're
forget the
saying
Great
you
Lakes,
can't
guys.
believe this is because of the moon and the sun? Is
Now, I'm
that what
saying
you're
it
saying?
doesn't make logical sense.
Okay.
If the moon
So
and sun is doing that, then it seems like in those areas the tides would be very, very similar, and then there would be no place where there would be nodal tides, because the sun and moon, we obviously have daylight and nighttime in those areas. The moon and sun obviously pass over those parts of the earth, right?
are there in those two beaches? Are there different ocean floor elevations? Are there different shapes of the beach? Are
There's
they on
different
different parts of
topography all
Earth?
up and down the coast. Yeah,
So maybe that accounts for the difference in tidal
maybe.
forces on those.
Maybe so. Yeah, we're talking about a huge
That's all
amount.
I'm saying.
Yeah, I could say it's a small, like maybe a small amount, a couple of inches or a foot, but we're talking about multiple feet, and then we're also talking about places that are called nodal tides, I believe, that are slack tide all the time, although they have sun and moon in their sky. Yeah,
because there
Also, the
are
Great
always.
Lakes. Don't forget the Great Lakes.
What about them?
Huge bodies of water, practically no tide.
Yeah, and the tide that it does
They're
seem to
tiny
happen
bodies
is
of water.
Yeah, they're large bodies of water, but should be
They're
affected.
tiny. Come on,
Yeah,
dude. They're tiny.
the
Compared
waters,
to the
the
ocean.
waters,
Yeah, I don't think you've ever been
the
there.
ocean
Then
can roll to the other
They're-
side, while lakes can do. They're
So
pretty
you
much
think that
stuck
the
in the
ocean
same
is
place.
on? I'm sorry. You think the ocean is on any scale close to the Great Lakes?
no one said that. There's huge bodies of water.
They're tiny bodies
They're
of water
huge.
compared to
Hold
the
on.
ocean.
Yeah, they're huge to you, but they're not huge to the Earth.
If the Earth is being pulled underneath the waters, then the waters would be affected.
All the
Yeah, but
waters, not
End
just
of
some of the
story.
waters, not just some of the areas, and leave some nodal tides untouched.
Your
You
kiss
gotta
of death
explain
is
that.
when you said the Earth is pulled under the towards the moon as the tide gets larger in one area.
if you have a lake,
because
if you have
you've
a lake,
misunderstood what he said. That
No, I didn't misunderstood anything.
Correct.
I've seen the models. That's why I'm against them.
if you have a lake that is big enough to be in two regions, in which one you have a high tidal force, and the other you have a low tidal force, the water will flow from the low one to the high one. If the lake is small, there's nowhere for the water to flow. So the only thing you get is a difference in weight, which is a lot tinier than the difference in volume if you allow the water to go from one place to another one, which can happen to the oceans, but cannot happen to lakes.
That's
But
not.
you still have tides. They're just tiny, but you still have them.
And topography wouldn't make that big of a difference, because it might take longer for that volume of water to get out, but the tide would be even stronger in that area. Like the current created by the tide would be enormous if the topography was causing to slow it down.
Yeah, and if the gravity,
What are you basing that on?
Good.
Just your own kind of feelings of what it would do?
Dude, I know how water works. I know how water flows, and I'm on the water. I experience tide. I have instruments that tell me how much tide I'm running against, how much current.
And none of that is actually information for you to figure out how difference in the seafloor
Sure it
height
is.
and geography would affect the tidal height.
You're
So
kidding me, right?
why
I
do
can
you make that
logically
claim?
deduce
Why
anything
would
I
you
want.
make that claim?
Because I've studied it. I've looked into it. I've looked into tidal nodes. I've looked into topography in the areas that have huge tides and right next to them don't have hardly any. and it doesn't add up. It's another story. Yeah, as you cut me off, it's another story that doesn't add up in your fantasy. As you tell me, I have fantasy.
So your fantasy is that
there you go, my fantasy.
Yeah.
Right,
You
you
just
just
called my
interrupted.
fantasy, and now I use your fantasy, and you get all
Right.
pissed about it.
No, I didn't get pissed. I just laughed. I was
Okay.
laughter pissed off.
Well,
Yeah,
it was not just
enjoy
laughter, it was also
enjoy your
interaction.
defense of your religion. I'm going to eat some
Okay.
Mexican with my son.
Have a nice meal.
Later, bro.
Hopefully, the Mexican doesn't have to pay for you for with the toilet. Yes, I worded that very greatly.
Speaking of fantasies, you guys want to hear one of Neil deGrasse Tyson's explanations of the tides?
Sure. He always fucks it up somehow.
Oh, you're going to love this one. I'm sure you guys haven't heard this one. Get prepared to get blown away. Look at the live chat. Live stream text 1.
Okay, let's see here how he gets it wrong this time.
Oh,
Why
man.
y'all always say
You won't believe
PhD Neil deGrasse gets things wrong all the time? Because he disagrees with you. I mean, this is a smart guy, right? He's got a PhD.
So he doesn't get things wrong in the sense.
Listen to this one.
He doesn't get things wrong in the sense that he's completely incorrect, but he often simplifies topics to the point where it becomes wrong.
All right, man.
You want to hear it?
Okay, let's see it.
Okay. Neil deGrasse, his theory is, what I posted here, that was his thing, that the tides of the Earth are always up. See the picture there? The tides are always up, and
that would be
the
true.
Earth.
That would be true if the
Let
moon.
me finish my sentence. Do you mind? So the tides are always up, and the Earth rotates into them, in and out of them.
Well, yeah.
Correct.
Essentially, yeah.
Correct.
That's not. He's not correct. He's not wrong. I'm sorry. He's not wrong. He's correct.
But it's not always, as
what
Gummy was saying.
What you've represented, both with your words and with that diagram, that is correct. Yeah.
Wait. So which one has more effect on the Earth gravitationally, the sun or the moon?
The moon does.
The moon has more.
Just for tides.
Or no, wait. Sorry.
He didn't specify it. So.
Yeah, so I thought you meant has a greater effect on the tides, but I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question.
There's gravitational effect on the Earth.
Oh,
sun or
overall,
the moon?
sun,
Yeah.
definitely sun, yeah.
Right.
Overall,
Okay.
as an overall
Okay.
effect, yeah.
Okay. So, if the moon was further away from the Earth, then it would be more affected by the sun, correct?
It's already more affected by the sun.
What do you mean? If it was closer to, or what? Can you reword what you
he's
just
confused.
said? I'm sorry.
He's confused about the effect that the moon with the sun interaction is causing the tide. It's not the gravitational effect.
We're not talking about the tides, Xanax. Shut up,
hold
man.
on, yeah.
Jesus,
I know,
you
but
jump
can
right
you
in.
do-
You
oh,
jump
let-
right
let's
into
just-
interrupt and straw man the first thing you say. So
let's just reword it and let's reset. Just reword the question.
Oh, okay. So there's a gravitational well, okay, around the moon and the Earth and the sun. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Does the sun have a greater gravitational effect on the Earth than the moon?
Oh, in that way.
Of course it
pretty
does.
much. No, wait. When you're saying on the Earth, on the moon, do you mean the moon has on Earth or the sun has on the moon?
The sun or moon have on the Earth.
Oh, on Earth.
Yeah.
Well, so that would still be the sun having greater.
Yeah. I mean, is it close?
A lot
It's not
greater.
even.
No,
It's
like
not even close.
many
Yeah, it's
orders
a
of
lot greater,
magnitude
yes.
greater.
Well,
Many orders of magnitude greater.
It's 180 times.
Yeah, I just said that. Many orders of magnitude greater.
Hey, calm down there, All-Star. So,
I
and
know.
in fact, the
Helping you out there,
moon.
bud.
Oh, you're mad I said the real number?
No, I'm
Jesus,
helping you out there.
you're impulsive, man. The
Yeah, you
moon also supposedly goes away from the Earth each year, like 1.5 inches.
Right.
Okay, so why doesn't the sun's gravity have a more impactful effect on the tides?
Okay.
That's why
So,
no, it wasn't a straw man. Oh, just a sec, Gummy. So it wasn't a straw man. That's exactly what I was addressing you because I know where you were going. That's why I said what I did.
Well, I know, but
It's not-
I wanted to make sure you guys had to admit all that first. Go ahead.
No, obviously the sun is causing us to. I'm sorry, Gummy. I didn't want to take your stage.
That's fine.
Just real quick.
Go ahead.
Real quick. The sun is orbiting the sun. The Earth is orbiting the sun because of this immensely higher gravitational effect, which is over 100 times more. The moon is orbiting the Earth because it's a much weaker force because it's much smaller. Now the tides are caused by the interaction of the two. If it wasn't for the moon, there wouldn't be this tide on the sun from the sun alone. Only because we have the moon there, and whatever its force is on the Earth, you can think of it as being matched by the equal opposite force of the sun to the same degree, and that's why it's pulled out like an oval on the Earth.
Well, why exactly wouldn't the effect be greater?
Because the difference between the forces of the gravitational field of the sun in the part that is closer and the part that is further aren't as great as the difference of forces of the moon.
So
because
think of it. Yeah,
No,
just
no,
a
the
bit
effect
simpler,
is-
in my opinion. So think of it this way. Okay, sure. The total effect of each is, of course, the sun has a greater one. But what creates the tide isn't the total effect; it's the different effect from, for example, the part of Earth that's closer to the part of Earth that's further away. Now, for the sun, you have 93 million miles, and then the difference between the front and the back of the sun is just a few thousand miles, or like just under 10,000 miles. But for the moon, which has a lower distance in total, that less than 10,000 miles make a bigger difference than the 10,000 miles out of 93
I
million
understand
miles.
that concept. I understand that
So the
concept.
percentage difference is different.
Well said. And that really should give you the answer you're looking for.
No, I understand. Well, I understand the concept that if it's closer, then the change would be more impactful to the mass closer to it. Duh. But I'm just saying that overall, actually, the moon's being pulled away from the Earth.
It's not being pulled away. It's being pulled towards, but it's also rotating. And it's
Why do you
rotating
think-
more. Yeah, the
It's
speed of
going
rotation
away
doesn't
from
keep
the
up
Earth.
with the. Sorry?
Why do you
goes
think the
away
moon?
from
Why
the
do you
Earth.
think the moon is leaving? You think the moon is leaving the Earth because of the sun?
No, I'm saying you guys agree that it leaves the Earth.
But do you think it's caused by the sun or because it's the nature of its orbit?
I would think the orbit is all dependent upon the sun, all relative to the sun's gravitational well.
No,
It is objectively. It objectively has to be.
No,
Why?
what you're saying is not entirely correct because the moon's orbit around the sun, around the Earth is elliptical, and that the speed is very critical for whether it falls into the Earth or it goes away, and it's almost perfect, but not perfect enough to where it does lose a few inches every year further
But
away.
the very orbit itself is relative to the gravitational well of the sun because the Earth's orbit is relative to that.
Well, this is where you get into the three body diagrams. So
That don't work. That don't
hold
work.
on.
Yes.
No, they do work actually. So let me explain something really quick, and then I'll let Bacon take over because he was actually on a point. I didn't mean to interrupt him. The moon is actually orbiting the sun as well. It's orbiting the sun. It has a specific orbit. It deviates because it's also orbiting the Earth.
So you're
And
making
both
my
together. Okay, then I don't have to go any further.
point.
then.
You just made my point.
Yeah. But the Earth has an orbiting body called the moon, and the moon is orbiting the sun as well.
Thank you.
But the reason it's leaving the Earth by 1 inch is not because of the sun.
That's a cool story.
Well, I thought you were criticizing the globe model, not that.
Yeah, I am.
Like you're trying to show internal inconsistencies when what we're saying is there is no internal inconsistency. You might want to say that the whole thing is debunked as a whole. Then sure, that's fine. But that's a different argument than saying there's an internal inconsistency.
No, I'm saying that your model has an internal contradiction, and this
is that?
factors into why you can't even make your little equation for your three body problem.
But you haven't shown that there's an internal contradiction.
Well, just because you can explain it away, right? Like you can try to come up with some theory as to why, the sun does pull the moon, and the moon does get further away from the Earth each year. But actually, the moon, the Earth and the sun were in a custody battle. The Earth won, and
They're not in a custody battle, though. They're not.
And we're not coming up with
this isn't. Yeah, this isn't coming
And the
up.
three
This
body
is what the
diagram works
model
perfectly.
states.
The fact that they can detect it moving a few inches every year is amazing. That's how well the predictive models do work.
And you can simply create a very simple version of that. You can just create 3 bodies with similar masses and similar distances in your computer and see what they do when you put them in orbit, right? And if it does the same thing as what we were saying, we're not making anything up. That's just what should happen, given basic Newtonian mechanics.
Yeah, so the point here is that there would be a great impact of the sun on the Earth's tidal waves.
But okay, so here's another way of explaining why you're still wrong. So you know how you said that it's 180 times stronger, the pull from the moon?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know how much further away the moon is? It's 400 times further away than the moon. The sun is 400 times further away, and yet it has 180 times stronger gravity. So it does make sense why the moon has a stronger influence, because 400 is greater than 180. It's another simple way of explaining what you're
right. So then you're saying the effect of the tidal waves is just a net from the moon. So So what's the difference in the effect? So are they opposite forces? Like, because if it's just the net, then what's the difference? Like, how do they affect the tides different?
Well, that's where the math comes into play, where basically the net means there's an equal and opposite. So whatever that force is equal for both of them at that particular distances, at those particular distances.
What effect does the sun have on the tides?
Whatever is acting on it with the moon, it counteracts it perfectly.
Okay, so are you starting to get my point yet?
No, maybe not. What's your point?
Yeah, it's inherently contradictory and unfalsifiable. It requires you just arbitrarily stake a claim in the middle of it, and you still can't.
No, you can provide we can drum up the math and show you how this works.
What does the sun do to the tides?
It makes the same kind of thing that the moon does, but weaker.
Really? So would that compound the two? The two compound?
If they line up, if they line up, they compound.
Tides.
Yeah. If they line up, they compound.
During an eclipse.
If they're perpendicular, then they don't compound. They the other word that I'm failing on.
If they line up, well, what if they're going in the same general direction but not perfectly lined up?
Hold on. He just made the point. So, and this is actually shown. Why do you think? Hold on, real quick. When we have an eclipse, they're both in the same direction toward the sun, right? We got the moon being eclipsing the sun, and they're both in that direction toward the sun, right? So why are there tides on the other side of the Earth still?
Why are you asking me? This isn't my fairy tale.
Well, no, that's your problem. You're not, and we can explain why. But that's what you're saying. See, if everything's lined up, why aren't the tides always on one side of the Earth, right? There's a high tide on the opposite.
What I'm asking is,
you're not. I listened to you really carefully, so just listen real carefully. Both are lined up, all toward the sun. Yet there is a high tide on the opposite side of the Earth. That should be the answer you're looking for.
How is that an answer?
That's a quick, just a picture in chat which shows neap tide and spring tide.
Yeah, so you got the
sun. Neat little diagram.
Yeah, the sun, the moon, and then the Earth. Yet there's a high tide on the opposite. Is it Pluto that's attracting the opposite side? No.
Then listen.
You're not getting it. You're
not.
Calm down. But you're not listening. No, you're not listening. You're not listening.
Man. So when the sun is lined up with the moon, and it's a compounding effect of gravity, so the Earth is going to get pulled more when they're lined up, right?
Ah, a new moon tide.
Really? So the Earth, wow.
So you don't get it. You're not thinking.
So when the sun and the moon line up with the Earth gets pulled further.
It's not about the position of the Earth relative to the sun's gravitational pull. That's not what we're trying to describe here. What we're trying to describe is that the tides are slightly higher when the sun and the moon are in the same line.
So it's not about the Earth being pulled stronger or weaker. It's the difference between the Earth and the antipodal or the other side of the tide.
Yeah,
It's a difference between the two, not the total amount.
So what's being pulled, the earth or the water?
Huge dividends. You pay huge dividends to look at the pictures that Gummy put in the chat.
I'm looking at them.
No, but there's one that shows the solar tide. I forgot about that. The solar tide and the positional effects on the Earth as far as the tides go, relative to the sun, relative to the moon, relative to the Earth. That's shown. This is what we're talking about, and you're asking questions that kind of are contradicting the logic and the examples we're showing you.
No, it's just your overall theory is dumb. You think that the sun and the moon are...
We're dumb. The guy that doesn't know anything about it is, and we're dumb.
Dude, Danik, if you just keep interrupting me, man, like you're the reason that I normally leave this place.
I'm sorry.
All you did is say that we're dumb.
I'll be quiet with it. You go ahead with it. Go ahead.
You guys have a problem, man. So, in your theory, the sun and the moon are both pulling on the Earth. The moon has a stronger effect because it's closer, and whenever they're lined up, it's an overall net stronger force than when the sun isn't lined up, and it pulls the Earth. That's what you think. It pulls the Earth, right? And so it causes this tidal effect, and yet they're evenly distributed on all sides in all directions. And we are to believe that it is just normal that the water flattens out and the Earth just kind of moves around inside of it. And we have it on both sides, even though one side is being pulled on.
It's a gravitational gradient.
Yeah,
all sides.
It's not that one.
Yeah, all sides are being pulled on, not just one side.
Yeah, he doesn't get it.
Bacon, go ahead. Yeah, Bacon, go ahead.
So they're all equally being pulled on?
No.
That's exactly why you have tides, because they're not. So if you, for example, you get the distance between Earth and Moon, right? So each distance from the Moon is going to give you a different acceleration towards the Moon. The part of Earth that is closer to the Moon is going to get the bigger acceleration towards the Moon, and the part of the Earth that is further from the Moon is going to get the lower acceleration, right? But the Earth doesn't only accelerate as a whole. So the acceleration that actually happens is the acceleration you expect from the middle of the Earth. So at the point it is closer, there's a bigger acceleration than the Earth is actually accelerating. So you get the water going up. And the other point, you have a smaller acceleration than the acceleration of the whole Earth. So the water lags behind. You have that difference of acceleration from the gravitational field of the Moon, creating this gradient of accelerations towards the Moon. And the parts that is the furthest is going to be the weaker. So that's basically how it goes.
The part that's the furthest is going to be the weakest, but there's going to be waves at the same magnitude.
Yeah, because the Earth the middle is accelerating faster than the part that is further. So the part that is further is not accelerating towards the Moon as fast as the Earth itself. That's why it goes higher.
So the Earth itself, the center of it, the core, changes its speed.
Oh my God! This is like
he just said that. He just said that.
It changes the velocity. It changes the velocity, not the speed. It changes the velocity because it's orbiting the barycenter. So the velocity of the Earth is constantly changing around this point. So yes, there's an acceleration. That acceleration is exactly the acceleration you get from the Moon, and it's not the same everywhere on Earth. It's bigger at its closer, and it's weaker as it's further. But the Earth as a whole only accelerates with the acceleration you get in the middle.
This reminds me when we were doing with the Coriolis thing, and if something moves underneath the Earth, like the Coriolis going south from the north, then why doesn't the Earth move underneath a balloon? And we talked about this, and you're smart. I always
Danik, you always just want to talk about the same thing.
You're using the same type of logic.
Danik, if you think I'm about to sit here and listen to you talk about Coriolis,
I'm not. As an example, your flaw in logic is the same as the Coriolis argument.
No, you can say
everybody but you.
You guys,
everybody but you. You're talking over me. It just was a quick comment. I'm not going to go into it.
Well, I've been in for a while, and I guess this is all you hope to attain, is to come in here and try to aggravate me or something.
No, I don't want to aggravate you. I like listening to these are good questions. You're making good questions. We're giving great answers, though, by the way, with diagrams, and you're just not getting it. You're arguing just so
exactly. What you don't understand is nothing to do with me not. It has nothing to do with me not getting it.
Yeah, you didn't get the Coriolis either.
So
you didn't get it.
I'm going to get out of here because you can't stop interrupting. You
can't.
Okay,
I'm gone. Okay, I'm gone.
Okay, so it's not that I'm not understanding it. I'm asking the questions because I want to hear you guys answer them. and see if you see any of the points that I'm making without me having to make them. I don't care if you guys assume incompetence on my behalf. That doesn't bother me. The magnitude being equal on the opposite side in the opposite direction is a grasp at straw pseudoscientific theory where in which you start making up other ideas. You can claim that you don't, but you do, okay? And there's actually all kinds of discrepancies with it. I'm going to go find the Harvard article from a couple years ago that explained that our tidal theory and prediction has numerous things wrong with it. And then you guys can then go from there. I effectively did this on purpose just to see how you guys act like we know all about it. And I was asking questions tactically about some of the problems that are with it. You guys are never going to take it from me, so I'm just going to let you take it from Harvard, and that'll be the end of it. And I'm not arguing about Coriolis either.
Well, I doubt that Harvard is going to bring the same problems as you brought. For example, why do you have a high tide in the other side of the moon? I don't think that's going to be a problem that Harvard is going to try to point out, because that's something that is easily explained by Newtonian mechanics. And the reason why Zenny was saying
only if it's exactly equal on the opposite side, which it's not. And
no,
they
it shouldn't be exactly equal.
Yeah, it should be around the same magnitude relative
around
to
the same. Around the same is very different from exactly equal.
So you see
right?
the picture here
You can
where it's
have
got
both.
the same bulge on the left as it does on the right. What happens when
Yes.
in real life, where that line is, up above it has just as big of a bulge as in the middle in the diagram? How's that work?
You should see the picture that Gummy Bear sent before. They're not actually the same magnitude.
They're not the same. Okay, yes, they are. And the problem is that with the actual readings, like see the top of the Earth there where there's basically no bulge, right? If you go a little bit to the left over here, in the real world, there will be times where there are big bulges there, okay? You don't seem to understand what I'm saying, but I'm just going to go find the article, and, you know, you guys can just act like you dominated me right now. I don't care. I don't get it. I mean, cool story, bro.
And as I mentioned moments ago, gravitational gradient. Those two words together explains what we're trying to describe here. It's really not that complicated.
So it's a consistent rate. It's a constant rate. It's a gradient with a consistent rate
of change in acceleration over position as they get closer to the moon.
Right, so it's constant. Or it's consistent.
It's specifically not constant because it's a gradient.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's a consistent change. Proportionate. Consistent.
It's
Not precisely, no, because it's inverse with distance squared.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So it's consistent.
I mean, you could say monotonic, that would work.
Okay, or consistent, whatever. So my point is the data shows that that's actually not the case. So the data, the actual title chart data. So what's going on with that? Yeah, maybe just maybe this title theory isn't right. Is that even a possibility?
We can give you that. What we're not giving you is that it's a problem that we have high tides in both sides, because that shouldn't be pointed out as a flaw in the model.
Well, yeah, but it's the way that we have them. It's where the high tides are and where the peaks are and the actual magnitude of them and how their locations are not consistent. So
consistent with what exactly?
The prediction.
The prediction is that they will have a high tide on both sides of the Earth at the same time.
Yeah, and it's based on its location. It has specific predictions, right? Specific predictions? But those predictions are not right, man. That the highest magnitude is not right there where it's supposed to be. Sometimes it's significantly off. I'll go find the article. I'm trying to find it. I don't know where it's at. I mean, I'm not going to find it if we keep talking about it. But I would just encourage you guys look into it. I don't know if you guys, I think it's crazy how many times you fall for the trap and assume incompetence on a half over and over. Or whatever.
And it's also worth mentioning to the rest of the room that tides are also affected by the surface variations underneath the water. The surface of the ocean bed can cause the tides to be different in different locations. This is not new information.
Those would also be consistent differences. Those would be consistent differences as well, huh?
The depth of the ocean at any given point, if it has a slope to it, will change how the tide interacts with that area.
Okay, but
That's
that
why there's no
change
tides
will
like in Jamaica and in the
but that
Caribbean.
change will be consistent though, right?
What do you mean
Because the land's not going to change, so that area is going to consistently have a
Yes,
certain
low
difference.
tides. Yes, that's why you have 1 foot, less than 1 foot tides in Jamaica and the Caribbean because of that exact reason.
Crazy. So the pull of the earth doesn't do anything there.
It does. He's talking about the surface of the earth underneath the water.
Right.
All right.
The volume of water that can move through any given area is affected by the surface underneath the water too.
Do you think that that's too complicated for me to grasp?
Yes.
Wow, dude. Okay. So no duh.
I'd like to see him take a pan of water and just like rock it back and forth with some objects in it and see how the quote unquote tide would change in that pan just based on the velocity of the water and its position.
I know, right?
Generally speaking, like you have really high tides in Maine. That's they're consistent. They change with the moon, but they are consistent. You know, a 21-foot tide there.
Right.
I don't. That would
1
happen
foot.
also in a pan of water with you tipping it back and forth.
Right.
How does a pan of water help you?
But he's
How
also
does a pan
thinking
of water help you, dude?
But he also thinks that rockets need something to push off on. So that's a
Make
fundamental.
sure you
flaw.
just keep changing subject, try to pretend that I'm somehow
this
incompetent.
is a logic flaw. You're not thinking things through.
Well, even your version of reality where rockets go in space, they do need something to press off of.
No, they don't.
They press off the inside of the rocket. These are
the four.
So
Yeah,
shut up.
There's no air.
You're very aggravating to me. I like to work on my patience, but it's like you have the kryptonite, man. It's you're just dishonest, man.
No, it doesn't need an atmosphere to push off on. When the shit is ejected out of the rocket, it doesn't need something to push back on from outside the rocket.
Okay, that's what you think. That's cool.
But your logic thinks it does, and that's the part I'm trying to.
There's no evidence. There's no evidence that it can be attained otherwise.
All there is evidence. The only evidence we have of you not understanding it is how you explain it to be necessary. That's our evidence that you were wrong.
No, your only evidence that it's not necessary requires you begging the question and appealing to NASA.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, objectively.
It applies to a simple law of Newton, saying that if
every rocket
that says that,
therefore,
rockets don't work in vacuums. Rockets don't work in vacuums unless the exhaust hits the container.
Every force has an equal and opposite reaction. We all learn this in you know this. I know you went to school. You got an education.
So you have to have something to reciprocate the action.
Yes. And so in the walls of the container, in the walls that's containing this high pressure, there are collisions from these molecules on the walls. And yes, and every change in either bouncing off itself or off a wall is a Gaussian collision, which is no different whether it's off the wall or off each other, and it's met with an equal and opposite force because it's a change of momentum. Why? Because it's changing direction.
Okay, that's
no energy is lost. It's just bouncing around in there, right?
Yeah.
As soon as there's a hole open, hold on. As soon as there's a hole, that one hole has a void where that action is not met with an equal and opposite reaction. It's allowed to exit, and because it exits that one area and the differential forces all over the entire container allows that force to be transferred into this rocket, and mass is ejected out of the rocket.
Okay.
You didn't listen to what I said.
No, I've been on there too long, and I'm not in any way interested in talking to you. But in conclusion, like I'm explaining to you guys, I'll try to remember to come drop the link in here. But yeah, the actual prediction of the tides are off all over the freaking earth, and you guys really just should pump the brakes on assuming everything is definitive, as well as your rockets and vacuum story. Well, have a good day. Peace out.
Unfucking believable. This is a grown man.
We don't have those inconsistencies that Witzik promised he would post, do we?
This is unbelievable. They argue with such veracity and such confidence that he's somehow figured it all out, and all the scientists in the world,
Oh, yeah.
argument of ad numerium, you know.
It's like his idea of our model, sure, they have those consistencies, but his idea of our model is completely incorrect. So,
I
yeah,
know.
of course it'll have those problems when it's incorrect.
Well, I thought if you gave him that diagram, which you did, that was actually really good. That should probably answer at least his confusion of how he's explaining it to us.
But the fact that he doesn't get it, even when looking at pictures that explain exactly what he's asking, I like. What do you do then? He's looking at the exact picture that describes what he's asking, and he's still not getting it.
Someone once explained it to me different than you guys have. You guys did a great job, by the way, because intuitively, I couldn't get it originally. Like, wait a minute, the moon's on one side, we have high tide. Why is there a high tide on the other side? And it was something to the effect of like, it really wasn't the pull of the moon on the high tide. It was the lack of something on the poles or on the other end where the moon isn't.
Yeah, it's you can explain it kind of in two different ways. Either it's because of the centrifugal force of essentially the motion of the orbits,
right,
where they're both traveling in a circular manner, but the Earth is closer, so the centrifugal force is different for the two, or the centripetal even, or both is true. Or you can explain it in the sense that one like the high tides on the other side simply just lags behind the Earth in its motion.
Mm-hmm.
And both are like equivalent. They're just different ways of saying the same thing.
Right. I mean, you pretty much
the motion around the barycenter. The motion around the barycenter isn't enough, really. It's not quite a good enough explanation.
Well,
but
that's
the
just
gravitational gradient explanation does.
But the gravitational gradient, the thing that has is a difference in centrifugal force. That is the result of that. Like they're equivalent statements.
The moon's only going around once every 27 days.
Right.
Yeah, but it still has
the actual centrifugal force moving about that barycenter isn't enough to do anything not enough to do what we see to the water.
No, but what they are the same thing. The motion, like what you could call the centrifugal and centripetal are just the gravitational differences. They are just that. They like these are equivalent statements that I made. I can try and explain it differently, but to me they are equivalent statements. Because the result of the gravity gradient is that the centrifugal and centripetal forces will have that effect.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah. But yeah, like if you think I'm wrong, then I'm always willing to get proven wrong. I don't see how they're not the same.
When I get the chance, I'll try and do the math on it. I mean, the moon's going around once every 27 days. The barycenter is not that far from the center of the Earth. The high tide on one side is the high tide on the side farthest away from the moon can't be explained by that kind of motion around the barycenter. But I'll have to do the math on it.
Well, but what is the cause for the motion around the barycenter? Isn't that just gravity?
Cause? I mean, the centrifugal force is calculable from that motion. The apparent acceleration in the opposite direction from the center of the Earth. It's a vastly different number than the gravitational gradient. Again, I have to do the math on it, though. I'll come back to that.
I'm just trying to say that it isn't a vastly different number. It's the exact same because they're the same thing, just looked at it from two different perspectives. But yeah, it's fine if you want to do it on your own and then come back. What if I explain, or are you still here, Doofus?
Yeah, I'm about to head out though.
Okay, just super quick explanation. Would you say that if I say that the Earth has, of course, a rotation of a certain radius around the barycenter, and the opposite tidal force has a slightly larger radius of a rotation? Would you agree with that?
I guess if I wanted to short circuit this, I would say the centrifugal force in around a barycenter should be balanced with the gravitational force in order for things to not change.
Yeah.
Right, but the ocean where it's located, the centrifugal force on it out from that barycenter is not going to be the same as the gravitational force. I mean, I'll have to look. I got to do the math on it.
So you're thinking because it kind of rotates into the new area, it's not the same. It's not the same water rotating. It rotates into a new area of water rotating.
I'm neglecting Earth's rotation.
Okay.
Because there's no point.
Then I don't see what you're saying. Okay. But yeah, okay.
Solving the big problems today, huh, boys?
Always, Jerry, always. I mean, we're keeping the flat Earth alive, aren't we?
That's what Jarvis said, yeah. And you. So you only have you to blame for you.
Yeah. I mean, we also have my parents to blame for me, but that's another question.
Does anyone know how big the sun's barycenter is?
The sun's barycenter? Or
Yeah.
you mean
the barycenter of the sun?
A barycenter, yeah, a barycenter requires at least two bodies to be mentioned.
Right, so the sun stays in its place. It doesn't.
No.
No, not precisely. Not within the solar system.
If you're asking about the barycenter of the entire solar system, or are you asking about the barycenter of the sun and Earth, or are you asking like the question doesn't make sense to say just the barycenter of the sun.
You know, I think.
Does the sun move out of its position?
That's the issue, is position relative to what? So if we go to the
Earth.
whole solar
Pick
system
something.
as a whole, and then we calculate the barycenter for that whole system, then say relative to that point, is the sun's center always there? No, not precisely.
Okay, so according to Earth, does the sun stay in the same spot? In relation to Earth. Hello.
The Earth is in an elliptical orbit, so the distance to the sun changes. So I mean,
I
even
know,
in
other
that
than the
basic
elliptical
level,
orbit. Other than the elliptical orbit.
well, then the sun definitely doesn't stay in the same place relative to the Earth.
Okay. Year after year, does the elliptical orbit change, or is it always the same?
I think it has some
The whole
forward
solar
perspective,
center
but
is
it's
the
very,
whole.
very small. So, I mean, if you wanted to be precise, you'd say no. Again, it wouldn't be exactly the same.
There's a precession to it, just like there is with Mercury. It's just not nearly as much.
Yeah.
It's a tiny amount, and the further out you get, the tinier it becomes.
So since it's so quiet, I'll start something up. Since we have blue here, how can you eliminate the downward force of gravity while conducting the Cavendish experiment? And have only sideways motion.
It's called a torsion balance, SE. It's rotating perpendicular to gravity, to Earth's gravity. The force the force on each end of the balance from gravity is exactly the same. That's a balanced force, same as not having a force.
And the only way that we can witness this force is if we put two bodies on this apparatus. There's no other way that we can witness this attraction.
Well, you got to have two things attracting each other. In the case of Cavendish, it's four things in pairs attracting each other in a very balanced fashion.
So only in this apparatus can we show things attracting each other.
I'm not sure that's true, SE, but I won't argue about that.
I mean, the statement is that on the surface of Earth, if you want to deal with minimal gravitational influence, you want to work in a perpendicular plane. Yeah, and that's what Cavendish does.
Right.
That wasn't the question.
No, but it was a better answer than you could ever get from your pointed question. It contains everything you could have asked about and more.
Well, I think Blue has more experience than you, Gummy, and
okay. But he definitely agrees
I'm
with
like
me, so I'm not sure what the problem is.
Since Blue did this, I mean, you know.
I mean, ask him if he disagrees whatsoever with what I just said.
I don't think you said anything different than what I said.
Exactly.
So the only way that we can see mass attracting mass is if we put it in this apparatus. In other words, if I take two bowling balls, hang them up, and just put them close to each other, just on a simple bar and a simple, I don't know, fishing wire, whatever, pick something, and I hang them next to each other, will they ever attract each other?
Well, they are attracting each other, but measuring that attraction is the trick to it, Essie.
So it will not be visual. In other words, you can't
No.
put little micro lines behind the ball and like and zoom in on it and like be like super precise and just see a slight movement of those. Is that what you're telling me? You can never see those bowling ball?
I don't know of a way to do it. I don't know of a way to do it.
So isn't that kind of funny to you guys that only in this kind of apparatus can you get this attraction motion going on? Doesn't that sound like kind of weird, kind of selective?
No, it sounds like a well thought out, well planned method to eliminate a variable that otherwise masks the very thing you're trying to see.
So in other words, just simply hanging two masses, you'd think this would be the best way to show it, like two magnets, right? Simply in close proximity, you'd think that would be the best way, but no. You guys are saying Cavendish, that apparatus is the only way to go.
Well, when you compute the forces involved and look at how really, really tiny they are, there's no reliable way that I know of that you're going to measure the attraction. First of all, how do you know where they're hanging when they're not close to each other? And now you've got to move them close to each other. So what do you do? How do you see it change?
Well, exactly. Do you actually, in your experiment that you did you actually see a visual? I know that the bar there indicator, but the balls, if you were to look at the balls, would you actually notice a difference in movement in the balls?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so that's my point exactly. How come in this apparatus you can have a visual effect of balls moving towards each other, but in any other configuration that you put them in, example, two strings side by side, this will not happen? How do you explain that?
I just did. The gravitational force apparent force of attraction between those balls is very, very tiny. It's not enough. It's not enough to pull them. They're acting like plumb bobs if you've just got them hanging, right? That force is way too tiny to pull those things off of the gravity vector enough that you would be able to see it. But it is enough to cause a rotation in a really, really sensitive, really fine little torsion element. It could be a ribbon, it could be a wire, it can be all kinds of things. But that way you have a way to desensitize, I'm not desensitize. You have a way to sensitize the system to the point that force can meaningfully move something. Enough
so you're
that you
saying the way the torsion bar is makes it somehow simpler or easier for gravity to start the balls moving towards each other as opposed to just free hanging?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
what would make the difference there? Is the mechanism upon which they hang? Is there a ball bearing there? Is it like a special wire? Like what's so special about it than, let's say, a fishing wire, or if you were to use the same torsion wire and just hang them like vertically, what would change there?
Your torsion is implying twisting, right?
Right.
That's what a torque is. That's twisting. We're measuring that little tiny amount of force by how much it can twist a really tiny wire in the case of Cavendish.
Oh, I understand that, but it has to be in that specific configuration in order for this attraction.
Yeah,
the reason why there's a pair of them is so that they balance each other out. to avoid these forces that are otherwise contradictory to the experiment.
What other forces?
Like friction.
Well, the reason you got a pair of them is because the thing is called a balance for a reason. It balances. You can't hang that thing with a weight just out there on a cantilevered out on the arm without something to balance it on the other side. It has to hang perpendicular.
So what you're saying in nowhere else in nature, besides in this Cavendish experiment, can we observe matter attracting matter, correct?
Oh, you see it in nature every time you drop something. You see it in nature.
Let's not go there. Okay, how about sideways attraction? So we don't get into that argument. How about sideways lateral attraction? Do we ever see that in nature?
Lateral attraction.
You'd need a very stable, unnatural structure for that to happen. That's very sensitive to input, which usually doesn't happen randomly in nature.
So the answer is no. We never see this in nature. We have to put it in a torsion bar in order for us to see this effect. Sideways gravity.
Because of the way you define sideways, sure.
Yeah, so don't you guys find that don't you find that kind of strange? We never see that in actuality. We see it through magnetism, very simple.
You're essentially asking, I put a huge magnet on the table, and then you put two small magnets, and they both fly towards the big magnet. And you're asking, why don't we see these two magnets first moving a bunch towards each other instead of just towards this big magnet? Because there's a big fucking magnet there that's attracting everything.
Never said anything of the sort.
It's not weird. It's logical that this is happening. It's logical.
Never said anything of. Why are you getting triggered?
I'm not getting triggered. I'm just saying that it's not weird by any sense of the word.
So it's not weird that this sideways gravitational attraction is only observable once you set up a certain apparatus, but you've never seen this ever in actuality. Cannot be demonstrated.
There's no such thing as a sideways gravitational attraction, SC.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. But yet,
do you see?
You're trying to tell me.
Let's see. Do you see magnetism in nature? Just randomly?
What does that have to do with what I'm telling you? We can see magnetism. You can demonstrate magnetism.
You can in a
yes,
in a
you
lab,
can see a magnetic rock. Yes, you can see it. You can see it in nature.
You can only see a magnetic rock if you go and take it out of its natural environment.
Stop changing the subject.
Can you see magnetism anywhere in nature?
It's not going to work what you're doing, bro. Sideways gravity.
No, can you see
sideways
magnetism
gravity could only be
anywhere in
demonstrated,
nature?
but I don't give a shit what you say, bro. Subject is sideways gravity. If you
What about
cannot demonstrate
sideways
that,
magnetism?
if you can't demonstrate that, you have nothing.
Can you
It's as simple
demonstrate
as that.
sideways magnetism?
And if you can only demonstrate that by one particular configuration, it's not really much to stand on, is my point.
Can you demonstrate sideways magnetism?
So what do you mean? We see if you can demonstrate magnetism in nature. This is definitely how do you think magnetism got discovered? It was in nature.
Yeah, they're trying to change the subject to magnetism.
What I'm saying is the same way that in order for us to see this stuff like what we see in the Cavendish experiment is to set up an experiment. We don't just see it randomly happening in nature. The same with magnetism. You don't just randomly see magnetism in nature. You need to take you need to take that magnetic rock out of its position and then test it with other magnetic rock that you've taken out of their position.
In nature, you found it naturally in nature, though, right?
And we can find natural boulders in nature that we then set up in a Cavendish experiment.
That attract each other.
Way.
You find rocks in nature that attract each other.
Yes. We can do the Cavendish experiment with rocks if we find...
Yeah, you see, you got to bring that in. I said naturally in nature.
No, you don't see a torsion balance in nature, SE. And the purpose of Cavendish is not to prove that gravity exists. We know it does. The purpose of Cavendish originally, he was trying to determine what the density of the Earth is. We do it today to measure the universal gravitational constant. That's what we do now. It's not a proof for gravity. It's a measurement of the gravitational constant.
Yeah. How did you know it does?
We see the gravitational effect, the effect of gravity every time we drop something.
That's
we see it
cool.
every time we look at the moon. We see that. That's what Newton saw. That's what Newton described.
Yeah, none of that proves that that's what's happening. You just
I don't
assume
care
it
if you
does.
like it or not. That's what.
That's not what I like. It's what y'all doing. You say, "Oh, I see something fall up." That's gravity.
I don't really care.
Yeah, I know. I know you don't care because you don't care about actual truth.
But you think that we just see something and just say gravity. You don't.
Yeah,
think
that's
that
exactly what you do. You picked up something up. You
That's
let
exactly
it fall. And you say, "Oh yeah, it's
you're
gravity."
not
pulling it down.
you're not gonna let me fit. Okay. Then.
Yeah, that's.
Sorry. Go right ahead. Finish.
Okay. So you don't just take something and drop it and be like, oh, there's gravity. You can do simple things like take something heavy, drop it, take something heavier, drop it, take something lighter, drop it, measure the speed at which it does so, and things like that. That's not just just dropping it and saying it's gravity.
You're saying that's what
You just said it.
You just
Dropping
said exactly.
it and measuring it.
God.
You just said it, bro.
Okay,
Come
so
on, man.
you think it's equivalent to just dropping something and looking at it and
Yeah,
dropping
'cause you
different.
just-
Let me finish before you jump in. And the difference between doing that and actually testing something by changing the different sizes, shapes, and measuring the acceleration at which they have. Do you really see no difference?
What are
The
you
kind of
doing?
thing-
Are
Yes,
you just
yes,
dropping stuff?
You're
So
dropping stuff.
the difference is
Tell me when you're done.
the difference is a toddler is just dropping stuff. A scientist is dropping different stuff of different shapes, of different sizes, and measuring the difference in their acceleration and things like that. It's a big difference between just dropping stuff. That's what a toddler does. Go ahead, I'm done.
Okay, so by your own admission, all you're doing is dropping stuff and measuring it, dropping stuff of different sizes and measuring it. That's all you can do. That's all you can claim, bro. And then you can come up with theories why. I ask you, what is the mechanism? You have no answer for this.
You just asked what is the mechanism. That's the first time I heard you ask that question.
I always ask that question, but nobody listens.
When you say what is the mechanism, are you asking what property of matter deforms space-time? Is that what you're asking?
No, that's your fantasy, what you're going to start explaining me. I said, when you observe things dropping different sizes and you measure the speeds and you write them down,
yeah,
you come to a conclusion called gravity, right? Now, I'm asking you, what is the mechanism by which this conclusion of yours operates?
Gravity is the, my God, that is the conclusion, SE. It's gravity.
No, that's the explanation, but what, by which mechanism does it work? You're
by which mechanism? All right, which do you want to talk
understand the word mechanism?
I do. SE. I wonder if you do. Are you talking about Newtonian physics? In Newtonian physics, it's an apparent force. Okay.
You can choose any explanation to give you want. I'm just asking the question, what is the mechanism?
What is the mechanism? Why do things attract each other?
What is the mechanism of the observation when you made and you took down the numbers of things falling at what is that mechanism? What causes that?
What causes that is the warping and bending of space-time by mass. That's what causes it.
Right. You do realize how silly that sounds, right?
I don't care what you think, SC. It really doesn't matter to me. You know how silly you sound to me?
I'm not saying you. It's not you that sounds silly. Well, in a way you do because you're saying it, but I mean the argument sounds silly.
Doesn't sound silly at all.
The warping of space-time. I mean, any rational human being would say, we'll do a Scooby-Doo there. What the hell is he talking about? What's the warping of space-time? What is space-time?
Makes sense to a lot of people, SC. Not just me.
Well, if that makes sense to you, Blue, and you want to live by that,
doesn't really matter.
Entirely up to you, but there's no logical explanation when you say the warping of space-time.
Okay, it's the warping of ether. Does that change anything for you?
No, not at all.
Okay.
It's just an explanation that you've been told. You have no substance. There's no empirical evidence of this whatsoever. You just believe in the story, and it's nonsensical.
I've shown you the empirical evidence of it with the Cavendish experiment. There's the empirical evidence.
See, now you're going to Newtonian. Now you're going to a whole different thing. You got to change your story again.
No, it's not. I'm not changing the story at all. Do you know that the gravitational constant is used in both relativity, general relativity, and in Newtonian physics?
Yeah, but that still doesn't explain, because you're using you're using mass attracting mass to explain that, right?
Well,
and then you have to go to the warping of space-time when you explain the other thing. That's like dialetheism.
No, it's not. I know you're into isms and jisms and all that stuff that Bev comes up with, and I don't care about your jisms. Okay, you guys play that game all you want to. We can explain it very simply. Either way, it's the in relativity, it's the warping of space-time that's causing it. That's the best explanation. In Newtonian, it appears to be a force, but it doesn't make any difference because the gravitational constant that I'm measuring is required for both of them. Exactly the same universal gravitational constant is needed.
So listen to what you're saying now. You're saying that the space in between the two balls warps and causes them toward each other.
Exactly what does.
That is ridiculous.
No, that is accurate.
Hey, you want to believe in spirits and bending of space-time? That's up to you, like my religious buddies.
Want to stick your head in the sand and deny reality? Do it.
I'll knock you. If you have your faith in that, I won't knock you, brother. I won't.
Doesn't bother me any.
Just don't expect me to believe in that bull. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, your lack of knowledge doesn't damage me one way or the other, SC.
It's not the knowledge. I got the knowledge. I just don't believe in it. The knowledge is there. Test me. Whatever you want to talk about it, go ahead. It's not about knowledge.
The knowledge of what are you saying is there?
Well, your fantasy model.
So you
I'm
think
not an
you know?
on it, but
you think? Okay.
Great. Then, SC, I want you to tell me why Cavendish does what it does. What is your
your story is, I don't have to know the fine details. I don't have to know your tensors. I don't have to know anything of the matter. Your claim is that mass attracts mass. Now, that's why you do this experiment.
All right.
When we question you on other stuff, you go to space-time fabric, right? All I have to do is just show your inconsistencies and show that your theories make no sense. That's all I got to do. I don't got to explain your fantasy.
You apparently don't understand what I'm saying to you. I'm saying that all we're doing is measuring the universal gravitational constant. It is necessary in both Newtonian physics and general relativity. That's all I'm telling you.
That is what the Cavendish experiment does, yes.
That's what the Cavendish experiment does.
Yes, that is what we've been talking about.
Really? So, what exactly did you vary to get different results with each test?
I didn't get different results with each test. You're not trying to get different results. You're trying to get the same result.
So, how exactly is there a test if you're not really varying the independent variable?
I am varying an independent variable, which is the position of the two masses relative to each other. That's what's being varied.
Okay, so you in different tests, you started them out at different distances?
No, that's not the objective. We're not trying to do the test that way. We're trying to figure out, measure the gravitational constant. You could do it at different distances if you wanted to. It would make data analysis a fucking nightmare. There's no real reason to want to do that.
Well, I think the reason would be to, if you have two variables and you vary one of them, it helps in establishing a relationship between those two variables, which would help in your theory, right? Because where we're doing a science, right, where you're trying to make a model.
No, we're not trying to demonstrate gravity. We're trying to measure the gravitational constant, as I've said over and over again.
It's not making a model in this scenario where you
So this
need
isn't
to
really a test. This isn't really a test. This is a proposed measurement, like going with a ruler up to the side of a book and measuring the ruler's the book's length.
Okay.
Right?
That's
Because
how you want to quantify
what
it.
I was saying earlier was, why aren't you varying a variable? You said because it's a measurement. So we're not actually doing an experiment. Therefore, it can't be falsified.
So we can vary it, but if our goal is to find the gravitational constant, then varying it would just be irrelevant, or not irrelevant, just useless.
Well, Gummy Bear, if this test is unfalsifiable, it's not an experiment.
It's not unfalsifiable.
Well,
not an
what's
experiment.
the test then? What's the hypothesis? What's the test? How can I falsify it if it's not unfalsifiable? What am I supposed to do, and what's supposed to happen if it's not falsifiable? This does not sound like an experiment to me, Gummy Bear.
If you want to falsify
this
it,
doesn't sound like an experiment.
No,
falsifying it.
It's not an experiment. There's no way.
It would be falsified. It would be falsified by seeing no attraction, but we see attraction, so it's not falsified.
Gummy Bear, is your position?
No. Just knock it off.
Wait a minute.
This is all.
Gummy Bear, is your position that this is an experiment or that it's a measurement?
It depends on what you're talking about.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, yeah, you're double talking now, so
it does.
I let the room show that this man is double talking. Thank you.
I concur.
Duly noted.
Logged.
So, are we talking about setting up a torsion balance?
No,
Question is simple. Is it an experiment? Yes.
Let's go back to mass attracting mass, because that's really what they're avoiding.
Let the court show that we were on the subject of the Cavendish experiment, and he just tried to switch the subject when we caught him in a pinch.
He always does that. That's what they do. So back to the question. Is the Cavendish an experiment? Yes or no? Simple.
Does it show mass attracting mass?
Does it show mass attracting mass? Yes, it does.
Is it an experiment?
It is an experiment designed to measure the universal gravitational constant.
So a scientific experiment.
Okay, so if it's an experiment, what is the hypothesis? And when I do the experiment, what result would falsify that hypothesis?
I don't want to play around with
this. Isn't playing around, dude. We're establishing if this is an actual experiment or not.
If you're just going to talk over me, I'll leave. See you guys.
Please don't talk over him. Stop. No. Stop talking over him, or I will mute you.
Right, but he can just say I'm playing around. They could just come in and say whatever.
You could respond to him right after.
You do play around. You're a shit stirrer. That's what you're doing here.
Elbow, sometimes they start talking shit really bad.
I understand that.
Then it justifies an interruption.
I understand that. No. I understand that, but you cannot interrupt them and expect them not to interrupt you. Then it just becomes a shit show.
Okay,
let me go at them slowly, man. You guys, you can't go too strong because they get triggered,
and then they leave because they're scared. They know they're in the
pitch. To sit here and let them ad hom us and insult us.
It's okay.
Then you could to the point.
Then it's okay. Then you can say, okay, then you just ad hom me, and then you just and then you're going, scattergunning. Then you can, come up with all the fallacies that you're doing. Don't just interrupt them in the middle of the sentence, because then they say they're not going to be able to finish their sentence.
It's common courtesy,
Right,
guys.
I'll shut up. I'll shut up
Courtesy.
even if they're ad homing. You're right.
Yes, correct.
Yes, let him ad hom through it. Let him embarrass himself. That's the whole idea. Let them talk.
Why would you sink to their level? If you think they're doing something bad, don't sink to their level.
Any ideas how this mass attracts other mass?
I'm not sinking in my mind. I'm not sinking to their level. It's more of they attacked me, so I'm attacking back. You know, the United States government would not be. The United States government would not be sinking to someone's level if they went to war after they nuclearly bombed fucking New York or something.
Yes, they do. They are sinking to their level.
No, it's just called being a bitch. If someone nukes your civilization, you do nothing. You're just a bitch, straight out.
In other words, sinking to their level. I mean, well, responding in kind is usually
Bro, it's not sinking. Bro, it's not sinking in with your level. If I pull up to your family and kill everyone, what are you just supposed to do? Forgive me? You know what I mean? If someone just comes and insults you, are you just supposed to forgive them? You just like
I
turn the other cheek. Turn the other cheek.
Oh my god!
Shut up! You're not even Christian. Don't quote shit. You don't believe in, Gummy Bear.
All right, Blue Marbles, you're back.
Excuse me, I've been baptized. You're committing blasphemy right now. Okay, yeah, I'll be quiet.
All right, let's show him some respect now, guys. Come on.
I didn't leave because I'm scared. I left because you can't hold an adult conversation without interrupting someone.
I agree.
Right, ad homs are adult conversations, right?
How does mass attract mass?
Oh my God. We've been through all of that already.
I mean, if you got two balls, the mass inside the balls just is touching each other, and that's enough.
No,
let him get a sentence out now. You asked him a question, let him get a sentence out.
The balls are not touching each other. Mass attracts mass by distorting space-time. That's the best explanation we have for it. Why it does that is another question that we don't have an answer for.
How
do we know it does that?
Wait, that's all nice.
Doesn't exist.
That's all nice and theoretical and stuff. And you made a claim earlier that you've been over it, but you haven't actually been over the experimental side, which I was asking about earlier. I at least understand your theoretical side and your gravitational constant and all that. That's nice. It's nice theory. Now I'd like you to get down to the point where you explain how it's an experiment and how it's falsifiable. What's the hypothesis and what is a falsifiable result from that hypothesis? Like you were supposed to answer way long ago. And you said that you went into it, but you really didn't because I was here and you didn't do that. You just avoided it and moved
Give him a chance.
subject.
Let him try now. Go ahead, Blue.
Are you done now?
Yeah, I think he said go ahead.
We've got a different definition of experiment between you and I. That seems to be what the problem is. If you want to say Cavendish is not an experiment, I don't have any problem with that.
I have a follow-up question then.
Hold on. He wasn't done nothing. He wasn't done.
Finish the answer I was giving.
Yeah, he wasn't done.
If you want to say that it's not an experiment, I'm okay with that. It is a measurement. We are measuring the universal gravitational constant. That's what we are doing. If you want to say that's not an experiment because that's not falsifiable, God bless you. Go right ahead. Suits me fine. I don't really care. Okay, I'm done now.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So, it does matter what's an experiment and what's not an experiment. It's actually extremely important. With the whole epistemology of science and all. If we are measuring something, we first have to actually prove that it exists. If you did not do an experiment with a falsifiable hypothesis to prove the object exists, then how do you know you're measuring anything? If you believe that this is an experiment, but it's unfalsifiable, then I would like you to define experiment without having any falsifiable, I guess-ness to it. Because that's at least how I learn science, is that you get a hypothesis and you can either prove it wrong or right with the experiment. But if your thing is not testing the hypothesis, how do you consider it an experiment?
I said it's okay with me if you want to say it's not an experiment. I don't have a problem with that. It's a measurement.
Look,
Okay, but how are
you
you measuring
for in those days? Why don't you just give
One
them
at
the
a time. One
hypothesis?
at a time. One at a time.
There is no hypothesis for a measurement.
Why'd you give me one on Jose's that one day? You started giving me the hypothesis and shit.
You can turn it
And I
into
think
this if you want to. If you
he
want to
wants
do that,
to.
Jeremy, you can turn it into that. But that's
He
not the
wants
purpose.
to. He wants to
That's not
experiment
the
for it, yeah.
No. Well, there's two parts. Either if you're holding that it's a measurement, then the first part of what Numpty said applies, wherein show the proof that this thing actually exists. The thing that you claim you're measuring actually exists. You have to have an experiment or something showing that it even exists. And
Right.
then
Like you have to.
It's fine afterwards to say that you're measuring it. But
You have to
first is order.
actually. You have to actually
ahead.
pick one. You have to actually pick one position.
Exactly.
Either you have to say that the Cavendish is an experiment and show how it's falsifiable, or you can claim that the Cavendish is just a measurement, not an experiment, and then you have to show the experiment that basically was testing if gravity was real or not.
Yeah,
Those are
no,
the. You have to pick a position. You can't be both at the same time. You can't double.
I find it interesting that 3 times now somebody has said, "How do you verify that the thing that you're measuring exists? You're measuring it."
That's one good way.
You don't know you're measuring it.
Wait, I disagree with Doofus.
It's not
Because
0.
No, because when you go to measure a car, obviously you know the car exists. Then you go get and measure the dimensions of said object. Measurement is done after establishing the validity of the reality of the object itself.
Okay.
Measurement is the
You
details.
can keep saying that all you want. The problem is that we measured something, so it's obviously not 0.
The object has to be established to exist in reality before you can measure it.
Fine.
Doofus, that's not what he's saying, though. He's not saying that you're not measuring anything. He's saying that you're not measuring what you're claiming to be measuring. Or you could not be, like, it's possible that you're measuring something that you're claiming, that you're not claiming to be measuring. So,
Right. So
we're not
what we
saying it's
have
we're not saying it's a 0 value. You're getting a measurement. Is that
Okay.
measurement the universal gravitational constant as you claim?
Yes, it is.
Like
So
you have a dichotomy here.
Here's the reason. If I take the torsion balance and I leave it alone, I put the large masses in a neutral position where they're equidistant away from both of the small balls on the balance itself. And I let the balance stabilize, and it will do that. It will come to a complete stop where it's not moving. And then I move those masses into a position where they are close to the small masses. You see the torsion balance rotate. You see the small masses move toward the large masses. And then when you reverse the position, it moves the opposite direction. Gravity has
But you
been
could have the same
demonstrated
thing.
at that point.
Sorry, go ahead.
And you can do that with different masses of the small of the torsion balance masses, which I did.
Sure, but you could cancel out electromagnetism as well by the same method. So it seems like you're affirming the consequent by saying it's automatically universal gravitational constant.
Yeah, and we can't.
You haven't proven to exist, whereas magnetism actually does exist. So you'd be
And we-
more
and
kind
we
of in the
eliminate-
right to say it's that.
And we eliminated magnetism by using nothing but diamagnetic material.
There's
Can I
nothing that's
speak
purely
after?
diamagnetic.
Can I
Purely
speak after?
diamagnetic.
Can I speak after Blue Star Science Marble?
Go ahead, Numpty.
I would just like to say, fuck, I lost my train.
Now, if we're going to go on electromagnetism, lead is diamagnetic, so it should repel.
Right.
Yeah, and if they're both, it doesn't matter about lead per se, right? It could be anything.
It does.
Have you told him about spacity %?
I think he fell asleep. I heard him snoring.
So yeah, it seems like you're doing things with big objects in a room, and you're claiming to measure something, but the thing you're claiming to measure has not actually been proven to exist yet, at least in this VC. So what experiment did you do to prove gravity so that you could measure it later on? Because you can't measure something you didn't prove exists.
And I think you asked him to define experiment.
Oh my God!
I just told you what I did.
No, I think you asked him to define what is an experiment as well, right?
Right. I mean, if they don't use the word, if they don't use hypothesis and falsifiability in it, how is it not an experiment?
If you want to go back to high school, go ahead. I'm not doing that.
How do we verify the thing we're measuring is what we measured?
So if we
Right?
can't agree on what is an experiment, then how can we continue with speaking about experiments?
Yeah, like you guys want to say that you have some sort of definition of experiment, yet you never present it. Mine is pretty clear and been presented. Yours isn't. See, the thing is, you have to take positions and then stick to them and defend them. What you do is, I ask you about your position, then you run away and go start talking about some random thing. You don't answer my questions clearly. You don't make your position clear.
Right, you can say that if you want. However, we have something that has definitely been measured, and there definitely is a value, which was already agreed to in this conversation.
That wasn't the question,
Then we
right?
have to, right?
Yes.
Then we have
So
to.
you
Then
have
we
something
have to
that's
get
measured.
to. Oh, for God's sakes! Then we have to get to what is it that we're measuring? Well, right now, the positions of the masses are the only things that we can come up with as a reason for why it does what it does. So you need to come up with some other reason. This is where the falsifiability comes in. Some other reason for that attraction to have occurred and be able to reproduce that. That's what we need.
But the thing is, you're claiming what it is. You have no idea what it is.
What we are claiming is that the presence of masses causes an effect. What we measure is that effect.
Okay.
Right. So you're telling me a story. I mean, I could say it's two-toed gnomes, or I could say it's a freaking pony. I mean, I could say it's just, God doing
Right,
it. And then you got to say, okay,
then we have
now
to
this
test
proof
for ponies. Right, then we have to test for ponies, and we're not testing for ponies.
Yeah.
If you want to say it's electromagnetism, we can test for electromagnetism.
That's what we're saying. Test for gravity.
Yeah, both those things exist. You
didn't
shown
let me
the
respond,
universal
Doofus.
gravitational constant to exist.
Noah, wait for a break, Noah.
Okay, like you're
Over
pretty
people,
much.
please. Like it adds to the chaos, and then I gotta mute you real quick.
Okay, that's nice.
Go ahead, Numpty.
I'll try to be quiet. Well, basically, what you're doing is you're observing effect, and then you're begging the question of what's causing that effect. You understand? You're measuring something, but you haven't established the thing that you're measuring. You haven't proven gravity to exist. So now you're begging the question of this gravity, basically.
Right, if you want to say it's begging the question, if we're asking, is it possible to falsify the concept of masses cause other masses to accelerate, then what I need from you is some kind of test that falsifies that. Because what I have now is that masses do cause masses to accelerate, and I have a measurement to back that up.
No, you don't. You just have an assumption.
I didn't measure anything.
So if I moved the masses and an effect
what
occurred
happens-
and I was able to measure it,
well,
I have something
Very good.
that backs
Very
that
well.
up.
What was the mechanism, Doofus? What was the mechanism that caused that
It
effect?
doesn't-
Please?
It doesn't precisely matter exactly what the mechanism is in order for me to measure the effect. For instance, I can measure the effect something has on something else without knowing what caused it first. If I have a microwave oven, I can verify what effect it has on things without knowing the exact mechanism that caused it to happen.
Really?
So-
Is this the road you want to go down? Really?
So what he's saying basically in that is we can measure the effects of these balls, but then we can't actually verify your theory of gravity, which is causing it. Like you just said.
Exactly. That's what he's saying in a sneaky kind of way. Yeah.
Yeah, you said the microwave, you can't verify what's causing the effects on, say, the food inside. So in the
That's
same
not what I said.
regard, you can't verify the gravity or whatever theory you come up with to explain these results. You have
Except
to
in the
have
microwave, we know
Those
it's
aren't actually the
major.
words that I ended up using. The words I ended up using was, I don't need to know what the cause is, even though I do. I don't need to know what that cause is in order to measure the effect that occurs. Knowing the
So let's
cause
keep in
doesn't
mind.
change the
Let's
effect.
keep in mind there is
Knowing
a.
the cause, knowing the cause doesn't change the effect that is measured.
Let's
Yeah,
keep
but
in
we're
mind though
talking
there
about
is
the
a
cause.
scientific. Let's keep in mind though there is a scientific theory, an official scientific theory on gravity that does need to be backed up with experiment.
You do know what a theory is, right, bro?
Yeah, so basically we have a measured and observed phenomena, and now we have a theory that is explaining the cause why, and yet nobody is going out and experimenting and making falsifiable hypotheses about it. And then when we ask about it, you say, well, that's your job. That's what you did earlier when I asked you, do we have a falsifiable experiment for gravity? You said, that's my job. Like, that's kind of funny to me, bro.
No, it literally
If
is.
I can come up with any kind of mechanism that causes this to happen as an alternative to gravitation, then I can use the mechanism that I came up with to test to see if that holds true instead of gravitation. Right now, I don't have such a mechanism. You seem to think that there is one. I would like to know what that is.
I eliminated electromagnetic effects. I eliminated electrostatic effects. I eliminated physical effects like air flowing.
How did you eliminate gravity?
You can't eliminate electromagnetic effects.
Yeah, but here's
Testing
the
gravity.
you're still avoiding my point. In that you may have eliminated all these other facts, but you still have not done a test that is falsifiable. You have not explained a falsifiable test. Therefore, this gravity is you have to believe in it because you can never test if it's real or not. Until you present that test that could falsify gravity, this is not science. This is belief. Let the room fucking control that.
You
Right.
can't
As
take
I've
your
explained
so-called
in
gravity
great detail
out of
already.
the experiment, so you can't test to see if it's actually the cause.
Right, as I've explained already, and you seem to have skipped over for some reason to announce to the room the same thing we already said, I'll do it again anyway. The thing that I need in order to be able to falsify this experiment is some other mechanism that I can test for. Right now, all I have is the presence of the masses caused an effect which was measured. There's nothing else available to me until somebody brings something else.
Like I said, you have to isolate the gravity, take it out
Well,
of
it's
the
not
experiment.
falsifiable, basically. If you can't falsify it, then this is
affirming the
fucking this is
consequence.
religion, bro.
I
This
just
is religion.
explained how you can
can't
falsify it. Don't tell me I don't have any way to falsify it because
Therefore,
I'm not the one that has to come up with something that is an alternative.
Bro,
It's not an
All right. So
alternative.
what you're saying is, I believe that two-toed gnomes pull those things together.
Right, now we need a test for that.
All right. So that's exactly what we're saying. Now we need a test for gravity.
No, what I
Yeah,
need
No,
is
it's exactly
some
what I'm
way for
asking
that
you.
test.
You should listen to your belief is basically what you're saying, and that there's no way we can falsify what you believe. It's
There
basically
is
what
a
you're
way,
doing.
and I explained
It's
exactly
basically-
how it
it's
can be
basically if I
falsified.
just went up-
Continue
if I
to
just
tell
went
me
up
that
to
I
a group of
cannot.
people and I showed them something, and I said this happens because of so and so, and then the guy said like, "Well, how do we know that?" And then you just say, "Do you have an alternative explanation?" That's you see what you're doing. I can make up any fucking scenario like that.
Invisible fairies.
As soon as you come up with a reason,
Yeah,
then we
invisible
have to have a
fairies.
then
Okay,
we have to
invisible
have.
fairies. My reason is
Jesus
invisible
Christ!
fairies. You
Thanks for
can't
doing that
falsify
again.
it.
Sorry,
Guys, let him
Right,
let him
anyway.
finish, please, guys.
So when you say you have an explanation and you come up with whatever your invisible fairy explanation is, now what I need is from you some way to predict what those invisible fairies will do that differs from gravitation. Right now, all I have is masses accelerate towards other masses, and I have a test that shows that that's what happens.
You don't have a test.
You don't have a test.
You have a measurement. And
Okay, a measurement
that measurement
does
could be
that thing.
you're
It
basically saying the
measures the
first person
effect
to
that's
make an
occurring.
explanation like is correct, even though they haven't proven their explanation.
Regardless of whatever explanation you think that I should provide to you, the masses are measurably accelerating towards other masses.
So how do you
You're
test for
explaining it
gravity
with this
then?
universal gravitational constant, right? If they did Cavendish first and they explained it by magical fairies and they like fleshed out the proportionality of how many magical fairies relative to the size of the masses and all this crap, and it was the first thing, it would basically be the same stance that you have right now. They haven't proven it, but just because it's an explanation, you're saying that like you don't have to prove it. And the second explanation, the second alternate hypothesis needs to be proven, even though the first one hasn't. It doesn't make sense.
But all you've done is change the name for the effect, which is masses accelerating towards other masses, and given it a different name. Instead of gravitation, you're calling it invisible fairies. You can do that if you want to. You can call gravity invisible fairies if you really want to. But masses do accelerate towards other masses.
Sure, that's what magnetism does. A lot there's we see that in different things. But you haven't shown that it's gravity.
He just invoked two different things, gravity and gravitation. And I believe you do have a separate definition for those two words. Maybe you could go over it, because I think what you are doing is that you're saying that this observed acceleration of masses is gravitation, and this gravitation is thus caused by gravity. Am I correct in that?
The fuck, dude? Gravitation is the observed acceleration, sure, but gravity is the overlying explanation or the overlying name for all of that happening. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So that I am correct. Is that is your beliefs?
Sort of.
All right. Well, why don't you make it a little more clear if it's just sort of at this point?
Right, gravitation, as you said, was the observed acceleration. Gravity is the phenomenon that is. Well, hold on.
This guy's gonna
Got a
show us
DM.
he's smart. He's smarter than Einstein, so he's got to show us real quick. Did I stump him? He's going to look up a definition right now. He's on Google right now looking for
I
the
think
definition.
basically gravity is the cause, right? And gravitation is the effect.
Yeah, that's what I
they-
was.
that's
That's
what
what I
they
was
hold dear.
saying. But he said sort of, so I'm kind of wondering what I left out to just make it a sort of and not an exactly or a that's what I was saying. Because the thing is, he's using these words, and then when we use the definitions, he's saying sort of. So we can't communicate if he has a definition that's sort of our definition. We need to be on the same page to have a productive conversation.
Yeah,
Fine,
plus
then
doesn't
state
help
your-
to use them interchangeably.
Then state what your position is.
I'm sitting right now.
No,
What is
yeah. What do you mean? We're here asking you about how you know about gravity. That's our position, and you're coming up with this Cavendish, and we're questioning the validity of it. That's our position.
Yeah, you're questioning the validity of a measurement is what you're doing. Yes, I understand.
No, we're questioning the explanation of the measurement's validity.
More
It's a measure-
precisely, like I keep saying, a mechanism.
It's a
we need
measurement.
to see the.
We've given you the mechanism.
100%.
No, you
It's a
haven't.
measurement. But what
Yes,
you claim
we
to be measuring is in contention.
What I claim to be measuring is in contention.
Yes.
The
Yeah,
gravitational
No doubts. We are completely agreed that it is a measurement in and of itself.
Yeah, we know you're
it's a non-zero value. But
Listen,
what are you
universal
measuring?
gravitational constant.
Measurement of what?
Is what you're saying.
Yeah,
Measurement of what?
The universal gravitational constant. How many times do I
Prove
have
it.
to say?
What is that? What is that?
Wait.
What is that?
He said that they said that there's a difference between gravity and gravitation. So here's the thing: is it's confusing because they're using two words that are extremely similar sounding, but they have different definitions for them, and they keep switching back and forth.
I don't switch back and forth, and I don't think Doofus is either.
Hey, guys, still there? Of course you are.
Yes, we're here.
The gravitation, right? Gravity is describing, or gravity is the overarching name for all of the effects of gravitation. Okay, and that's fine. Now, I heard just briefly as I was coming back, we're talking about what Blue measured, and he says that's the gravitational constant. The units of that constant are very specific. What he's measuring has to have those same units because that's what that's what the apparatus is built to measure, is something in those units.
What's the unit?
What's the units for the gravitational constant?
No, what's the unit for the measurement?
Newton meter squared per kilogram squared. That's the units.
Aren't you just measuring rotation of something? Like in actuality?
The
The
gravitational
torque
constant.
applied to the torsion wire, yeah.
The gravitational constant has the dimensions of Newton meter squared per kilogram squared.
Two tides fallacy. That's hilarious.
So have you tried it with other objects that have, different density, same mass, different volume?
I've tried it with two different masses of the small weights, and I played around with silly things like 8 packs of Coca-Cola and stuff like that, just not to try to make a measurement from it, but yeah, I tried it with some different things.
You didn't take a measurement, but you demonstrate the principle.
So, basically, what we have here is they measured this, and then they applied it to the planets going around the sun, right?
maybe if you guys can't really explain the first part, how about you explain to us how you connected this Cavendish experiment to how the heavenly bodies move?
They're on a torsion bar as well.
It's the gravitational constant. What's the problem with that? It goes right in front of the product of the masses divided by the square of the distance between their centers. If you're in Newtonian physics.
Right. So how did you measure the masses of like planets and stuff so you could know how the gravitational constant and the sun's pull affected them?
Well, I didn't.
Well, how did scientists in general do that? How did they get those measures of the masses of the planets?
I'm not absolutely sure how
They didn't.
Because
well, I mean,
this whole gravity thing.
You can do it with the sun. If you know the orbital parameters of the Earth around the sun, you can work backwards and get the mass of the sun.
Right.
How'd they get the mass of the Earth?
Well,
the mass of the Earth is not required in order to
Sure
figure
they
out this particular. The mass of the Earth is not required in order to figure out this particular example. You know the acceleration around the sun. That gives you the mass of the sun. Regardless of what mass the Earth has, anything that shares that orbit will follow that same orbital path.
Exactly right.
I don't really see how you connected this Cavendish experiment to that.
That you use the gravitational constant. You use the gravitational constant, the observed acceleration, the orbital path. That will give you the mass of the sun. If you don't have the gravitational constant, you can't do that.
I don't know if that works because you have these masses in the Cavendish apparatus, and they have a certain volume and a certain mass, and that affects the result that the measurement that you're getting.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
It doesn't at all.
volume's not mentioned anywhere in there.
And you get
volume
exactly
doesn't matter whatsoever.
You get exactly the same result regardless of the masses you use.
So volume and mass both don't matter.
No, the amount of mass will give you the amount of torque on that torsion bar, on the
You
torsion
said
wire.
you get the same measurement regardless of the mass you use.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, the gravitational constant, once taken out of that, is independent of the masses used. It's just a constant.
Wait, so it doesn't matter the mass or volume in a Cavendish experiment. You always get the same results. So I could use 2 helium balloons and get the same result?
No,
not practically.
The constant itself has no masses in it. The masses used need to be such that they're large enough to overcome any friction that's in the system. That's it.
Okay.
So
But you don't know how
without
much
any
friction is in the system, right?
I have a question. So without any friction, let's say hypothetically, let's say we're in space, in the vacuum of space with no friction. You're saying that the actual mass of the planets and volume of the planets don't matter?
Nope.
The mass matters. The mass matters too. Well, let's say the Earth, for instance, the mass of the Earth doesn't matter for the orbital path around the sun. The mass of the sun is what determines that, and the gravitational constant.
Wait, why does the sun's mass determine that? Is it just because it's bigger? Just so much
Because we're
bigger
orbiting-
that the Earth one is too small to have any effect, or?
No, because you're orbiting the sun. What matters is the mass of the sun.
From what I understand,
masses.
is actually no body orbits another body. It's actually 2 bodies orbit each other. It's just if one body is so much more massive, its orbit is going to be infinitesimal compared to the other object's orbit.
Exactly. We were just talking about
okay.
30 minutes ago about barycenters. So.
Right. The mass of the Earth doesn't change the Earth's position relative to the sun. If we want to talk about the barycenter of 2 bodies, that's another topic. If you want to get into that, we certainly can, but that doesn't change what I said.
Of course, the mass of the Earth would
So
change.
if you think the Earth
orbit
had less
around the
mass,
sun.
it wouldn't be closer. It wouldn't be pulled
Yeah,
closer to
that's
the sun.
idiotic.
No, it would not.
No, it wouldn't.
Really?
So mass doesn't attract
It
mass.
absolutely would not.
So it wouldn't have more of its own gravitational pull to kind of fend off the suns if it was like 10 times the size.
It works.
Fend off from what?
What the hell was that?
It works.
Yeah,
like
because
this.
it has its own gravitational pull, right? So the Lagrange point would change, and it wouldn't have the same orbit.
All right, listen very carefully to the words that I used because you keep trying to change it. The position of the Earth relative to the sun does not depend on the Earth's mass.
And I disagree.
If you want
I'm
to
saying the
involve
orbit
barycenters,
is affected.
if you want to involve barycenters and Lagrange points, those two things aren't what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the position of the Earth relative to the sun.
I'm with you. That's an orbit. That's literally an orbit. And you're saying
Lagrange
that the
points and
gravitational
barycenters are
pull
not those
isn't
things.
affected by the mass of the planet. I'm saying with more mass, according to your model, there's more gravitational pull. If there's more gravitational pull, the Lagrange point, the orbit would be changing.
That's not a Lagrange point.
The Lagrange point is the point in between these two bodies wherein the gravitational pull is equal. So
that's one of many
change
Lagrange points. That's one of
So
many
we're
Lagrange
using
points.
that. We're using that
Don't
one
be
of many
pedantic
as
about a term and kind of try to red herring it. The point is you're saying you could change the mass of a planet and it will affect an orbit relative to a
It
different
won't,
body.
because
That's
the
not true.
Lagrange point is not an orbit. Oh my God. This
So you're
isn't
saying
really that
mass
hard.
does not affect
the orbital
gravitational
position
pull.
of the Earth is not a Lagrange point.
So
The
more
whole
mass doesn't
logically
affect
fine.
Now you're definitely
that it is from
strawmanning.
the sun is because of the masses. The whole reason the distances are what they are because of the masses in your model.
No,
In our model, the position
That's
of the
true.
Earth does not
That's
depend.
true.
In
That's
our
true.
model, thanks.
Wait,
In our
what
model,
do you mean thank you?
thank you
I was
again.
talking,
Yeah,
you
thanks.
interrupted me, so don't fucking
No,
say thank you.
That's
Hold
not
up,
true.
Rokia
But
was
the
directing it at him,
the
though.
orbital position of the Earth does not depend on the mass of the Earth in our model. If you want to tell me that our model says something different, you're just lying to me.
Okay,
So what's
Well,
the
that's
wait,
how I've
wait,
been told the
wait,
last.
let me ask a question. So
That don't make no sense.
there's like small planets closer to the sun, and then there's like larger planets far away from the sun, and then in extreme cases we have like two suns orbiting each other. So if the difference in mass is what causes that midpoint between the gravity to move, in that the midpoint between Earth and the sun is more close to the sun because the sun is bigger, wouldn't that mass directly affect where that point is and how far the bodies could be away from each other?
You keep trying to bring it to a point that I'm not making. Again, and I'll state it one more time very clearly. The position of the Earth, I'll state it again because you still missed it. The position of the Earth relative to the position of the sun is not going to change if the mass of the Earth changed.
If the velocity
That does
stays
not
the same,
change.
it will.
Once again, in our model, the position of the Earth relative to the sun
Hey,
does not
slow your
change.
tone, sir.
The
We're not
only
children.
Yeah,
If the velocity
here's
of the
thing.
planet,
Here's
if the
the
velocity
thing, dude.
remains the same,
Here's the
but the
thing,
mass
doofus.
changes, it will
Here's the
affect
thing,
the
doofus.
gravitation, the orbit.
Wait a minute. Here's the thing, doofus. We heard your claim about things not being affected multiple times. It's not that no one heard your claim of the Earth's position not being affected by the gravity. We are disagreeing with that claim, and we think it doesn't work with the rest of your model. So you can't just keep repeating the claim and then saying, you're not hearing me. No, we hear your claim. We hear it. It's not that we're not listening to the claim. It's that we're disagreeing with it. Do you understand?
Not only
I do
disagreeing, but it's
understand. What I
opposite of what we've
specifically
been
am having an
told.
issue with is you're disagreeing with which thing I'm talking about. You keep telling me that the barycenter will be in a different position. That is true. What I'm talking about is the position of the Earth relative to the sun does not change. If you want to tell me the barycenter will change if the Earth's mass changes, that's true. If the Lagrange points change with the Earth, the mass of the Earth changes, that is also true. What I'm saying specifically is that the distance from the Earth to the sun would not change if the mass of the Earth changed.
I'm saying
Ask
if
me how
you
to-
keep
ask
the
me how to
tangential
change-
velocity the same, it
Ask me
would.
how to change that. The only way you can change that distance is by changing the velocity.
That's not true.
Yes, it
Yes,
is.
it is
Yeah,
true.
here's the thing. Here's
You
the
would
thing.
have to
there's-
increase the tangential velocity if it was a lot smaller, just like you have with
No, you would
Mercury
not.
and Venus
No,
and stuff.
you would not. That's
Here's the
wrong.
thing. Here's the thing, dude.
Yeah,
is
that's
that
not
you
our
guys
model.
no? Here's the thing, dude. Is you guys are making your claim. We're disagreeing with your claim, and when we go into the what we disagree with, instead of going in with what we disagree with and making sense of it, you just keep restating your claim. You need to actually like defend your claim, show evidence for it, not just keep restating it and saying like, you didn't hear me the first time. No, we heard you. We're questioning that claim, and we're bringing in other shit that we think is contradictory in your model that has to do with this claim.
Then use our model. Stop using your interpretation of our model.
I'd like to redirect, because I think I can straighten this out a little bit. But you're talking about is the mass is going to determine essentially the force of attraction, for lack of not going into Einsteinian ground. And so, at a given speed of orbit, you're going to have certain centrifugal forces essentially pulling an object away. But you have less of that object, so you have less pull towards the Earth. So you'll end up at the same point, whether it's made out of styrofoam or made out of neutronium. The same distance for a given speed.
Here it is. Mass doesn't attract mass unless it's going.
We can do this.
Hold up. Say it again, Moya. Can you repeat that?
No matter what material you use, it's going to, the force of centrifugal forces, for lack of a better term, the orbit, is going to apply an outward force. Now, if I have a little tiny, minute piece of material, like a helium balloon flying up there, orbiting the Earth, or whether I have a piece of neutronium going around there, the forces balance out.
You must be really
Doesn't
wrong.
matter.
We'll try to interrupt you like
force. We're not talking about rotation.
The acceleration is the same, no matter what. And here's how you know that. Let's go back to Newton. Okay, Newton said the force, in gravity, force of attraction between two bodies is as constant times the product of the masses divided by the square of the distance between their centers. But he said something else too. He said force is equal to mass times acceleration. Well, let's replace force in the gravitational equation with mass times acceleration, and now that's equal to the gravitational constant times the product of the masses divided by the square of the distance between their centers. You got mass on both sides.